Chapter 1. Collision with the beautiful boss's BMW. At 8 in the morning, Mou anxiously navigated through a sea of electric bikes on his dilapidated scooter. His gaze frequently darted to the digital watch on his wrist, his brow furrowed, and his face etched with concern. If he were to be late once more this month, the attendance bonus would slip through his fingers, a considerable loss for someone from a modest background who meticulously counted every penny. The electric bike sputtered as Mou, in a frenzy, incessantly rang the bell, striving to carve out a path through the congested streets. As he turned a corner, a red BMW X6 ahead suddenly decelerated, leaving Mou no time to react. With a resounding thud, his scooter collided with the vehicle. The tremendous impact nearly sent him sprawling, and in a reflexive gesture to protect himself, he scraped his hand on the ground. "It's over. It's over," Mou silently lamented, too frantic to assess his injuries as he hurriedly examined the damage to both vehicles. His scooter's front was severely crumpled, parts strewn across the pavement, while the BMW bore a ghastly, deep scratch on its rear bumper that a wave of darkness washed over him. He realized that the repair cost for this luxury car would likely exceed several months' wages. At that moment, the door of the BMW swung open, revealing a pair of striking red-high heels, followed by a pair of long, elegant legs encased in a sleek black business suit. The occupant emerged from the vehicle, Su Li, the woman behind the wheel. Upon lifting his gaze, Mou's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart seemingly ceasing its rhythm. This was none other than his boss, Su Li. At just 25, she had already carved a niche for herself as the president of the jewelry company where Mou worked, earning a reputation that resonated throughout the industry. With her exceptional business acumen and decisive work ethic, she had guided the company to thrive in the fiercely competitive jewelry market. Her beauty was unforgettably an exquisite visage paired with an icy demeanor, akin to a flower blooming atop a lofty peak, admired from afar. As Su Li approached the back of her car, her expression darkened upon seeing the scratch. Her voice dripped with frost as she inquired, "Who dares to collide with my BMW?" Mou lowered his head, stammering, Su, President, I'm truly sorry, it was not intentional." Upon closer inspection, Su Li recognized the culprit as Mou, and a mix of exasperation and amusement flickered across her features as she let out a soft huff. "So it's my workhorse." Being referred to as a workhorse by Su Li filled Mou with a bittersweet pang, yet he dared not retort. "President Su, I was just worried about being late, so I rode a bit faster." He attempted to justify his actions. Su Li appraised him from head to toe, noting the state of his battered scooter and the blood seeping from his hand. Her initial fury waned somewhat. "With that rickety bike of yours, how fast could you possibly go? It's no major issue, you may leave." Mou could scarcely believe his ears. He lifted his head, astonishment filling his eyes. "President Su, what about the repair cost?" "Forget about the repair cost for now. Your hand is injured. Remember to take care of it at the office to avoid any infection," Su Li advised. She glanced at the time and seemed reluctant to linger, turning to head towards her car. Before getting in, she looked back at Mou and said, "Be more cautious when riding next time. Don't be so reckless." "Okay, thank you, Miss Su," Mou replied eagerly, his heart brimming with gratitude. As he watched Su Li's BMW swiftly depart, he was reminded that his electric scooter was now inoperable. With a sense of resignation, he pushed the broken vehicle towards the office. Upon arriving at the company, Mou tended to his hand injury briefly before diving into his work. Yet, his mind remained restless, the events of the morning replaying incessantly. He never anticipated that the formidable and commanding Su Li would show him such leniency today. During the lunch break, his colleague Zhang Lei approached him, curiosity etched on his face. "I heard you crashed into Ms. Su's car this morning?" Mou offered a wry smile and nodded. "Indeed, I've had the worst luck. The car is damaged, and I'm uncertain how Ms. Su plans to handle it." "Hey, consider yourself lucky," Zhang Lei chuckled. "Ms. Su is usually so strict about work. Who would have thought she'd be so forgiving towards you? But you should definitely be more careful in the future to avoid such mishaps." With a resigned sigh, Mou replied, "I didn't intend for this to happen. Who could have predicted such a coincidence?" Just before the end of the workday, while Mou was organizing the day's documents, he received a call from Su Li. "Come to my office." A jolt of apprehension coursed through him as he set aside his work and made his way to her office. With every step, his heart raced, uncertain whether this meeting would pertain to the morning's incident or work-related matters. Upon entering Su Li's office, the opulent decor and expansive windows left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Seated behind her desk, Su Li regarded him and gestured towards the chair opposite her. "Please, have a seat." Mou cautiously sat down, his gaze fixed downward, his hands nervously gripping the hem of his shirt. "The damage to my BMW from this morning amounts to over 10,000 yuan. Su Li began slowly. "Technically, you are responsible for this cost, but considering it was unintentional and that you have generally been diligent in your work." She paused, assessing Mou's expression. His heart raced, and he swallowed nervously, awaiting her next words. "Hey, Race, what I propose. I will offer you an opportunity for recompense." Su Li continued, "From today onward, I would like you to stay an extra hour after work each day to assist me with some minor tasks. This will serve as your compensation for the repair costs. What do you think?" Mou was momentarily taken aback, having expected her to demand a large sum for the damages. Instead, she was simply asking him to lend a helping hand at the office. Though it would require additional effort on his part, it was far more manageable than facing a hefty financial burden. "I agree. Ms. Su, thank you so much," Mou exclaimed, nodding eagerly, his eyes shining with appreciation. "However, you must remember that while these matters may seem trivial, they are indeed quite significant. Should you fail to execute them properly, do not expect me to show leniency." A hint of seriousness flickered in Su Li's gaze. "That I will certainly handle this with utmost diligence. Rest assured, Ms. Su," Mou replied with determination. "Very well, you may leave for now." Su Li waved her hand dismissively. After work, most colleagues had already departed, leaving only a few individuals still engrossed in their tasks. Mou stood at the entrance of Su Li's office, inhaling deeply before gently tapping on the door. "Come in." Su Li's melodious voice resonated from within. As Mou entered, he found Su Li seated at her desk, intently focused on the documents displayed on her computer screen. The light cascaded upon her, accentuating her exquisite curves. Mou quietly stood to the side, reluctant to intrude. After a while, Su Li completed her work and lifted her gaze to Mou. "Ah, you're here. Come with me to the Panjiayuan antique market. We need to procure some jade." Chapter 2. Gaining X-ray vision in a mysterious space. Mou was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Li would suddenly assign such a task. In his mind, the Panjiayuan antique market was an enigmatic place, renowned for its jade, which commanded high prices and concealed depths. Yet, he dared not question further and promptly nodded. "Understood." Ms. Su Li stood, grasping her black handbag, and elegantly made her way to the door. Mou hurriedly followed, and together they descended the elevator to the underground parking lot. Su Li approached her other vehicle, a Maybach, and pressed the key to unlock it. Mou stood awkwardly to the side, uncertain whether to take the front passenger seat or the rear. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Su Li remarked lightly, "Take the front seat. I will explain the details of our task en route." Mou responded affirmatively and carefully settled into the passenger seat. The car was imbued with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of Su Li's perfume. Su Li started the engine and navigated out of the parking area, merging into the flow of post-work traffic. "Our trip to Panjiayuan is primarily for selecting jade for the company's jewelry in the upcoming quarter. We will choose the jade and have it sculpted into pendants," she explained while driving. "Client tastes are continually evolving. We must select high-quality, natural jade." Mou nodded earnestly, silently acknowledging the challenge that lay ahead. His knowledge of jade was limited. He understood it to be a precious stone, varying greatly in price, and a moment's inattention could lead to purchasing fakes or subpar quality. Once we arrive at the market, pay close attention to the stone gamblers. Observe if anyone reveals high-quality jade. If we spot it, we shall acquire it," Su Li continued. "Certainly, Ms. Su. I will be vigilant," Mou assured her, mentally encouraging himself to excel in this endeavor. The vehicle moved steadily through the congested road, and after some time, they finally arrived at the Panjiayuan antique market. As dusk began to settle, the market remained vibrantly alive, with stalls aglow and the air filled with the sounds of spirited haggling and enthusiastic calls. Su Li and Mou stepped into the market, immediately enveloped by a palpable sense of antiquity. The stalls were adorned with an array of exquisite antique ceramics, calligraphy, and jade artifacts, each more dazzling than the last, leaving one in a state of wonder. With keen discernment, Suli made her way directly toward a stone gambling stall. Mou followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the bustling surroundings. He observed merchants eagerly enticing customers, while others meticulously examined jadeite rough stones, their expressions revealing a blend of shrewdness and caution. Upon reaching a larger stone gambling stall, Suli halted. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, approached them with a broad smile, exclaiming, "You two certainly seem like connoisseurs. Take a look at my rough stones, they are all of the finest quality." Ignoring the vendor's exuberance, Suli focused intently on the rough stones displayed before her. She picked up one stone, scrutinizing it closely. "This rough stone lacks quality," she remarked, setting it down before selecting another. Ou stood by her side. Amidst the clamor, the faces of the crowd reflecting the unique excitement and anticipation of gamblers. He followed Suli's lead, his curiosity piqued by the various shapes of the rough stones at the stalls. Some stones were large and unremarkable in appearance, yet within them could lie the coveted imperial green, capable of bestowing sudden fortune. As Suli diligently sifted through the rough stones, she adeptly manipulated a powerful flashlight, inspecting the surface texture with an experienced eye, assessing the likelihood of jade within. The Mou watched, wishing to assist, but feeling utterly unqualified due to his scant knowledge of stone gambling. He resigned himself to merely observing. He redirected his focus to the other gamblers, keen to spot anyone who might unveil a high-quality jade. His gaze flitted through the crowd, analyzing the expressions and movements of each individual. Some gamblers wore confident smiles, conversing animatedly as if they had unraveled the secrets of the rough stones. Others appeared tense, their hands trembling slightly as they cautiously examined their selections, their eyes betraying a tumult of indecision. At that moment, Mou's attention was captured by a rough stone roughly the size of a fist. This particular stone stood out among its peers, its surface dull and its patterns winding like an ancient, enigmatic map, exuding an inexplicable allure that seemed to beckon him. Silently, compelled by an inexplicable force, Mou reached out and grasped the stone, eager to scrutinize it further. Yet the instant his fingers brushed against its surface, an overwhelming and peculiar force emanated from the stone. Mou barely had time to react. The still healing wound on his hand suddenly drew blood, which was instantly absorbed by the stone. He gasped. Mou gasped sharply, his brows knitting together into a furrow of distress, instinctively attempting to discard the raw stone in his grasp. Yet, the stone clung to him as if it were an extension of his own being, stubbornly resisting his efforts to rid himself of it. In the blink of an eye, several hundred milliliters of blood were drawn from him, and then an even more bizarre occurrence transpired. The stone vanished from his hand in an instant. Mou stood frozen, utterly bewildered, his mind blank, rooted to the spot in a state of disarray. He frantically scanned his surroundings, his heart brimming with fear and unease, terrified of being discovered amidst this strange spectacle. Strangely enough, the people around him continued their own pursuits, wholly oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding in his vicinity. Before he could fully comprehend the shock that enveloped him, a peculiar space materialized without warning in his mind. He could distinctly perceive the existence of this space, approximately 10 cubic meters in size, barren and permeated by an aura of chaos. Simultaneously, his vision flickered, and the world around him underwent a dramatic transformation. The once imposing exterior of the raw stone appeared entirely transparent before his eyes, revealing the intricate internal structure. Even the deep-seated jade veins within were now vividly discernible. Mou was left astounded by this sudden gift of X-ray vision. Instinctively, he cast his gaze around the stalls, where the previously enigmatic stones now held no secrets in his sight. He observed some stones to be utterly hollow, mere ordinary rocks, while others concealed vibrant hues and a gentle texture of jade, worth a fortune. That a mix of astonishment and delight surged within him. Reflecting on the moment the stone had vanished and the surrounding crowd's unawareness, Mou's previously frantic heart began to steady. Noticing that no one paid him any heed, his taut nerves finally began to relax. He feigned calmness, wandering inconspicuously among the stalls while keeping an eye on Suli's movements. all the while earnestly exploring his newfound gift of sight in the enigmatic space within his mind that he endeavored to concentrate, attempting to control the range and clarity of his X-ray vision. With his focused intent, he could alter the distance of his perception and manipulate the details at will. Chapter 3. The Gamble of Stones in the Enigmatic Recesses of His Mind. Mo discovered that he could, through sheer will, incorporate the objects he beheld into a mystical space, akin to a portable personal storage vault. He marveled at this extraordinary ability, simultaneously realizing that this unforeseen acquisition might profoundly alter the trajectory of his life. At that moment, Suli stood before a stall, her gaze intent and piercing, cradling a rough stone that the vendor extolled with fervent exaggeration. The stone, though not particularly large, boasted a distinctive pattern resembling a python's skin and a unique pine flower effect, glistening under the lights as if it concealed a rare jade within. Suli gently rotated the stone, employing a professional flashlight to scrutinize every detail of its surface with meticulous care. Her brow furrowed slightly, a contemplative expression gracing her features as she weighed the stone's worth. Beside her, the vendor, a lean, middle-aged man with shrewd eyes, spoke with fervor, enumerating the stone's myriad virtues while keenly observing Suli's reactions, seeking to gauge the likelihood of a sale. "My dear lady, you possess an exceptional eye. This stone was procured from an old market, truly a rare find. Just look at the python pattern and the pine flower effect. It surely harbors high-quality jade within, potentially yielding an exquisite piece of pure green upon cutting." The vendor's words flowed forth, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Suli gently set down the stone, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Good sir, your claims seem a tad exaggerated. In the realm of gambling with stones, who can truly predict? Moreover, your price appears rather steep." Upon hearing this, the vendor quickly waved his hands. "My lady, I assure you, my price is quite reasonable. Consider if it yields fine jade. The profits will be immense. This sum is negligible. Let us negotiate a fair price, shall we?" Thus commenced an intense bout of haggling between Suli and the vendor. Armed with extensive negotiation experience and market insight, Suli skillfully drove the price down, while the vendor persistently emphasized the stone's value, striving to retain his profit margin. Their exchange became a spirited duel of wills, drawing a curious crowd who eagerly watched this monetary contest unfold. At that moment, Mo, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, employed his newly acquired ability of clairvoyance to scrutinize the rough stone. To his astonishment, he gasped in disbelief. In his visionary perspective, the stone, which both the vendor and Suli had high hopes for, revealed an interior that was dull and gray, devoid of any jade. Merely an ordinary rock. Panic surged within Mo. He understood that if Suli were to pay a hefty sum for this stone, she would incur a significant loss. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward, urgency etched upon his face. "Miss Sue, this stone may not contain any jade. I implore you not to purchase it." Though his voice was soft, it resonated with clarity amidst the surrounding clamor. Suli paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned to regard him. Her gaze was filled with confusion and astonishment, seemingly questioning whether she had misheard. Subsequently, she rolled her eyes lightly, her tone laced with a hint of discontent and mockery. "Do you understand the art of stone gambling?" In her perception, Mo was merely an ordinary employee, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of stone gambling. Thus, his unexpected assertion struck her as utterly nonsensical. Mo found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Suli's retort. Indeed, his knowledge of stone gambling was scant. However, he was acutely aware that his ability of perception would not betray him. This raw stone truly bore no jade within. "Sue, I just feel that this raw stone seems rather off." Mo attempted to elucidate, yet his words appeared feeble and ineffective. Ignoring Mo, Suli turned her attention back to haggling with the vendor. She dismissed his words as unfounded conjecture, not worthy of consideration. In her understanding, stone gambling relied on experience, discernment, and luck, rather than baseless imagination. Mo stood by, watching Suli's insistence on purchasing the raw stone, his heart filled with anxiety. He yearned to disclose to Suli his gift of perception, the ability to see through the interior of the raw stone. Yet, he understood that revealing such an extraordinary ability would likely render him a madman in her eyes, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. "Sue, truly, this raw stone is not viable." Mo made one last effort, his voice tinged with resignation. Suli, however, merely waved her hand in irritation. "Enough, I know what I'm doing." She had nearly finalized the price with the vendor, preparing to purchase the raw stone. MOU helplessly observed as Suli completed the transaction, acquiring the utterly worthless raw stone. His heart brimmed with despair and concern, uncertain of what to do next. Soon after, Suli retrieved her bank card from her sleek black handbag, swiftly completing the payment on the card machine. 50,000 yuan was effortlessly transferred for the acquisition of the jade-less raw stone. For her, stone gambling was inherently a high-stakes game filled with risk and excitement. Armed with years of accumulated experience and unique insight, she steadfastly believed in her judgment, impervious to MOU's objections. "Vendor, please cut it open right here," Suli stated calmly, returning her bank card to her bag, yet her eyes glimmered with anticipation. In the realm of stone gambling, tales of fortune and misfortune unfold daily. Suli yearned for this occasion to yield a stunning jade, providing high-quality jade for the upcoming quarter's jewelry collection. The vendor, grinning broadly, nodded enthusiastically. "Certainly, beautiful. Just a moment while I prepare to cut." With that, he swiftly beckoned his assistant, lifting the raw stone onto the nearby cutting machine. As the machine roared to life, emitting a sharp buzzing sound, the crowd, which had already gathered in curiosity, surged closer, eagerly straining to witness this thrilling moment. MOU stood aside, watching the raw stone about to be cut, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that the stone held no jade. Yet regardless of his attempts to dissuade her, Suli remained resolute. He was troubled not only by the prospect of her potential loss, but also by his inability to reveal his secret of possessing a discerning vision. In this moment, he could only sigh inwardly, silently observing the unfolding events. The skilled stone cutter adeptly adjusted the machine's position, aligning the cold cutting blade with the raw stone. As the machine whirred to life, the blade gradually penetrated the stone, the hard surface grinding against the sharp edge, sending forth a flurry of fine stone dust that filled the air with a subtle scent of mineral powder. Suli's gaze was fixed intently on the cutting machine, her eyes revealing a mix of tension and excitement. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and her mind was flooded with vivid images of potential jade, the lush green hues and the ethereal allure of the floating flowers. She firmly believed that her judgment would not fail her. The raw stone must surely conceal jade within. As the cutting progressed, the stone was slowly cleaved in two. Chapter 4. A bargain for a jadeite rough. The gaze of the crowd swiftly converged upon the freshly cut surface, yet what lay before them was merely a drab stone, devoid of any hint of jadeite. A collective sigh of disappointment rippled through the onlookers, as none had anticipated that this highly anticipated rough stone would turn out to be a hollow shell. How could this be? Suli's countenance darkened instantly, her disbelief evident as she stared at the severed rock, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. She could not fathom how, based on the outer skin's appearance, she had surmised a significant likelihood of jadeite, only to find nothing with a single cut. The vendor's expression grew awkward as he chuckled nervously, attempting to rationalize. "My dear, gambling on stones carries inherent risks. Perhaps the next cut will yield something worthwhile. Why not select another piece?" Ignoring the vendor, Suli's spirits plummeted. The squandered 50,000 yuan weighed heavily on her heart, casting shadows of doubt upon her judgment. Instinctively, she turned to MOU, who remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. "MOU, did you know beforehand that this rough stone contained no jadeite?" Suli's voice trembled, an intense curiosity surging within her to uncover how MOU had foreseen this result. Caught off guard by Suli's inquiry, MOU hesitated, his heart racing as his mind raced to formulate a response. To acknowledge that he had known all along would necessitate an explanation. Yet revealing the secret of his X-ray vision could lead to dire consequences. "Miss Su, I was merely guessing," MOU finally replied, opting for concealment. "While the rough stone skin appeared promising, something felt amiss, which is why I advised you against purchasing it. I did not expect my intuition to be correct." Suli scrutinized MOU, her gaze laced with skepticism. His response felt somewhat implausible, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. With a resigned sigh, she turned to the vendor and instructed, "Please wrap the rough stone. I will take it home." Despite the absence of jadeite, her desire to analyze the stone further compelled her to understand where her judgment had faltered. The vendor promptly complied, carefully wrapping the cut stone and handing it to Suli. Taking the rough stone, she addressed MOU, "Let us proceed." With that, Suli continued to sift through the nearby stalls in search of more rough stones. Her eyes gleamed with keen determination, akin to a seasoned hunter unwilling to overlook any piece that might harbor jadeite. MOU trailed behind, discreetly employing his X-ray vision to observe the surrounding stones. Suli paused before one particular rough stone, slightly crouching to gently caress its rugged surface, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She meticulously observed the exterior of the raw stone, drawing upon years of experience and her discerning eye cultivated in the jade industry. Before long, she had confidently identified this particular stone, certain that it concealed jade within. "Boss, how much for this raw stone?" Suli rose, directing her gaze toward the vendor, her tone imbued with confidence and decisiveness. The vendor, a middle-aged man with dusky skin and a face lined with wrinkles, grinned widely, revealing a somewhat uneven set of teeth. "My dear, you possess remarkable insight. This stone was sourced from an old market, and it's worth at least this amount," he said, extending 3 fingers in a playful manner. 30,000? Suli arched an eyebrow, mentally assessing the stone's value. No, it's 300,000, the vendor explained with a smile. A glint of mischief in his expression. Suli frowned, realizing the vendor was grossly overpricing the stone. "Boss, your price seems a bit steep. While this raw stone appears promising, it surely cannot be worth 300,000. As Suli engaged in negotiations, Mou stood nearby, employing his unique perspective to scrutinize the stone she had selected. In his extraordinary vision, the interior of the raw stone appeared dull and lifeless, devoid of any hint of jade. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he quickly spoke up. "Su, perhaps we should consider a different raw stone." Upon hearing this, Suli turned to Mou, her expression one of confusion. She slightly furrowed her brow and inquired, "This stone should contain jade. Why should we switch?" Mou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could not reveal his secret of possessing X-ray vision. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "It's just a feeling." Even as he uttered this phrase, he felt his conviction waning. Suli gazed at Mou intently, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. She slowly responded, "Sometimes intuition is not always accurate." In her view, the gamble of jade raw stones relied on extensive experience and professional insight, rather than ephemeral intuition. She was confident in her judgment, convinced that the stone's exterior and the characteristics of its source indicated the presence of jade within. Seeing that he could not sway Suli, Mou resigned himself to silence, letting out a quiet sigh internally. Suli turned back to continue her haggling with the vendor. After a vigorous exchange of words, they finally settled on a price of 200,000. The vendor beamed as he carefully packaged the raw stone and handed it to Suli. She accepted the stone with a satisfied smile, convinced of her discerning eye, believing that this stone would yield delightful surprises. "Mou, once we cut this stone, you will see that my judgment is correct," she confidently asserted. Mou forced a smile, remaining silent. He understood that when the stone was eventually cut, Suli might face profound disappointment. Yet, he also realized that any words spoken at that moment would be futile. They could only await the truth to unfold. The two of them, holding the raw stone, made their way to a nearby stone-cutting stall. The stone cutter, a burly man with hands calloused from labor, expertly secured the raw stone in the cutting machine. Preparing to begin the process, people gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the raw stone poised to unveil its secrets. The air was thick with a palpable tension and excitement. The grinding wheel of the stone-cutting machine began to spin rapidly, producing a sharp, grating sound, accompanied by a cloud of dust as the stone was slowly sliced open. Suli's gaze was fixated on the machine, her hands instinctively clenched, her heart brimming with anticipation. However, at the moment the stone was fully revealed, her complexion turned ashen. Indeed, the interior of the stone was as Mou had described, dull and gray, devoid of any trace of jade. How could this be? Suli muttered in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss and confusion. Chapter 5. Within this raw stone, there should have been jade. Mou stood to the side, observing Suli's despondent demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy in his heart, yet he found himself at a loss for words to console her. This outcome was one he had anticipated long ago, but he was powerless to avert it. In that moment, he could only silently wish for Suli to recover swiftly from this blow. Suli stood beside the stone-cutting machine, her eyes fixated on the severed raw stone, as if she had been frozen in place. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, each person carrying their own hopes or disappointments, embarking on their next uncertain stone gambling adventure. Yet Suli felt as though her strength had been sapped, her entire being stiff and motionless, her complexion as pale as the remnants of snow in winter. Mou, I should have trusted your intuition. Suli's voice trembled, reminiscent of a sigh emanating from the depths of her soul, laden with boundless regret and self-reproach. Her slightly trembling hand gently caressed her forehead, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions within, her gaze filled with anguish and resentment. That 200,000 to her was not merely a monetary loss, it was a profound blow to her professional insight and judgment. She had always taken pride in her experience and discernment within the jade industry, yet now, this dull, unremarkable stone, devoid of any jade-like qualities, felt like a resounding slap to her face. Her mind replayed the scene of selecting the raw stone, with MOU's words of caution echoing in her ears. How wonderful it would have been had she heeded his advice from the start. She lamented countless times within her heart, each recollection akin to salt being rubbed into a wound, causing her immense suffering. At this moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, sorrow for the lost money, deep regret for her blind confidence, and guilt towards MOU. Standing beside Su Li, MOU witnessed her desolation, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion. He took a small step closer, leaning in gently, and spoke softly, "President Su, it's all right. This is merely a minor setback. In the world of stone gambling, who hasn't misjudged at some point? Let us persevere. Perhaps next time we shall uncover jade." His voice was deep and soothing, akin to a spring breeze, endeavoring to dispel the shadows looming over Su Li's heart. Slowly, she turned her head to face MOU, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and helplessness, much like a wounded fawn. However, that 200,000 had simply gone to waste. Her tone was laced with discontent, her eyes slightly reddening. It represented her hard-earned wealth, which had vanished in an instant due to her stubbornness. MOU sighed softly, understanding Su Li's current state of mind. Anyone would feel immense heartache in the face of such loss. He furrowed his brows slightly, contemplating for a moment before earnestly stating, "President Su, gambling stones inherently involves both risk and opportunity. Although we've lost that 200,000, it has also granted us invaluable experience, enabling us to make more accurate judgments next time. Moreover, look at the market. Opportunities abound everywhere. We cannot allow this singular failure to render us disheartened." As he spoke, he fixed his determined gaze upon Su Li, attempting to convey strength to her. Listening to MOU's words, Su Li felt a subtle shift in her heart. She silently nodded, as if to bolster her own spirit, or perhaps to acknowledge MOU's encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and declared, "You are right, MOU. I cannot be so easily defeated. Let us continue our search. I refuse to believe that we won't encounter a single piece of jade today." A flicker of fighting spirit reignited in her eyes. Although that glow was still faint, it resembled a beacon illuminating her momentarily shadowed heart. Observing Su Li's resurgence, MOU felt a wave of relief wash over him. A slight smile crept onto his face as he said, "That's the spirit, Miss Su. I have faith in your discernment and in our fortune. Who knows, the next raw stone we find might be worth its weight in gold." His words brimmed with optimism and hope, gradually soothing Su Li's spirit. Together, they navigated the bustling market once more, the raw stones glimmering mysteriously under the sun's rays. Although a hint of disappointment lingered in Su Li's gaze, it was overshadowed by determination and anticipation. She meticulously examined each raw stone, her powerful flashlight sweeping across their surfaces, seeking the faintest traces of jade within the intricate textures and skins. MOU quietly accompanied her, occasionally offering his insights and suggestions. Although he possessed the gift of insight, he refrained from directly revealing which raw stone contained jade. He understood that Su Li needed not only answers but also to reclaim her confidence and courage through the process. Continuing to weave through the throngs of people, Su Li and MOU's eyes roamed over the raw stones at each stall. As they walked, MOU discreetly employed his ability to scan the surrounding stones. Those seemingly ordinary rocks were laid bare to him in their internal structure. Soon, his attention was drawn to a particular raw stone, which, under his perceptive gaze, radiated an alluring emerald glow, a hue characteristic of high-quality jadeite. Elation surged within him. Though he maintained an outward calm, casually approaching the stone, he deliberately adopted a natural gait to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by. Once beside the stone, he slightly crouched and gently touched its rough surface, while his focus remained entirely on the enchanting green within. Su Li had been closely observing MOU's actions, and when she noticed him reaching out to touch the raw stone, curiosity welled up within her. She quickly approached his side, her gaze fixed upon the stone, and inquired, "MOU, do you think this raw stone contains jade?" There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The previous failure at gambling with stones had reshaped her perception of MOU's intuition, and in this moment, she was more inclined to trust his judgment. MOU rose to his feet, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He nodded thoughtfully and declared, "My intuition suggests that this raw stone contains jade." His tone was resolute, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Li showed no hesitation. With a clear and ringing voice, she decisively stated, "Then I shall purchase it." Her tone was crisp and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable determination. Having learned from her previous setback, she found herself placing greater trust in MOU's instincts and made her decision without a moment's pause. "Boss, what is the price of this raw stone?" Sully inquired, turning to the vendor, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Chapter 6. The Green Jadeite. The vendor was a diminutive, wiry middle-aged man who flashed a grin revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoke. "My dear, you possess an exquisite eye. This rough stone was procured from an old mine, and its price is not trivial, fixed at 500,000. His voice was sharp, piercing through the cacophony of the bustling market. 500,000. Sully frowned, calculating discreetly within her mind. She was acutely aware that the vendor was grossly inflating his price. Given the volatile nature of rough stone pricing and the inherent unpredictability of stone betting, prices often fluctuated based on the seller's judgment and the buyer's demand. "Good sir, your price is rather excessive. I believe a maximum of 200,000 would be more fitting." Sully countered boldly, drawing upon her extensive experience in the jade industry, which had endowed her with a certain acumen regarding the valuation of rough stones. 200,000? "My dear, your bargaining is rather ruthless," the vendor exclaimed dramatically, feigning a pained expression. "I invested a substantial sum to acquire this rough stone. I cannot part with it for less than 400,000. As he spoke, he scrutinized Sully's expression, endeavoring to gauge her psychological price point. Sully glanced at MOU, her eyes betraying a hint of inquiry. MOU subtly nodded, indicating that she could negotiate further. Understanding the silent cue, Sully asserted once more, "Good sir, 30,000 is my utmost limit. If you find that agreeable, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, then it shall be as it is." Her tone was resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat. The vendor hesitated, displaying a conflicted demeanor. He lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment, then looked up at Sully and conceded, "Very well, considering your sincerity, 30,000 it shall be. I will sell it to you." Though he feigned reluctance, internally he rejoiced at having encountered a straightforward buyer. A satisfied smile illuminated Sully's face as she swiftly retrieved her checkbook from her bag, filling out a check for 30,000 and handing it to the vendor. He accepted the check, meticulously inspecting it before confirming its authenticity, at which point a radiant smile spread across his face. "My dear, I wish you the best of luck. May you unveil splendid jade," he proclaimed, eagerly assisting Sully in transferring the rough stone onto a nearby cart. "MOU, this time it all relies on your intuition," Sully remarked, turning to him with eyes brimming with gratitude and anticipation. "If jade emerges from this stone, you shall be the true hero." Her voice vibrated with excitement, and the thought of soon unveiling the rough stone quickened her heartbeat. MOU chuckled softly, replying, "Miss Sue, I too hope this rough stone brings us delightful surprises." In truth, he had already ascertained that the stone harbored high-quality jade, yet he could not afford to display his certainty overtly. Instead, he silently awaited the moment that would cut the stone, eager to present Sully with a magnificent surprise. Together, Sully and MOU pushed the rough stone, gradually making their way toward the stone-cutting area. The raw stone lay steadily on the cart, its rough surface glimmering with an ancient hue under the sunlight. Though seemingly ordinary, it appeared to harbor endless possibilities, drawing the gaze of those around. Among the throngs of passers-by, some paused, their eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry, as if they sought to unveil the secrets concealed within the stone. Others whispered amongst themselves, pointing at the raw stone, engaging in hushed speculation about whether it contained a jade of immeasurable worth. Sully walked alongside the cart, her gaze firmly fixed on the stone. Her hands instinctively tightened around the edge of the cart, her fingertips paling from anxiety. At that moment, her heart raced, and her mind was flooded with vivid images of the potential outcomes that could arise from slicing open the stone. Anticipation mingled with apprehension. The hope was that, as MOU had suggested, it might indeed conceal high-quality jade, representing a substantial fortune that could offset the losses from her previous gamble. The worry lingered that disappointment might strike once more, leading not only to financial ruin, but also a severe blow to her confidence. MOU trailed beside Sully, his demeanor outwardly calm. Possessing the gift of insight, he already knew the condition of the stone's interior. He occasionally glanced at Sully, yearning to offer her some words of comfort, yet felt that any utterance would fall short in this moment, leaving him to silently pray for a favorable outcome. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pair finally arrived at the stone-cutting area. The cacophony of machinery filled the air, mingling with the scent of dust and oil. Skilled cutters operated the machines, transforming raw stones into pieces, accompanied by cheers or sighs from onlookers, some emerging as instant millionaires, while others faced ruin. Su Li and Mou halted before a cutting stall, where various models of cutting machines were displayed, surrounded by heaps of discarded stone remnants. The cutter was a burly middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time, his hands rough yet strong, clearly a seasoned veteran in this trade. "Excuse me. Could you please help us cut this raw stone?" Su Li stepped forward politely, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The cutter lifted his head, assessing them, and then the stone on the cart. He broke into a grin, revealing teeth yellowed from smoke. "All right, you two, please bring the stone over." His voice was booming, imbued with a certain joviality. Mou lifted the stone from the cart and placed it on the workbench of the cutting machine. The cutter circled the stone, scrutinizing its surface, tapping gently before illuminating it with a bright flashlight, seemingly in search of the optimal cutting point. "From this spot, I believe it would be best to cut." He indicated a specific area on the stone. "However, with gambling on stones, nothing is certain. Any outcome is possible. So prepare yourselves mentally." A hint of gravity flickered in his gaze, as he had witnessed too many buyers' varied reactions upon unveiling the contents of their stones. Su Li took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Master, please proceed. We understand." She turned to glance at Mou, her eyes brimming with trust. Mou offered Su Li an encouraging glance, signaling her to remain calm. The master gem cutter adjusted the position of the cutting machine and activated it, causing the grinding wheel to spin rapidly, emitting a sharp sound of friction. As the wheel gradually penetrated the raw stone, a cloud of dust was instantaneously stirred up, filling the air. Su Li and Mou fixed their gaze on the cutting machine, holding their breath, while those around them gathered closely, silencing their breaths in anticipation of witnessing a moment of wonder. Time seemed to stand still in that instant, each second stretching into eternity. Finally, the master gem cutter halted the machine and carefully pried apart the sliced stone. In that fleeting moment, a radiant green light emanated from within the raw stone, dazzling under the sunlight. It was jade, and of the highest quality green variety. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd. Chapter 7. Will this jadeite sell for 3 million? Su Li's eyes widened as she gazed at the jadeite before her, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes. She turned to Mou, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Mou, you were absolutely right. We have succeeded." Her face radiated joy, and in that moment, all her anxiety and trepidation melted away into boundless elation. Mou looked at Su Li, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. With a smile, he responded, "Congratulations, Miss Su. It is merely our good fortune." In the stone-cutting area, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, all eyes fixated on the freshly cut stone emanating a captivating emerald glow. Su Li stood rooted in place, her eyes wide and fixated on the priceless green jadeite, her breath rapid and labored, her chest rising and falling dramatically, as if she could scarcely believe the reality before her. After a considerable pause, Su Li slowly turned her head to gaze at Mou. At that moment, Mou wore a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting satisfaction and joy. Instantly, Su Li's eyes brimmed with tears, her excitement causing the tears to swirl within her gaze. In the next instant, she reached out, grasping Mou's hands tightly, her fingers trembling with exhilaration. "Mou, you are the company's great benefactor. I shall promote and increase your salary upon our return." Su Li's voice quivered with emotion, nearly breaking into sobs. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and admiration, as if Mou were indeed an invincible hero in her eyes. "Do you realize this jadeite is worth at least several million? Today, we have struck it rich," she exclaimed, shaking Mou's hands vigorously, as if to convey her uncontrollable excitement. Mou, caught off guard by Su Li's sudden display, felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. He cleared his throat softly, attempting to compose himself, and said, "Ms. Su, I was merely fortunate to guess correctly." His tone was gentle and humble, unaffected by Su Li's praise. "Fortunate? No, this is entirely your achievement." Su Li firmly rejected Mou's modesty, her gaze resolute and fervent. "Without you, I would never have purchased this rough stone, nor would I be experiencing this surprise. Your intuition is astonishing. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." As she spoke, her grip tightened, as if fearing Mou might suddenly vanish. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances, marveling at the fortune of Mou and Su Li. Whispers began to circulate. "This young man is truly remarkable. To select a rough stone that yields such high-quality jadeite is nothing short of genius. Indeed, it seems this beautiful lady is in for a windfall. With such an employee, she is truly fortunate." These murmurs reached Su Li and Mo's ears, making Su Li's face glow even more radiantly, while Mo shyly lowered his head. Su Li turned to the stone cutter, her excitement palpable, and said, "Master, I cannot thank you enough. Your craftsmanship is truly unparalleled." The master of jade carving smiled and waved his hand, saying, "This is not my concern. It is merely that you were fortunate enough to select an exquisite piece of raw stone. Congratulations." The master's face radiated joy. Su Li delicately picked up the jadeite, cradling it in her hands as she examined it closely. The jade sparkled under the sunlight, its rich green hue resembling nature's most splendid creation. Su Li's eyes were filled with enchantment as she gently caressed the surface of the jade, feeling its warmth and smoothness. "Mou, look at this jade. It is simply breathtaking," Su Li whispered, her voice imbued with admiration and affection for the gem. Mou leaned in closer to observe the jade, nodding in agreement as she remarked, "Indeed, such high-quality jadeite is rare to find. Su, what do you plan to do with this piece?" Su Li furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Given the exceptional quality of this jade, I intend to engage the finest craftsmen to carve it into an exquisite piece of jewelry. Then, at our company's next product launch, it will be featured as our flagship item. I am confident it will create a sensation." A glimmer of confidence and aspiration sparkled in Su Li's eyes, as if she could already envision the astonished expressions of the audience at the launch. "Your idea is splendid, Su," Mou exclaimed sincerely. "With your creativity and the prestige of our brand, this jade will undoubtedly become a timeless masterpiece." Su Li gazed at Mou, feeling a surge of warmth within her. She understood that the success of this stone gamble was greatly attributed to Mou's support. Mou not only instilled confidence and courage in her, but also made the right judgment at a crucial moment. "Rest assured, once we return, I will reward you handsomely. A promotion and a raise are merely the first steps. There will be more significant responsibilities for you in the future," Su Li declared with unwavering determination. Mou looked at Su Li gratefully and said, "Thank you for your trust, Su. I will work diligently to meet your expectations." In the jade carving area, the freshly cut green jade in Su Li's hands resembled a brilliant star, instantly captivating the attention of all those present. The jade's texture was warm and delicate, its color vibrant and bright, exuding an enchanting green glow under the gentle caress of sunlight. The surrounding crowd, seemingly drawn by an invisible force, quickly gathered around, encircling Su Li and Mou tightly. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the throng as greedy and fervent gazes fixated on the jade in Su Li's hands. Just as the onlookers were lost in the jade's splendor, a tall, well-dressed middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. His eyes sparkled with the keen urgency characteristic of a businessman. And without hesitation, he inquired, "Beautiful lady, are you selling that green jade? I offer 3 million. His voice resonated clearly amidst the cacophony, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of excitement. "I will offer 4 million. Almost simultaneously, a slightly shrill voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. A multitude turned their heads to behold a tall, slender young man standing amidst them, his face betraying a hint of anxiety intertwined with exhilaration, his hands quivering slightly as if fearful of being outbid. "I offer 4,500,000, he proclaimed. In quick succession, a robust middle-aged woman, adorned in opulent attire and draped in a substantial gold necklace, declared her bid with unyielding determination, her piercing gaze emanating an undeniable dominance, as though announcing to all that the jade was hers for the taking. The price soared dramatically, and the atmosphere among the onlookers grew increasingly charged. Each increment in bidding felt akin to a fierce contest, the air thick with palpable tension. Su Li found herself somewhat flustered by the sudden surge of competition. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the jade, her heart racing with a blend of astonishment and delight. Chapter 8. 5 million. No more to her surprise, the jadeite garnered recognition from so many, its value far exceeding her expectations. Yet, she found herself in a quandary. She had initially planned to carve the jade into exquisite jewelry for her company's upcoming product launch. Now, faced with such a substantial offer, she found it difficult to make a decision. Mou stood beside Su Li, observing the intricate emotions dancing across her face. He gently said, "President Su, do not rush. Take your time to consider. This jade belongs to you, and the decision rests solely in your hands." His voice was steady and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze that eased some of Su Li's inner turmoil. Turning to Mou, Su Li's eyes sparkled with trust. She inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure, and replied, "Thank you, Mou. I know what I must do." Su Li lifted her gaze, slowly scanning the crowd of bidders, and offered a polite smile. I appreciate everyone's admiration for this jadeite. However, I regret to inform you that I do not intend to sell it at this time. Her voice was clear and resolute, cutting through the surrounding clamor. Upon hearing Su Li's response, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. The middle-aged woman with the highest bid displayed a hint of displeasure, stating, "Miss, you must think this through. 450,000 is no small sum. If you miss this opportunity, you may not find such a high price again." Her tone carried a subtle threat, attempting to sway Su Li's decision. Yet, Su Li remained unfazed. She replied politely, "I appreciate your concern, but this jadeite is not merely a commodity to me. It represents a rare opportunity. I have my plans, and I hope you can understand." Her eyes radiated confidence and determination, conveying her resolute stance to the onlookers. The middle-aged man who had bid 300,000 was not ready to concede. Stepping forward, he proposed, "Miss, why not reconsider? I can offer an additional 50,000. Making it 500,000, a truly tempting price." His face was adorned with a smile, attempting to sway Su Li with the allure of wealth. Su Li shook her head, firmly refusing once more. "I am truly sorry, but regardless of the amount offered, I will not sell at this time. I have more significant plans for this jadeite." Her voice was unwavering and powerful, devoid of any hesitation. Seeing Su Li's steadfast resolve, the crowd recognized that further bidding would be futile and reluctantly dispersed. As the crowd gradually thinned, the commotion in the rough stone area returned to its usual cacophony. Yet the jadeite in Su Li's possession remained the focal point of everyone's attention. Turning to Mou, Su Li smiled and said, "Mou, I owe my calmness to your presence. Without you, I might have been swept away by the allure of that high price." Her eyes brimmed with gratitude and relief. Mou responded with a smile, "President Su, this is your wise decision. The value of this jadeite transcends its monetary worth. It embodies developmental opportunities for the company. I am confident that your plans will achieve remarkable success." His voice resonated with encouragement and anticipation. Su Li nodded slightly, clutching the jade piece tightly in her hand. The myriad gazes surrounding her pricked at her neck like countless fine needles, causing her to feel a flush of heat. Yet, she chose to disregard them. Subsequently, Mou followed her as they continued to sift through the rough stones. Suddenly, Su Li halted before a stall draped in oilcloth. The vendor was a wrinkled old man, with stone dust embedded beneath his fingernails. At the center of the stall lay a rough stone the size of a football, its surface adorned with varying shades of python stripes, glimmering rust red in the sunlight. Su Li crouched down, her fingertips gliding over the raised patterns of the stone's skin. 3 years ago, she had encountered a similar python stripe at the old Myanmar market, a cut from which had turned the company's fortunes around. Mou, look at the direction of this python stripe. Before she could finish her thought, she caught a glimpse of the old man's murky eyes suddenly brightening, and she furrowed her brow, realizing her eagerness might give her away to the vendor. Upon hearing her, Mou activated his X-ray vision, which penetrated the rough stone skin, revealing an internal structure that unfolded in his mind like a 3D map. Within the gray quartzite layers, not even a hint of green mist was present. He crouched down to shield the old man's view, his fingers unconsciously tracing the loose surface of the rough stone. "Su, let's choose another one." "Why?" Su Li asked, her nails scraping against the stone skin, a note of confusion in her voice. "Intuition," Mou replied, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. He would not disclose to Su Li that he possessed X-ray vision. Su Li gazed at the shadow cast by Mou's eyelashes, pondering for a moment. "All right. I'll trust your judgment." She nodded. Mou exhaled, his gaze sweeping over the corner of the stall. There lay another rough stone, the size of a basketball, encased in a layer of grayish-white wax shell, its surface sporadically dotted with honeycomb-like depressions. The moment his X-ray vision penetrated the stone shell, his heart skipped a beat, vivid. Intense green flowed within like a living entity. "How about we try this one?" He nudged the rough stone casually. The old man's drooping eyelids shot open. At his words, Su Li crouched down, her knees scraping against the uneven concrete floor. The beam of her strong flashlight danced across the wax shell, tracing the sinuous python stripe, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. "This python stripe? Yes, we'll buy this one." Su Li suddenly straightened, her shoes scuffing against the rough concrete. Several onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, edged closer, some even pulling out their phones to record. Then, Su Li turned her attention to the old man squatting behind the stall. He was puffing on his pipe, the folds of his wrinkles accumulating the stone dust that had settled over years of stone processing. "Boss, the wax shell on this rough stone is too new," Su Li said, scrutinizing the old man, testing the waters. "Let us make it 5,000. Sell it to me, and we can be friends. She rummaged through her bag for a checkbook, the nib of her pen hovering above the paper. The old man's hand, clutching the pipe, trembled violently, his murky eyes widening in disbelief as the pipe nearly slipped from his mouth. Young lady, that price wouldn't even cover the transportation costs from the market. His voice rose above the bustling market, drawing even more curious glances. Last month, I was in Rueli. Suli was interrupted as soon as she began to speak by an elderly man. This is Rueli, he exclaimed, tapping the raw stone with his smoking pipe. I just brought this material over from old Myanmar. It's worth no less than 200,000. I want to sell it for a dime less. Suli pushed her checkbook forward, stating 80,000, with proper documentation. 15,000. The old man stood his ground, insisting. It's incredibly difficult to find python skin materials nowadays. Just ask those around us. 90,000, she countered. Suli turned to a new page in her notebook and added, plus that box of scrap in the corner. She pointed to a wooden box covered with black cloth. The old man's pipe struck the ground heavily. The scrap is reserved for loyal customers. Is even the bottom of the box covered? Suli laughed lightly, her pen tapping a rhythm on the paper. 100,000. I won't pay a penny more. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. The old man fixated on the checkbook in her hands, his abacus beads clicking furiously. In the distance, cheers erupted from successful stone cutting, mingling with the crowd's awe. Finally, the old man tucked his pipe into his belt. Prepare a receipt. Chapter 9. Xinjiang Green. Suli pressed the check onto the wooden table of the stall, indicating that the waste was included. Mou timely offered a bottle of mineral water, droplets cascading down the bottle's surface onto the receipt. The old man mumbled as he fumbled for his reading glasses, his pen pausing momentarily on the paper before he began to write. As Mou lifted the raw stone, Suli glanced back at the old man, then followed Mou toward the stone processing area. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd gradually faded into the background. Under the steel frame shed of the processing area, the air was thick with the scent of machine oil and stone dust. The hum of the cutting machine mingling with rising gasps and sighs. Suli and Mou located the cutting master from before. Master Zhang, a longtime customer, Suli remarked as she pushed the raw stone onto the cutting machine's platform, the remnants of jade fragments glimmering under the lights. The bespectacled cutting master glanced at the mottled python stripes on the wax shell, his Adam's apple bobbing as he uttered, "Is it a rough stone?" Suli nodded. "Let's start with a small window," she suggested. The cutting master nodded in agreement, and soon the diamond blade of the cutting machine buzzed to life. As sparks flew, Mou noticed a few flecks of fluorescent green amidst the stone dust, remnants of the wax scorched by the high temperature. The master's deft hands guided the blade along the chalk marks he had drawn earlier. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Several brokers squeezed in from the adjacent stall, their phone cameras flashing through the gaps in the steel frame. Mou subtly edged closer to Suli. The mist from the cutting machine sprayed onto the stone's surface, and as the first hint of green emerged, gasps rippled through the crowd. "Xinjiang Green," someone exclaimed. Suli felt her temples throb, her gaze fixated on the vibrant hue, so intense it seemed almost ready to drip. Yet she heard Mou whispering in her ear, "Steady, the crack is at 3 centimeters. As the master adjusted the cutting angle, Mou's nails dug deeply into his palm. His keen vision clearly detected the direction of the internal fissures, spreading like a spider's web toward the jade's core. When the blade re-entered, he could almost hear the subtle sounds of stress being released within the jade. At the moment the stone skin peeled away, the entire piece of Xinjiang Green was fully revealed under the lights, yet a crack, as wide as a fingernail, starkly traversed its midsection. "What a pity!" Lamentations echoed through the crowd. However, Suli noticed Mou's tense shoulders suddenly relax. She took out a magnifying glass and brought it close to the jade's surface, the crystalline edges of the crack shimmering under the beam of a flashlight. "Master, slice along the crack," she suddenly instructed. The cutting machine roared back to life, and as the steel blade sliced into the jade, the entire processing area seemed to hold its breath. Mou's enhanced vision pierced through the splashing mist, watching as the green on either side of the crack flowed like a living entity. When the final thin slice of jade landed on the tray, he heard Suli's sharp intake of breath. The naturally formed patterns of the crack resembled the meandering trajectory of the Milky Way in the cosmos. "This crack can be fashioned into jewelry," Suli mused, her fingertips brushing over the jade's surface. "Let us use the crack to create a nebula." When she turned to Mou, her hair tips dusted with stone powder, the brokers surrounding them erupted into animated chatter. Some individuals were live streaming with their phones, while others began to quietly assess the value. "Boss, is this piece for sale?" The cutter removed his protective goggles, his Adam's apple bobbing as he struggled to find his voice. However, Suli was already gathering the fragments. The jade scraps clinked together, producing a clear, melodious sound. She placed the largest piece of jade into a velvet pouch. "Not for sale." The incandescent lights in the stone cutting area buzzed above the steel framework, and the jade's cross-section reflected a piercing, sunny green light that made it difficult to open one's eyes. Just as Suli wrapped the freshly cut jade in the velvet cloth, a crowd of 7 or 8 figures had already gathered around her. The first to push to the front was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his crocodile leather belt buckle glistening under the light. "Beautiful lady, 3 million. I want the whole piece." Mou stepped in front of her, blocking the man from view. "I'm sorry, but this piece is not for sale." Suli pulled the velvet pouch closer, the sound of the fabric rubbing against itself mingling with the rising discussions around her. 5 million. A woman's voice suddenly pierced through from the back of the crowd. A wealthy lady, adorned in 10-centimeter high heels, squeezed her way forward, the jade bracelet on her wrist clinking with a crisp sound. "Little girl, I'll give you 550. Sell it to me." The motion of her producing a checkbook carried the lingering scent of Chanel No. 5, clashing oddly with the oily smell of the stone-cutting area. Suli frowned. Gazing at the jade within the pouch, which was cracked in two, her throat tightened. "Really, it's not for sale. Young lady, don't be foolish." An elderly man, leaning on a zeton wood cane, parted the crowd, his murky eyes fixed on the pouch in her arms. "Last month, a piece of the same color sold for 9 figures at the public auction. Yours." "I said it's not for sale." Suli raised her voice, and Mou suddenly grasped her wrist, his warmth seeping through her shirt sleeve. She realized that in her retreat, she had nearly collided with a cutting machine, the flying stone shards whizzing past her ear. Amid the commotion, a broker reached out to grab the velvet pouch. Mou reacted swiftly, slapping the man's hand away. "Everyone, step aside." His voice was cold and firm. The middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses produced a black card from his suit pocket. 8 million in cash. It can be in your account in 10 minutes. He deliberately waved the card in front of Suli, the golden patterns on its surface reflecting light that made her squint. Suli inhaled deeply. She took a half-step back, leaning against Mou. "Everyone, I intend to take this piece back to develop it into a new product for my company." She raised her phone to display the design sketch. "The cracks will be transformed into a nebula, and the scraps will be embedded to create a gimmick." The wealthy lady interrupted with a cold laugh. "No design, no matter how beautiful, can compare to." "I wager it can." Suli met the contempt in the woman's eyes with a steady gaze, her nails digging into her palm, yet she smiled openly. "I'm betting on this layer of wax shell." The crowd fell into a brief silence. The elderly man furrowed his brow. The middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses put away the black card, producing a faint clicking sound. Subsequently, they did not press further. As Suli and Mou turned to leave, scattered discussions erupted behind them. "This woman has tremendous courage. She wouldn't sell even for 8 million. As the sun cast its golden rays, fortune smiled upon them with the cutting of the precious jadeite. After their departure, the two made their way to a nearby rice noodle shop. The commotion of the gambling street faded behind the wooden door of the eatery. Upon entering, Suli was greeted by the inviting aroma of simmering bone broth. The establishment was bustling with patrons who had just concluded their gaming, the clattering of earthenware bowls mingling with lively conversations. Mou stepped aside, his trousers brushing against the oil-stained edge of a table. 2 bowls of beef rice noodles. Mou ordered at the counter. Suli found a vacant spot in the corner, the bamboo chair creaking under her weight. She placed the bag containing the jade on her lap. The curious glances of fellow diners flitting over her before shifting away. Such a sight of gamblers clutching treasures was a common occurrence here. The rice noodles were served promptly. Suli stirred the surface, breaking through the layer of oil, the steam obscuring her vision. Mou had already bowed his head, devouring his meal, the sounds of swallowing blending with the slurping of noodles. At the adjacent table, a man pounded the surface, lamenting, "I've had the worst luck today." Having already gambled 3,000 yuan without winning a single piece of jade, just as Suli lifted her chopsticks to take a bite. The door swung open abruptly. 3 men entered, their leather jackets dusted with stone powder. The leader scanned the room before striding directly towards Suli and Mou. "Beautiful lady, shall we continue our conversation?" he inquired, slapping a car key onto the table. 10 million in cash, ready for immediate transfer. Chapter 10. 10 million on-site transfer MOU set down her chopsticks, leaning slightly forward. Suli pressed her knee against the bag, insisting, "Let us refrain from discussing business during mealtime." A subordinate behind the man kicked a nearby stool, the metallic legs screeching against the floor, plunging the entire establishment into an abrupt silence, save for the bubbling broth simmering on the stove. "Ladies and gentlemen," Suli raised her voice, "I have other intentions for this material." The man's gaze fixated on the bag resting on her lap, his breath becoming heavier. As the tension lingered, the bell at the counter suddenly rang. "Number 27, rice noodles." The server's call shattered the silence. MOU rose to collect the meal, the crimson oil in the ceramic bowl glistening under the light. Seeing that Suli was unwilling to sell, the man ultimately turned and departed, allowing the restaurant to buzz with life once more. Suli exhaled in relief. Her noodles had already cooled considerably. MOU silently pushed his bowl towards her, the steam beginning to rise once more. Outside, the bustling stone gambling street remained lively, neon signs casting dappled reflections on the glass. By the time they finished, a long queue had formed at the cash register. Suli reached for her wallet, only to find that MOU had already taken the initiative to pay. The two squeezed through the crowd and stepped outside, the night breeze dispersing the lingering scent of rice noodles. The clamor of the stone gambling street surged again, a cacophony of vendors, cutting machines, and disputes intertwining. Suli clutched her bag tightly, following MOU into the embrace of the night. The neon tubes flickered on the steel framework of the gambling market, and as Suli glanced at her watch, the luminous hands indicated it was past 10. The flow of people had thinned, with only a few brokers hurrying past, clutching raw stones, the sound of their shoes crunching on gravel resonating in the empty alley. "MOU, let us head back to the office. It's quite late." She tightened her coat collar, the velvet bag pressing against her abdomen through the fabric. The daytime clamor of bidding still echoed in her ears, while the cutting machines in the stone processing area had long since fallen silent. Only the sizzling from street stalls wafting in from around the corner. MOU nodded in agreement as they turned past a corner adorned with wholesale fabric light boxes, the rust on the market's iron gate casting gray shadows in the moonlight. A Maybach was quietly parked beneath a sycamore tree. Suli slid into the driver's seat, the leather creaking softly. MOU deftly fastened his seatbelt. As the engine roared to life, she caught a glimpse of him adjusting the passenger seat from the corner of her eye. The car rolled over a speed bump, the jade in the fabric bag gently swaying. Suli tightened her grip on the steering wheel. The streetlights flickered past the window, casting alternating patterns of light and shadow across MOU's face, his gaze serene as he looked outside. 20 minutes later, the glass facade of the company building gleamed with a cold light in the night. Suli swiped her access card at the underground parking entrance, the sensor lights illuminating. Subsequently, they parked the car in the underground garage, preparing to ascend to the office via the elevator. As the elevator ascended, the blue glow of the digital display reflected their weary silhouettes, with remnants of Rice Noodle Shop's spicy debris still clinging to MOU's shoulder. The automatic sliding door to the top-floor office opened, and the residual warmth from the central air conditioning enveloped them, mingling with the lingering aroma of coffee. Suli pressed the master control switch, and the crystal chandelier illuminated in response, casting countless specks of light upon the polished marble floor. The office area was deserted, the design department's drawing board still displaying unfinished sketches, and the sales department's whiteboard bore the remnants of morning meeting notes. "I shall brew a cup of tea." MOU circumvented the conference table piled high with jade samples and made his way to the tea room. As the rich aroma of aged pu'er permeated the air, Suli had already placed 2 pieces under the appraisal lamp. MOU handed her a magnifying glass, its metallic frame still warm to the touch. Neither spoke. The only sound accompanying them was the rhythmic ticking of the clock, blended with the gentle clinking of teacups. Outside, the city lights gradually dimmed, and as Suli rubbed her aching neck and twirled the magnifying glass in her hand, she caught a glimpse of MOU's fingers, pale from folding blueprints. "Shall we go out for a late-night snack?" The words slipped out, startling her, and she felt her ears flush with warmth. MOU's movements froze midair. "Eating," he nodded. As the sensor lights in the underground garage flickered to life, Suli grasped the car door handle, only to find MOU's coat draped over her shoulders. "A bit chilly," he murmured, his voice brushing past her earlobe, mingled with the scent of cutting machines and soap pods. The rearview mirror in the car reflected their close silhouettes. Suli noticed the seat had been adjusted closer without her realizing it as she started the engine. When the Maybach rolled over a speed bump, she heard MOU discreetly slide his seat back 2 notches. Soon, they arrived at the night market's barbecue street. Is this the place? Suli turned off the engine, and as the car window descended, the fragrant aroma of grilled oysters and garlic enveloped her. The neon lights of the night market buzzed overhead. The sign of Wang Ji Barbecue yellowed from smoke, while the plastic tables and chairs leaned haphazardly by the roadside, appearing more inviting than the leather sofas back at the office. As Imo opened the car door, a gust of wind wafted in, bringing with it the scent of charcoal. The proprietress, donned in a floral apron, called out from afar, "Little Imo has brought a friend again. Your usual spot is saved for you." The iron table in the corner bore remnants of last year's water-splashing festival paint. By the time Suli sat down, Imo had already wiped the plastic stool 3 times with a napkin. 20 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of beef tendon, and 2 grilled eggplants. He listed the orders. And the proprietress winked at Suli. "Sister, feel free to add whatever you like. This lad is treating." She noticed the tips of his ears turning crimson. The charcoal crackled in the iron stove, while a nearby table of gamblers engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, the clinking of bottles resonating through the air. As Suli unfastened her coat, Imo suddenly flipped the chicken wings on the grill, oil dripping into the fire and sending up a plume of white smoke. "Be careful, it's hot." When the first skewer of beef was handed over, Suli noticed specks of stone dust lodged beneath his fingernails. The meat sizzled in the night breeze, the cumin grains clinging to the corners of her mouth before she could reach for it. A napkin was already placed in front of her. Moyu's fingers were long and slender, yet his knuckles bore the faint calluses of hard work, brushing against her skin like fine sandpaper. "Do you come here often?" she inquired, biting into the beef tendon. Moyu sprinkled sesame seeds into the chili powder. "In the past, after working late at the office, I would come here." Suli noticed a faint scar on his neck, reminiscent of an uncut jade fissure. When the grilled eggplants arrived, the scent of garlic intertwined with the charred aroma of the eggplants. Moyu delicately extracted the softest core with a bamboo skewer. "This garlic sauce is a secret recipe." His sleeve brushed against her hand, causing her face to flush momentarily. When she looked up, she found Moyu oblivious to her reaction, and she exhaled softly in relief. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation while savoring skewers. The patrons at the adjacent table erupted in laughter, with one individual thumping the table and exclaiming that the stakes had tripled. Suli sensed that Moyu had shifted closer, shielding her from the splattering wine. The night breeze stirred the skewers strewn across the ground, prompting Suli to hunch her shoulders, feeling a slight chill. As the beef fat dripped into the flames of the grill, the rising smoke enveloped the savory aroma of the meat, and the pair relished their meal with great delight, counting the chicken wings that Moyu handed her. Suli could no longer contain her laughter after the third one. "Do you take me for a child?" He paused for a moment, then joined in her laughter, revealing the cumin grains stuck to his tiger-like teeth. Chapter 11 Today, you must accompany the brothers for drinks. Otherwise, do not think of leaving. Moyu and Suli sat at a table in front of the barbecue stall, savoring the delectable skewers and engaging in delightful conversation. The array of grilled delicacies before them exuded a unique aroma of cumin and chili, enveloping them in a relaxed and joyous atmosphere, punctuated by their occasional bursts of laughter. However, this bliss was short-lived. A group of inebriated men staggered into the vicinity of the barbecue stall. They brazenly removed their shirts, revealing a canvas of vibrant tattoos, some depicting fierce dragons, others ominous demons, glimmering under the dim yellow lights. Their raucous laughter shattered the peaceful ambience, resonating like thunder and swiftly disturbing Moyu and Suli. Suli furrowed her brow, her previously uplifted smile faltering. Moyu also paused her movements, glancing at the rowdy men with concern. The surrounding diners were similarly perturbed by the sudden uproar, their faces contorted with displeasure, directed at the intruders. Yet, upon noticing the striking tattoos adorning the men, a flicker of fear crept into their eyes, rendering them hesitant to confront the raucous group. "Could you keep it down? You're not the only ones here. There are many others." Suli finally reached her breaking point, summoning her courage to speak out. Although her voice was not loud, it rang clear amidst the clamor. "Who do you think you are, you foul-mouthed wench? This isn't your home, so mind your own business and shut up." A burly man turned to glare at Suli, his bloodshot eyes emanating a menacing glare. The stench of alcohol wafted from him, inducing a wave of nausea. "You're disturbing us," Suli retorted, standing her ground defiantly, unafraid to meet the man's fierce gaze, though a twinge of anxiety fluttered within her. She felt justified in her stance against their brazen disruption. "Oh, you dare to talk back?" Another man with dyed blonde hair sneered, a condescending smirk gracing his lips as he sauntered towards Suli. Do you know who we are? It would be wise for you to keep quiet, or you shall see what happens. Mou, sensing the escalating tension, quickly grasped Suli's hand, urging her softly, Su, they're drunk. Let us not engage them. We could find ourselves in trouble. Yet, Suli brushed Mou's hand away, unwilling to tolerate the situation any longer. Why should I be quiet? In public spaces, one ought to be mindful of their conduct. Your boisterous behavior disrupts others. Do you believe you have the right to act so? Suli asserted, her voice resolute and unwavering. The drunken men appeared taken aback by the unexpected defiance from a young woman, momentarily stunned. Yet, it was not long before their expressions hardened into more menacing scowls. You little brat, if we don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never learn your place. The burly man at the forefront rolled up his sleeves, poised to charge forward. The surrounding diners displayed expressions of concern, yet none dared to intervene. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the owner of the barbecue stall hurried over, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile. He bowed slightly and said, Gentlemen, please temper your tempers. We are all here to enjoy some barbecue and have a good time. Let us not spoil the atmosphere. This young lady spoke without malice. You are magnanimous enough to overlook her words. How about this? I shall cover your bill today as an apology. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, the drunken men exchanged glances, a hint of smug satisfaction flickering across their faces. You know how to read the room, the leading man grunted, shoving the owner aside. For your sake, I shall let this wretched woman off the hook today. With that, they laughed boisterously and returned to their seats, their voices still raucous. Fuming, Suli's face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists, yearning to retort. Mou quickly urged, Let it go, Miss Su. Do not let them provoke you. Let us finish our meal and depart. Such people are not worth our ire. Suli took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and nodded in agreement. However, the tattooed, inebriated men suddenly cast sinister glances towards Suli. As they continued their meal, they abruptly raised their beer bottles in unison, swaying as they approached her. The leading man, his face a mass of flesh, his gaze bleary yet fierce, grinned menacingly. Hey, little lady, weren't you just shouting a moment ago? Come have a drink with your big brothers. He swayed the beer bottle in his hand, splashing some of its contents with each movement. Get lost, Suli retorted coldly, her voice devoid of fear, brimming only with disdain. She straightened her back, refusing to back down, her eyes ablaze with righteous anger. Ah, quite the character, remarked a lanky man standing behind the burly figure, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he found Suli's defiance amusing. Today, you must drink with us, or you will not be leaving. Another man, sporting a buzz cut, chimed in, crossing his arms and stepping forward, his eyes glinting with menace, embodying an unyielding determination. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Mou decisively stood up, swiftly placing himself in front of Suli. His gaze was resolute, his grip on the beer bottle tightening, knuckles whitening from the force. I advise you to leave now, or I shall call the police, he stated coldly. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated with undeniable conviction. The burly man paused momentarily, then erupted into a boisterous laugh. Call the police? Huh. I would like to see what they can do to me. He laughed heartily, pointing derisively at Mou, his eyes filled with contempt. Exactly. Don't think calling the police will intimidate us, the lanky man added, shaking his beer bottle as if ready to escalate the situation at any moment. The surrounding diners, upon hearing the commotion, cast anxious glances in this direction. Some furrowed their brows, displaying discontent. Yet upon noticing the tattoos and audacious demeanor of the group, they opted for silence, quietly observing from the sidelines, reluctant to intervene. The owner of the barbecue stall anxiously rubbed his hands from a distance, yet hesitated to approach, fearful of attracting trouble. Mou took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that in such a scenario, retreat was not an option. Any sign of weakness would only embolden the adversaries further. You are provoking trouble and openly threatening others. The police will not take kindly to your actions. Mou endeavored to make his voice resonate with authority. Chapter 12. Do you believe I can deal with you right now? The burly man seemed incensed by Mou's words, taking a step forward until his face was nearly pressed against Mou's, menacingly declaring, You insolent brat. You prattle on too much. Do you believe I can deal with you right now? With that, he raised the beer bottle in his hand. Mou felt a surge of tension within him, yet he remained steadfast, unwavering in his gaze upon the hulking figure before him. Just as the atmosphere teetered on the brink of violence, Suli emerged resolutely from behind Mou, her voice ringing out, "You cannot act with impunity. We are in a society governed by law." Her eyes brimmed with determination and indignation, unwilling to see Mou embroiled in danger on her behalf. The burly man momentarily froze, only to break into a sinister grin. "What a fiery woman. I like that. You must drink with us today," he proclaimed, thrusting the beer bottle towards Suli once more. "I will not drink with you. Do not harbor such delusions." Suli replied defiantly. "You will drink, whether you like it or not." The man's face twisted into a grotesque sneer, his gaze radiating an imperiousness that brooked no refusal. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his massive, tattooed hand lunged towards Suli, as if it were a vice intent on forcibly taking her away. The stench of alcohol and malice emanated from his hand, hinting that it was poised to drag her into an abyss of despair. Seeing this, Mou's heart raced. And without hesitation, he swiftly interposed his hand to block the man's advance. His eyes shone with resolve, as though declaring to the brute that he would not permit any harm to befall Suli. In a decisive motion, he grasped Suli's arm and, with a vigorous push, darted sideways. In that moment, his sole thought was to extricate Suli from this perilous situation. The throng around them was dense and chaotic, and no one could predict what calamity might follow if they lingered. "Thinking of escaping? Ha!" The burly man scoffed, his derisive laughter piercing through the din of the bustling barbecue stand, akin to the eerie call of an owl in the night. He waved his hand, signaling his companions to pursue, and they surged after Mou and Suli like ravenous wolves. Though the man's steps were unsteady, they were imbued with a wild fervor. His eyes fixated on the fleeing pair as if they were prey cornered with no avenue of escape. Mou and Suli sprinted desperately through the crowd, the startled diners scattering in panic, tables and chairs toppling over, food strewn across the ground. While running, Mou keenly surveyed his surroundings, searching for a safe haven or someone who might offer assistance. Suli remained closely behind him, her heart racing and breath quickening, the tide of fear crashing over her. Yet she understood that she must rely on Mou and remain calm. "Quick, run that way," Mou shouted, pointing towards a broader street ahead. He hoped to reach a more populated and well-lit area, believing that perhaps the inebriated men would be deterred from their reckless pursuit. However, the burly men trailing behind pursued relentlessly, shouting and cursing, drawing the attention of passers-by who cast curious glances. Suddenly, Suli inadvertently tripped over a wire on the ground. Tumbling forward, Mou, startled, quickly halted his steps and turned to assist Suli. "President Sue, are you all right?" gritting her teeth against the pain radiating from her knee. Suli replied, "I'm fine, let us go." Just then, the burly men caught up, encircling them completely. Breathing heavily, the leader wore a triumphant expression. "Why aren't you running? Let us see how far you can escape." His companions closed in, forming a tight ring, their eyes glinting with malevolence. Mou held Suli's hand firmly, shielding her behind him, and fearlessly confronted the leader. "What do you want? How dare you act so brazenly in broad daylight?" The leader stepped forward, pointing a finger menacingly at Mou's nose. "Enough chatter. This young lady must accompany us for drinks today, or you'll regret it." Despite the crowd around them, onlookers merely watched from a distance, intimidated by the menacing demeanor of the group, none daring to intervene. A sense of gravity weighed on Mou's heart. Yet he maintained a firm grip on Suli's hand, attempting to instill strength in her and summon courage for himself. "Do not go too far," Suli suddenly exclaimed, her voice trembling with indignation. "Are you not afraid of retribution for bullying us like this?" Upon hearing this, the leader not only failed to restrain himself but laughed even more boisterously. "Retribution? Ha! In this domain, I am the law. What I decree is law." With a brutish face, his eyes glazed with intoxication and madness, he reached out to grab Suli, his hand resembling a malicious iron claw lunging towards her. Just as the leader was about to seize Suli, Mou's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, something miraculous occurred. The leader's hand appeared to enter another realm. Moving at an exceedingly slow pace, akin to a scene from a slow-motion film, every minute detail magnified. He could distinctly observe the bending of the leader's fingers, the tautness of his muscles, and the odor of alcohol wafting from his approaching hand. Mou was taken aback, for he had never anticipated that the serendipitous gift of his newfound perspective would possess such astonishing capabilities. This unexpected revelation, amidst the tension, illuminated his path like a beacon in darkness, providing him with unforeseen strength. Witnessing the leader's hand advance in slow motion, Mou had no time for contemplation and acted decisively. Channeling all his strength, he raised his palm and, with a resounding clap, struck the leader's hand aside. The sound of the slap echoed sharply. The leader, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had assumed Mou to be an ordinary individual, powerless and meek, yet here was proof that the other could effortlessly deflect his grasp. In a moment of astonishment that swiftly morphed into fury, he let out a roar akin to that of an enraged beast, subsequently unleashing a powerful punch directed at Mou. However, before Mou, endowed with the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, this punch unfolded in slow motion. He could distinctly perceive the bulging muscles of the man's arm, the movement of air propelled by the fist, and the oncoming strike that, although fierce, seemed to be ensnared in a temporal slowdown. Mou's expression remained tranquil, as if the impending assault posed no threat to him. Unhurried, he extended his hand, adopting a stance that appeared casual yet exuded strength, and struck the giant squarely in the abdomen. This blow contained the entirety of Mou's force, striking the man like a cannonball. The giant felt an overwhelming force emanating from his belly, causing him to stagger uncontrollably backward, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The giant, both astonished and furious, fixed his gaze upon Mou, as if he intended to consume him whole. Chapter 13. Young man, you'd better wait. He could hardly fathom that, among this group of people renowned for their immense strength, he would find himself bested by a seemingly frail youth. Regaining his composure, a surge of defiance welled up within him, and he charged at Mou once more. Fist flailing, his mouth spewing curses. You little brat, if I don't leave you searching for your teeth today, I won't bear the surname Wong. Mou regarded the advancing giant with no trace of fear. Equipped with the extraordinary ability granted by his X-ray vision, he had discerned the man's every move. As the brute's fist sliced through the air, Mou merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Seizing the moment when the man's momentum caused him to lean forward, Mou lifted his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the bend of the giant's leg. With a thud, the man collapsed to one knee, pain etched across his face. Onlookers gasped at the scene, initially believing this to be a mere verbal spat. They were astonished to witness it escalate into a fierce brawl. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary young man displayed remarkable prowess, forcing the arrogant giant to retreat. Seeing this, several of the man's companions rushed forward. You dare lay hands on our boss? You won't leave here alive. One of the brash, dyed-haired youths snarled. They formed a semicircle, encircling Mou and Su Li, their eyes brimming with hostility. Mou shielded Su Li behind him, his gaze unwavering as he regarded the group. Despite their numbers, he remained unperturbed, bolstered by the advantage of his X-ray vision. You'd best leave now, or don't blame me for being ungracious, Mou declared, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Yet, the drunken ruffians were unwilling to heed his warning. Emboldened by their superior numbers, they surged forward. Mou inhaled deeply, centering his focus, and activated his X-ray vision fully. In his sight, their movements appeared as a slow-motion ballet, each vulnerability laid bare before him. He nimbly weaved through the throng, dodging and countering with precision. Each strike found its mark, incapacitating his assailants one by one. In no time, the ground was littered with the fallen forms of the giant and his companions, groaning and utterly defeated. The onlookers erupted in applause, praising Mou's bravery and skill. Glancing at the defeated men and then at the shaken Su Li, Mou reassured her, "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Su Li looked at him with gratitude, her eyes shimmering with astonishment. Mou, thank you. I truly don't know what I would have done without you. You were incredible. Mou smiled gently. No need for thanks. It is my duty to protect you. At that moment, the giant slowly rose from the ground, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Mou with a ferocious intensity as though he wished to devour him whole. Having just suffered such a significant humiliation in front of the crowd, it was an unparalleled disgrace for someone so accustomed to arrogance and dominance. You wait, kid. The burly man grunted through gritted teeth, rubbing his injured abdomen. I shall definitely make you pay for this today. His voice trembled slightly with rage, brimming with palpable hatred. Several of his companions rose to their feet. Although they were visibly shaken, they rallied under their leader's encouragement, echoing, "Indeed. How dare this brat strike our brother? We cannot let this slide." Absolutely. He must learn the consequences of crossing us. The burly man retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and swiftly dialed a number, shouting into the receiver, "Jiangzi. Bring some people over. I've been beaten up at the barbecue stall in the night market. Hurry." After hanging up, he continued to glare at Mou with a menacing look, as if warning him that greater troubles were imminent. Before long, a cacophony of roaring motorcycles approached, stirring up a cloud of dust. A group dismounted, led by a tall, menacing man, undoubtedly Xiangzi, whom the burly man had mentioned. Xiangzi strode over with an imposing demeanor, inquiring, "Chao Gu, what happened? Who dares to lay a hand on you?" The burly man pointed at Mou, gritting his teeth as he replied, "It's this brat. I don't know where he came from, but he ruined my plans." Xiangzi surveyed Mou from head to toe, a contemptuous smirk curling his lips. "This kid? Don't worry, Chao Gu, my brothers will definitely help you take vengeance today." With a wave of his hand, his followers surged forward, resembling a pack of wolves closing in on their prey. Mou positioned Suli behind him, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the advancing group, internally strategizing his response. Despite his ability to discern their movements through his enhanced vision, the sheer number of adversaries posed a significant risk of injury. He needed to either find an opportunity to break free or await the arrival of the police. "Humph, kid. Now you know fear? Too late," Xiangzi mocked. "Unless you beg for mercy on your knees today, you won't be leaving here." Mou disregarded his taunts, remaining vigilant as he searched for an escape route. Just when the atmosphere reached a boiling point and confrontation seemed inevitable, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. It turned out the barbecue stall owner had discreetly alerted the authorities during the altercation. At the sound of the sirens, the faces of Xiangzi and his gang turned pale, their earlier bravado dissipating considerably. "Chao Gu, the police are coming. What should we do?" a frightened underling questioned, though the burly man felt a surge of resentment. He dared not confront the police openly. Clenching his jaw, he declared, "This brat is lucky today. We're leaving." With that, he and his companions hastily mounted their motorcycles and fled the scene. Mou watched their retreating figures, a sigh of relief escaping him. Suli grasped Mou's arm tightly, her voice filled with gratitude as she said, "Mou, I cannot thank you enough for today, had it not been for you." I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Mou smiled gently, offering reassurance, "It's all right now. With the police present, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. You need not fear any longer." Soon after, the police arrived at the scene, took stock of the situation, and comforted both Mou and Suli, assuring them that patrols in the night market would be intensified to ensure the safety of the citizens. After this tumultuous incident, Mou realized that although the ruffian had been deterred by the police this time, given his temperament, he was unlikely to relinquish thoughts of revenge easily. Thus caution was still warranted in the future. Following this harrowing experience, Mou and Suli decided to leave this turbulent place and head home. Suli looked at Mou, her eyes brimming with appreciation, and said, "Mou, where do you reside? Allow me to drive you home." Chapter 14. Staying at my home, Suli navigated the bustling streets with Mou, swiftly locating her luxurious Maybach parked by the roadside. The vehicle glimmered with a subtle yet opulent sheen under the streetlights, reflecting the distinguished status of its owner. "Miss Su, I can take a taxi back," Mou said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was acutely aware of the disparity between their social standings. The grandeur of the car and Suli's everyday lifestyle made him feel somewhat out of place, and he wished to avoid imposing on her further. "There's no need for that. Why not stay at my place?" Suli suggested, her cheeks flushed. The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of abruptness. However, the image of Mou standing up for her lingered in her mind, leaving her unable to shake off her concern for him. Moreover, after the events of the evening, her feelings towards Mou had seemingly deepened in an unexpected manner. Before Mou could decline again, Suli decisively opened the car door, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. Mou, with no alternative, reluctantly joined her in the car. The interior was exquisitely adorned with luxurious details, and a subtle fragrance of perfume wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere of comfort. Yet, Mou felt somewhat constrained. He subconsciously clutched the hem of his shirt, his gaze fixed on the swiftly passing scenery outside. Suli focused intently on driving, stealing occasional glances at Mou. Her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She was uncertain how he felt about her invitation to stay at her home, but at that moment, all she desired was for him to be by her side, as it brought her a sense of reassurance. As the vehicle sped through the city streets, they soon left the bustling urban area, heading towards an upscale suburban villa district. The two remained silent throughout the journey, the atmosphere tinged with an unspoken tension. Eventually, the car eased into a secure villa community, coming to a halt before an elegantly designed European-style villa. Suli was the first to exit the vehicle, and Mou followed suit. He looked up, awestruck by the grandeur of the villa, the intricately carved railings, the spacious marble steps. and the meticulously trimmed gardens all bore testimony to the owner's affluence. Mo could not help but marvel. It was his first time experiencing such opulence up close. "Please, come in," Suli smiled, her expression radiating warmth under the glow of the lights. Mo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed her into the villa. The interior was even more lavish, adorned with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, precious paintings gracing the walls, and European-style furniture arranged with a curated elegance. "Make yourself comfortable. Don't be shy," Suli said as she moved towards the kitchen. "I'll get you a glass of water." Mo settled onto the plush sofa. Still feeling somewhat out of his element, he surveyed his surroundings, overwhelmed by the realization that he and Suli seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Before long, Suli returned with a glass of water and handed it to Mo. "Drink up. I truly appreciate your help today. I don't know what I would have done without you." Mo accepted the glass, responding, "Ms. Su, you're too kind. Anyone would have acted to help in such a situation." Suli settled beside Mo, gazing at him earnestly as she spoke. "Mo, I know you possess immense courage and kindness. Today's events have deepened my understanding of you. I hope you can stay here, at least for tonight, as I worry those individuals may trouble us again." Mo, touched by the sincerity reflected in Suli's eyes, felt a swell of emotion within him. He recognized her genuine concern for his well-being and, after a brief moment of hesitation, nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble you, Suzong." Suli's face lit up with a joyful smile. "Please, refrain from calling me Suzong. Just call me Suli. This place will be your home from now on, so do not feel constrained. I will prepare a guest room for you. You can rest for a while." With that, she rose to tidy up the room. Watching her retreating figure, a warm current surged through Mo's heart, as night draped itself over the luxurious villa like an expansive black satin cloak. It enveloped the abode in a gentle embrace. Inside, the living room glowed with soft, bright lights, casting a warm and inviting ambience throughout the space. Mo sat on the sofa, a glass of water in hand, gently swirling it and observing the delicate ripples that formed. Leaning back against the sofa, he gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting. The day had been filled with an abundance of events, from the morning's collision with Suli's BMW while riding an electric bike, to the unexpected acquisition of extraordinary abilities at Panjiayuan. The myriad of surprises left him both exhilarated and somewhat fatigued. In this moment, he longed only for a restful pause. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the staircase. Turning his head, Mo beheld Suli gliding gracefully into the living room. A subtle smile adorned her face, her hair flowing gently with her movements, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. "Mo, I have prepared the guest room for you. You can take a shower and then retire for the night. Here are your pajamas." Suli approached him, presenting a neatly folded set of sleepwear. Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain spring. As Mo extended his hand to receive the pajamas, his fingers inadvertently brushed against Suli's, sending an electric sensation coursing through him. Momentarily stunned, he lowered his gaze to the garments in his hands, only then realizing they were women's pajamas. Crafted from delicate pink silk, adorned with exquisite lace trim, they emitted a faint, alluring fragrance, clearly belonging to Suli herself. "Suzong, these are women's pajamas." Mo raised his eyes to meet Suli's, a hint of surprise and confusion dancing in his gaze. He had not anticipated that she would offer him female sleepwear. Upon hearing his words, Suli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the evening glow on the horizon. Vibrant and alluring, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Mo's eyes, and softly murmured, "I only have my pajamas at home. Please do not dislike them. Today's events were so sudden that I didn't have time to prepare men's sleepwear." Observing Suli's bashful demeanor stirred an unexpected ripple of warmth in Mo's heart. He had never witnessed such an endearing side of her. Typically, she exuded the aura of a formidable leader in the workplace. In this moment of shyness, she appeared all the more charming and gentle. "President Su, this seems rather inappropriate." Mo hesitated. Although he understood that Suli meant no harm, wearing a woman's nightgown felt somewhat awkward. Suli lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation and a touch of embarrassment as she said, "Mo, I sincerely apologize. It's quite late now, and there's no way to go out and buy something. Could you please endure it for one night? Tomorrow, I will have someone bring you a new one." Mo looked into Suli's earnest eyes, his heart softening. He recognized that Suli was also in a difficult position, and under such circumstances, to refuse again seemed rather unkind. "Very well, President Su. I appreciate your consideration. I can manage for one night." MOU replied with a smile, attempting to ease the rather awkward atmosphere. Chapter 15. Should I take another look with my X-ray vision? Seeing MOU's acquiescence, Su Li's face broke into a smile of relief. That's wonderful. Please make yourself at home. The bathroom is adjacent to the guest room, and all the toiletries are brand new for your convenience. Su Li's careful instructions were reminiscent of a gracious host tending to an esteemed guest from afar. Thank you, President Su, MOU replied, rising to his feet and taking the nightgown. Under Su Li's guidance, he made his way toward the guest room. The atmosphere was subtly charged with an unspoken tension, and MOU experienced an unusual sensation. This was the first time he had been in such close proximity to Su Li, and the thought of wearing her nightgown quickened his heartbeat. Upon reaching the door to the guest room, Su Li halted and said, "This is it. Please rest well, and if you need anything, don't hesitate to call. My room is just next door." With that, she turned to leave. "All right, President Su, please rest early too," MOU murmured as he watched her retreating figure. He opened the door and stepped inside the guest room. The room was exquisitely arranged, with a soft, tidy bed that exuded a faint lavender fragrance, inducing a profound sense of relaxation. MOU placed the nightgown on the bed and entered the bathroom. A delicate steam enveloped the air, indicating that Su Li had recently tidied up. He turned on the faucet, and warm water cascaded over him, washing away the fatigue of the day as if it were being carried away by the flowing stream. After his bath, MOU donned Su Li's nightgown. Though it hung loosely on him, the soft fabric against his skin imparted a unique sensation. He emerged from the bathroom, seated himself on the edge of the bed, and gazed out at the nightscape, his mind swirling with thoughts. The day's events had granted him a newfound understanding of Su Li, subtly altering the dynamics of their relationship. At that moment, as MOU sat on the edge of the bed, he suddenly heard a faint sound of water flowing from the adjacent room. The sound was strikingly clear in the stillness, piquing his curiosity. He paused, instinctively employing his X-ray vision ability. In an instant, the wall before him appeared transparent, revealing the scene in the neighboring room. There lay Su Li's bedroom. At that moment, she was in the bathroom, showering. The glass door was partially ajar, and steam wafted through the air. Su Li's graceful figure shimmered in and out of view amidst the mist. Her lustrous black hair clung to her shoulders, and droplets of water glided down her delicate skin, tracing beautiful contours. MOU's face instantly flushed crimson. His eyes widened, and his mind went blank as he had not anticipated such a sight. He instinctively wanted to avert his gaze, yet his eyes felt as though they were glued to the scene, unable to tear away. Unbeknownst to Su Li in the bathroom, she remained completely unaware of MOU's voyeuristic gaze. As she luxuriated in the comforting embrace of the warm shower, she gently hummed an obscure little tune. Her expression radiated relaxation and contentment, completely immersed in this moment of tranquility. However, MOU was engulfed in a tempest of internal conflict and struggle. He was acutely aware that what he was doing was wrong. Invading someone else's privacy was profoundly unethical. Yet, he found it nearly impossible to retract his gaze, as if an invisible force was tugging at him. "What am I doing?" MOU chastised himself harshly within. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity. At last, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil and reluctantly withdrew his intrusive vision. The scene before him returned to normal, the wall once again a barrier impenetrable. Rising to his feet, MOU paced restlessly about the room, his heart heavy with guilt and unease. He understood that if Su Li were to discover his actions, she would undoubtedly feel disappointment and rage, potentially jeopardizing their relationship. "No, I must not indulge my curiosity," he murmured to himself, striving to calm his racing thoughts. Before long, the sound of water flowing from the adjacent room abruptly ceased, soon followed by the soft sounds of Su Li moving about in her bedroom. Her gentle footsteps felt as though they were treading upon the very essence of MOU's heart, igniting an involuntary curiosity about her activities. His heart ignited once more. The curiosity and impulse he had just quelled flaring up like a rekindled flame. His breathing quickened, and his heart raced violently within his chest, as if desperate to break free. Should I steal another glance? His mind was ensnared in a web of extreme indecision. A rational voice thundered in his mind. Absolutely not. You have already erred once. This is a grievous invasion of privacy. Su Li trusts you implicitly, and should you falter again, it would be utterly unforgivable, resulting in the irrevocable loss of her trust and respect. Yet, the irresistible allure surged within him like an undercurrent, whispering seductively, "Just one look, merely one glance. She will not notice, and such an opportunity may never arise again." Sweat beaded on MOU's forehead, trickling down his cheeks. as his hands clenched tightly at the hem of his clothing, knuckles whitening from the strain. His eyes betrayed a tumult of struggle and confusion, darting determinately away to divert his attention, only to be drawn back involuntarily towards the adjacent room. The internal battle tormented him, as if two figures were waging a fierce conflict in his mind, each clash threatening to shatter his rational defenses. His legs trembled slightly, his body stiffening from the turmoil within. Ultimately, succumbing to the overwhelming drive of desire, the last vestige of his reason crumbled, and he could not resist reopening his intrusive gaze. The scene before him instantly transformed into transparency, revealing Su Li's graceful form once again in his line of sight. She stood with her back to him, retrieving a clean garment from the wardrobe. Her skin glimmered softly under the light, and her damp hair cascaded carelessly down her back, with a few strands still dripping droplets of water that trickled slowly along her spine. A flicker of panic and obsession flashed in Mo's eyes as he stared wide-eyed, greedily absorbing the scene before him, completely oblivious to his internal turmoil and guilt. At that moment, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, reason having long been cast aside. Yet, in that instant, Su Li seemed to sense something amiss. She paused in her actions, her brow slightly furrowed, and slowly turned her head. Mo's heart jolted, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him from his reverie. Chapter 16. Alas, my nutritional intake has faltered. I can no longer bear to look. His eyes widened in terror as he hastily retracted his vision, collapsing onto the edge of the bed as if all strength had been siphoned from his being. His heart brimmed with dread and remorse, the recent actions plunging him into profound self-reproach. He was acutely aware of the folly and unforgivable nature of his previous behavior. Should Su Li discover it, the consequences would be dire. He incessantly chastised himself internally, lamenting his lack of self-control, his propensity for repeated errors. What a rogue I am. Mo delivered a sharp slap to his own face, leaving a vivid imprint of his hand upon his cheek. An overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him, rendering him uncertain of how to confront Su Li, and he pondered whether she had indeed sensed something amiss. After a considerable time, Mo gradually regained his composure. He understood that he must cease this behavior. Otherwise, his nutritional balance would be irrevocably disrupted. Standing at the bedside, he inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his tumultuous heartbeat. He reassured himself that he must relinquish those unwelcome thoughts and seek a proper night's rest. Thus, he slowly climbed into bed, drawing the covers around him in an effort to cocoon himself within that small sanctuary of warmth, isolating himself from the tumultuous thoughts. Yet, upon closing his eyes, Su Li's image haunted him like a specter, perpetually swirling in his mind. The ethereal form that shimmered in the mist, her damp, cascading locks, and the inadvertent display of tenderness and allure were indelibly etched into his consciousness, refusing to dissipate. In the darkness, Mo's brow furrowed tightly, his hands instinctively clenching the duvet. He endeavored to banish these visions, redirecting his thoughts to work-related matters, striving to shift his focus. He silently counted sheep in his mind. Yet those sheep were akin to mischievous children, appearing only to be ruthlessly displaced by Su Li's presence. Time languished in agonizing slowness as Mo tossed and turned in bed, rest eluding him. Each attempt to embrace sleep further illuminated Su Li's visage, as if an invisible force were tugging at his thoughts. His breathing grew rapid and erratic, the internal struggle intensifying. This cannot continue. It is wrong, he incessantly reminded himself. Yet that temptation loomed like a black hole, voraciously consuming his reason. Ultimately, after countless rounds of mental warfare, the defenses within him crumbled entirely. Mo abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confusion and resolve flickering within them. He slowly raised his hand, instinctively activating his perception. In an instant, the wall became transparent, revealing the adjacent room without reservation. Su Li sat at the edge of her bed, her back turned to him. Already donned in a silk nightgown of soft blue, the collar slightly ajar, exposing a delicate patch of fair skin. She was gently drying her hair with a towel, her movements imbued with grace and poise. Mo's gaze involuntarily fixated upon her, his eyes awash with a tumult of emotions, fascination, guilt, and an ineffable tension. As he gazed at Su Li, Mo's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from his throat. He was acutely aware of the immorality of his actions, yet in that moment, he resembled a man ensnared in quicksand, struggling deeper with each futile attempt to escape. His eyes remained fixed on Su Li, paralyzed with fear of missing even the slightest detail. Suddenly, Su Li seemed to sense something amiss. She halted her movements and turned her head slightly, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. Mou's heart tightened, and in panic, he swiftly closed his eyes, retracting his sight. He curled up beneath the covers like a frightened rabbit, scarcely daring to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, Mou cautiously reopened his eyes, his heart heavy with regret and unease. He recognized that he had transgressed the moral boundaries to a grave extent, uncertain of the consequences should Suli discover his actions, and unsure of how to face her. He chastised himself internally for his lack of self-control, repeatedly committing the unforgivable mistake. I must put an end to this. I must amend my ways, he vowed silently. He understood that if this continued, he would descend into the depths of voyeurism. Lying on his bed, he stared at the darkened ceiling, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. That night would undoubtedly be a long and torturous ordeal for him. Just then, immersed in his profound guilt and inner turmoil, a faint sound of footsteps drifted in from outside the door. Ever since awakening his unique sight, his hearing had sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing even the faintest of sounds to penetrate his awareness. This unexpected sound rendered Mou instantly alert. His body stiffened as though jolted by an electric shock. The chaotic thoughts in his mind were instantly dispelled, replaced by acute tension and vigilance. He instinctively held his breath, his heart pounding violently in his chest, as if it were striving to break free. Each heartbeat surged with the rapid flow of blood, echoing in his ears like a drum, almost in synchrony with the approaching footsteps. Mou widened his eyes, fixated on the direction of the door, as if he could pierce through it to discern who awaited on the other side. He concentrated all his attention, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. Leaving no sound unheeded, the footsteps resonated with an unsettling clarity in the stillness of the night. Tap, 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 rhythmic yet imbued with an invisible pressure, striking at Mou's nerves with every step. As the footsteps drew nearer, Mou's mind raced, speculating about the identity of the visitor. Was it Suli? Had she come to confront him about his recent sordid actions? Or was there another person in the villa, heralding an unforeseen circumstance? A myriad of thoughts collided in his mind, amplifying his anxiety and trepidation. He dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence, nor did he permit himself to utter even the faintest sound, fearing that it might disturb those outside the door. In that moment, he felt as though he were ensnared in an intense game of hunting, where he was both the hunter and the prey. Each passing second stretched interminably, the footsteps echoing like the relentless tolling of a clock, urging him to react. At last, the footsteps ceased outside the door. Mou's heart surged to his throat, his breath nearly suspended. He sensed that the person outside also seemed to pause, perhaps listening intently to the sounds within the room, or hesitating over whether to enter. This suspenseful waiting, more agonizing than the footsteps themselves, left Mou's palms drenched in sweat, tightly clutching the blanket, his knuckles whitening from the strain. After what felt like an eternity, a faint sound emerged from outside the door, as if the visitor had shifted their weight slightly. Mou's heart tightened abruptly. He was uncertain of what might unfold next. Just as he was on the verge of rising to investigate, the footsteps resumed, retreating gradually. Mou exhaled deeply, his top body finally relaxing slightly. Yet, he remained vigilant. The recent tension had utterly extinguished any chance of sleep. Lying on his bed, he fixated on the ceiling, his mind replaying the earlier scene, filled with confusion and unease. Those footsteps had stirred the stillness of his mind like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of anxiety. Drawing a deep breath, Mou resolved to activate his keen perception and discern who lingered beyond the door. Chapter 17. My air conditioner is broken. Can you fix it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Mou decisively activated his X-ray vision, attempting to discern who was outside the door. In the next instant, the sight before him caused him to pause in surprise. There stood Suli, clad in a nearly transparent nightgown that delicately enveloped her figure like wisps of mist, accentuating her graceful curves. She lingered at the door, her brow slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with conflicting emotions as she gazed quietly at his door. Bathed in soft light, her face appeared to shimmer with a subtle halo, ethereal in its beauty. Mou's heart raced suddenly, an inexplicable tension surging within him. Just as he found himself at a loss, Suli seemed to have made a resolute decision, slowly approaching his room once more. His heart leapt to his throat, his body instinctively tensing as his mind raced to unravel her intentions. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of her knocking resonated through the stillness of the night, echoing like a heartbeat against Mou's chest. Moments later, Suli's gentle, slightly bashful voice reached him. Mou, are you asleep? Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his voice. President Sue, I am still awake." As the words left his lips, he realized with a start that his voice quivered slightly. After a brief silence, Su Li's voice, tinged with shyness, came through. "My air conditioner is broken. Do you know how to fix it?" You could easily imagine the blush adorning her cheeks, the typically commanding woman now revealing a vulnerable, girlish demeanor. Taken aback for a moment, You quickly responded, "I don't know how, but I can take a look." Immediately, he sprang from his bed, hastily tidying his clothes, and with a touch of apprehension, opened the door. As the door swung open, You found himself locking eyes with Su Li. A faint blush graced her cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, her eyes shimmering with a mix of anticipation and shyness. Upon seeing You, she gently bit her lip and murmured, "Then I'll trouble you." You hurriedly replied, "President Su, you're too kind." With that, he followed Su Li into her room. Upon entering, You was greeted by a wave of stifling heat. Su Li stood to the side, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she explained, "I'm not sure what happened. It suddenly stopped cooling." Approaching the air conditioner, You examined it closely, noting that the display was lit and all settings appeared normal. He pressed the remote control, but the air conditioner remained unresponsive. Frowning slightly, he contemplated for a moment before kneeling to inspect the power socket, discovering that the plug was secure, showing no signs of looseness. Su Li watched him with growing anxiety, her hands nervously twisting together as she inquired, "So, can it be fixed?" Looking up at her, You replied, "President Su, it's still unclear where the issue lies. We might need to open the air conditioner to check the internal wiring, but I lack the proper tools. And opening it carelessly could cause damage." Upon hearing this, Su Li bit her lips slightly, a flicker of disappointment passing through her eyes. "What should we do? On such a sweltering day, it's impossible to sleep without air conditioning." Observing Su Li's somewhat helpless demeanor, felt a stir in his heart and suggested, "Ms. Su, why not do this? You can take the guest room tonight while I make do in the living room. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for a professional repairman to come by." Su Li paused slightly, a blush returning to her cheeks, and hesitated before replying, This may not be appropriate. How can I let you sleep in the living room?" You smiled reassuringly and replied, "Ms. Su, please don't feel obliged. The living room is quite comfortable. I have no objections." Gazing into You's sincere eyes, a warm current surged within Su Li, and she softly said, "Then, I must trouble you, You. I am truly grateful." You promptly waved his hand, stating, "Ms. Su, please don't mention it. It's merely a small matter." Subsequently, he assisted Su Li in relocating some of her essential belongings to the guest room and tidied up the living room slightly in preparation for rest. Standing at the guest room door, Su Li watched You's busy figure, her heart brimming with gratitude and a peculiar sentiment. She gently remarked, You should rest early as well. You have worked hard today." You turned around, smiling as he replied, "Ms. Su, you should also retire early. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me." With that, Su Li softly closed the guest room door, while You lay on the living room sofa, staring at the ceiling, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The series of events that transpired tonight seemed to have subtly altered the dynamics of his relationship with Su Li. Reclining on the plush yet somewhat narrow sofa, the stifling air enveloped him like a heavy quilt, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Beads of perspiration rolled down his forehead, soaking the cushion beneath. With a resigned sigh, he rose to open the window, hoping for even a whisper of cool breeze to alleviate the unbearable heat. The night breeze drifted softly, yet it failed to bring any real relief. Instead, it felt warm, flowing languidly through the room. You reclined back on the sofa, attempting to relax and swiftly succumb to slumber. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when a buzzing sound filled the air, a swarm of mosquitoes sensing their prey, converging upon him. One mosquito landed precisely on You's arm and bit down sharply. He felt a sudden sting and instinctively swatted at it, only to strike his own skin. Almost immediately, several more mosquitoes launched an attack on his legs and face, the sensation of itchiness and pain spreading rapidly. He waved his arms frantically to drive them away, but these mosquitoes proved to be remarkably cunning. Just as he managed to dispel one group, another would arrive, thwarting his attempts to find rest. You tossed and turned on the sofa, the fabric rustling softly against his movements. At one moment, he pulled the blanket over his head in an effort to shield himself from the mosquitoes. Moments later, he sat up to turn on the light, hoping to banish them. Yet each time he extinguished the light, they would swarm back in droves. The small living room had transformed into a battlefield, fiercely contested against the onslaught of mosquitoes. While MOU appeared somewhat overwhelmed in this relentless struggle. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Suli tossed and turned, finding herself unable to slumber, lying on her bed. Enveloped in the cool breeze of the air conditioning, she should have felt comfortable and at ease. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Her thoughts drifted to MOU in the living room, where there was no air conditioning, and the open window would inevitably invite the mosquitoes. She could almost envision his exasperated and helpless expression after being bitten. Suli furrowed her brow slightly, her heart heavy with conflict. She yearned to invite MOU to join her in her room, for it was the only sanctuary with air conditioning, a refuge from the heat and the pesky insects. Yet, she hesitated, feeling that such a notion was somewhat inappropriate. The presence of a lone man and woman in the same room could easily lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, she had always maintained a poised and competent demeanor in front of MOU, and suddenly making such a proposal filled her with embarrassment. She turned over in bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, as her internal struggle intensified. Chapter 18. You sleep in the bedroom. I sleep on the sofa in the living room on one hand. There was concern for MOU, and on the other, an inner shyness and apprehension. She bit her lip, contemplating several times whether to rise and call out to MOU, yet upon reaching the door, she hesitated and retreated. Had he already fallen asleep? Would he perceive my invitation as too abrupt? Suli incessantly questioned herself. She was acutely aware that MOU had chosen to sleep in the living room because of her, and guilt weighed heavily upon her heart. However, traditional values and her own modesty prevented her from taking that decisive step. Meanwhile, MOU in the living room was being tormented by mosquitoes to the point of desperation. He rose and turned on his phone's flashlight, scanning the room in search of the pesky intruders, determined to eliminate them. His eyes widened as he meticulously searched the walls, the corners of the sofa, and behind the curtains, but these mosquitoes seemed to play a game of hide-and-seek with him. The moment the light illuminated them, they vanished without a trace, and when the light dimmed, they returned to buzz incessantly by his ear. MOU slumped helplessly onto the sofa, gazing out at the pitch-black night sky, inwardly lamenting, "How am I ever going to endure this night?" At that moment, he yearned for a mosquito-repellent device or the ability to summon an army of celestial warriors, like Sun Wukong, to eradicate these nuisances. As time flowed slowly amidst the struggle between MOU and the mosquitoes, and Suli's inner turmoil, the night deepened. MOU's fatigue and irritation intertwined. While Suli in the guest room remained indecisive about whether to summon him inside, MOU's eyes brimmed with exhaustion and annoyance as he fixated on the mosquitoes flitting about the living room. Their buzzing was akin to sharp needles pricking at his already frayed nerves. The stifling air and the relentless bites exacerbated his already dreadful sleep experience. Just as he reached his breaking point, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, awakening a keen perception. In an instant, the world seemed to be set to slow motion. The once elusive mosquitoes appeared to move with remarkable slowness in his eyes. Each flap of their wings, every movement of their legs through the air became crystal clear. As if they were mired in thick syrup, their actions sluggish and clumsy. MOU's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of victory. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing upon a towel draped over the armrest of the sofa. Seizing it with fervor, he gripped it tightly. Akin to a warrior clutching their weapon, ready to launch a counterattack against the vexatious mosquitoes. Rising to his feet, he slightly hunched forward. His eyes locked onto a mosquito that was leisurely drifting towards him. Oblivious to the impending danger, the mosquito continued to flap its wings languidly. At that moment, MOU seized the opportunity, his arm shot up high, the towel in his hand resembling a billowing battle standard, and he swung it fiercely towards the mosquito. With a sharp clap, the towel descended precisely upon the trajectory of a mosquito, rendering it momentarily disoriented before it staggered and fell to the ground. A surge of joy welled up within MOU. This marked his first triumph in the ongoing battle against the mosquitoes that night. Having tasted victory, his confidence soared as he continued to employ his enhanced vision to locate the next target. In the slow-motion realm created by his special sight, he could accurately anticipate the mosquito's flight path, making each strike increasingly decisive and precise. One by one, the mosquitoes succumbed to his relentless assault. He entered a state of complete immersion, transforming the living room into his exclusive battleground against these pests. His movements grew more adept, shedding the initial clumsiness of his early attempts. At times, he would sidestep the seemingly languid yet menacing flight of the mosquitoes, while at others, he would swiftly wield the towel, tracing fierce arcs through the air. As the skirmish persisted, MOU became ever more proficient. He realized that within the slow-motion embrace of his enhanced sight, he possessed an uncanny ability to command the battlefield. Those once troublesome mosquitoes now appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter in his eyes. His gaze turned resolute and focused, each strike imbued with unwavering determination. However, the mosquitoes seemed to sense the impending danger, adopting a more cautious demeanor. No longer did they swagger boldly toward MOU. Instead, they lurked in corners and shadows, seeking opportunities to launch surprise attacks and feast upon his blood. Yet, none of their tactics escaped his vigilant sight. Patiently, he waited like an experienced hunter, lying in ambush for the prey to reveal its vulnerability. At last, one mosquito, unable to contain its impatience, emerged from the folds of the curtain. MOU immediately tracked its movement, refraining from hasty action as he awaited the opportune moment. When the mosquito approached within arm's reach, he struck swiftly, the towel descending with lightning speed, striking the mosquito with unerring accuracy. The creature had no time to struggle before it met its demise beneath the towel. As time passed, the number of mosquitoes flitting about the living room dwindled. Beads of sweat dotted MOU's forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet he remained unfazed. He was absorbed in this battle, relishing the sense of accomplishment that came from vanquishing them. Ultimately, through MOU's relentless efforts, the mosquitoes in the living room were nearly eradicated. He exhaled deeply, a contented smile gracing his weary face. He set down the towel and reclined back onto the sofa. At that moment, the living room felt significantly quieter, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes silenced, and the stifling air seemed more bearable. He slowly closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber amidst this rare tranquility, silently grateful for the assistance of his enhanced sight during this arduous night. However, just then, outside the open window, a swarm of mosquitoes emerged like a well-drilled aerial battalion, ominously darkening the threshold as they surged into the room. Having just endured a grueling battle, MOU had painstakingly eradicated the mosquitoes from his living room. Yet, before he could savor this fleeting tranquility, he found himself enveloped once more by that familiar, incessant buzzing. The relaxation he had just achieved in his body tightened into tension once again as he reluctantly opened his eyes to confront this unwelcome intrusion, his heart brimming with frustration. The sense of accomplishment from vanquishing the previous swarm was swiftly obliterated, replaced by profound fatigue and irritability. He could hardly fathom that this new wave of mosquitoes was so relentless, as if they had detected his presence, converging upon him in relentless droves. These newly arrived mosquitoes seemed to possess a cunning and agility surpassing that of their predecessors. No longer did they foolishly dart directly towards MOU. Instead, they circled the corners of the living room, meticulously seeking the optimal moment to launch their assault. MOU activated his enhanced vision, attempting to discern their trajectories. Chapter 19. Slaying mosquitoes with X-ray vision. Under the influence of his newfound X-ray vision, the movements of the mosquitoes transformed once more into slow motion. Yet, even in this altered perception, MOU could sense their heightened vigilance. Rising to his feet once again, he clutched the towel that had previously proven invaluable, determination gleaming in his eyes. He understood that he must re-enter the fray, otherwise, this night would stretch into an interminable ordeal. He commenced a measured pacing through the living room, his gaze perpetually fixed on the mosquitoes swirling in the air, his mind racing to devise a strategy. One mosquito, seemingly unable to restrain itself, darted towards MOU. Seizing the moment, he raised his arm high, the towel slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. However, this particular mosquito seemed to anticipate his move, altering its course at the very instant the towel was about to descend. Frustration bubbled within him as he missed his target. Yet he swiftly readjusted his focus, seeking the next opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, other mosquitoes began to stir, converging upon him from various directions, attempting to distract him before launching their assault. MOU sensed threats encircling him, his eyes darting in every direction, the towel in his hand waving incessantly. The sharp sounds of his attempts echoed throughout the living room, yet the mosquitoes persisted, like relentless cockroaches, continuing their relentless advance. As the battle wore on, MOU's stamina began to wane. His arms ached from the continuous flailing of the towel, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead and cascading down his cheeks, pulling on the floor. Nevertheless, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. A singular conviction consumed him. He must eradicate every last mosquito. Amidst the fierce confrontation, MOU discerned certain patterns among the mosquitoes. They would invariably pause briefly before launching their attacks, seemingly searching for the optimal spot to bite. Seizing upon this vulnerability, he unleashed his strikes whenever he observed signs of their hesitation, and to his delight, he found increasing success in his endeavors. Yet, the mosquitoes soon appeared to recognize MOU's tactics, altering their flight patterns and refraining from pausing as easily as before. This shift rendered his task significantly more challenging, demanding even greater concentration as he remained vigilant to their every movement. Just as MOU found himself locked in a stalemate with the mosquitoes, a larger specimen entered through the window. This mosquito, exuding an air of leadership, exhibited swifter movements and greater agility. After circling the living room, it suddenly darted toward MOU's neck. Sensing an intense aura of danger, he swiftly turned his head and swung the towel at the formidable intruder. The larger mosquito deftly evaded his attack and redirected its course toward MOU's arm, fully aware of the threat it posed. MOU resolved to eliminate this formidable foe first. He focused intently on the larger mosquito's every move, biding his time for another opportunity to strike. At last, the formidable mosquito launched another attack. MOU seized the moment, crouching slightly before springing up with great force, his towel wielded like a weapon, crashing down upon the mosquito with tremendous might. This time, the mosquito was unable to evade, succumbing to the towel's weight and plummeting to the ground. With the demise of this giant mosquito, the remaining ones seemed to lose their leader, their flight becoming chaotic. MOU capitalized on this opportunity, relentlessly pursuing the remaining mosquitoes in a final assault. Through his tireless efforts, the mosquitoes in the living room were ultimately eradicated once more. Exhausted, MOU slumped onto the sofa, gasping for breath. After 2 rounds of fierce combat with the mosquitoes, he was utterly drained. He glanced at the open window, hesitated for a moment, and then rose to close it. Though the room remained stifling, it was preferable to being tormented by mosquito bites. He reclined back on the sofa, closed his eyes, hoping for a peaceful slumber. However, it was not long before he felt enveloped by an invisible heat, every pore in his body striving to breathe, yet only inhaling scorching air. The room was as oppressive as a steamer, sweat uncontrollably trickling down his forehead, neck, and back, saturating the cushions of the sofa. This unbearable heat felt like an invisible hand mercilessly pulling him from the depths of sleep. MOU groggily opened his eyes, irritation flooding his mind. Without the cooling relief of air conditioning, this cramped living room was utterly intolerable. He tossed and turned on the sofa, searching for a cooler angle. But every effort proved futile. Each movement only intensified the stifling heat, as if the warmth in the air clung to him tenaciously, refusing to dissipate. With resignation, MOU sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression fraught with conflict. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the closed window, a powerful urge swelling within him to open the window and let in the outside air, which might bring a semblance of coolness. Yet, the painful memories of previous mosquito bites made him hesitate. Those wretched mosquitoes would swarm in at the slightest crack in the window, launching a relentless assault that would rob him of sleep. To open or not to open? This dilemma spiraled through MOU's mind. He was acutely aware that opening the window could plunge him back into a battle with the mosquitoes, yet enduring this oppressive heat was a torment in itself. Gritting his teeth, he rose and slowly approached the window, his hand resting on the handle, but he lacked the courage to turn it. Perhaps the mosquitoes had been completely vanquished? Maybe, if he opened the window, a refreshing night breeze would sweep in, allowing him to finally rest. MOU thought to himself, attempting to muster the courage to open the window. However, another voice echoed in his mind. Don't be foolish. There are countless mosquitoes outside. Once the window is ajar, they will surely invade, and he would be tormented all night once again. These two conflicting thoughts clashed fiercely in MOU's mind, leaving him ensnared in a profound inner turmoil. His hand trembled slightly on the window handle, alternately tightening and loosening, perpetually unable to reach a decision. Outside, the night enveloped the world in a serene and profound silence, occasionally pierced by the mocking chirps of insects, as if taunting his indecision. MOU stood by the window for what felt like an eternity, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, born from the turmoil within and the oppressive heat, while his gaze betrayed a flicker of confusion and helplessness. At last, he exhaled deeply, gradually relinquishing his grip on the window handle. He was truly afraid of confronting the torment of mosquitoes once more. He would rather endure the stifling warmth than suffer the agony of being bitten, leaving him covered in welts and robbed of sleep. Chapter 20. Sully invited MOU to share the guest room with her. MOU trudged back to the sofa, collapsing onto it once more, attempting to relax his weary body and disregarding the oppressive heat that clung to him like a shadow. He closed his eyes, striving to regulate his breathing in hopes of drifting into slumber. However, the stifling air proved to be a relentless adversary, continuously testing the limits of his endurance. He tossed and turned on the couch, each movement accompanied by a resigned sigh. Time dragged on in the midst of discomfort and restlessness. With each passing minute feeling like an eternity, his mind kept conjuring images of the previous comfort in the guest room, the cool breeze of the air conditioning, the softness of the bed, standing in stark contrast to the heat that enveloped him now. He couldn't help but think of Suli, still in the guest room, wondering if she was relishing the coolness provided by the air conditioning, peacefully asleep. If only he too could find a cool refuge to rest in, Imo mused silently. Yet, he knew that was an impossibility. He could not allow his own comfort to cause inconvenience to Suli. Thus, he was left to endure the sweltering heat of the living room, waiting for the night to pass and for dawn to arrive. Reclining on the sofa in the living room, the air around him seemed to stagnate, the oppressive heat wrapping around him tightly. Outside, the night was profound, yet within, there was not a hint of coolness. The absence of air conditioning transformed what was once a comfortable space into an invisible steam chamber, with sweat uncontrollably seeping from every pore, soaking the cushions beneath him. Initially, Mou tried to withstand the discomfort, shutting his eyes tightly and continuously adjusting his breathing in an effort to relax and fall asleep. However, the heat grew increasingly intolerable, like an unseen hand relentlessly kneading his nerves, rendering sleep utterly elusive. As time dragged on in this unbearable heat, each minute felt like a century. With the intensifying heat, Mou found it increasingly difficult to cope. He rolled over on the sofa, the friction producing faint sounds, each motion accompanied by a weary sigh. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the relentless heat that shadowed him. He abruptly sat up, yanking the blanket off himself, and began to remove his clothing. He unbuttoned his shirt, tossing it aside, and then shed his long pants, leaving only his shorts. At that moment, it seemed that reducing his attire was the only way to slightly alleviate the suffocating heat. Yet, even clad in just his shorts, Mou still found the heat unbearable. Sweat continued to pour from his forehead, neck, and back, as if it would never cease. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the window. Perhaps opening it would invite a breath of cool air to offer some relief. However, the memory of those devilish mosquitoes caused him to halt his raised hand. The recollection of their bites lingered vividly in his mind, instilling a lingering fear that deterred him from opening the window too readily. The stifling air clung to Mou like a stubborn adversary, leaving him no respite. He felt akin to an ant trapped in a steamer, with no escape in sight. In this torment, Mou finally lost all patience. He rose in anger, muttering, "This cursed weather is unbearable." Subsequently, he dragged his weary and overheated body hastily towards the bathroom. Upon entering, he eagerly turned on the shower head. Cool water cascaded down like a refreshing torrent, and without hesitation, he positioned himself beneath it, allowing the invigorating flow to wash over him. The moment the cool water met his heated skin, a wave of relief surged through his body, prompting a long, satisfying exhale. The oppressive heat seemed to dissipate slightly at that instant, and he closed his eyes, savoring the fleeting coolness. Mou cupped his hands to gather some cool water, pouring it over his head, letting it trickle down his cheeks and neck. He felt his mind gradually awakening in the refreshing flow. As the cool water washed away his sweat, the oppressive heat began to lift. He stood quietly beneath the shower, relishing this rare moment of relief, momentarily forgetting the suffocating heat outside. However, the respite was short-lived. When Mou turned off the shower and stepped out of the bathroom, the oppressive heat surged back like a tidal wave, enveloping him once more. He sighed in resignation, aware that this brief coolness could not address the underlying issue. Returning to the living room, he reclined on the sofa again, silently praying for the agonizing night to pass swiftly, hoping that by dawn, everything would improve. Yet, the stifling air continued to permeate the surroundings, and his body began to sweat anew, with sleep still seeming out of reach. Meanwhile, Suli in the guest room tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. The gentle moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft glow upon her delicate features. Lying in bed, the once comfortable mattress now felt oddly uncomfortable, leaving her restless. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, sitting up abruptly, her heart sinking. She slapped her forehead in frustration, muttering to herself, "Oh, my memory. The air conditioner in the living room seems to be broken, and I haven't had a chance to call the repairman. Mou is sleeping in the living room. He must be suffering in this heat." As the thought of Mou enduring the oppressive heat crossed her mind, a wave of guilt washed over her. "Oh no, he must be sweltering." Suli spoke softly to herself, hesitantly opening her eyes. In the stillness of the night, she could almost envision Mou tossing and turning in the living room. Tormented by the heat, biting her lip, she found herself embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. She knew that the air conditioner in the guest room was the only one functioning properly, and inviting MOU to share the room with her seemed the best solution. However, the idea of a man and a woman alone in a room could easily lead to misunderstandings, and she felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts. Suli sat by the bedside for an extended period, her heart entangled in a web of conflicting emotions, impossible to sever or untangle. On one hand, she was concerned that MOU might be unable to rest throughout the sultry night. On the other hand, traditional values and her own reticence rendered her indecisive. She incessantly questioned herself, is this appropriate? Might he perceive my actions as too forward? Yet, the thought of MOU possibly enduring discomfort compelled her to take action. Ultimately, Suli inhaled deeply, as if resolutely committing to a decision. She gently rose, donned a delicate nightgown, and cautiously opened the door to the guest room. Outside, silence enveloped her, punctuated only by the rapid thumping of her heart. Stealthily, she made her way toward the living room, each step amplifying the rhythm of her heartbeat. Chapter 21. Are you asleep? As she approached the doorway of the living room, through the dim light, she beheld MOU reclining on the sofa, the blanket cast aside. Clad only in shorts, his body restlessly shifting, and his face glistening with sweat. Witnessing this scene intensified the guilt that welled up within Suli. She cleared her throat softly, attempting to capture MOU's attention. Upon hearing the sound, MOU drowsily opened his eyes, and upon seeing Suli standing at the entrance, he was taken aback and inquired, Miss Sue, why are you still awake at this late hour? Suli was momentarily flustered by his unexpected question. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, MOU, I suddenly remembered that the air conditioner in the living room is broken. You must be too hot to sleep, so why don't you join me in the guest room? The air conditioning there is still functional. With that, Suli lowered her gaze, unable to meet MOU's eyes. Upon hearing Suli's words, a warmth surged within MOU's heart. He understood that Suli was concerned for him, yet he felt hesitant about the suggestion. After all, sharing a room with Suli seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, observing her bashful yet caring demeanor, he found it hard to refuse. After a moment's hesitation, MOU replied, Miss Sue, isn't that not quite appropriate? Wouldn't it inconvenience you? Suli quickly lifted her head, looking at MOU as she replied, Not at all, please don't overthink it. In this sweltering weather, you certainly want to rest well here, and you have work tomorrow. Besides, I feel a bit frightened sleeping alone in such a large bed. After saying this, Suli herself felt the reasoning a bit flimsy, her face growing even redder. MOU, captivated by the sincerity in Suli's eyes, felt a tremor in his heart as he said, Then, very well, Miss Sue, I appreciate your kindness. With that, he donned his clothes and followed Suli into the guest room. Inside, the cool air from the air conditioner enveloped MOU in comfort. Suli approached the bed and, feeling somewhat bashful, said, You take this side, I'll sleep on the other. We've both had a long day, let us rest. MOU nodded and softly replied, All right, Miss Sue, you should also get some rest. They lay on the bed, a distance between them. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle hum of the air conditioner and the slightly hurried breaths of the two. Both Suli and MOU felt a sense of tension, neither spoke. Their eyes fixed on the ceiling, each lost in their thoughts. MOU, are you asleep? Suli turned onto her side on the soft bed, her eyes widening slightly in the darkness. Although the cool breeze from the air conditioner caressed her skin, her heart raced as if it were a restless rabbit, refusing to succumb to sleep. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to quietly ask MOU, her voice delicately dispersing in the stillness of the room, akin to a feather softly falling through the air. Suli anxiously awaited MOU's response, acutely aware of the heat radiating from her cheeks, even in this dim environment. She could envision her face resembling a ripe apple, flushed and vivid. She was uncertain how MOU would react and questioned whether it was appropriate for her to speak so impulsively. Yet, the turmoil and curiosity within her compelled her to utter those words. After a brief moment, MOU gently shifted his position and turned slightly towards Suli, responding softly, Not yet, Suzone. Why are you still awake? His voice carried a hint of fatigue, but predominantly an air of caution. He too was taken aback by Suli's sudden overture, and amidst the subtly awkward atmosphere, his reply bore an involuntary timidity. Suli bit her lip, falling into silence as she contemplated how to articulate her feelings in that moment. Eventually, she summoned her courage and confessed, I don't quite understand what's happening. I just feel a bit restless, perhaps. Perhaps it's because of all that occurred today. My mind keeps racing and won't quiet down. Her tone was soft, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility of the night, yet laced with an imperceptible shyness, hoping Mo could grasp her inner conflict. Mo nodded slightly. Even though Su Li might not have seen his gesture in the darkness, it was an instinctive response. He gently reassured her, Su Zong, I understand your feelings. A lot did happen today. Try not to dwell on it too much. You should rest well. Perhaps tomorrow everything will seem better. His tone was soothing, aimed at easing Su Li's unease. However, Su Li appeared unmoved by his words. She let out a soft sigh and said, Mo, I actually feel quite guilty. You see, originally you were the guest, yet due to my oversight, you had to stay in the living room for so long and were bitten by mosquitoes. Then I made you share this space with me. I can't help but feel it's unfair to you, and I worry you might feel uncomfortable. Once she expressed her thoughts in one breath, it felt as though a heavy weight had finally lifted from her heart. Mo was touched by her words. Surprised that Su Li had given such thought to these matters and felt remorseful over them, he sincerely replied, Su Zong, please don't think that way. I am truly grateful to you for allowing me to stay in the guest room, and you were only concerned for my comfort, which I appreciate. You need not feel guilty. I am quite well here. Hearing Mo's response alleviated some of her guilt. She turned slightly, gazing at Mo's indistinct silhouette, and remarked, Mo, you are truly kind. In the company, I often present a strong demeanor. Many people fear me, and I rarely have the opportunity to speak so openly with anyone. Yet, sharing this with you today has inexplicably brought me a sense of relief. Her voice carried a note of reflection, as if, in that moment, she had lowered her defenses, revealing a softer side of her inner self. Mo smiled gently and said, Mr. Su, your assertiveness in the company is merely a reflection of your dedication to excellence. Everyone deeply admires your capabilities, and I believe you are fundamentally a kind-hearted person. It's just that the demands of work sometimes compel you to adopt a firmer demeanor. I truly enjoy our conversation this evening, and I hope that in the future, should you encounter any troubles, you will feel free to share them with me. In the tranquil embrace of the night, their dialogue flowed softly, akin to a warm brook gently nourishing their hearts. The distance between them seemed to diminish effortlessly, as the prior awkwardness and restraint gradually melted away. Listening to Mo's words, Su Li felt a surge of warmth within her, and suddenly, the night no longer appeared so arduous. Gradually, her spirits lifted, and her eyelids grew heavy. She softly replied, Mo, thank you. I feel much better now. I might be drifting off to sleep soon. You should rest as well. Good night. Chapter 22. A soft body and a subtle fragrance. Mo smiled and replied, Good night, President Su. I wish you sweet dreams. After this exchange, silence enveloped the room once more. In this tranquility, Su Li felt a sense of reassurance and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Mo, listening to Su Li's rhythmic breathing, felt a gentle smile tug at the corners of his mouth, and in this warm atmosphere, he too succumbed to a sweet dream. In the stillness of the night, Mo found himself immersed in blissful reverie. The air conditioning in the guest room emitted a soft hum, akin to a lullaby serenading the serene night. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting delicate silver beams that cloaked the room in a dreamlike veil. As Mo slept, he suddenly sensed a warm breath drawing near, followed by a soft body gradually nestling into his embrace. In that moment, his consciousness lingered between sleep and wakefulness, and his body instinctively tensed. Unconsciously, he slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him jolted him awake. There lay Su Li, nestled against him, her eyes shut tight, long eyelashes fluttering gently like the wings of a butterfly. Her breathing was even and soft, the warmth of her breath brushing against Mo's neck, sending shivers down his spine. Mo's heart raced, akin to a fawn bounding within his chest, the sound of his heartbeat echoing loudly in the stillness of the room. He widened his eyes, feeling somewhat at a loss as he gazed at Su Li, his mind blank, momentarily forgetting how to respond. He could feel her soft body pressed against him, the faint scent of her lingering in the air, causing his cheeks to flush involuntarily. He contemplated gently pushing her away, yet feared waking her and making the situation even more awkward. However, allowing her to remain in his arms left him feeling uneasy, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Mo's thoughts were tangled like a mess of threads. His gaze wandered over Su Li's face, admiring her serene sleeping visage, which stirred ripples of emotion within him. Typically, Su Li presented herself as a competent and assertive figure, yet in this moment, she unconsciously nestled into his embrace, revealing a tender and endearing side that offered him a fresh perspective of her. However, this enchanting atmosphere did not linger for long, rationality soon prevailed. Mo was acutely aware that should Su Li awaken to this situation, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly awkward for her. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, cautiously and slowly shifting his body in an attempt to extricate Su Li from his embrace. Yet, just as he began to move, Su Li seemed to sense something, letting out a soft hum in her sleep and instinctively shifting closer into his arms, her hands wrapping around his waist. This unexpected action sent Mo's heart racing anew, his body tensing instantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mo let out a bitter smile, feeling a silent despair within. He understood that in this moment, any rash action could potentially rouse Su Li completely. He remained rigid, not daring to move an inch, his gaze fixed on the ceiling while his thoughts wandered far away. He couldn't help but reflect on the day's events, from being tormented by mosquitoes in the living room, to Su Li inviting him to rest in the guest room, and now this awkward yet delicate scene. It all felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Time trickled by in this tense and uncomfortable atmosphere, each second stretching out like a century. Mo sensed a tingling in his arms, yet he still held back any movement. Gradually, his emotions began to settle, and his heartbeat slowed from its previous fervor. As he gazed at the sleeping Su Li in his arms, an inexplicable tenderness surged within him. He mused that perhaps Su Li instinctively sought a sense of security in her slumber, which was why she had nestled against him. After an indeterminate period, Su Li stirred gently in her sleep, finally loosening her embrace and turning away from him to continue her slumber. Mo felt a surge of joy, seizing the opportunity. He cautiously adjusted his position, striving to maintain a respectful distance between them. He exhaled softly, turning to admire Su Li's silhouette. Silently relieved that the awkward crisis had been temporarily averted, he realized that upon waking tomorrow, this incident might become an unspoken secret between him and Su Li. With that thought, he gradually closed his eyes, attempting to reclaim the drowsiness that had evaded him. However, just as his consciousness began to relax and he was on the verge of drifting back into slumber, a peculiar sensation suddenly washed over him. His heart skipped a beat, an inexplicable feeling rising from his spine, jolting him into full awareness. Mo had a strong instinct that he was being watched, though his eyes remained shut. The sensation of being scrutinized intensified, as if a searing gaze was fixated upon him. His breath quickened, his heart pounding in his chest audibly, as though the sound could resonate throughout the room. He reassured himself internally that it was perhaps merely a figment of his imagination, a product of his heightened anxiety after the earlier events. Yet, the feeling of being observed only grew stronger, making it impossible to dismiss. After much hesitation, Mo slowly opened his eyes. The room was still bathed in moonlight, appearing unchanged from before. Su Li lay with her back to him, her steady breathing indicating she remained lost in dreams. Mo slightly turned his head, his gaze wandering around the room in search of the source of that unsettling stare. However, apart from the furniture and shadows, he found nothing unusual. Just as he began to relax, thinking it truly was a mere illusion, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a hazy figure standing silently in the corner of the room. The figure was shrouded in darkness, its outline indistinct, but it was evidently humanoid. Mo's heart plummeted, a wave of terror constricting his throat, nearly rendering him breathless. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the corner, striving to discern what it truly was. As his vision gradually acclimated to the darkness, he discerned that the figure appeared to be clad in a lengthy black robe, its head obscured by a hood, rendering its features indiscernible. A chilling sensation unfurled within him, as his limbs turned icy and his body involuntarily trembled ever so slightly. Mo yearned to awaken Su Li with a shout, yet his throat felt as if constricted by an unseen force, silencing him completely. Countless horrific thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Was this enigmatic figure human or ghost? Why had it manifested in this place? What were its intentions? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, yet not a single answer emerged. Just as Mo was enveloped in terror, the mysterious figure began to stir slowly. Chapter 23. Suddenly, in the depths of slumber, you find yourself. Its movements were slow and stiff, as though every joint had succumbed to rust. It lifted a hand, slender and pale fingers pointing ominously at Mo. Following the direction of that finger, Mo's gaze fell upon Su Li, peacefully asleep beside him. A surge of protective instinct welled up within him. Despite the fear overwhelming him like a tidal wave, he endeavored to sit up. However, his body felt as if it were enchanted, rendered immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the mysterious figure approached him, and Su Li with deliberate slowness. Each step seemed to echo his heartbeat, intensifying his terror. As the enigmatic figure drew nearer, Mou finally discerned its visage. It bore a face devoid of color. Skin stretched taut over bone, eyes hollow and lifeless, lips tinged with a ghastly shade of blue, akin to a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. Mou yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Just as the shadowy figure was about to reach the bedside, Suli appeared to sense something amiss. She murmured softly in her sleep, turning to face Mou. Slowly, she opened her eyes and, upon witnessing the terror etched on his face, was taken aback. Mou, what is wrong? Suli inquired softly, her voice laced with drowsiness and concern. Trembling, Mou pointed towards the shadowy figure, but when Suli followed his gaze, she saw nothing. Mou, are you having a nightmare? There's nothing there, she reassured, rubbing her eyes with a look of genuine concern. Mou glanced back at the corner, only to find the mysterious figure had indeed vanished. Confusion and fear flooded his mind. Could it all have been a mere figment of his imagination? Yet that palpable sense of dread remained, unmistakably real. I just saw something terrifying. It was standing in that corner and pointing at you. Mou stammered, his voice quaking. Suli gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Perhaps you were simply exhausted and had a nightmare. Do not be afraid. There is nothing here. I am with you. Her voice was tender yet resolute, gradually soothing Mou's troubled heart. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself, realizing he could not allow fear to conquer him at this moment. It might have just been an illusion born from fatigue. With Suli's reassurance, his heartbeat began to return to normal, and the tremor subsided. Maybe I really am just too tired, Mou murmured to himself. He lay back down, yet his eyes remained watchful, fixated on the corner, unwilling to let his guard down. Suli, sensing his unease, inched closer and softly said, "Do not fear. I am here with you. Go to sleep." With her presence, Mou's anxiety diminished significantly. Although a trace of fear lingered, he gradually closed his eyes. Perhaps it was the weight of a ghost. After contemplating for a moment, he concluded that this was the only possibility. Soon after, Mou drifted off into a hazy slumber. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a gentle hand resting upon him in his dreams. The sensation was soft yet charged with an electric current, instantly jolting him awake. As he abruptly opened his eyes, illuminated by the dim moonlight, he beheld Suli gazing at him with a dazed expression. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of captivating allure. Suli, Mou stammered in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated such an unexpected gesture from her. At that moment, Suli seemed to be entirely oblivious, unresponsive to his astonishment. In the blink of an eye, she lunged into his embrace, her arms locking around him as if he were her last bastion of hope. Caught off guard by this sudden action, Mou felt his body stiffen, paralyzed with uncertainty. He could distinctly perceive the warmth of Suli's body pressed against him, her breath softly brushing against his neck, sending tingles coursing through him. His mind was a blank canvas, flooded with mixed emotions, concern for Suli's well-being and the acute embarrassment of the situation. "Suli, wake up. What is wrong?" he whispered softly, attempting to rouse her. However, she merely stirred in his arms, mumbling incoherently, remaining blissfully unaware. With a resigned sigh, Mou recognized that she was likely acting unconsciously in her sleep. Yet, he found himself at a loss for what to do. To push Suli away seemed perilous, as it might startle her awake and deepen the awkwardness. Conversely, to continue holding her felt unsettling, given the distinctions between genders. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Mou ultimately chose to acquiesce. He gently wrapped his arms around Suli, striving to make his movements appear natural, fearful of disturbing her slumber. In that moment, he could only hold her close and silently pray for dawn to arrive, bringing an end to this awkward predicament. Time trickled by in this delicate atmosphere, each second stretching like an eternity. The sound of Mou's heartbeat resonated loudly in the stillness of the room, and he could sense Suli's heartbeat racing as well, suggesting she, too, was troubled in her dreams. His gaze fell upon Suli's face, and in the faint moonlight, he noticed her brow slightly furrowed, adorned with an unusual expression. A wave of tenderness surged within him, prompting him to gently pat her back, as if soothing a wounded child. After an indeterminate span of time, Suli stirred in Mou's embrace and slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at him, still in a fog, her expression laced with confusion, as if she were trying to comprehend why she found herself in his arms. Mou, witnessing her awakening, felt a mixture of relief and nervousness, uncertain of how Suli would respond upon regaining consciousness. "Miss Su, you have finally awakened. You were just..." Mou stammered, attempting to elucidate the recent events to Su Li. Upon hearing Mou's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Li's face, quickly followed by a blush that ascended her cheeks, as she became acutely aware of her tight embrace around Mou. She hastily released her grip, unable to meet Mou's gaze. I apologize, Mou, I am unsure how this happened, Su Li murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with embarrassment and shyness. Observing Su Li's flustered demeanor, Mou felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He gently reassured her. Miss Su, it is quite all right. You were likely lost in a dream. Perhaps you were simply exhausted. Mou's voice was soft and soothing, striving to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 24. Let us drink a toast before slumber. Su Li nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude for Mou's understanding nature. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed that he bore no resentment toward her, which alleviated her tension somewhat. Nevertheless, the recent events had rendered the atmosphere in the room rather delicate, leaving both uncertain of what to say next. Well, it is getting late. Perhaps we should return to sleep. There is much to attend to tomorrow. Mou broke the silence, attempting to restore normalcy. Su Li quickly agreed, murmuring, all right. Okay. With that, they both lay back in their respective places, turning their backs to one another, and fell into a heavy silence. Despite having closed their eyes in an effort to drift back into slumber, the earlier incident persisted in their minds, preventing any semblance of tranquility. Mou took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous heartbeat and compel himself into the realm of dreams. He gradually closed his eyes, endeavoring to purge his mind of the chaotic thoughts, yet the scene from earlier clung to him like an indelible fog, making sleep an elusive endeavor. In the darkness, his ears attuned to every subtle sound within the room. Even Su Li's somewhat hurried breath seemed to incessantly remind him of the awkward moment they had just shared. He could feel the warmth still radiating from his cheeks, his heart a tumult of confusion and helplessness. He repeatedly reassured himself that Su Li's actions were mere unconscious movements in her sleep, yet the tactile memory of their closeness was achingly vivid, leaving him unsettled. Tossing and turning on the bed, the soft rustle of the sheets accompanied his every movement. With each shift, he yearned to discover a comfortable position that might dispel the distracting thoughts and usher him into slumber. However, no matter how he adjusted himself, that peculiar sensation remained closely intertwined with him. His mind seemed uncontrollable, replaying Su Li's dazed gaze, the moment she had fallen into his embrace. In the warmth of their entwined forms, he attempted to redirect his focus by recalling work-related matters, but those usually captivating thoughts had lost their allure, and his mind would invariably drift back to the recent occurrence. He also tried deep breathing, inhaling slowly and exhaling with intention, hoping to fill and empty his lungs in a bid to soothe his frayed nerves. Yet, with every slight relaxation, the memory of Su Li's soft form pressing against him would resurface, reigniting his earlier tension. Time slipped away in this prolonged agony, and Mou felt as though he were ensnared in an invisible cage, unable to break free. He began to lament why he was so troubled by this incident. Perhaps, with Su Li's eventual explanation upon waking, it could all be dismissed as a mere accident, easily forgotten. Yet his heart felt tethered by an invisible thread, persistently unable to let go. After an indeterminate period, fatigue set in Mou's body, a result of the prolonged tension and restless tossing. Yet, despite this, his consciousness remained alert, devoid of any drowsiness. He discreetly opened his eyes, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the window, and gazed at Su Li's silhouette. She lay quietly, seemingly asleep, yet Mou sensed a subtle transformation had occurred between them, one that evoked both anticipation and trepidation within him. With a silent sigh, he closed his eyes again, resolute in his determination to succumb to slumber. He envisioned himself in a serene meadow, a gentle breeze caressing him, lush greenery enveloping him. As he reclined comfortably on the grass, gazing up at the azure sky, he endeavored to immerse himself in this delightful reverie, striving to relax both body and mind completely. However, each time he neared the threshold of sleep, the weight of reality would abruptly pull him back. He began to fret about how he would face Su Li upon awakening, whether their interactions would become awkward, and if their work would be adversely affected. These concerns surged within him like relentless waves, crashing against his psyche. Mou realized he had never yearned for dawn as intensely as he did now, yet simultaneously feared the confrontations that awaited him with its arrival. He wrestled with this contradictory emotion, continuously battling within himself, seeking a fragment of tranquility amidst the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind, hoping to find solace in the lengthy night. Mou, are you still awake? Just as he struggled with his thoughts in the extended darkness, Su Li's gentle voice shattered the silence. It seemed to emanate from a distant realm yet resonated distinctly in his ears. "No, Miss Sue," Mou replied, gradually opening his eyes. Under the hazy moonlight, he discerned Suli turn towards him. Her gaze bore a hint of shyness, concealing unspoken emotions that rendered her particularly enchanting in the ambiguous atmosphere. Their eyes met for a moment, and a complex array of feelings surged within him. He was uncertain why Suli had suddenly spoken or whether she too was troubled by the events that had transpired. They remained silently observing one another, enveloped in a delicate and exquisite ambience. "Perhaps we should have a drink. A little intoxication might help us sleep." Suli was the first to break the silence, softly proposing the idea. Her voice, though gentle, rang distinctly in the stillness of the room, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of sound. Mou was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her suggestion. He regarded Suli with hesitation. On one hand, he was indeed troubled by the events of the evening, finding it difficult to relax, and perhaps a drink could offer him a temporary reprieve from his worries and usher him into a deep sleep. On the other hand, he feared that sharing a drink with Suli might further complicate their already delicate relationship. Nevertheless, seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Suli's eyes, Mou ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Miss Sue." He thought to himself that perhaps this was merely Suli's way of alleviating the awkwardness, a means to facilitate sleep, and that he need not overthink the matter. As Suli observed Mou's agreement, she gracefully rose, illuminating the dimness by switching on the bedside lamp. The gentle glow instantly brightened a corner of the room, dispelling some of the shadows and heaviness. She approached the wine cabinet, retrieving a bottle of red wine along with 2 elegant stem glasses, her movements poised and practiced. Mou also stood, perching on the edge of the bed, watching Suli's every action with rapt attention. Suli uncorked the bottle, allowing the deep crimson liquid to cascade slowly into the glasses, shimmering enticingly under the soft light, exuding a subtle fruity aroma. She lifted one glass and approached Mou, presenting it to him before taking a delicate sip from her own. Chapter 25. Allow me to lean for a while. Mou took the wine glass, hesitated momentarily, then took a sip. The rich and sweet flavor of the red wine flowed down his throat, bringing a touch of warmth. He drank several more sips, attempting to hasten the effects of the alcohol to numb his chaotic thoughts. "Mou, I am truly sorry about tonight," Suli broke the silence, gazing at Mou with eyes full of regret. "I cannot even explain how I acted. Perhaps the recent pressures have overwhelmed me, leading to a moment of loss of control in my dreams. I hope I have not caused you any distress." Mou looked at Suli, feeling a slight alleviation of his tension. He smiled and replied, "Miss Sue, please do not say that. I understand it was unintentional, and it has not troubled me at all. Given how busy you have been with work lately, it is only natural to feel stressed." Suli let out a gentle sigh and said, "You have no idea. The company is currently facing numerous challenges. I feel suffocated every day. I had hoped for a restful night, yet here we are with such an incident." As she spoke, she took several more sips of wine, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Listening to Suli, Mou could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for her. He had always been aware of the tremendous pressure she bore at work, but he had never felt it so profoundly until this moment. "Miss Sue, you need not push yourself so hard. Perhaps a little relaxation would enhance your work efficiency," Mou said softly. Suli met his gaze, a flicker of gratitude crossing her features as she replied, "Thank you, Mou. Speaking with you brings me some comfort. At the office, I must always maintain a day of strength, rarely finding an opportunity to confide in anyone." As they sipped their wine, their conversation shifted from work to life, from hobbies to aspirations. In this warm atmosphere, the previous awkwardness seemed to dissipate, and the distance between them appeared to close significantly. As the effects of the wine began to take hold, Mou and Suli found themselves speaking more freely. They no longer felt the restraint typical of their daily interactions, but instead conversed like long-acquainted friends, candidly sharing their joys and sorrows. Mou discovered that beyond her professional exterior, Suli was a gentle, kind, and intriguing individual, while Suli grew to admire Mou's insights and perspectives. The bottle of red wine soon neared its bottom, and both Mou and Suli felt the intoxicating effects. A rosy hue graced Suli's cheeks, her eyes becoming dreamy and hazy. She looked at Mou, a slight smile gracing her lips, radiating sweetness. "I think I might be able to sleep now," Suli murmured softly, lying back on the bed as her eyes gradually closed. Mou observed her, sensing his own consciousness beginning to blur. He placed the wine glass aside and lay down, as if in a hazy consciousness, he beheld a tranquil ocean, where he and Suli leisurely floated together. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber, finding his own serenity in this story-filled night. At that moment, Suli, in a slight intoxication, gazed at him with a dreamy yet fervent look, slowly shifting her body toward Mou, before gently nestling into his embrace. In that instant, Mou felt a warm and soft body pressed against him, and instinctively lowered his head to meet Suli's blazing gaze. Her eyes appeared to burn with a flame, hazy yet intensely fixated on him. The alcohol flushed her cheeks with a captivating hue. Her lips parted slightly, breaths quickened, and the warmth of her breath brushed against Mou's neck, causing his heart to race. Sue, Director Sue. Mou's voice trembled involuntarily, utterly unprepared for such an advance from Suli. In that moment, Suli was a stark contrast to the formidable and composed businesswoman he usually knew. This sudden transformation left him bewildered. His mind went blank, his body frozen in place, hesitant to move an inch. Suli did not respond to his call, continuing to gaze at him with those fervent eyes, as if trying to see right through him. She slowly raised her hand, lightly resting it on Mou's chest, her fingers trembling slightly, seemingly conveying an indescribable emotion. You could feel the warmth of her fingers through the thin fabric of his shirt, a warmth that surged through him like an electric current. Mou. Suli finally spoke, her voice soft and husky, as if it were drawn from the depths of her throat. There was a hint of intoxication in her tone, yet it seemed to harbor many unexpressed feelings. Hearing her call his name, Mou's heart tightened. He was uncertain of what she would say next, filled with both anticipation and an undercurrent of anxiety. Do you know? Suli paused slightly, her gaze still locked on his, as if searching for something. When I'm with you, I feel relaxed, so at ease. Her words flowed slowly, each syllable seemingly weighed with careful consideration. As Mou listened, a whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. He had always harbored a blend of reverence and admiration for Suli. In his eyes, she was a towering authority, an unattainable presence. Yet now, she nestled so closely against him, sharing her innermost feelings, leaving him utterly astonished. Director Sue, Mou began to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. His mind was a tempest of thoughts and emotions, intertwining and rendering him momentarily speechless. Suli seemed indifferent to Mou's response, gently shaking her head and interrupting his words. Do not speak. Let me just lean here for a moment, she murmured, burying her head deeper into Mou's embrace, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Mou, feeling helpless, closed his mouth, sensing Suli's warmth and breath against him. The tension in his heart gradually transformed into a tender affection. He slowly extended his arm, carefully enveloping Suli in a gentle embrace, his movements tender and cautious, as if he might hurt her. In this tranquil room, the rhythmic beating of their hearts intertwined, seemingly composing a silent symphony. Time appeared to stand still in that moment, as Mou and Suli held each other in serene stillness. He could feel Suli's body trembling slightly. He could not discern whether it was the influence of alcohol or if the emotions she had long concealed within her soul were finally being released. Chapter 26. Last night was not intentional. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Was Suli's behavior merely a fleeting intoxication or a deeply buried feeling that had long been hidden within her heart? As time passed, Suli's breathing gradually became even and steady, and she slowly fell asleep in Mou's embrace. Mou gazed at Suli's serene sleeping face, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He understood that everything that transpired that night would become a unique memory shared between him and Suli, and their relationship seemed to undergo a subtle transformation in that unguarded moment. Mou sighed softly, aware that it was not the time for overthinking. He carefully adjusted his position, striving to make Suli more comfortable as she slept. In the stillness of the night, he listened to the rhythm of her breathing, and his own mood gradually settled. He stared at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting far away. He wondered whether Suli would remember everything that had happened when she awoke the next day, and how they would face each other thereafter. But at this moment, he simply wished to cherish this fleeting tranquility, accompanying Suli through this extraordinary night. In the morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window like golden silk, softly falling upon Mou's face. The warm touch was akin to a mother's hand, tenderly awakening him from his dreams. Mou slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still somewhat hazy. However, when his gaze fell upon the Suli nestled in his arms, he instantly became fully alert, momentarily taken aback. Suli lay quietly against him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings with each breath. Her face, illuminated by the sunlight, bore a faint blush, radiating a unique beauty. Mo stared at Su Li in his embrace, his mind momentarily blank. As the events of the previous night flickered through his mind like scenes from a film, his heart raced suddenly. A complex mix of emotions surged within him, confusion at this unexpected scene and anxiety about how Su Li would react upon waking. Just then, it seemed Su Li sensed Mo's gaze and slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was one of dreamy bewilderment, and as their eyes met, she momentarily froze. Then appeared to recall something, a shy blush blossoming on her cheeks. "Mr. Su, I did not intend for last night to happen," Mo exclaimed, his heart racing with urgency as he hurried to explain. His voice trembled slightly, fearful that Su Li might misinterpret his intentions. Given the peculiarity of the situation they had found themselves in, Su Li bit her lip gently, a hint of panic flickering in her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Amused by Mo's anxious demeanor, she felt a wave of different emotions stirring within her. "Mo, it's all right," Su Li replied softly, her voice like a gentle spring breeze, soothing and calming. "Are you hungry? Let me prepare breakfast for you." She deftly shifted the topic, attempting to alleviate the slightly awkward atmosphere. Listening to Su Li, Mo felt a subtle sense of relief wash over him, yet he still harbored a twinge of remorse. "Su, I truly apologize for last night." He attempted to elaborate further, but was interrupted by Su Li. "It's all right. Let's not dwell on last night anymore." Rising from her seat, she tidied her somewhat disheveled hair and made her way toward the door. Mo gazed at Su Li's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether Su Li truly dismissed the events of the previous evening or if she simply wished to avoid revisiting them. Regardless, he felt a deep gratitude for her magnanimity. Before long, Mo also stood up and made his way to the living room, where a gentle aroma of food wafted through the air. Su Li was busy in the kitchen. Upon entering, he beheld her tying an apron around her waist, diligently working at the stove, and an unusual warmth surged within him. "Su, allow me to assist," he offered as he approached her. Su Li turned to glance at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. "No need, just sit and relax, it will be ready shortly." Ignoring her suggestion, Mo positioned himself beside her and began to lend a hand. As they toiled together in the kitchen, the atmosphere gradually became more congenial. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and shared smiles would break the earlier tension, which seemed to dissipate amidst the cozy ambience. "Mo, do you enjoy fried eggs? I've prepared a few," Su Li inquired while transferring the eggs to a plate. "I do. Whatever you make, Su, I relish," Mo replied with a smile, sincerity lacing his tone. Soon, breakfast was ready. Seated at the dining table, they began to indulge in the meal before them, which featured exquisite fried eggs, bread, and rich coffee. Everything appeared splendid. "Mo, I found our conversation yesterday quite delightful," Su Li suddenly remarked, shattering the silence. "I am often so busy with work that I rarely have the opportunity to engage in such relaxed exchanges." She gazed at Mo, her expression tinged with nostalgia. "I feel the same, Su. Speaking with you has offered me a fresh perspective of who you are," Mo replied earnestly. "In truth, you are a remarkably interesting and warm person beyond your professional persona." Upon hearing his words, a radiant smile illuminated Su Li's face. "Thank you for saying that, Mo. I hope we can continue this kind of dialogue in the future." She raised her coffee cup, and Mo mirrored her gesture, gently clinking their cups together. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping them in warmth. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The awkwardness and anxiety of the previous night gradually transformed into a unique bond, quietly flourishing between Mo and Su Li. The two soon finished their breakfast, the atmosphere at the table serene and comforting. Observing the array of dishes before him, Mo felt a surge of desire to assist. He thus spoke up. "Su, you have worked hard this morning. Allow me to handle the dishes." His gaze was earnest and focused, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Li was momentarily taken aback as she observed Mo's earnest demeanor, a wave of warmth enveloping her heart. She initially intended to decline, considering Mo as a guest. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the words that escaped her lips were, "That won't do. I shall join as well." To can expedite the task. With that, she rose to her feet and approached Mo, her gaze imbued with an unwavering determination. Mo regarded Su Li with a hint of surprise, yet a more profound sense of indescribable joy welled within him. "Then I shall trouble you, Su," he remarked with a smile, proceeding to tidy the table, carefully transporting the dishes to the kitchen. Suli trailed behind him, holding the remnants of their meal, ready to dispose of them as well. Upon entering the kitchen, Mou gently placed the dishes in the sink and turned on the faucet, allowing the crystalline water to cascade forth with a melodious sound. Suli stood beside him, reaching for the dish soap, squeezing a portion onto the washing cloth, and instantly, a refreshing scent of lemon permeated the air. How about I wash, and you take care of rinsing? Suli lifted her gaze to Mou, her eyes sparkling with a lively brilliance, as if negotiating a delightful arrangement. Chapter 27. You are truly beautiful. Mou smiled and nodded. All right, I will heed your advice. General Manager Su. Suli picked up a bowl and carefully wiped it with a dishcloth soaked with detergent, leaving no corner untouched, from the rim to the bottom. Her movements were gentle and skilled, the cloth gliding against the bowl's surface, producing a soft rustling sound, as if performing a unique symphony in the kitchen. Mou focused intently on the bowl that Suli had just cleaned. As she handed it to him, he promptly took it and rinsed it under the faucet. Water cascaded down the sides of the bowl, washing away all the suds, revealing a pristine dish before him. The two worked in perfect harmony, one washing and the other rinsing, with a seamless rhythm. Occasionally, their hands would inadvertently brush against each other, and that fleeting contact sent a jolt of electricity through their bodies, causing their hearts to race slightly. Yet, they remained silent, continuing their tasks, while a faint blush crept onto their cheeks. During the dishwashing process, Suli inadvertently lifted her gaze and caught sight of Mou's profile as he diligently rinsed the dishes. His focused expression, slightly furrowed brow, and prominent nose formed an enchanting picture under the kitchen lights. Suli felt a stir in her heart, momentarily entranced. Mou seemed to sense Suli's gaze and turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Suli, like a child caught in wrongdoing, quickly lowered her head and hastened her dishwashing motions. Mou observed her shy demeanor, a smile blossoming in his heart, yet he chose not to break the silence, continuing to rinse the dishes quietly. As time passed, the number of dishes in the sink dwindled, yet the atmosphere between them grew increasingly delicate. This intimacy forged through their shared chores made them forget the disparities in their usual roles, simply relishing the moment they spent together. At last, the final bowl was rinsed clean, and Mou placed it neatly on the drying rack. He turned to Suli and said with a smile, General Manager Su, we've finally finished. I couldn't have done it without your help. Otherwise, I would have been occupied for quite some time. Suli gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and replied with a smile, no need for pleasantries. It certainly went much faster with two of us. Her smile was like a flower blooming in spring, radiant and enchanting, causing Mou to gaze at her in a trance. They exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of amusement and a deeper sentiment reflected in the other's eyes. In that moment, the kitchen transformed into an isolated haven, where only the two of them existed, immersed in warmth and beauty. Their shared experience of washing dishes became an unforgettable memory, like an invisible thread drawing their hearts closer together. General Manager Su, you are truly beautiful. Mou looked at Suli's radiant smile, reminiscent of spring flowers, and the words of admiration slipped out unbidden. His eyes brimmed with sincerity and affection, as if at that moment, Suli were the most unique scenery in the world. Upon hearing Mou's unexpected compliment, Suli's delicate face instantly flushed with a captivating crimson hue, reminiscent of a splendid sunset adorning the horizon. She slightly raised her head, her large eyes fixed intently on Mou, sparkling with surprise and anticipation, and softly inquired, "Is that true?" Her voice, gentle and slightly tremulous, seemed to echo her disbelief in the words she had just heard. Observing Suli's simultaneous shyness and yearning for affirmation, Mou's heart swelled with tenderness and affection. He nodded emphatically, his tone resolute as he declared, "It is indeed true, General Manager Su. You have always been beautiful. Whether in the commanding manner you exhibit in your work or in this gentle, bashful demeanor you display now, you are captivatingly lovely." Mou's voice, deep and resonant, enveloped each word like a warm pebble cast into the lake of Suli's heart, creating ripples of emotion. As she listened to his words, a sweet warmth surged within her. She had devoted most of her energy to her career, navigating the challenges of the business world and diligently crafting a resilient and competent image. Over time, she seemed to have nearly forgotten her own tender and beautiful side. Mou's praise shone like a beacon, illuminating the long-forgotten corners of her heart. I rarely hear such words," Suli murmured softly, lowering her gaze and unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Her voice was barely audible, as if she were speaking to herself, yet Mou heard her clearly. A wave of compassion washed over him as he stepped closer and gently said, "General Manager Sue, you deserve all the beautiful compliments. You are not only stunning in appearance, but also possess a kind and strong heart. Your efforts and accomplishments in your work command admiration from those around you. Perhaps others are merely hesitant to express their feelings due to your status and aura." Suli lifted her gaze once more to meet MOU's, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion. She had never anticipated that MOU could possess such profound understanding and insight into her being. In that moment, the distance between them seemed to shrink immeasurably. "MOU, thank you," Suli spoke sincerely, her voice tinged with a hint of choked emotion. MOU, noticing the tears in her eyes, felt a flutter of anxiety within him. Instinctively, he reached out, wishing to wipe away her tears, but halted mid-motion, realizing that such an action might be overly intimate. Seeing his gesture, Su Li's heart stirred. She leaned slightly forward, bringing her cheek closer to MOU's hand. MOU paused for a moment, then tenderly brushed away the tears from the corner of her eye with his thumb. Their gazes intertwined once more, this time infused with a new and profound sentiment. Time seemed to stand still in that instant, and the kitchen was enveloped in a warm and ambiguous atmosphere. Gazing into Su Li's face, so near, and feeling her warm breath, a surge of impulse welled within MOU. "General Manager," he softly called, his voice laced with an indescribable emotion. Su Li's lips trembled slightly as she whispered, Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, seemingly awaiting MOU's forthcoming words. However, at that moment, the sudden ringing of a phone shattered the tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. Both Su Li and MOU were startled by the unexpected sound, quickly parting ways, their faces tinged with a hint of embarrassment. In a flurry, Su Li retrieved her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and her expression shifted subtly. "It's the company. I must take this," she remarked, turning to exit the kitchen. MOU watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet he understood that the unpredictable nature of life often brings interruptions. In the living room, Su Li answered the call, conversing with the person on the other end. From her serious demeanor and succinct replies, MOU sensed that there was something significant afoot at the company. Chapter 28. A fortuitous find at the Panjiayuan antique market. Before long, Su Li hung up the phone and returned to the kitchen. MOU. "There is an urgent matter at the company. We must return immediately," she said apologetically. "I truly enjoyed today, the moments spent with you. I shall cherish them always." She gazed at MOU, her eyes brimming with reluctance. MOU smiled faintly and replied, "Miss Su, please attend to your duties. Work is of utmost importance. I hope you can resolve the company matter smoothly." His gaze reflected understanding and support. "MOU, let us go to the company together." Su Li looked at him, a glimmer of anticipation and trust flickering in her eyes. Although the warm atmosphere had been interrupted by the phone call, she still yearned for more time with MOU. And the idea of heading to the company together seemed to extend their unique rapport. "Certainly, Miss Su," MOU responded without hesitation, his voice tinged with delight at the prospect of accompanying Su Li. They quickly tidied up and stepped out of the house, making their way to the garage. The morning sun bathed them in its golden light, outlining their figures in a radiant glow. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying a hint of floral fragrance as if enhancing the romance of their splendid journey together. Upon reaching the garage, Su Li's Maybach stood quietly, its body shimmering with understated luxury under the sun's rays. MOU gallantly opened the car door for Su Li, who nodded in appreciation before gracefully settling into the seat. He then walked around to the other side and took his place in the passenger seat. The interior was exquisitely decorated and comfortable, with a subtle scent of leather permeating the air. Su Li started the engine, and the Maybach glided smoothly out of the garage, heading toward the company. Throughout the journey, they engaged in light conversation, discussing the beauty of the morning and prospects for their work, creating an atmosphere that was both relaxed and enjoyable. The scenery outside the window blurred past like a painting, while the moments inside the car felt particularly precious and fleeting. Before long, they arrived at the company. The imposing office building loomed ahead, dignified and solemn. After parking the car, Su Li exited alongside MOU. As they entered the company, curious glances were cast their way by the employees. Typically, Su Li was known for her solitary demeanor, maintaining a degree of distance from her staff. Yet today she appeared with MOU, sparking speculation about their relationship, seemingly oblivious to the curious gazes. Su Li glanced at her watch, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. "MOU, I must attend a meeting. You should return to your workstation," she stated, her eyes revealing a focused dedication to her work. "Of course, Miss Su. Please proceed. I wish you a successful meeting," MOU replied with a smile, his gaze filled with encouragement. Su Li nodded and strode confidently toward the conference room, her figure gradually receding down the corridor. The unique aura of professionalism returning to her presence. As MOU observed Su Li's departing silhouette, a sense of admiration welled up within him. Subsequently, he turned and made his way back to his workstation. Along the way, he reminisced about the delightful moments shared with Su Li since their arrival at the company, his heart brimming with warmth. Upon returning to his desk, his colleagues gathered around him. MOU, what brings you to the office with President Su today? One colleague inquired, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. Indeed, do share, is there some good news? Another chimed in eagerly. MOU smiled gently and replied, nothing particularly special. I just happened to run into her this morning, and we shared a ride. He preferred to keep the enchanting moments with Su Li to himself, cherishing them privately. Recognizing his reluctance to elaborate, his colleagues dispersed to their own desks to resume work. MOU settled in, opened his computer, and prepared to immerse himself in a day of labor. Nevertheless, his thoughts occasionally drifted towards Su Li, wondering how her meeting was progressing. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Su Li was presiding over a meeting, standing before the projector. She exuded focus and composure as she systematically analyzed the challenges confronting the company and proposed a series of solutions. Her voice resonated with conviction, and her gaze reflected both wisdom and decisiveness, starkly contrasting the gentle demeanor she had exhibited before MOU. The meeting unfolded with intensity, as department heads fervently shared their perspectives and suggestions. Su Li attentively listened to each contribution, diligently noting key points, while swiftly weighing the pros and cons of various proposals in her mind. At his workstation, MOU was wholly absorbed in his tasks. He meticulously reviewed the project materials at hand, contemplating how to optimize the plans to generate greater value for the company. Although separated by space from Su Li, he understood that both were laboring diligently for the advancement of the company. Time slipped away quietly amidst the bustle, and soon the morning had passed. MOU completed a portion of his work, stretched languidly, glanced at the clock, and pondered that Su Li's meeting must be nearing its conclusion. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the office area. The employees, having toiled throughout the morning, stood up to prepare for lunch, and a relaxed atmosphere enveloped the entire company. At that moment, MOU's phone chimed with a message from Su Li. MOU, please come to my office. A flicker of excitement stirred within him as he quickly tidied his desk and made his way to Su Li's office. He gently knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, stepped inside. Su Li stood by the window, sunlight framing her graceful figure. She turned to face him, her face adorned with a subtle smile, her eyes radiating warmth and anticipation. MOU, let us go have lunch together, she said, her voice soft and soothing, imbued with an irresistible charm. Momentarily taken aback, MOU felt a swell of joy in his heart. Certainly, President Su, he responded, a polite smile gracing his face. Later in the afternoon, they ventured to the Panjiayuan antique market. Su Li continued, as she approached her desk and picked up her handbag. The company has recently required an abundance of jade. So accompany me, and we shall continue our pursuits of stone gambling or purchasing jade. She elucidated, her gaze reflecting her dedication and seriousness towards her work. Of course, Director Su, MOU responded, feeling both honored and elated at the prospect of accompanying Su Li to Panjiayuan. Subsequently, Su Li and MOU exited the office together. Along the way, employees cast curious glances, speculating about the duo's outing for a meal. However, neither Su Li nor MOU paid any mind to the stares. Proceeding directly out of the company and into the parking lot, Su Li drove the familiar Maybach, transporting MOU to a restaurant she frequently frequented. Chapter 29. The priceless blue and white porcelain within the confines of the car. Soothing melodies wafted through the air as two individuals engaged in casual conversation, transitioning from the morning's labors to their anticipation of the afternoon's itinerary. Sunlight streamed through the windows, enveloping them in a warm and inviting glow that permeated the entire vehicle. Before long, they arrived at the restaurant, a refined establishment of Chinese cuisine, adorned with elegant decor and a tranquil ambience. The attentive staff warmly escorted them to a window-side table. Su Li, with practiced ease, ordered several signature dishes from the menu. During their meal, she and MOU exchanged thoughts and insights, with Su Li sharing her innovative ideas regarding the company's new project while MOU contributed unique perspectives and suggestions from his vantage point. Their dialogue flowed freely, marked by spirited exchanges and occasional laughter over particularly intriguing notions. In this moment, they transcended their hierarchical roles, embodying the spirit of like-minded partners, united in their pursuit of a common goal. After enjoying their lunch and taking a brief respite, Suli and Mou set off for the Panjiayuan antique market. As they journeyed, the cacophony of the city receded into the distance, heightening their sense of anticipation. Upon arrival at the bustling market, they were greeted by a vibrant throng of people navigating the myriad stalls, each displaying an array of antiquities that transported visitors into a realm where history and culture intertwined. Walking side by side, Suli's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. She meticulously examined each exhibit, pausing intermittently to lift a piece of antiquity, scrutinizing its craftsmanship, material, and age. Mou, standing by her side, patiently offered professional advice, drawing upon his knowledge of antiquities. Mou, what do you think of this porcelain piece? Suli inquired, holding out a blue and white porcelain vase, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Mou accepted the vase, carefully inspecting its patterns, hues, and texture, then responded. Miss Su, based on the craftsmanship and clay quality, this porcelain appears to be a mid-Qing dynasty folk kiln piece, preserved in relatively good condition, with considerable collectible value. However, further authentication is necessary. Taking in Mou's analysis, Suli nodded thoughtfully and returned the vase to its original place. Your assessment is quite insightful. It seems we ought to explore further and make more comparisons, she remarked, moving on to the next stall. In the ensuing hours, Suli and Mou wove through the various booths, surrounded by an abundance of antiquities, from intricately crafted jade to venerable paintings, each item vying for their attention. Yet, most of the antiquities were mere replicas, with authentic treasures being few and far between. Suddenly, Mou's gaze inadvertently fell upon a nondescript stall. This booth displayed an assortment of porcelain and decorative items that appeared rather ordinary amidst the surrounding opulence of more extravagant antiquities. However, in that fleeting moment, Mou's discerning eye, akin to a lighthouse's beam, was drawn to a particular piece of blue and white porcelain. Mou possessed a remarkable ability through his X-ray vision, enabling him to penetrate the intricate structures, materials, and historical significance of antiques. As his gaze fell upon the exquisite blue and white porcelain, his vision promptly conveyed a message, vividly illuminating his mind. This piece was authentic, with a valuation of at least 10 million. Mou couldn't help but gasp, his eyes fixating intensely on the porcelain. A valuation of 10 million was no trivial sum, and encountering such a rare and genuine treasure amidst the chaotic antique market was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His heart raced, a surge of indescribable excitement and tension washing over him. He swiftly turned to his companion, Suli, and exclaimed, President Su, that blue and white porcelain appears to be genuine. His voice quivered with exhilaration, his finger instinctively pointing towards the stall. Suli, upon hearing his words, followed the direction of his finger. A flicker of surprise and curiosity passed through her eyes. Mou's discerning eye had always been exceptional, and if he believed this porcelain to be noteworthy, it must possess unique qualities. Exchanging a knowing glance, they proceeded towards the stall. As they approached, the cacophony of bargaining and chatter around them seemed to fade, their focus narrowing solely on the blue and white porcelain placed delicately on the stall. Upon arrival, the vendor, a rather unassuming middle-aged man clad in a somewhat tattered long gown, sat idly by. Noticing Mou and Suli's approach, a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes, and he promptly rose to greet them with feigned enthusiasm. Welcome, feel free to browse. I have some fine pieces here. Mou disregarded the vendor's pleasantries. His gaze fixated on the porcelain. He cautiously lifted it, scrutinizing its details. The blue and white vase was elegantly shaped, with smooth lines and adorned with exquisite patterns. The brushwork was delicate, and the colors vibrant yet timeless. Every detail, from the texture of the body to the finesse of the craftsmanship, proclaimed its extraordinary nature. Suli observed Mou's intense focus, her heart brimming with anticipation, although she lacked his extraordinary vision. Her years of experience in commerce and research into antiques allowed her to discern that this piece was indeed exceptional. How much for this blue and white porcelain? Mou inquired, lifting his gaze to the vendor. A barely perceptible thrill flickered in the vendor's eyes as he masked his excitement, replying with a feigned composure. You two have excellent taste. This is a treasure I painstakingly acquired. Given your expertise, I can offer it for a flat price of 8 million. Mou was taken aback, surprised by the vendor's steep asking price. While the porcelain was undoubtedly valuable, 8 million exceeded his expectations. However, he understood that haggling was customary in the antique market. 8 million seems a bit steep. Although this blue and white porcelain looks impressive, it shouldn't command such a price. Could you consider lowering it? Mou suggested tentatively. The vendor furrowed his brow, revealing an expression of dilemma, and remarked, "Ah, my dear brother. This truly is my bottom line. You are aware that authentic antiques are exceedingly rare in today's market, and I have taken considerable risks to acquire this piece." Sully interjected, "Boss, we genuinely admire this porcelain. Could you possibly lower the price a bit more?" The vendor glanced at Mou and Sully, hesitating before stating, "Since you two are so sincere, I can only offer it at 7 million. It cannot be any less, as this is already a rock-bottom price." Mou and Sully exchanged a glance, with Mou giving a slight nod, indicating that Sully could proceed with the negotiation. Understanding the cue, Sully said, "Boss, 500,000 is all we can manage. Any more would be beyond our means." The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No. No, that's simply too low. I wouldn't even be able to recoup my costs." Chapter 30. A bargain of 2,000. Both parties found themselves at an impasse. Mou was acutely aware that the vendor certainly had room to negotiate, yet he could not allow the seller to perceive their eagerness. Suddenly inspired, he feigned a desire to set down the blue and white porcelain and declared, "Mr. Su, it seems this piece of porcelain is not meant for us. Let us peruse other shops." The vendor, noticing this, felt a flicker of urgency. He feared that these two potential patrons might indeed depart. "Oh, please don't go. Let us discuss it further," he implored, quickly adding, "How about 6 million? This truly is my bottom line." Mou exchanged a knowing smile with Sully. "How about this, good sir? We shall offer you 600, he stated, his gaze steady upon the vendor, imbued with a blend of tentative assurance and resolve. He understood that in the antiquities market of Panjiayuan, haggling was an essential survival skill. And this seemingly valuable piece of blue and white porcelain might be acquired at a surprisingly low price. Upon hearing Mou's offer, the vendor's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had encountered an absurd fairy tale. "Young man, that is not how one negotiates," he scoffed, his expression a mix of exasperation and disdain. "I have already made considerable concessions. My firm price is 6 million. To suggest 600 is nothing short of a joke. How about you offer me 10,000 instead?" With that, the vendor rolled his eyes, clearly finding Mou's proposal preposterous. "Sir, the disparity is far too great. From 8 million to 1,000 is no trivial matter. I understand that you face challenges in business, yet 600 is not without its rationale. There are numerous imitations in this market. At first glance, this blue and white porcelain possesses some charm, yet I cannot ascertain its authenticity. 600 would merely be for the amusement of it. Should there be any hidden delight, we might consider it fate," Mou calmly elucidated, attempting to convey the reasoning behind his offer. "Humph, you young people certainly have a way with words. But I am well aware of the authenticity of this porcelain. 10,000 is already a generous offer, considering the connection between us. The craftsmanship and quality cannot possibly be worth merely 600. The vendor crossed his arms, adopting a stance of unwavering resolve. 700. Mou replied in a low voice, determination glimmering in his eyes. He understood that although the vendor appeared steadfast in the world of antiquities, patience could ultimately reveal a balance in pricing. 700? Your increase is rather miserly. At the very least, 5,000. My costs surpass that amount, the vendor retorted, raising his voice and attracting the attention of onlookers. Sully, observing the back and forth, felt a twinge of anxiety. She tugged at Mou's sleeve and whispered, "Mou, isn't that a bit too low? Perhaps you should consider raising your offer?" Mou subtly shook his head, signaling for Sully to remain calm. "Sir, we are all navigating this market, where fortune and discernment reign supreme. While I acknowledge the quality of this blue and white porcelain, there are indeed some flaws present. If you genuinely wish to sell, consider lowering the price. 800 is the utmost I can offer." Mou pointed to a subtle imperfection on the blue and white porcelain, attempting to find a bargaining chip in the flaw. "What flaw is there? You are merely nitpicking. This blue and white porcelain is so well preserved, with exquisite craftsmanship. You expect to take it for 800? Impossible. 4,000 is the lowest I can go." The vendor replied, somewhat irritated, as he picked up the porcelain and examined the flaw Mou mentioned, a hint of sorrow evident in his eyes. "Please, do not rush. My friend, in business, we value harmony for prosperity. I see you are a person of integrity, and I do not wish for you to incur a loss. How about 900? I can add 100 as a gesture of my sincerity," Mou suggested with a smile, attempting to ease the tension in the air. 900? Your increase is minimal. 3,000 is my final offer. If you can accept it, we will conclude the deal. If not, then so be it." The vendor waved his hand dismissively, indicating no room for negotiation. MOU pondered for a moment, glancing at Suli, who nodded slightly. Gritting his teeth, MOU declared, 1,005. This price is already quite generous. Consider this, the market competition is fierce, and if you cling to this price, you may find it difficult to encounter a buyer as sincere as us. Furthermore, purchasing this piece will serve as a form of promotion for your treasure. The vendor furrowed his brows, falling silent for a moment. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although he believed the porcelain was worth far more than 1,005, it was also tying up his capital without selling. These two individuals seemed genuinely earnest. And if the stalemate continued, he might truly miss out on this opportunity. 2,000 is my final concession. I will not sell for a penny less. The vendor finally relented, a hint of resignation in his eyes. MOU exchanged a glance with Suli, who nodded in agreement. MOU smiled at the vendor, saying, Very well, my friend, 2,000 it is. I can see you are a straightforward person. Do keep us in mind for any fine treasures in the future. With that, MOU retrieved his wallet, preparing to make the payment. The vendor accepted the money, a smile breaking on his face. All right, young man, do come by often. I have plenty of good items here. After the transaction was completed, MOU carefully cradled the blue and white porcelain as he and Suli walked away from the stall. With a grin, Suli remarked, MOU, your bargaining skills are extraordinary, managing to negotiate from 800 down to 2,000. MOU chuckled in response, Miss Sue, the antique market is quite intricate. One must remain patient while negotiating. As for the true value of this blue and white porcelain, we must seek the assessment of a professional. Perhaps we have indeed stumbled upon a significant find. With hearts full of anticipation, the two continued to meander through the antique market, looking forward to the next delightful discovery. On the street, MOU held the porcelain delicately, as if cradling a rare treasure. He and Suli exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with excitement and expectation. After the intense haggling, the porcelain was finally in their possession, yet the question of its authenticity awaited an authoritative verdict. Thus, the two decided to take the blue and white porcelain to a nearby appraisal center for authentication, seeking to discern its authenticity. MOU was acutely aware that, based on the indications provided by his discerning vision, this porcelain was valued in the millions and was undoubtedly genuine. Nevertheless, he understood that in the realm of antiques, relying solely on one's judgment can be insufficiently rigorous. A professional appraisal process was essential for a definitive conclusion. Suli observed the porcelain in MOU's hands, her eyes revealing a blend of concern and curiosity. Although she had faith in MOU's discerning eye, the antique market was rife with deception and counterfeit techniques. Until they received a professional evaluation, no one could afford to be complacent. MOU, let us hasten to the appraisal center. My heart has been in a state of suspense, Suli urged, her tone tinged with urgency. Chapter 31. Appraisal Center. All right, Mr. Sue, let us proceed. MOU nodded in response, as the two hastened their steps towards the appraisal center. Throughout their journey, MOU clutched the blue and white porcelain tightly, as if fearful of even the slightest damage. Passers-by cast curious glances at the exquisitely shaped porcelain, but MOU and Suli were oblivious to the attention, their minds consumed by the impending appraisal results. Before long, they arrived at the appraisal center, a substantial edifice adorned with a prominent sign that asserted its authority in the realm of antique appraisal. Upon entering, they were greeted by a simple yet elegant interior, with display cases showcasing various precious artifacts, each whispering tales of history. MOU and Suli approached the front desk, explaining their purpose to the staff. The personnel welcomed them warmly and arranged for an experienced appraisal expert. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire approached with a slow, deliberate gait. His keen eyes radiated a refined demeanor. Introducing himself as Mr. Chen, he revealed that he had dedicated several decades to the field of antique appraisal. Mr. Chen meticulously examined the blue and white porcelain in MOU's possession, a glimmer of approval flickering in his gaze. I shall conduct a preliminary observation first, followed by detailed analysis using specialized equipment, he stated, donning gloves before carefully taking the porcelain and placing it on a specially designed workbench. He scrutinized the porcelain from various angles, sometimes leaning in closely and at other times stepping back, his gaze intent on every detail of the vase, from the style of the painting to the delicacy of the clay. Next, he retrieved a magnifying glass to inspect the textures and hues more closely, mumbling to himself intermittently. MOU and Suli stood by anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe, their hearts racing as they observed Mr. Chen's every move. Their emotions mirrored those of a condemned prisoner awaiting their fate, filled with anticipation for good news, yet haunted by the fear of unforeseen outcomes. After a thorough examination, Mr. Chin set down the magnifying glass, a faint smile gracing his lips. From my initial assessment, the craftsmanship, clay quality, and painting style of this blue and white porcelain align with characteristics from a specific era, suggesting a strong likelihood of authenticity. However, to ensure absolute certainty, we must proceed with scientific testing, he advised. The staff then carefully transported the porcelain to a room equipped with an array of advanced testing apparatus. Meanwhile, MOU and Su Li anxiously awaited in the designated area. Time seemed to languish in the tense atmosphere, each second stretching endlessly. At long last, the testing results were ready. Mr. Chen emerged with a report in hand, a smile illuminating his face. After thorough examination, it can be confirmed that this blue and white porcelain is indeed an authentic piece, remarkably well preserved despite its considerable age, and holds significant market value, he declared. Upon hearing this news, the weight that had burdened MOU and Su Li's hearts was finally lifted. Su Li gazed at MOU with excitement and remarked, "MOU, you truly are remarkable, possessing such discerning insight." MOU smiled in response, "President Su, it is merely a stroke of good fortune. Dear sirs, do you wish to auction this exquisite blue and white porcelain? We can arrange an auction for you, and it could take place this very evening." Old Chen observed MOU and Su Li, his eyes shimmering with professional acuity, a perfectly measured smile adorning his face. That smile conveyed both admiration for the rare item and the fervor and sincerity of a true connoisseur. Upon hearing Old Chen's proposal, MOU and Su Li exchanged a brief, contemplative glance, a flicker of hesitation evident in their expressions. This blue and white porcelain, recently authenticated as genuine and of considerable value, was already an unexpected delight for them. And the sudden invitation to auction made them realize that this piece might yield a value far exceeding their expectations, yet it also presented numerous unknowns and risks. Old Chen, considering we have just confirmed its authenticity and lack experience in auctions, could you elaborate on this process for us? Su Li spoke first, her tone steady and composed. As the head of the company, she understood the importance of being well-informed when confronting significant decisions. Old Chen nodded, adjusting his reading glasses, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Certainly, our appraisal center maintains close collaborations with various auction houses, and we are well-versed in the auction processes for diverse antique treasures. Tonight's auction is a small-scale, high-quality event featuring seasoned collectors, enthusiasts of antiquities, and financially capable buyers, all possessing a keen passion and purchasing power for superior antiques. Your piece of blue and white porcelain is exceptionally appealing, both in terms of its era, craftsmanship, and preservation condition, and is likely to fetch a surprisingly high price. As Old Chen elaborated, he gestured gently, striving to provide MOU and Su Li with a more intuitive understanding of the situation. MOU furrowed his brow, harboring some doubts. Old Chen, does this auction carry any risks? For instance, the possibility of it failing to sell? Despite his moderate familiarity with the antique market, he remained apprehensive about the specifics of the auction process. Old Chen chuckled lightly and patiently explained, the likelihood of a failed auction cannot be entirely dismissed. But in the event we arrange, the probability is quite low. Prior to the auction, we will conduct comprehensive publicity efforts, showcasing the allure and value of this blue and white porcelain to potential buyers through various channels. Moreover, based on my extensive experience, such exquisite porcelain pieces, when priced appropriately, tend to incite competition among bidders, ultimately achieving a desirable price. Naturally, should the unfortunate event of a failed auction occur, we will collaborate with you to devise subsequent handling strategies, ensuring you incur no losses. As Su Li absorbed Old Chen's explanation, her confidence began to solidify. She glanced at MOU, her eyes seemingly seeking his counsel. MOU pondered for a moment and said, "Mr. Su, I believe this may present an opportunity. Since the value of the blue and white porcelain has been established, auctioning it might maximize its worth. However, we must also consider the implications, as entering the auction will expose us to various circumstances." Su Li nodded in agreement with MOU's perspective. She then turned to Elder Chen and inquired, "Elder Chen, if we decide to proceed with the auction, what will the subsequent process entail? Will we be pressed for time?" Chapter 32. The auction commences. Old Chen smiled and remarked, "Indeed, time is rather tight, yet we possess a professional team that will diligently assist you. First and foremost, we must establish a reasonable starting bid and reserve price, which necessitates a comprehensive consideration of market trends and the unique characteristics of this exquisite blue and white porcelain. Thereafter, our marketing team will promptly commence their efforts disseminating information and images of this porcelain through various online and offline channels to captivate potential buyers' attention. Simultaneously, we will ensure proper storage and display of the porcelain, granting interested buyers the opportunity for close inspection prior to the auction's commencement. Once the auction begins, it will solely depend on the competitive spirit of the bidders. MOU and Sully exchanged glances once more, each recognizing determination in the other's eyes. This piece of porcelain was indeed a delightful surprise, and maximizing its value through auction would undoubtedly be a fortuitous outcome. Furthermore, with the assistance of Old Chin and the expert team from the appraisal center, they felt an added sense of confidence. Old Chin, we have decided to participate in tonight's auction. We kindly ask for your utmost efforts in securing a favorable price for this porcelain, Sully stated with a smile, her eyes radiating resolve. Old Chin chuckled heartily and replied, "Rest assured, I will spare no effort." He continued, "Now, let us swiftly discuss the starting bid and reserve price, aiming for this treasure to shine brightly at the auction." Thus, MOU, Sully, and Old Chin gathered around a rustic wooden table, delving into a meticulous discussion of the auction's various details. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon them, as if infusing hope and vitality into the forthcoming auction. Seated around the ancient wooden table, MOU, Sully, and Old Chin engaged in an in-depth and thorough discussion regarding the auction of the blue and white porcelain. Old Chin, wielding a fountain pen, annotated documents while meticulously elucidating the various stages of the auction process and potential scenarios to MOU and Sully. His gaze was focused and professional, his words imbued with rich experience and confidence regarding the auction. "My dear friends, this blue and white porcelain, in terms of craftsmanship, age, and remarkable preservation, is indeed a rare gem. I firmly believe it will capture the attention of numerous buyers at tonight's auction," Old Chin expressed, his eyes gleaming with admiration for the porcelain. MOU nodded slightly, attentively absorbing Old Chin's explanations, gaining a clearer understanding of the porcelain's value in the impending auction. "Old Chin, we are quite unfamiliar with the auction process, and we are immensely grateful for your expert guidance. However, we still harbor some concerns. For instance, will the determination of the starting bid and reserve price significantly influence the final sale price?" MOU voiced his apprehensions, acutely aware that the establishment of these two prices was pivotal to the auction's success. Old Chin chuckled, adjusting his reading glasses, and patiently elucidated. "The establishment of both the starting bid and reserve price is indeed crucial. If the starting bid is set too low, it may attract more bidders. However, it could also lead to an unsatisfactory final sale price. If the starting bid is set excessively high, it may deter a segment of potential buyers. While the reserve price serves as a safeguard for your minimum psychological valuation of this porcelain piece. Based on my understanding of the market and the unique characteristics of this blue and white porcelain, I propose setting the starting bid at $5 million and the reserve price at $6 million. This approach would attract a sufficient number of buyers, while simultaneously safeguarding your interests to a certain extent." Sully pondered thoughtfully over Mr. Chin's suggestions. As the head of the company, she possessed a keen business acumen and decision-making prowess. "Mr. Chin, could we perhaps invest more effort into our promotional strategies? After all, the greater the number of participants in the auction, the better our chances," Sully remarked, her eyes reflecting the significance she attributed to this auction. Mr. Chin nodded in agreement, assuring them, "Rest assured, our appraisal center maintains close ties with various antique collecting circles and possesses a professional promotional team. Before the auction commences, we will employ both online and offline channels for comprehensive publicity of this blue and white porcelain. We will not only disseminate detailed information and high-definition images across prominent antique forums and social media platforms, but we will also invite seasoned collectors and connoisseurs to preview the piece in advance, thereby generating excitement for the auction." After an in-depth discussion, MOU, Sully, and Mr. Chin ultimately reached a consensus on the various auction details. Mr. Chin organized the relevant documents and handed them to MOU and Sully, smiling as he said, "Ladies, you'll see that all terms are clearly delineated in the contract. Please review it carefully, and if everything appears satisfactory, you may proceed to sign." MOU and Sully took the documents and read them meticulously. After confirming that everything was in order, they each affixed their signatures to the contract. Mr. Chin secured the contract with a smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, from this moment onward, we are officially partners. Please bear with us for a short while. The auction will commence shortly." MOU and Sully stood to shake Mr. Chin's hand in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chin. We hope for a smooth auction," Sully replied with a smile. "Rest assured, both of you, We shall exert our utmost efforts to ensure that this blue and white porcelain fetches a satisfactory price, Mr. Chen declared confidently. Subsequently, Mr. Chen guided Mou and Su Li to the auction venue. At that moment, the scene was meticulously organized, with rows of chairs neatly arranged and lights focusing on exquisite antique treasures displayed on the platform. The staff was diligently making final preparations, striving for a successful commencement of the auction. Mou and Su Li occupied the front row of the audience, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. They observed buyers entering the hall, each hailing from diverse backgrounds, united by a fervent interest in antique collecting. Mou turned to Su Li and whispered, "General Manager Su, it feels as though we are in a dream. I never imagined we would truly participate in an auction." Su Li nodded slightly, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Indeed. All of this is thanks to your discovery of this blue and white porcelain. We hope it will bring us a delightful surprise." As time passed, the number of attendees at the auction steadily increased, and the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The host ascended the stage, cleared his throat, and, with a warm smile, addressed the audience. "Dear guests, welcome to tonight's exquisite auction. Let us embark on this splendid journey through the world of antiques." Mou and Su Li sat quietly in their seats, eagerly awaiting the appearance of their precious blue and white porcelain, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the auction's outcome. Chapter 33. The frenzied bidding in the auction hall. Resplendent crystal chandeliers cast a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating the entire space with a shimmering radiance. Below, collectors and antique enthusiasts from all corners of the world congregated, adorned in exquisite attire, their eyes betraying a fervent desire for various treasures. At this moment, the auction officially commenced as the host, with measured confidence, ascended the stage, microphone in hand, surveying the audience with a warm smile. "Ladies and gentlemen," the host's voice resonated clearly and robustly throughout the expansive venue. "Welcome to this much-anticipated auction tonight. Our journey this evening will commence with an exquisitely crafted piece of ancient jade." With that, a graceful attendant clad in a qipao glided onto the stage, delicately balancing an ornate tray. Upon the tray rested a piece of ancient jade, which, under specially designed lighting, emanated a warm and enigmatic luster. The host gently lifted the jade, presenting it to the audience below. This piece of ancient jade, authenticated by experts, dates back to the Han Dynasty. Its texture is fine and smooth, radiating warmth to the touch, while the craftsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. "Observe the intricately carved patterns," the host continued. "The lines are fluid and natural, showcasing the distinctive decorative style of the Han era in all its glory. From both historical and artistic perspectives, it is truly unparalleled." As the host elaborated, each detail was articulated with precision, allowing the buyers below to gain a deeper appreciation of the jade. The audience engaged in hushed conversations, their expressions reflecting a keen interest. Some were already eager to place their bids. The starting price for this Han Dynasty jade is 500,000, with each subsequent bid to increase by no less than 50,000. No sooner had the host concluded than the air was charged with the sound of competing offers. 550,000. A middle-aged man seated in the front row raised his bidding paddle, impeccably attired in a well-tailored suit, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the jade. 600,000. Almost simultaneously, a lady in the back row, adorned with elegant eyeglasses, responded defiantly, her movements exuding grace. 650,000. Another voice joined the fray, igniting the bidding war further, the atmosphere becoming increasingly fervent. Buyers vied with one another, and the price soared higher. Mou and Su Li sat quietly in the audience, observing the intense bidding without a hint of eagerness or impulse, only a cool detachment and scrutiny. Su Li slightly turned her head and murmured to Mou, "This jade is indeed remarkable, but it is not our target for tonight. We are merely here to observe." Mou nodded in agreement, his gaze traversing the crowd, keenly noting the expressions and demeanor of each bidder. Amidst the tumult of bidding, the price ascended to 1 million. The pace of the auction began to slow as some buyers hesitated, contemplating whether to continue raising their bids. Yet, the middle-aged man appeared resolute, raising his paddle once more, exclaiming, 110,000, 115,000. The lady responded once more, her gaze revealing a hint of determination. 1,200,000. The middle-aged man unhesitatingly raised the bid, his eyes resolutely fixed on his opponent. This time, the lady fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly lowered her bidding paddle. 1,200,000. Once. The auctioneer announced loudly, his eyes sweeping across the audience. 1,200,000 twice. A hush fell over the room as everyone awaited a potential counteroffer. 1,200,000 thrice. With a decisive thud, the auctioneer's gavel struck down, sealing the fate of the Han Dynasty jade at the price of 1,200,000. A satisfied smile spread across the middle-aged man's face as staff approached to confirm the necessary formalities. As the first item was successfully auctioned off, a ripple of applause resonated throughout the venue. Following the sale of the initial piece, during a brief intermission, the staff swiftly cleared the display podium in preparation for the next bidding session. The atmosphere remained vibrant, with buyers either engaging in hushed discussions about the previous auction or taking a moment to rejuvenate for the upcoming bids. Soon, the auctioneer energetically returned to the stage, microphone in hand, beaming with a smile while his gaze scanned the audience as if engaging in a silent dialogue with each guest. Dear guests, after a brief respite, I trust you're all eagerly anticipating the unveiling of our next exquisite item. The auctioneer's voice was compelling, instantly refocusing everyone's attention on the stage. With a gesture from the auctioneer, a graceful attendant stepped forward, presenting a meticulously framed scroll. As the scroll unfurled on the display rack, a stunning ink bamboo painting came into view. Next, we present a piece of extraordinary value, an ink bamboo painting, the auctioneer proclaimed, his words laced with admiration and anticipation. This painting, crafted by a renowned Ming Dynasty artist, showcased several upright bamboo stalks, their leaves artfully arranged with varying density, the ink hues perfectly balanced, embodying the bamboo's resilience and spirit. The artist employed simple yet powerful brushstrokes to outline the bamboo, each stroke reflecting profound skill. From the form of the leaves to the texture of the stems, every detail appeared vivid, as if the bamboo swayed gracefully in the wind, brimming with life and vitality. The auctioneer elaborated, guiding the audience's gaze with a pointer as he spoke. The buyers below were utterly captivated by the artwork, their eyes betraying deep interest and appreciation. Some leaned forward slightly, eager to scrutinize the painting's details, while others exchanged whispered insights about the piece. Historical research indicates that this artist excelled in expressing his emotions and aspirations through ink bamboo, and his works were highly esteemed in their time. With only a scarce number surviving to the present day, each regarded as a treasure of art. This ink bamboo painting not only possesses immense artistic value, but also embodies the unique style and historical and cultural significance of Ming Dynasty painting. The host continued to elaborate, providing the audience with a deeper understanding of the painting's worth. Thus, the starting bid for this Ming Dynasty ink bamboo painting is set at 2 million, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100,000. As soon as the host concluded, whispers filled the room as attendees contemplated their bidding strategies. 210,000. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire was the first to raise his bidding paddle, his gaze fixated on the ink bamboo painting, his eyes reflecting a profound admiration for this exquisite piece of art. Chapter 34. The main event is about to begin. 2,200,000. A young collector seated nearby exclaimed, his face radiating confidence and enthusiasm, seemingly determined to acquire the painting. The bidding intensified, with prices soaring. Mou and Su Li remained quietly seated in the audience, attentively listening to the host's introduction while admiring the artistic allure of the ink bamboo painting. Su Li gently turned to Mou and whispered, "This painting is indeed exquisite, with delicate brushwork and profound artistic conception, reflecting the artist's profound skill. However, when compared to our blue and white porcelain, each holds its own merits." Mou nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, every piece of art possesses its unique charm, yet our goal remains the blue and white porcelain." Observing the intensity of this auction can provide us with a valuable reference for our porcelain. The auction continued, with the price escalating to 3 million. At this juncture, the competition intensified, leaving only a few formidable buyers in contention. 3,100,000. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire raised his bid again, his expression slightly grave, clearly intent on securing the painting. 3,200,000. The young collector, unwilling to concede, promptly responded. He grasped his bidding paddle tightly, determination evident in his gaze. In this fierce bidding war, each increment stirred the hearts of the audience. Everyone was captivated by the contest, eager to discover who would ultimately claim the ink bamboo painting. As prices continued to rise, several buyers gradually withdrew from the auction, leaving only the elderly gentleman and the young collector in the fray. 3,500,000. The elderly gentleman bit his lip and raised his bidding paddle once more, this time his voice resonating with undeniable conviction. The young collector fell into a momentary silence, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly lowered his bidding paddle. 3,500,000 once. The host announced loudly, the venue enveloped in silence as everyone awaited the final verdict. 3,500,000, twice. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall. 3,500,000, thrice. With the fall of the auction hammer, a resounding bang echoed as the Ming Dynasty inked bamboo painting was sold for 3,500,000. The elderly gentleman's face beamed with a satisfied smile, as if he had acquired a long-coveted treasure. With the successful sale of the inked bamboo painting, the atmosphere of the auction surged, and anticipation for the upcoming items grew palpable. Mou and Suli silently hoped that their blue and white porcelain would shine brightly in this auction. Following the successful bid for the inked bamboo painting, the pace of the auction quickened, and the ambience was charged with fervor. The host, akin to a maestro conducting a symphony, skillfully guided this grand feast of antiques and wealth to ever greater heights. Dear collectors, the excitement continues. The host's exuberant voice rang out once more. The next piece will surely leave you astonished. As he spoke, the elegant auctioneer gracefully presented the next item for bidding, a splendid Qing Dynasty famille rose vase, while gently rotating the vase to showcase its form from all angles. The host eloquently described its exquisite shape and flowing lines, highlighting the vibrant and intricate floral designs that adorned its surface. Each transition of color and the delicate portrayal of the flowers exemplified the pinnacle of Qing Dynasty porcelain craftsmanship. Every detail of the vase encapsulated the dedication and ingenuity of the artisans of that era. The host's detailed narration captivated the audience, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. The starting bid was set at 3 million, with increments no less than 150,000. As soon as the host concluded, the bidding erupted like a volley of cannon fire. 3,150,000. A middle-aged gentleman clad in an opulent suit was the first to bid, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the vase. 3,300,000. A lady in the back row, undeterred, swiftly raised her paddle to compete, her eyes reflecting her affection for the porcelain piece. The prize soared amidst the fervent competition, the atmosphere charged with tension akin to a taut bowstring. Mou and Suli, seated among the audience, observed the fierce bidding with heightened anticipation for the upcoming blue and white porcelain piece. Suli whispered to Mou, "It seems today's bidders are brimming with enthusiasm. This bodes well for our blue and white porcelain." Mou nodded in agreement, her focus unwavering on the auction stage. Ultimately, the famille rose vase was secured by the middle-aged gentleman for an impressive 5,500,000. Following a brief handover ceremony, the host promptly unveiled the next auction item, a Han Dynasty jade buy. This jade buy, characterized by its smooth and delicate texture, showcased exceptional craftsmanship. The sinuous lines of the carved coiling dragon patterns came alive, reflecting the unique allure of Han Dynasty jade carving artistry. It possessed not only immense artistic value, but also served as a precious testament to historical culture. After the host's introduction, the bidding commenced anew, starting at 2 million with increments of 100,000. 2,100,000. An elderly gentleman with silver hair raised his bidding paddle. 2,200,000. Another young collector quickly responded. The bidding continued in a lively exchange, with the price of the jade buy soaring to an eventual 3,800,000. Subsequently, the host presented 3 more items in succession: a calligraphic work from the Song Dynasty, a pair of Ming Dynasty Wang Wali wood chairs, and a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain plate. Each piece possessed its own distinctive charm, enticing the buyers below to compete fervently. The Song Dynasty calligraphy, with its graceful and free-flowing characters and vigorous strokes, commenced at a starting price of 5 million. After a fierce bidding war, it ultimately sold for 8,500,000. The pair of Ming Dynasty Wang Wali wood chairs, exuding a timeless elegance with their clear wood grain and subtle fragrance, began at 4 million. The price steadily climbed during the auction, culminating in a sale of 7,200,000 to a collector. The exquisite blue and white porcelain plate from the Yuan Dynasty, adorned with a stunning blue floral design and vibrant colors, commenced with a starting bid of 6 million. After several rounds of spirited bidding, it ultimately sold for an impressive 11 million. Throughout this continuous auction process, the atmosphere in the auction house remained exceptionally fervent. Buyers, whether motivated by the desire to acquire rare collectibles or driven by investment aspirations, eagerly placed their bids. Each sound of the gavel signified that a precious work of art had found a new home. Mou and Suli quietly observed the series of auctions, harboring deep confidence in their blue and white porcelain. Witnessing the high prices achieved by other lots, they hoped their piece would achieve even more resplendent results in this auction. At this moment, the auction had progressed for a while, and they knew that the main event they had been anticipating was about to unfold. Chapter 35. The Auction of the Blue and White Porcelain. The bidding heats up. Within the opulent and brilliantly illuminated auction hall, the atmosphere was both fervent and tense. A palpable blend of excitement and anticipation permeated the air. At that moment, the host cradled a meticulously wrapped object in his hands. As the soft satin layer was gradually unveiled, a breathtaking piece of blue and white porcelain emerged before the audience. Indeed, this was the exquisite porcelain that Mo and Su Li had brought forth for auction. Clearing his throat, the host began to elaborate on the intricacies of the blue and white porcelain. His voice resonated clearly and compellingly, each word seemingly imbued with enchantment. Unfurling the rich narrative and value behind the porcelain, he expounded upon its delicate texture, masterful artistry, and the profound historical and cultural significance it embodied, captivating every individual present. This porcelain transcended its mere function as an object. It transformed into a frozen narrative of history, a flowing tapestry of art. The multitude of buyers below was utterly entranced, their eyes fixated on the porcelain, radiating a fervent desire and blazing intensity. They envisioned a rare treasure shimmering before them, each one mentally calculating their bids, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to claim it as their own. Mo and Su Li stood closely together, their hands instinctively intertwined, palms slightly damp with perspiration. In this moment, both held their breath, their gazes filled with a blend of hope and anxiety. This piece of blue and white porcelain was of immense significance to them, and they longed for it to fetch a price that would meet their expectations. Previously, during the appraisal, the esteemed Mr. Chen had confidently asserted that, given the porcelain's condition, age, and craftsmanship, achieving a price of 10 million in the market should pose no challenge. However, the unpredictable nature of the market often rendered the final auction price uncertain. No one could definitively ascertain how much this porcelain would ultimately sell for before the bidding commenced. This uncertainty left Mo and Su Li's hearts racing, akin to a small rabbit fluttering within their chests. As the audience reveled in their admiration and musings about the blue and white porcelain, the host raised his voice, boldly announcing, "The starting bid is 5 million, with increments no less than 500,000. His voice struck like a hammer, shattering the brief silence in the hall and heralding the onset of this fierce bidding war. 5,500,000. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and exuding an air of distinction, was the first to raise his bidding paddle, his gaze resolute, seemingly intent on securing the porcelain. 6 million. Almost simultaneously, a lady seated in the front row boldly countered. Her sharp eyes and slightly upturned lips radiated confidence and arrogance, as if proclaiming her prowess to the crowd. 6,500,000. Without hesitation, a young man followed suit, his face aglow with passion and determination, eager to carve a niche for himself in the world of collectors through this exquisite porcelain. Subsequently, the bidding price soared dramatically, each increment sending a jolt through Mo and Su Li's hearts. They anxiously observed the fluctuating bid cards on stage, soaking in the fervent ambience of the venue. As the price inched closer to the estimated 10 million set by Elder Chen, the rhythm of the auction seemed to decelerate. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained palpably tense, with everyone awaiting the next bidder. 9 million. The middle-aged man raised his bidding paddle once more. His voice, though steady, betrayed a slight tremor in his hand, revealing his inner anxiety. The hall fell silent for a moment, as if all present were contemplating their next move. At that moment, a lady slowly raised her hand, declaring, 9,500,000. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable determination. Mo and Su Li's hearts raced as they fixated on the stage, anticipating a new bid. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, with only the sound of quickened breaths echoing in the auction hall. Would this exquisite blue and white porcelain ultimately surpass 10 million, and at what price would it conclude? Everyone was on tenterhooks, with Mo and Su Li feeling as if they might suffocate from the tension. 10 million. Just then, the middle-aged man raised his bid again, his voice resolute and powerful, reverberating throughout the auction hall like a thunderous bell, instilling a sense of awe among those present. He held his paddle aloft, his gaze reflecting an unwavering resolve to claim the porcelain for himself. That declaration of a new bid was akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly generating a cascade of ripples. Others, who had hesitated, were galvanized by his fervor, and soon joined the fray with renewed vigor. 10,500,000. A gentleman donning gold-rimmed glasses swiftly raised his paddle, his eyes calm yet incisive, as if he possessed a clear understanding of the porcelain's worth. Confident it far exceeded the current price. 11 million. A lady adorned in an exquisite chi-pao was not to be outdone. She gracefully lifted her bidding card, her voice clear and resolute. With a slight tilt of her chin, her eyes sparkled with confidence and pride, as if showcasing her prowess to the other bidders. 11,500,000. A youthful bidder eagerly re-entered the contest, his face radiant with excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Despite the price having eclipsed his initial budget, his admiration for the blue and white porcelain and belief in its potential for appreciation compelled him to persist. The price of the porcelain continued its meteoric rise, akin to a rocket ascending skyward. With every bid, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric, the tension threatening to ignite the entire hall. Bidders vied fiercely, each unwilling to yield. With every offer accompanied by rapid heartbeats and intense glances, they seemed to be engaged in a battlefield devoid of smoke, fiercely competing for this precious porcelain. Mou and Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched the price escalate relentlessly. Initially, they had anticipated reaching the 10 million mark as estimated by Mr. Chen. Yet now, the price has soared far beyond their wildest expectations. Su Li, her cheeks flushed with excitement, clutched Mou's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Mou, look at this price. It's simply unbelievable." Mou, equally exhilarated, nodded vigorously, his eyes glimmering with enthusiasm as he replied, "Indeed. I never expected things to progress so smoothly. It feels as though we are in a dream." As the price continued its relentless ascent, the pace of the bidding gradually slowed. After all, this amount had surpassed the financial capacity of most participants. Nevertheless, a few bidders remained resolute, unwilling to concede easily. 12 million. A middle-aged man declared, raising the bid once more, a sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He fully understood the intrinsic value of the blue and white porcelain piece. For its acquisition, he was prepared to pay an even steeper price. Chapter 36. 13 million. 12. 5 million. The lady in the chi-pao placed her bid once more, her gaze revealing a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly a sense of determination. She felt an extraordinary connection to this piece of blue and white porcelain and was resolute in her intent to acquire it at any cost. A brief silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on the two bidders. Whispers of speculation filled the air as to how this fierce auction would ultimately conclude. At that moment, the auctioneer commenced the countdown. 12. 5 million once, 12. 5 million twice. The atmosphere was charged with tension, breaths held in anticipation of the final outcome. 13 million. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and raised his bidding paddle once more. His voice resonated with a sense of unwavering resolve. This was the utmost limit he could bear. Should anyone raise the bid again, he might indeed have to concede. The lady in the chi-pao hesitated, glancing at her paddle and then at the porcelain on the stage. The price was beginning to stretch her limits, yet she was loath to relinquish this cherished treasure. Just as the auctioneer was about to call out for the second time at 13 million, she finally lowered her paddle, a look of resignation crossing her face. 13 million once, 13 million twice, 13 million thrice. Sold. With the resounding bang of the auctioneer's gavel, the hall erupted in fervent applause. The middle-aged man had finally secured the blue and white porcelain, letting out a long sigh of relief, a look of gratification illuminating his features. Mou and Su Li were beside themselves with excitement, Su Li embracing Mou tightly. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Mou, it's incredible, 13 million. Su Li could hardly contain her overwhelming joy, her voice quivering with exhilaration. She grasped Mou's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and delight. At this moment, their company was mired in a financial crisis, akin to a ship perilously swaying amidst raging winds and tumultuous waves, desperately in need of a timely infusion of cash to mend its leaks and stabilize its course. The astonishing price fetched by this blue and white porcelain felt like a ray of dawn piercing through the gloom, bringing hope for rebirth to the company. General Manager Su, congratulations. Mou too could not hide his joy, his smile radiant as blossoms in spring. Su Li took a moment to compose herself, her gaze soft yet resolute as she looked at Mou, and suddenly spoke earnestly. Mou, this blue and white porcelain was your discovery. The entire sum should belong to you. Had it not been for your discerning eye in uncovering this treasure, we would not have experienced today's unexpected fortune. Su Li recognized that Mou played a pivotal role in this fortunate find. His expertise and keen insight were crucial to their success. Mou quickly waved his hand, sincerely responding, General Manager Su, we discovered it together. Had it not been for your companionship, I would not have so effortlessly discovered this exquisite blue and white porcelain. Throughout this endeavor, you have devoted considerable time and effort, and thus, the fruits of our labor rightfully belong to both of us. MOU spoke with heartfelt sincerity, genuinely believing that this success was a result of their joint efforts. Each was indispensable to the other. Suli furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before gently shaking her head and responding, MOU, it was you who discovered this piece of blue and white porcelain and seized the opportunity. Therefore, this sum is rightfully yours. MOU gazed into Suli's steadfast eyes, which radiated sincerity and determination, akin to a warm light that penetrated deep into his heart, stirring a wave of warmth within him. Having worked alongside Suli for a considerable time, he was well aware of her caring and considerate nature towards her employees. Her insistence on giving him the money deeply moved him. He understood her intentions. Suli genuinely acknowledged the pivotal role he played in this fortunate discovery and believed he deserved to claim the entirety of this wealth. However, MOU also had his own reflections. He perceived that the entire process was not solely his accomplishment. After a moment of contemplation, he wore a gentle yet resolute expression and said slowly, General Manager Su, how about we split it evenly? The success of securing this blue and white porcelain and the high price it fetched is also attributable to you. You deserve half of this sum. MOU's tone was sincere, his eyes brimming with earnestness. He wished for Suli to understand that, in his heart, they were partners in this endeavor, and this achievement ought to be shared equally. Upon hearing his words, Suli felt a surge of joy within her. The company's financial crisis loomed over her like a boulder, and the prospect of using half of this newfound wealth to alleviate the current predicament was undeniably appealing. Yet, reason swiftly regained its dominance. She believed that the blue and white porcelain was indeed MOU's triumph, brought forth by his profound expertise and discerning eye for antiques. Throughout the process, she had merely provided assistance and had not played a decisive role, making it difficult for her to accept such a substantial sum with a clear conscience. With a slight frown, her eyes reflected hesitation and inner conflict. She gently shook her head and said, MOU, I appreciate your sentiment, but you are the true hero of this endeavor. I have merely performed some trivial supporting tasks. How can I take such a considerable amount? That would be unfair to you. Suli's voice was soft yet resolute, her gaze conveying admiration and respect for MOU while steadfastly adhering to her principles. MOU looked at her, his eyes filled with determination. He stepped forward and earnestly declared, General Manager Su, please do not say that. In the company, you have always guided us, shielding us from adversity. Even if it was I who discovered the porcelain, without your support, such smooth progress would have been impossible. Moreover, we are a team. When one thrives, all thrive, and when one suffers, all suffer. This harvest should indeed be shared. MOU's words were heartfelt, and he hoped Suli would set aside her reservations and accept her rightful share. Suli listened to MOU, her heart swelling with emotion. She gazed into MOU's resolute eyes, feeling his sincerity and unwavering dedication. She was acutely aware that once MOU made a decision, it would be exceedingly difficult to alter. Furthermore, his words deeply touched her. She recognized that he genuinely considered her a companion in their endeavors, a bond that is indeed rare in the competitive world of business. After a moment of silence, Suli let out a gentle sigh, a glimmer of emotional tears welling in her eyes. She looked at MOU and slowly said, MOU, thank you. Since you are so steadfast, I shall not decline. At last, Suli consented to MOU's proposal. Upon hearing this, a look of relief illuminated MOU's face as he responded, Ms. Su, there is no need for such formality. Let us work together, and I firmly believe that our company will flourish in the future. The two exchanged smiles, their connection deepening. Chapter 37 Departure from the auction house to the gemstone market. At this moment, the fervent atmosphere of the auction hall gradually dissipated. MOU and Suli stood to the side, their hearts still brimming with excitement and reflection. Before long, a staff member clad in a neat uniform, exuding a professional smile, approached them with a light step. In his hands, he held pertinent documents and electronic devices, his gaze focused and professional. Mr. MO, Miss Su, congratulations on the successful auction of your blue and white porcelain at a premium price. The staff member's voice was gentle and courteous, imbued with just the right amount of enthusiasm. He proceeded to explain the process of fund settlement in detail. According to our auction house's regulations, a commission fee of 10 of the transaction price will be charged. The total price for the blue and white porcelain is $13 million. And after deducting the commission fee of $3 million, the actual amount credited will be $7 million. This sum will be immediately transferred to your designated account. MOU and Suli nodded slightly, indicating their understanding of the staff member's explanation. having endured the previous tense and intense bidding process. They both felt a sense of relief upon hearing that the funds would soon be credited, especially for Suli, who was acutely aware of the financial crisis looming over the company. This impending influx of capital felt like a timely downpour, illuminating a glimmer of hope for the company's recovery. Swiftly, the staff member adeptly manipulated the electronic device in his hands, completing the transfer process. MOU's phone instantaneously chimed with a notification of the funds being credited. He opened his phone to confirm that the 11.7 million had indeed been securely deposited. Gazing at the string of numbers on his screen, MOU was flooded with emotions. This was not merely a sum of wealth, but a testament to the collaborative efforts shared with Suli. Without the slightest hesitation, MOU picked up his phone again and swiftly initiated a transfer. His fingers danced across the screen with determination evident in his gaze. Before long, Suli's phone chimed as well. She glanced at her phone, and upon seeing the transfer notification, a smile broke across her face. The screen clearly displayed that MOU had transferred 5.85 million to her. Suli looked up at MOU, her eyes filled with emotion. MOU, thank you. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her heart a tumult of feelings. She understood that MOU was resolutely adhering to their previous agreement to split the proceeds. Yet deep down, she felt that MOU deserved more, as it was his expertise and luck that had primarily facilitated the successful auction of the blue and white porcelain. MOU gazed at Suli, a warm smile gracing his face, as if he had anticipated her reaction. Miss Su, we agreed beforehand that this money would be divided equally. Please do not refuse again. The company urgently needs this capital. As I mentioned earlier, this is also a result of our collective efforts. MOU's voice was sincere and resolute, his eyes reflecting an undeniable determination. Suli was deeply moved. She recognized the steadfastness behind his insistence, which not only honored a promise but also cherished the bond between them. She gently bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. After years of navigating the complexities of the marketplace, she had witnessed countless conflicts of interest and the intricacies of human nature. Yet, the pure friendship and trust from MOU felt exceptionally precious to her. MOU, thank you. Suli's voice trembled slightly as she endeavored to maintain her composure. I truly appreciate your kindness, and I believe that with this financial support, the company will surely weather the storm. Suli clutched her phone tightly, as if grasping the very hope for the company's future. MOU smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, President Su, please don't be so formal. We are a team. You have always taken care of and supported me, and now that the company is facing difficulties, it is only right for me to help. He continued with unwavering optimism. I believe our company's future will be brighter, and everyone will reap the benefits. His smile radiated warmth and confidence, brimming with anticipation for the company's future. As they stood there, the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. In this moment, their bond deepened through the exchange of wealth. Suli took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, which were a blend of gratitude for MOU's generosity and hope for the company's future. She extended her hand, gently grasping MOU's, her eyes reflecting determination and urgency as she said, MOU, let us go out. We need to buy jadeite today. The company urgently requires it. Even though the financial crisis had eased somewhat due to the auction of the blue and white porcelain, for a company in the jewelry industry, the procurement of jadeite raw materials was critical for sustained growth. The previous predicament had left their inventory critically low, making the acquisition of jadeite imperative. All right. MOU nodded without hesitation, sensing the urgency in Suli's expression and words. Hand in hand, they hurriedly exited the auction hall. Upon stepping outside, the bustling streets filled with vibrancy came into view. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of vehicles, starkly contrasting the tense and quiet atmosphere within the auction hall. However, MOU and Suli were too focused on their singular objective to reach the stone gambling market as swiftly as possible to procure the essential jadeite for the company. They walked briskly along the street, surrounded by leisurely shoppers and hurried pedestrians, their own urgency sharply distinct from the atmosphere around them. As they walked, Suli outlined the company's specific requirements for jadeite, detailing types, quantities, and budget considerations. MOU listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement while rapidly devising a procurement strategy in his mind. Soon, they arrived at an intersection. The street was alive with traffic, the traffic lights flickering incessantly. Standing at the crossroads, they awaited the green light. At that moment, MOU glanced at Suli and noticed that, despite the fatigue in her eyes, there was a resolute strength. He gently squeezed her hand in reassurance, saying, President Su, don't worry too much. We will surely find the right jadeite. Suli nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at Mou as she said, "Indeed, I trust you and have faith that the company will surely overcome this challenge." As the green light illuminated their path, the two of them navigated through the crowd across the street. Soon, they arrived at a large jadeite gambling market. Upon entering, a distinctive atmosphere enveloped them, a blend of the earthy scent of raw stones and the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. The market was adorned with a plethora of jadeite raw stones, varying in size and form, captivating numerous enthusiasts and merchants who paused to select their treasures. Mou and Suli meandered between the stalls, meticulously examining each piece of raw stone. Utilizing his keen insight, Mou scrutinized the stones, searching for signs of jadeite within. Meanwhile, Suli attentively listened to Mou's analyses, while also observing the actions of other buyers and the fluctuating market prices. At one stall, Mou came to a halt. He picked up a raw stone and examined it closely, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He handed the stone to Suli and whispered, "Ms. Su, take a look at this raw stone. The surface has a uniform distribution of the desirable frosty texture. The banding is quite distinct, and the overall quality is promising. It holds a strong potential for yielding high-quality jadeite." Chapter 38. The Insightful Eye of the Gambler. Unveiling a piece of jade, Suli took hold of the raw stone, observing it under Mou's guidance. Her understanding of stone gambling was profound, yet she felt it did not match the depth of Mou's expertise. She soon discerned that this particular stone seemed to possess an extraordinary quality. The vendor, noticing their keen interest, was suddenly illuminated with delight, his face breaking into a broad smile as he began to enthusiastically present his wares. "Your discerning eyes are commendable. This raw stone was not easy for me to acquire. I exerted considerable effort to obtain it directly from an esteemed source. It undoubtedly holds potential. Just look at the skin, the mottling, and the banding. A connoisseur would instantly recognize it as a rare find. A mere 100,000 will suffice." As he spoke, the vendor gently caressed the stone, as if showcasing a priceless treasure to Mou and Suli. They exchanged a knowing glance, both acutely aware that the ensuing interaction would be a contest of price negotiation. The stone gambling market is inherently elastic, and securing a coveted raw stone at a fair price not only tests one's perception but also one's negotiating prowess. Mou slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the stone once more, rapidly calculating in his mind. While the stone exhibited potential, he was certain that the vendor's asking price was inflated. Clearing his throat, he replied in a measured tone, "My good sir, this raw stone is indeed impressive, but your asking price is rather steep. While it shows promise, the inherent risks of stone gambling cannot be overlooked. No one can guarantee that it will yield a bountiful return once cut. Might you reconsider your offer?" The vendor maintained his smile, though a flicker of caution appeared in his gaze. "My friend, this price is already quite reasonable. Just look around. Stones of this quality are seldom found. I sensed a connection with you too and thought to grant you an opportunity." Mou smiled faintly, unhurried in his response. He calmly began discussing recent transaction prices of similar stones in the market, referencing the overall performance of raw stones from various sources, subtly indicating that this stone was not unique in its value. "My good sir, the current market conditions are rather unstable, while fine stones are indeed rare. Value must also be considered. Don't you agree? Please give it some thought, and let us reach an agreeable conclusion." As the vendor listened to Mou's analysis, he was internally astonished by the young man's profound understanding of the market. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to concede easily, and thus began to emphasize the unique attributes of this stone, from the peculiarities of its source to the subtle distinctions in its exterior, attempting to persuade Mou and Suli to accept his price. Throughout this exchange, the surrounding atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Individuals navigated between stalls, meticulously selecting stones, their eyes fixated on each piece as if seeking to penetrate the rough exterior to unveil the treasures within. Others gathered around the stone-cutting area, anxiously observing as the cutters worked. With each slice, cheers or sighs erupted from the crowd. Cheers signified the potential unveiling of high-quality jade, while sighs reflected the disappointment of a gamble gone awry. Mou and Suli found themselves immersed in the bustling atmosphere, yet remained impervious to the surrounding clamor. Focusing intently on the transaction of raw stones before them, Suli quietly listened to Mou's negotiations with the vendor, harboring a deep admiration for his professionalism and composure. She understood that Mou was striving to secure the utmost benefit for their company, and if this raw stone could be acquired at a reasonable price, it would play a pivotal role in the company's growth. Mou continued to engage with the vendor at times emphasizing market trends, at times highlighting the potential risks associated with the stone, all while artfully conveying their appreciation for the raw stone, ensuring the vendor felt their sincerity. After a vigorous round of haggling, the vendor began to waver. Observing the resolute expressions in Mo and Su Li's eyes, he realized that these two buyers were not easily swayed. Well then, I genuinely wish to conclude this deal. Allow me to make a concession. How about 10,000? The vendor proposed, presenting a new price. Mo calculated silently in his mind, recognizing that this figure was approaching his anticipated price. He glanced at Su Li, who gave a slight nod of approval. Very well, sir. It's clear you are a straightforward person. We shall accept your offer, and the deal is done, Mo declared. Upon hearing his words, Su Li promptly retrieved her phone to initiate the payment. She skillfully navigated to the payment interface, meticulously verifying the amount before gently tapping to complete the transaction. Meanwhile, Mo cautiously secured the raw stone. After the payment was finalized, Mo and Su Li departed from the vendor's stall, their steps light yet resolute. The surrounding crowd remained a vibrant tapestry of activity, with various sounds intermingling. Yet at that moment, to Mo and Su Li, it all faded into an insignificant backdrop. They wove through the throngs in the stone gambling market, their eyes scanning for a seasoned stonecutter among the busy figures. At last, they spotted an experienced gemologist engrossed in his work with the customer. His technique was deft, each cut precise and steady, attracting a cluster of onlookers. Mo and Su Li exchanged glances, a flicker of tension and excitement passing between them. Su Li gently nudged Mo's arm and said, "Let us approach him. He seems quite reliable." Mo nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed. I believe his skills are commendable." They then made their way towards the gemologist. Once the customer's stone was assessed, Mo stepped forward politely, saying, "Sir, could you please assist us in examining this raw stone?" He extended the stone he held. The gemologist accepted the raw stone, placing it on his workbench for a thorough examination. He delicately caressed the stone's surface, appreciating its texture, and employed a powerful flashlight to illuminate it from various angles, scrutinizing its internal structure. At that moment, Mo felt a profound certainty that this stone contained jadeite. His discerning eye had already revealed that within the raw stone lay a vibrant green jade, radiant in hue and smooth in texture, clearly of considerable value. However, the true value of this jadeite can only be determined after it has been cut, taking into account various factors such as its quality and size. After observing for a moment, the stone-cutting master raised his head and addressed Mo and Su Li, saying, "Ladies, the performance of this rough stone shows considerable potential. However, in the realm of stone gambling, the risks are quite significant, so I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally." Mo and Su Li nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. The master said no more. He activated the stone-cutting machine, which emitted a low hum. As the saw blade began to rotate slowly, the master cautiously brought the blade close to the rough stone and commenced the first cut. Chapter 39. Would you kindly assist me in evaluating the value of this jade? The surrounding crowd soon noticed the new raw stone awaiting appraisal and gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they whispered and speculated. Mo and Su Li stood to the side, their eyes fixated on the jade cutter's every movement, scarcely daring to breathe. Su Li instinctively clutched the hem of Mo's garment, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. Although Mo was aware that the raw stone contained jade, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, as the final outcome remained uncertain. Creaking sounds echoed as the saw blade made contact with the stone, sending shards flying. As the cutting progressed, a faint green hue gradually emerged. The crowd erupted in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, it's showing green." Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Mo, exclaiming, "Mo, it truly has green." A smile of relief spread across Mo's face. Yet he understood that it was not yet time to relax. Further cutting was necessary to ascertain the precise quality of the jade. The jade cutter continued with meticulous focus, carefully adjusting the cutting angle based on the jade's veins. After several more cuts, a piece of verdant jade gradually revealed itself to the astonished onlookers. The jade resembled a pool of emerald waters, emanating a captivating luster, prompting the crowd to exclaim, "The color of this jade is exquisite. The clarity is remarkable. It must be valuable." Mo and Su Li gazed at the jade before them, their hearts brimming with joy. Mo scrutinized the jade's texture and color distribution, employing his expertise to initially assess its exceptionally high quality. However, a precise valuation would require the expertise of a professional appraiser. The jade cutter carefully extracted the jade from the raw stone and handed it to Mou, stating, "Congratulations, you two, for uncovering such a magnificent piece of jade." Mou accepted the jade with utmost care, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure. He and Suli expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the jade cutter. Subsequently, they slowly departed from the appraisal site, the clamor of the crowd fading into the distance. In that moment, their world seemed to consist solely of each other and the jade that held profound significance. Turning to Suli, his eyes filled with joy and determination, Mou proposed, "Miss Su, let us seek out a professional appraiser to assess the value of this jade, after which we can contemplate our next steps. What do you think?" He was acutely aware that the valuation of the jade was a crucial step, as an accurate assessment would directly influence its subsequent pricing. Suli's cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly nodded, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Yes, let us proceed as you suggest. I never imagined this raw stone would yield such exquisite jade. Our company is saved." The financial difficulties plaguing the company loomed over her like a heavy mountain, suffocating her. Yet the emergence of this jade felt like a ray of hope piercing through the gloom, illuminating a path toward recovery. With hearts full of joy, the two walked briskly towards the appraiser's location. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting long shadows as if bestowing blessings upon their fortune. Along the way, Suli occasionally glanced at the jadeite in Mou's hand. That vibrant green shimmered enchantingly under the sun, seemingly harboring boundless wealth and potential. "Mou, how much do you think this jadeite is worth?" Suli could not restrain her curiosity, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Mou pondered for a moment before replying. Based on its current condition, this jadeite possesses a smooth texture, vivid and uniform color, and ample water content. It should hold considerable value, however. An accurate appraisal must await the judgment of a professional evaluator. One thing is certain, though, it presents a pivotal opportunity for the company. His words were imbued with confidence, as he had a certain premonition regarding the jadeite's worth, yet recognized the indispensable role of expert assessment. As they navigated through the throngs in the gemstone market, the individuals around them were either enthusiastically discussing their own raw stones or glancing despondently at the crumbling rocks. In contrast, Mou and Suli radiated hope, their smiles setting them apart from the surrounding tumult, immersed in their own joy. At last, they arrived at the evaluator's studio. Although modest in size, it was filled with an array of specialized appraisal equipment, the lighting soft yet bright. The evaluator, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and delicate spectacles, was intently examining a piece of jade. Upon noticing Mou and Suli's entrance, he looked up with a warm smile. "How may I assist you?" Mou stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Sir, could you please help us appraise this jadeite and evaluate its value?" With great care, he placed the jadeite upon the appraisal table. The evaluator gently picked up the jadeite, scrutinizing it closely in his hands, and employing magnifying glasses and bright flashlights to examine it from various angles. At times, he furrowed his brow slightly, while at others, he nodded gently, his expression serious and focused. Mou and Suli stood by anxiously, holding their breath as they observed every move of the evaluator. After what felt like an eternity, the evaluator finally set down his tools and looked at Mou and Suli, his eyes filled with admiration. "You are indeed fortunate. This jadeite is of exceptional quality. Its color, texture, and transparency all meet high standards. The market value is conservatively estimated to be over 10 million. Should the right buyer come along, the price could be even higher." Upon hearing the evaluator's words, Suli was almost propelled into a leap of joy. She clasped Mou's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Mou, 10 million. The company is truly saved." Mou could hardly contain his elation, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Indeed, Su. This is a result of our hard work and good fortune. With this money, we can resolve the company's financial issues and set it back on the right path." Grateful to the evaluator, they departed the studio with the jadeite in hand. At that moment, their spirits were remarkably elevated, as if the pressures they had previously borne had dissipated with the confirmation of the jadeite's value. With the joy of their successful appraisal, Mou and Suli once again stepped onto the street of gambling stones, a thoroughfare brimming with opportunities and challenges. The sunlight cascaded upon the pavement, illuminating the uniquely shaped raw stones and reflecting the faces of the stone gamblers, each displaying expressions of anticipation or anxiety. Though a single piece of jadeite may alleviate some of the company's pressing issues, to extricate the firm from its plight and to secure sustainable growth, we shall likely require a greater quantity of high-quality jadeite, Mou remarked, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the dazzling array of raw stone stalls ahead. Suli nodded in agreement, her eyes glinting with an indomitable spirit. Indeed, MOU, since we have made a promising start, let us seize this momentum. I am confident that with your discerning eye, you will discover several more valuable jadeite pieces. Chapter 40. A bargain at a low price subsequently. The two wandered side by side through the various stalls. With the extraordinary ability of his X-ray vision, MOU discreetly examined the interior of each raw stone. Meanwhile, Suli engaged in conversation with the vendors, drawing on her keen business acumen and knowledge of the jade market to inquire about the origins and details of the stones. At one stall, MOU's attention was captured by an unremarkable raw stone. Externally, the stone appeared rough, riddled with pits and stone patterns, rendering it inconspicuous compared to the surrounding specimens that boasted smooth surfaces and distinct mottled patterns. However, through his X-ray vision, MOU was pleasantly surprised to discover a rich emerald green concealed within, with a fine texture and abundant water content. A rare find indeed. How much for this raw stone? MOU inquired nonchalantly. The vendor, a middle-aged man, noticed MOU's interest, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. You have a discerning eye. While this stone may not look impressive, its interior holds great promise. I won't beat around the bush. The price is 300,000. Upon hearing this, Suli furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that the price was somewhat inflated. Just as she was about to negotiate, MOU gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to remain patient. He understood that the stone's value far exceeded 300,000, and hasty bargaining might alert the vendor. Your price is indeed on the high side, but I can tell you are an honest person, and I am genuinely interested. How about I offer you 2,000? MOU said earnestly, wearing a perfectly timed smile. The vendor feigned difficulty, wrinkling his brow as he replied, Come on, your offer is too harsh. I sourced this stone from an old market, and my costs are considerable. Raise it to 200,000. It cannot be lower. MOU fixed his gaze on the vendor, unwavering, and replied calmly, 250,000, flat price. His voice was steady and assertive, devoid of any hesitation. As he contemplated the vendor's psychological threshold, in his estimation, although his offer was significantly lower than the vendor's, it remained within a reasonable range based on his understanding of the gambling stone market. The vendor's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He scrutinized MOU and Suli, attempting to glean any sign of wavering in their expressions. He had pondered the potential of this stone for quite some time and was wary of missing the opportunity presented by these seemingly determined buyers. After a moment of silence, the vendor gritted his teeth and said, All right, how about you give me 100,000? A fair price. As he spoke, he gently tapped the raw stone, as if to emphasize its value. MOU recognized that this offer was still inflated. He exchanged a knowing glance with Suli, conveying a silent understanding. Then, he took her hand, feigning a departure, preparing to engage the vendor in a psychological battle. Just 250,000, if you won't sell? We shall take our leave. MOU's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. After speaking, he grasped Suli's hand and turned away. His pace neither hurried nor slow, yet exuding a sense of determination. Suli, in tandem with MOU, wore a hint of regret on her face as she followed his lead. She understood that MOU was engaging in a game of wits with the vendor, and her cooperation at this moment was paramount. As their figures gradually receded from the stall, each step intensified the vendor's internal turmoil. Observing their departing silhouettes, the vendor found himself in a conflict of thoughts. On one hand, he believed that the raw stone indeed had the potential to yield a great find. The price of 100,000 was not exorbitant, and should he miss out on these two buyers, he might never sell it at such a price again. On the other hand, he was apprehensive that the pair was genuinely departing, yet the offer of 2,500 was far too discordant with his expectations. Please hold on. The vendor finally could not contain himself, calling out. MOU and Suli exchanged a glance, a flicker of barely perceptible delight crossing their eyes. Yet they did not immediately halt their steps, instead continuing a few paces forward to cultivate an illusion of hesitation. Let us discuss this further. The vendor hastily caught up, his face adorned with a smile, attempting to alleviate the earlier tension. Only then did MOU slowly turn around, regarding the vendor with a visage still devoid of disturbance, and said, Sir, we genuinely appreciate this raw stone, yet 2,500 is the utmost we can offer. You see, gambling on stones inherently carries risks. No one can guarantee substantial gains once it is cut, correct? As he spoke, MOU reiterated the uncertainties of stone gambling, endeavoring to persuade the vendor to reconsider the price. The vendor nodded slightly, internally acknowledging the validity of MOU's concerns regarding risk. However, The disparity between 100,000 and 2,500 was simply too vast for him to accept. Young man, 2,500 is truly insufficient. I cannot even entertain that. Please, add a bit more. How about 50,000? The vendor ventured, his gaze tinged with a flicker of hope. Mou shook his head, replying, Sir, 50,000 remains excessive. What if we settle at 3,000? This is our final offer. We are also running a modest enterprise and cannot afford significant fluctuations. As he spoke, a look of resignation crossed his face while he discreetly observed the vendor's reaction. The vendor furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Although 3,000 was still below his expectations, it was preferable to the prospect of the pair walking away, leaving him with nothing. 3,005. It cannot go any lower. If it does, I will truly be at a loss. The vendor gritted his teeth and announced his final price. His gaze fixed on Mou and Suli, a mixture of anticipation and tension evident in his eyes. Mou and Suli exchanged glances once more. And Suli gave a slight nod. Mou understood that this price had nearly met their expectations. All right, sir, it is clear you are a straightforward person. 3,005 it is. We have a deal. Mou declared, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand to shake with the vendor. Upon witnessing the scene, the vendor displayed a smile of satisfaction, promptly grasping Mou's hand and exclaiming, Excellent, it's a deal. I hope you uncover something remarkable. Thus, after a fervent exchange of haggling, Mou and Suli successfully procured the raw stone for the sum of 3,500 yuan. The two handled the stone with utmost care, their hearts brimming with anticipation. They were acutely aware that what lay ahead was the exhilarating moment of stone unveiling. Subsequently, with hearts racing in a blend of anxiety and exhilaration, Mou and Suli gingerly cradled the raw stone as they made their way towards the stone unveiling area. Chapter 41. Another piece of green jade. The stone analysis area was nestled in a corner of the gambling stone market, where a multitude of skilled stone cutters and curious onlookers congregated. The hum of various stone-cutting machines merged into a symphony of sound. While the air was thick with the scent of stone dust, Mou and Suli navigated through the crowd, their eyes scanning the faces of numerous craftsmen in search of an experienced and adept master to unveil the secrets of their enigmatic raw stone. At last, their gaze settled upon an elderly master, his hair striking white. He was intently engaged in analyzing a customer's stone, his focus unwavering and demeanor composed. His skilled hands deftly maneuvered the cutting machine, each incision executed with remarkable precision, as if he possessed an innate understanding of the stone's inner mysteries. The surrounding spectators watched in silence, their admiration for his craftsmanship evident. Mou and Suli exchanged a glance filled with mutual trust and affirmation. Let us choose this master. He seems quite reliable, Suli whispered. Mou nodded in agreement, replying, Indeed, his technique suggests a wealth of experience. They approached the master, patiently waiting for him to finish with the customer. Once he concluded, Mou politely addressed him, Master, could you kindly assist us in analyzing this raw stone? With that, he gently placed the stone on the master's workbench. The master lifted his gaze to Mou and Suli, then turned his attention back to the stone. Examining it meticulously, he gently caressed the surface, feeling its texture and patterns, before retrieving a powerful flashlight to illuminate the stone from various angles, scrutinizing its internal structure. Esteemed guests, this raw stone exhibits significant potential, the master remarked, his eyes still fixed on the stone. However, the realm of stone gambling carries substantial risks. I advise you to be mentally prepared. Mou and Suli nodded vigorously, indicating their understanding. Master, we are aware. Please proceed with confidence. We trust your expertise. Mou assured him. The master smiled, choosing to speak no further. He activated the stone cutting machine, which emitted a low, resonant hum as the saw blade began to rotate slowly. Leaning forward, he kept his eyes fixed on the raw stone, deftly guiding the machine to bring the blade closer. The crowd, noticing the emergence of a new stone to be analyzed, gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they whispered among themselves. This raw stone doesn't look particularly promising. I wonder if anything valuable will emerge. Who knows? Stone gambling is all about luck. These young people appear quite confident. Perhaps they might indeed uncover something remarkable. Mou and Suli stood by, their attention riveted on the master's every movement, holding their breath in anticipation. Suli instinctively grasped the hem of Mou's garment, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. Although Mou felt a twinge of nervousness within, he maintained a calm exterior. Creak, the saw blade made contact with the stone, sending a few shards flying. As the cutting deepened, a faint green hue gradually emerged. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Wow, it's turning green. Su Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, MOU, MOU. There really is jade. A smile of satisfaction graced MOU's face, yet he understood that it was not the time to relax. Further cutting was necessary to ascertain the jade's precise quality. The master craftsman continued to focus intently on the cutting process, meticulously adjusting the angle based on the jade's natural orientation. After a few more cuts, a piece of vibrant green jade gradually emerged, captivating the onlookers. The jade shimmered like a crystal-clear spring, radiating an enchanting luster, prompting exclamations of admiration from the crowd. The color of this jade is truly exquisite. Its quality is undoubtedly precious. MOU and Su Li gazed at the jade before them, their hearts brimming with joy and a sense of accomplishment. They recognized the significant value of this jade, affirming that their gamble had indeed paid off. The master craftsman carefully extracted the jade from the rough stone and handed it to MOU, saying, "Congratulations to both of you for uncovering such a magnificent piece of jade." MOU accepted the jade, cradling it in his hands as if it were a rare treasure. He and Su Li expressed their heartfelt thanks to the master, their gratitude evident in their demeanor. Subsequently, they departed the gemstone area, leaving behind envious glances from onlookers. MOU, you are incredible. How did you know that piece of rough stone contained jade? Su Li inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration as she fixed her gaze upon him. In her eyes, MOU's ability to select the rough stone was almost uncanny, as if he could peer into the secrets concealed within. This made her eager to uncover the reasons behind his insights. Intuition, MOU replied with a smile. His expression relaxed. He was acutely aware that the secret of his extraordinary vision must remain concealed, even from Su Li. For such a remarkable ability could lead to unforeseen complications if disclosed. Very well. Su Li accepted his response without pressing further. She thought perhaps MOU truly relied on experience and keen intuition to arrive at such an accurate judgment, although a flicker of doubt lingered in her mind. She respected his answer and refrained from probing further. The two of them found a quiet corner in the gemstone market to carefully stow away the jade they had cut. Under the illumination of the lights, the vibrant jade radiated a captivating glow. As they gazed at it, a surge of accomplishment filled their hearts, and they felt an eager anticipation for the upcoming adventures in gemstone betting. MOU, since we were so fortunate to cut jade this time, why don't we continue betting on stones? Perhaps we might uncover even more treasures, Su Li proposed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. In that moment, the joy of success ignited her passion for gemstone betting, fueling her desire to experience the thrill of uncovering jade once more. MOU contemplated her suggestion for a moment and found merit in her words. Their recent success not only validated his extraordinary vision but also instilled him with greater confidence in the realm of gemstone betting. Moreover, they now possessed a certain amount of capital, enabling them to select raw stones with greater composure. Well, since we are here, let us give it another try. But this time we must exercise greater caution and refrain from impulsive decisions, MOU remarked, his eyes revealing a hint of steadiness and determination. Thus, the two once again navigated through the bustling stalls of the stone gambling market. The atmosphere remained exceptionally lively, with a constant flow of people. The sounds of vendors calling out, and the clamor of haggling intertwined harmoniously. The stall owners warmly greeted customers, proudly showcasing the raw stones at their stands, each piece seemingly concealing boundless potential. MOU and Su Li halted in front of a stall brimming with raw stones of various sizes and shapes. MOU activated his X-ray vision, meticulously examining the internal conditions of each stone. Meanwhile, Su Li engaged in conversation with the stall owner, inquiring about the origins of the raw stones and other pertinent details in an attempt to gauge their potential. "Sir, how much for this particular raw stone?" Su Li asked, pointing to a stone with a distinctive pattern resembling a modeled python. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at Su Li and then at MOU, pondering the intentions of these two individuals. This raw stone was sourced from an old market, and its quality is assured. Since you seem genuinely interested, I can offer it for a fair price of 200,000, the stall owner confidently quoted. Through his X-ray vision, MOU scrutinized the stone and discovered that it contained no high-quality jade, merely ordinary stones unworthy of the 200,000 price tag. He gently tugged at Su Li's sleeve, slightly shaking his head. Chapter 42. It is blue jadeite. Su Li instinctively understood that this raw stone did not meet their expectations. "Boss, 200,000 is rather exorbitant. We shall pass," Su Li remarked to the vendor. The vendor smiled and replied, "Miss, my price is already quite fair. How about this? If you truly desire it, offer me 180,000. but I cannot go lower. Suli shook her head in refusal. Subsequently, Mou and Suli departed from that stall and continued to browse through the various vendors, selecting raw stones. Soon, Mou discovered several seemingly ordinary stones. Yet concealed within them were traces of jadeite. He exchanged a glance with Suli, who instantly grasped his intention. The two began to negotiate with the vendor, ultimately purchasing these stones at a relatively reasonable price. Cradling their newly acquired raw stones, Mou and Suli returned to the stone-cutting area. Suli felt a blend of nervousness and excitement, uncertain if these stones would yield surprises akin to the previous one. Observers around them cast curious glances as Mou and Suli returned with their stones, some whispering about whether they would once again unveil precious material. The stone cutter was once again the elderly craftsman with graying hair. Upon seeing Mou and Suli with their raw stones, he warmly remarked, "You two are back. I hope fortune favors you this time as well." After expressing their gratitude, Mou and Suli placed the stones on the workbench. The craftsman deftly activated the cutting machine, and the familiar hum resonated throughout the cutting area. The machine's saw blade whirled with remarkable speed, glinting with cold metallic luster, as if eager to unveil the secrets hidden within the raw stones. As the saw blade gradually approached the stone, Mou and Suli felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their gazes were fixed intently on the craftsman's every movement, their eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. Suli instinctively grasped Mou's arm, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Meanwhile, Mou leaned slightly forward, as if this would allow him to glimpse the interior of the stone sooner. At the moment the saw blade finally made contact with the raw stone, shards flew like snowflakes, shimmering with scattered light under the illumination. Each fragment's ascent seemed to strike heavily upon the hearts of Mou and Suli. They held their breath, daring not to exhale, as if the entire world had dwindled to the presence of this cutting machine. The craftsman remained focused, his gaze fixed on the point of contact between the blade and the stone, his hands expertly maneuvering the machine. He carefully adjusted the angle and pressure of the cut according to the stone's texture and pattern, fully aware that in this critical moment, any slight miscalculation could jeopardize the jadeite within and affect its worth. Time stretched slowly in the tense atmosphere, each second feeling infinitely prolonged. The rhythmic beating of Mou and Suli's hearts grew increasingly clear in their ears, and they could sense each other's breaths quickening with anxiety. Suli's eyes widened, reflecting the image of the saw blade slicing through the raw stone. She murmured to herself, "It must contain jade, it absolutely must." At last, under the master craftsman's skilled hands, the saw blade gradually penetrated the depths of the stone. As the cutting progressed, a faint green hue began to emerge. Mou and Suli almost simultaneously caught sight of this verdant glimmer, their eyes instantly igniting with surprise. "There is green. Truly, there is green," Suli exclaimed with excitement, her voice trembling slightly with enthusiasm. Mou could hardly conceal his own joy, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he restrained his exhilaration, keeping his gaze fixed on the raw stone, aware that the quality and size of the jade remained uncertain. The master continued to cut with steady precision, adeptly guiding the saw blade in accordance with the jade's natural flow. The surrounding crowd sensed the commotion and gathered around, peering curiously. "Wow, they've uncovered more green. These young people are truly fortunate. I wonder what the quality of this jade will be. The color appears quite vibrant." Whispers of speculation filled the air, as everyone brimmed with anticipation for the jade that was about to be fully revealed. Soon, through the master's diligent efforts, the raw stone was completely severed, unveiling the jade in all its glory. It was a piece of brilliant color and smooth texture, its emerald hue reminiscent of the tenderest leaves of spring, radiating a captivating sheen. The jade displayed ample translucency under the illumination of the lights. It appeared to harbor a crystal-clear spring within, lively and transparent. A chorus of awe erupted from the onlookers. "This jade is truly exquisite. If fashioned into jewelry, it would surely be worth a fortune." As Mou and Suli gazed at the jade before them, their joy surged like a torrential flood. Suli's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. She tightly embraced Mou's arm, her voice choked with emotion. "Mou, we did it. We truly succeeded." Mou too could not contain his exhilaration. He gently patted Suli's hand and replied, "Indeed, Su, we have triumphed. This has been quite the endeavor." The master smiled at them, his eyes brimming with pride and admiration. "Congratulations to both of you. To unearth such fine jade requires both luck and discernment." Mou and Suli promptly expressed their gratitude to the master, their appreciation evident in their expressions. After offering his congratulations, the master glanced at the other raw stones they had brought, a flicker of anticipation crossing his gaze. He made a slight adjustment and skillfully activated the stone-cutting machine once more. The humming sound resonated like a mysterious melody heralding the opening of a treasure trove. Echoing throughout the stone-cutting area, Mou and Suli stood by, still basking in the thrill of having unearthed such quality jade, yet tinged with anxiety and expectation for the remaining stones. They leaned closely together, their eyes never leaving the few raw stones awaiting their turn beneath the saw blade. The first raw stone was gently positioned beneath the cutting blade by the master. As the saw blade gradually penetrated, shards of stone once again erupted, scintillating under the light like fragments of golden dust dancing in the air. Mou and Suli felt their hearts leap, with Suli instinctively clutching the hem of Mou's garment, while Mou clenched her fist tightly. The master craftsman fixated intently on the cutting point, meticulously controlling the angle and pressure of the blade with the wisdom of many years. Slowly, a peculiar shade of blue caught the attention of the onlookers. It was blue jade. A voice erupted from the crowd. Mou and Suli exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with incredulous delight. As the cutting deepened, the blue jade gradually revealed its complete form. Its hue resembled the profound depths of the ocean, akin to the twinkling azure stars in a clear night sky, emanating a mysterious and enchanting luster. Its texture was smooth and delicate, as if one could feel its coolness merely by touch. Chapter 43. The red jadeite was simply exquisite, a rarity in this world. The crowd erupted in admiration. This blue jadeite is indeed uncommon. Its color is exceptionally vibrant. Indeed, its clarity is remarkable, undoubtedly valuable. While everyone was still immersed in the surprise brought by the blue jadeite, the master craftsman had already prepared to cut the next piece of raw stone. He adjusted his breath and activated the stone-cutting machine once more. The moment the blade met the raw stone, familiar shavings flew, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the scene once again. Mou and Suli gazed intently, silently praying in their hearts. Soon, a vivid red hue emerged from the stone, resembling a blazing flame. Red jadeite. Suli could not contain her exhilaration. Bathed in sunlight, the red jadeite dazzled with brilliance, seemingly intent on coloring everything around it. Its hue was rich and uniform, with a transparency that suggested it was crafted by nature with the finest pigments. The onlookers were equally awestruck by this rare red jadeite, exclaiming, "This red jadeite is simply magnificent, a true rarity. If fashioned into a pendant, it would undoubtedly be a unique treasure." With the consecutive unveiling of blue and red jadeite, the crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch, and their anticipation for the final piece of raw stone peaked. The master craftsman also felt the fervent atmosphere. He took a deep breath and focused intently on cutting the last piece. The blade gradually penetrated, revealing familiar green hues. Another green jadeite. Mou exclaimed with excitement. This green jadeite was somewhat different from the previous one. Its green was more intense, reminiscent of the luscious forest of springs, brimming with vitality. Its transparency was extraordinarily high, allowing one to see every intricate detail within, exuding a noble and elegant aura. The crowd erupted into waves of astonishment once more. Each of these jadeites is more stunning than the last. These two young individuals truly struck it rich. The master craftsman carefully extracted the jadeite from the raw stone and placed it on a nearby velvet cloth. Mou and Suli gazed at the array of vividly colored jadeites, their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment and joy. "Master, we are immensely grateful to you. Without your exquisite skills, we would not have been able to extract these jadeites so perfectly." Mou sincerely thanked the craftsman. The master smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is primarily due to your keen eye in selecting such promising raw stones. Congratulations." The crowd, as if drawn by a magnetic force, gathered around Mou, Suli, and the brilliant jadeites. Their gazes were filled with awe and envy, showering praises upon the magnificent stones. "The color of this blue jadeite is like a spirit of the deep sea. It is simply extraordinary," a well-dressed middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Indeed, and this red jadeite, so rich and vibrant, would surely outshine all as a pendant," a fashionably dressed lady chimed in, her gaze brimming with affection. A continuous stream of compliments echoed through the crowd, rising and falling like a melodious chorus. Meanwhile, many individuals began to calculate in their minds, inquiring whether Mou and Suli had any intention of parting with the exquisite jadeite. "Esteemed sirs, I am in the jade business and find myself utterly captivated by these pieces. Please, name your price. I am sincerely interested in acquiring them," declared a shrewd-looking businessman, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, his gaze fixed intently upon the jadeite, as if he could see through it. "I, too, am quite fond of them, particularly this green jadeite. which is so smooth and delicate, perfect for a bracelet. If you are willing to part with it, I am open to negotiation, chimed in another portly gentleman, his tone brimming with anticipation. In response to the inquiries, MOU and Sully exchanged a knowing smile. These pieces of jadeite were intended for their company, and thus, they resolutely declined all offers. Thank you for your generous interest. However, we do not plan to part with these jadeites at this time, MOU stated with a polite yet firm smile. Sully nodded in agreement. Indeed, we intend to keep these pieces for ourselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd, though somewhat disappointed, expressed their understanding. After all, anyone in possession of such precious jadeite would undoubtedly have their own plans for it. Subsequently, MOU and Sully carefully secured the jadeite, fully aware of its value, each movement executed with utmost caution, as if they were cradling the most precious treasures in the world. Once everything was properly arranged, the two prepared to return to their company. They intended to send the jadeite back for the expertise of the company's seasoned sculptors, who would transform these stones into exquisite jade bracelets, pendants, and other adornments. As they journeyed back, the car was filled with an atmosphere of excitement and warmth. Sully drove while MOU sat in the passenger seat, occasionally glancing down at the box containing the jadeite resting on his lap, a smile dancing upon his lips. MOU, what do you think our sculptors will create from this jade? Sully could not help but ask, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. MOU turned slightly, casting a glance at Sully, and replied with a smile. I trust in their craftsmanship. They will undoubtedly bring out the jade's beauty to its fullest. Just imagine, a pendant crafted from blue jade, worn around the neck, would surely evoke the sensation of being immersed in a dreamlike ocean. If the red jade were sculpted into a bracelet, its vibrant hue would undoubtedly become the focal point of any gathering. And the green jade, transformed into a pendant or earrings, would surely exude elegance and nobility. As Sully listened to MOU's vivid descriptions, images of exquisite jade adornments filled her mind, her smile growing increasingly radiant. Indeed, it will surely astonish everyone, and perhaps these pieces could usher in new opportunities for our company. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, envisioning the completed jade carvings and the potential transformations they might bring to the company. Before they realized it, the car had arrived at the company's entrance. With the jadeite in hand, they hurriedly made their way inside. Upon their return, colleagues gathered around upon learning of their acquisition of several high-quality jade pieces, offering their heartfelt congratulations. After MOU and Sully briefly shared their experiences with gambling on stones, they arrived at the sculptor's studio. The artisans, upon seeing the jadeite stones, exhibited glimmers of surprise and excitement in their eyes. They delicately lifted the jadeite, scrutinizing it with care, their minds already beginning to conceive ideas for the sculpting process. Ms. Su, the quality of these jadeites is truly exceptional. We shall dedicate ourselves to crafting them, ensuring we do not squander their inherent value, declared Master Zhang, the chief sculptor, his gaze imbued with determination and confidence. MOU and Sully exchanged a glance, and Sully nodded, saying, Master Zhang, we entrust this to you. We have faith in your abilities and hope to witness these jadeites radiate their most resplendent brilliance in your capable hands. Observing the sculptors diligently examining the design sketches, MOU and Sully were filled with anticipation. Chapter 44, Chief Stone Betting Expert and Vice President, plus half of the company's shares subsequently. MOU followed Sully into her spacious and brightly lit presidential office. The moment he stepped inside, an aura of luxury and modernity enveloped him. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling cityscape, sunlight streaming through the glass and illuminating the tidy desk, casting reflections on exquisite ornaments and documents. Sully walked directly to her desk, gracefully seated herself, and gestured for MOU to take a seat on the sofa across from her. She subtly adjusted her posture, her gaze fixed intently on MOU, her expression a blend of seriousness and anticipation. After a moment of silence, Sully suddenly addressed MOU. Why don't you become the chief stone betting expert and vice president of the company, specifically responsible for jade procurement? I will also grant you half of the company's shares. What do you think? Sully's voice was clear and resolute, each word resonating like a hammer, stirring waves of emotion within MOU. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the unexpected proposal. He never anticipated that Sully would make such a significant offer, one that promised both promotion and a salary increase beyond his imagination. His mind momentarily blanked, astonishment and disbelief reflected in his eyes. President Su, this is so sudden. I'm a bit taken aback, MOU stammered. Attempting to regain his composure, though excitement seeped through his tone, he furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. He understood that this was not only a tremendous opportunity, but also a heavy responsibility. Being the chief stone betting expert and vice president meant he would bear the crucial task of jade procurement for the company, requiring keen insight, extensive experience, and decisive judgment. Furthermore, receiving half of the company's shares was a profound acknowledgement of his capabilities and a deep expectation for future collaboration. Observing Mo's astonished expression, Suli smiled gently, rising from her seat to approach him. She spoke softly, Mo, during our time together in stone betting, I have witnessed your remarkable abilities firsthand. Your unique vision and precise judgment of raw stones are truly impressive, and you consistently remain calm and make correct decisions in the face of various complexities. I believe you are the only one capable of shouldering the vital responsibility of jade procurement for the company. Appointing you as the chief stone betting expert and vice president is a long-term consideration for the company's future development. As for the half of the shares, it is what you deserve. I hope that through this gesture, we can become closer partners and work together to strengthen and expand the company. Suli's words were sincere and filled with genuine intent, her eyes reflecting trust in Mo and confidence in the company's future. As Mo listened to her explanation, the initial shock began to subside, replaced by a warm current of deep emotion. He understood that Suli's willingness to offer such generous terms stemmed not only from his abilities but also from a profound trust and appreciation for him. Mr. Su, I am grateful for your trust and recognition, but this half-stake feels overwhelmingly substantial. Mo hesitated, feeling a mix of excitement and the weight of such a lavish gift. Suli interjected with a warm smile, saying, Mo, you need not feel burdened. What I value is not only your current capabilities but also your boundless potential for the future. For our company to establish a firm foothold in the jade industry and explore broader markets, we require talented individuals like you. This half-stake is an investment in you and our shared future. I firmly believe that together, we can create extraordinary value. Mo lifted his gaze to meet Suli's resolute eyes, a surge of strong purpose swelling within him. He perceived Suli's ambitions for the company and recognized the possibilities for his own future in this domain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, stood up, and earnestly declared, Mr. Su, I appreciate your trust. I am willing to accept this position and the stake. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to meet your expectations and strive to excel in our jade business. A look of satisfaction spread across Suli's face as she extended her hand, clasping Mo's firmly. Very well, from this day forth. We shall be partners in this endeavor. I am confident that we will forge a legendary company in the jade industry. Her voice brimmed with confidence and anticipation. Mo gazed at Suli, his eyes shimmering with determination, fully aware that from this moment, his fate was inextricably linked to the company. Seeing Mo readily accept the position and stake, Suli felt a swell of joy and expectation. She understood that his presence would undoubtedly infuse the company with fresh energy and opportunities. Eager to share this uplifting news with every employee, she promptly picked up the phone on her desk and dialed her secretary's number. Notify all staff to gather in the conference room in 10 minutes. I have an important announcement to make. Her voice was resolute and commanding. After hanging up, Suli turned to Mo, her eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation. Mo, let us head to the conference room and introduce you to our significant partner for the company's future. Mo nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of nervousness, yet more so a thrill for what lay ahead. 10 minutes later, the conference room was bustling with employees who whispered among themselves, speculating on the reason for Suli's sudden assembly. As Suli and Mo entered, the previously noisy room fell silent, all eyes fixed upon them. With a confident stride, Suli approached the front of the room, cleared her throat gently, and began to speak. Dear colleagues, I have gathered you all today to announce a significant decision. As you are all aware, our company has been diligently striving for breakthroughs in the jade business. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting an exceptionally talented and capable partner in the realm of stone gambling, Mo. At this juncture, Suli gestured for Mo to step forward. With a warm smile, Mo approached and offered a slight bow to everyone present. Suli continued, in our collaborative endeavors within the stone gambling sphere, he has demonstrated a remarkable vision and discernment, consistently selecting high-quality raw stones that have brought substantial potential profits to the company. Given his extraordinary abilities and profound understanding of the jade industry, I have made the considered decision to appoint Mo as our chief stone gambler and vice president, entrusting him with the responsibility of overseeing our jade procurement operations. Upon the announcement, a wave of astonished murmurs swept through the conference room. Chapter 45. What right does he have? I refused to accept it. The employees exchanged glances, some eyes brimming with envy, while others sparkled with curiosity, all turning their attention to MOU. After all, this decision was sudden, and it was indeed astonishing that someone as young as MOU had been appointed to such a pivotal position. Suli raised her hand to signal for silence and continued, simultaneously, to express the company's profound recognition of MOU's capabilities and our unwavering confidence in our future collaboration. The company will grant MOU half of the equity. I firmly believe that MOU's addition will infuse our Jade business with formidable momentum, guiding us toward a more illustrious future. Upon hearing Suli announce that MOU would receive half of the company's equity, the conference room erupted once more into a chorus of astonishment. This decision undoubtedly underscored Suli's immense trust in MOU and made the employees acutely aware of the company's grand vision and determination for the Jade business's development. Suli turned her gaze towards MOU, her eyes brimming with encouragement, and said, "MOU, please share a few words with everyone." MOU took a deep breath, stepped forward, and scanned the room filled with colleagues before sincerely stating, "Dear colleagues, I am truly grateful for General Manager Su's trust and support. It is a profound honor to join the company and assume such a significant role, and I am acutely aware of the responsibilities it entails. I will do my utmost to leverage my experience and expertise in stone gambling to procure the finest jade raw materials for our company, thereby contributing to our greater achievements in the jade market. I believe that as long as we work together in unity, we can create a brighter future. I look forward to collaborating joyfully and growing alongside each of you in our future endeavors." MOU's succinct yet powerful address earned a resounding applause from the employees, a mix of warm welcome and anticipation for the company's future development. Suli spoke again. "Well, I am confident that under MOU's leadership, our jade business will surely flourish." She then encouraged everyone to take their places according to the new assignments and plans, actively engaging in their work. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the company reach new heights through our collective efforts. After the meeting concluded, the employees gradually exited the conference room. Suli and MOU were the last to leave, and Suli smiled at MOU, saying, "Today marks your official introduction to everyone. Now it is time for us to showcase our abilities." MOU nodded, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. "General Manager Su, rest assured, I am fully prepared." At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon them, as if heralding a future filled with boundless possibilities, signifying that the company was on the brink of embarking on a new journey, fueled by their joint efforts. Amidst the departing employees, one middle-aged man appeared exceedingly enraged. Zhao Gang, the sales department manager, had diligently served the company for many years. In that moment, his expression was as dark as the sky before a storm. His fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the strain. His inner turmoil roiled like a tempest, filled with a profound sense of resentment. Zhao Gang has long harbored a dream to ascend to the position of vice president within his company. In pursuit of this ambition, he has dedicated countless hours and expended immense effort. Each day, he is the first to arrive at the office and the last to depart, meticulously crafting every sales strategy and diligently expanding the client base, thereby making significant contributions to the company's growth. In his eyes, his extensive experience and unwavering loyalty to the company would inevitably earn him the vice presidency. However, the emergence of MOU shattered his aspirations entirely. When Suli publicly announced in the conference room that MOU had been appointed as the chief stone betting expert and vice president, along with a substantial equity stake, Zhao Gang felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him utterly chilled. He could not fathom how this newcomer, seemingly unqualified, could receive such preferential treatment while his years of hard work went unrecognized. Dejected, Zhao Gang returned to his office and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. He collapsed into his chair, his gaze fixated ahead, replaying the scene from the conference room in his mind, his frustration intensifying with each recollection. What gives him the right? He erupted, his voice echoing in the empty office, a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Rising to his feet, he paced the room, muttering to himself, "I have dedicated so many years to this company, pouring my heart and soul into its sales performance. Every business expansion has borne my efforts. And now, a mere novice, with no foundation, can easily ascend to the vice presidency and claim half the equity. How is that just?" His agitation grew, and he slammed his hand on the desk, sending documents scattering across the floor. "No, I cannot let this go." He gritted through clenched teeth, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He resolved to devise a way to teach MOU a lesson, to demonstrate that such a position was not easily attained. Zhao Gang began rummaging through office materials, seeking to uncover MOU's vulnerabilities or any potential flaws in the company's recent decision-making. As he searched, he muttered to himself, "I refuse to believe that MOU has no weaknesses. I will ascertain just how capable he truly is." Yet, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing of value, which only deepened his frustration. Regaining his composure, Zhao Gang realized that he was acutely aware that to topple MOU, his solitary strength would be insufficient. He must enlist the support of others. "MOU, you better be prepared. I shall not allow you to secure this position so effortlessly," Zhao Gang murmured, his gaze brimming with animosity. At that moment, he was blinded by jealousy and resentment, fixated solely on reclaiming what he believed was rightfully his. Meanwhile, MOU remained engulfed in the exhilaration and sense of responsibility that his new role had bestowed upon him, utterly oblivious to the concealed hostility that Zhao Gang harbored. He was enthusiastically collaborating with Su Li, fervently strategizing the future direction of the company's jade business, confidently embracing the forthcoming challenges and opportunities. Thus commenced a seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuously charged contest, unfolding quietly in the corners of the company. Chapter 46. The deliberate spread of rumors under Zhao Gang's meticulous orchestration, the company swiftly transformed, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of malevolence throughout. "Have you heard? MOU is living off President Su, which is why he became the vice president," a female employee whispered conspiratorially to her colleague while brewing coffee in the break room. Her eyes sparkled with the allure of gossip, as if she possessed an earth-shattering secret. "Is that true? I thought so. How could MOU, so young and with so little tenure, possibly merit the title of vice president? Clearly, he has caught President Su's eye, avoiding decades of struggle," another colleague exclaimed, wide-eyed, her expression a complex blend of envy and disdain. "Indeed. I always thought he was rather glib. Perhaps it was his charming tongue that won over President Su," someone else chimed in, their face betraying a palpable contempt for MOU. These words spread like a virus, infiltrating every corner of the office, from the break room to the workstations. From conference rooms to lounge areas, similar discussions echoed in nearly every inhabited space. With MOU as vice president, the company is surely doomed. He lacks the competence. It should be entrusted to someone capable. Certain individuals, with ulterior motives, began to vocally propagate this sentiment, attempting to incite further discontent among their peers. Their voices reverberated through the office, gradually sowing seeds of doubt and discontent in the hearts of the employees. Before long, the entire company was abuzz with fervor. Whispers filled the air as everyone clandestinely discussed the purported special relationship between MOU and Su Li, deriding MOU's abilities. The previously harmonious atmosphere at work was shattered, and employees' focus shifted from their tasks to the sudden onslaught of rumors. In his office, MOU was diligently contemplating the company's upcoming jade procurement plan when he was abruptly startled by a peculiar commotion outside. Intrigued, he stepped out to investigate. As he emerged, he noticed a cluster of employees who, upon seeing him, immediately ceased their conversation, their gazes evasive and their demeanor awkward. A sense of foreboding washed over MOU. At that moment, he overheard someone muttering nearby, "That's him, the one who's living off soft meals to become vice president." A heavy weight settled in his chest. He had not anticipated such rumors circulating within the company. Suppressing his anger, he returned to his office, resolving to remain discreet while he sought to uncover the source of this treachery. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Su Li was also made aware of these rumors. Her secretary, visibly concerned, entered and recounted the gossip in detail. Su Li's countenance darkened instantly. She slammed her hand on the desk in frustration and exclaimed, "This is utterly preposterous. How can these people be so irresponsibly reckless in spreading such rumors?" Su Li was acutely aware that these rumors could inflict harm not only on MOU, but also on the morale and unity of the company. If left unaddressed, the consequences could be dire. She promptly dialed MOU's number, saying, "MOU, you must have heard the rumors circulating within the company. Do not take them to heart. I will uncover the truth and ensure that those who spread these lies face consequences." On the other end of the line, MOU replied calmly, "Director Su, I am aware of them. However, rest assured, I will not allow these rumors to affect me. I believe we should respond with composure and first ascertain who is orchestrating this behind the scenes." Su Li nodded, declaring, "Very well, let us investigate together. It is evident that someone is deliberately undermining the stability of the company, and I will not let them go unpunished." After hanging up, Both Mou and Su Li fell into deep contemplation. They understood that this storm was brewing fiercely, and the shadowy figure behind it would not easily reveal themselves. Yet, they were resolute in their determination to unearth the puppeteer, restore the company's honor, and vindicate Mou. Meanwhile, the rumors continued to spread within the company, and the attitudes of the employees became increasingly nuanced due to these whispers. In a contrasting scene, Zhao Gang sat comfortably in his office, a subtle smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Through the glass walls, he observed the bustling office space where employees whispered and exchanged opinions, filling him with delight. The entire company was abuzz with discussions regarding Mou's alleged dependence on Su Li, a scenario that Zhao had meticulously orchestrated and instigated. A cunning glint sparkled in Zhao's eyes as he replayed in his mind how he had deftly disseminated these rumors throughout various corners of the company. He had first introduced the topic casually within his department's small circle, capitalizing on the employees' curiosity regarding changes in upper management, allowing the gossip to rapidly spread in the sales department. Subsequently, he had enlisted a few gossip-loving employees to embellish the tale in other departments, portraying Mou as a sycophant who had risen to power through unscrupulous means. As he watched the rumors proliferate in alignment with his expectations, Zhao felt his scheme unfolding successfully. To him, Mou, the suddenly appointed vice president, posed a significant threat to the position he had coveted for years. Having diligently toiled for the company's sales achievements, he believed he was the unequivocal choice for the role of vice president. The arrival of Mou had shattered his dreams entirely. Thus, he resolved to employ any means necessary to bring Mou down. Zhao was convinced that under the weight of such overwhelming negative publicity, Mou would inevitably crumble. After all, who could withstand being the subject of scrutiny, having their abilities questioned, and being perceived as someone who had ascended through dubious methods? He envisioned Mou resigning in disgrace while he, surrounded by adoring colleagues, ascended to the vice presidency, finally realizing his long-held aspirations. Mou, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me, Zhao muttered to himself, a glint of ruthlessness in his gaze. He envisioned the embarrassment and helplessness that Mou would face in the wake of these rumors, and a sense of triumph blossomed within him. Oh, Mou, I wonder how you will manage to remain in the company this time. As long as you take the initiative to resign, the position of vice president shall undoubtedly be mine. When that time comes, I shall certainly show Su Li who truly possesses the capability to lead the company to greatness. As Zhao Gang contemplated this, he unconsciously clenched his fists, as if the vice presidential position were already within his grasp. Chapter 47. Uncovering the mastermind behind the rumors, however. Zhao Gang was acutely aware that the matter had yet to reach a resolution. Although the rumors had stirred considerable unrest within the company, it was certain that Mou and Su Li would not remain idle. He needed to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that he left no trace of his machinations, lest all his efforts be in vain. Thus, he began to contemplate his next course of action, considering how to further amplify the influence of the rumors and entrap Mou in an even more precarious situation. Zhao Gang resolved to exploit the employees' anxieties regarding the company's future, continuing to fan the flames of discontent. He intended to instruct those employees he had bribed to propagate the notion that Mou's incompetence could precipitate various adverse consequences for the company, such as the potential failure of the Jade procurement plan and a decline in overall performance. He believed that this strategy would not only foster further animosity towards Mou among the staff but also exert pressure on Su Li, compelling her to reassess her choice for the vice presidential position. With a bit more effort, Mou would surely falter. Zhao Gang silently encouraged himself as he rose to pace back and forth in his office, his mind continuously refining his scheme. He had become ensnared in an overwhelming thirst for power, entirely oblivious to the profound damage his actions were inflicting upon the company. In his eyes, the vice presidential position was paramount, and he was prepared to go to any lengths, even if it meant plunging the company into chaos. Meanwhile, in another corner of the company, Mou and Su Li were diligently investigating the origin of the rumors. They understood that a hidden hand was orchestrating this turmoil, and it was imperative to identify this individual swiftly so they could quell the chaos and restore normalcy to the organization. Mou, it seems my decision to appoint you as vice president has displeased some, Su Li remarked, seated in the spacious and well-lit presidential office, her gaze penetrating as she regarded Mou, revealing a hint of resignation and gravity in her expression. She sighed softly, leaning back against the plush chair, her eyes momentarily alight with a glimmer of worldly wisdom. Su Li was acutely aware that in any corporation, The clash of interests and struggles for power were inevitable. The workplace resembled a battleground devoid of gunfire, with open and covert conflicts omnipresent. Her decision to appoint MOU as vice president, granting him a share of equity, would undoubtedly unsettle certain individuals, igniting dissatisfaction and envy. The emergence of this turmoil had long been anticipated by her. "Sue, it's fine. I am not concerned." MOU replied with a calm demeanor, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a serene smile. He endeavored to respond to Suli with a sense of ease, wishing to spare her from undue worry. Yet beneath his tranquil exterior, a tempest brewed within, an uncontrollable fury surged silently within him. How could he not be concerned? These baseless rumors not only tarnished his reputation but also wholly denied his capabilities, provoking an overwhelming sense of anger and frustration. MOU clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, leaving indelible marks. He silently vowed to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, ensuring that they would face the consequences of their actions. He would not permit anyone to undermine the beautiful vision he and Suli had crafted for the company through petty schemes. Suli observed MOU, catching a fleeting glimpse of anger behind his seemingly calm eyes. She understood that MOU was not at ease. After all, no one could face such malicious rumors with equanimity. Yet, she admired his composure in maintaining a facade of tranquility amid the turmoil. MOU, I know this must be difficult for you. However, we cannot allow these rumors to disrupt our focus. Our immediate priority is to identify the puppeteer behind this chaos and quell the storm, Suli stated, sitting upright with a serious expression. Her gaze was resolute, exuding a sense of confidence and determination to take control of the situation. MOU nodded, replying, Sue, I comprehend. I believe this matter is more intricate than it appears. Someone must be orchestrating these events from the shadows, given the speed and breadth of the rumor's dissemination. This individual likely holds considerable influence within the company and has prepared meticulously. Suli pondered for a moment before responding, You raise a valid point. We should trace back to where the rumors first originated and see if we can uncover any leads. Additionally, we must remain vigilant regarding the activities within various departments, particularly those who may harbor aspirations for the vice presidency. The two began meticulously analyzing the personnel situation within the company, listing potential suspects one by one. They were acutely aware that the mastermind would be deeply concealed, not revealing their hand easily, hence they could afford to overlook no detail. Sue, do you think it could be Zhao Gang from the sales department? MOU suddenly recalled that since his promotion to vice president, Zhao Gang had regarded him with a gaze tinged with jealousy and resentment. Moreover, Zhao Gang had been with the company for many years, possessing a vast network that could facilitate the spread of such rumors. Suli furrowed her brow, considering for a moment before saying, Zhao Gang indeed carries significant suspicion. He has long coveted the vice presidency and must feel discontented with this decision. However, we cannot leap to conclusions based solely on conjecture. We require concrete evidence. Thus, MOU and Suli resolved to conduct a covert investigation into Zhao Gang. They enlisted the help of trustworthy employees to monitor Zhao Gang's every move, gathering any potential clues related to the rumors. Simultaneously, they disseminated certain information within the company to disrupt the mastermind's plans and provoke a slip-up. In the ensuing days, the company appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath, tension simmered. MOU and Suli diligently pursued their investigation in the shadows, while Zhao Gang seemed to sense something amiss, becoming increasingly cautious. He continued to propagate the rumors while remaining alert to his surroundings, fearful that his scheme might be uncovered. Nevertheless, the truth could not be concealed indefinitely. As the investigation progressed, more and more leads pointed towards Zhao Gang. MOU and Suli amassed compelling evidence of Zhao Gang instructing employees to disseminate the rumors. These pieces of evidence were akin to explosive charges, capable of entirely unraveling his conspiracy. Mr. Su, the evidence has been nearly gathered. It is time for Zhao Gang to face the consequences of his actions. MOU glanced at the evidence in her hands, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes. Suli nodded, her expression revealing a hint of authority. Indeed, we cannot condone such behavior. Convene a meeting with all company personnel. I intend to unveil his true nature before everyone, to expose the truth behind the rumors. The moment of revelation is fast approaching. As MOU and Suli prepare to put an end to this malicious rumor spree and restore the company to its rightful path. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang is about to bear the repercussions of his deeds. Chapter 48. It is best to proactively admit mistakes. Subsequently, Suli convened a company-wide meeting, intending to unveil the truth behind the malicious rumors in front of everyone, thereby restoring a clean, and upright environment for the company. She swiftly instructed her secretary to notify every employee to attend punctually. As the news spread, discussions erupted throughout the company, with everyone speculating about the meeting's theme. The rumors concerning MOU and Suli further piqued the employees' curiosity and anticipation for the gathering. Before long, the meeting commenced. Employees entered the conference room one after another, each bearing a distinct expression, some curious, some perplexed, while others appeared to sense something amiss, their faces tinged with anxiety. Zhao Gang blended into the crowd, gradually making his way into the room. Though he feigned calmness, a sense of unease gnawed at him internally, despite believing his plans were meticulously crafted, leaving no incriminating evidence. He could not shake off the apprehension that accompanied the impending meeting. MOU and Suli had arrived early, standing resolutely at the front of the conference room. Their gazes were stern, exuding an air of imperious authority that demanded respect. The moment Zhao Gang entered, both MOU and Suli cast him a cold glance, akin to two sharp blades piercing directly into his soul. A sudden tightness gripped Zhao Gang's heart, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Instinctively avoiding their stares, he pretended to be nonchalant as he found a seat, yet his hands betrayed him, trembling slightly and revealing his inner turmoil. Once all were seated, Suli stepped forward, cleared her throat, and began to speak. Her voice resonated clearly and powerfully within the conference room. Dear colleagues, I have gathered you here today due to some troubling developments within the company. I am certain you have all heard the rumors concerning MOU and myself. These rumors are baseless and constitute a malicious slander. Suli's gaze swept across the room as she continued solemnly. Our company has always advocated for a culture of positivity and collaboration, and we will not tolerate anyone engaging in underhanded tactics that undermine our harmonious atmosphere and disrupt our normal operations. Therefore, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide everyone with an explanation. Upon concluding her statement, Suli turned to MOU, who nodded in agreement before adding, During this period, I have been collaborating with General Manager Su to trace the origins of these rumors. After extensive verification, we have gathered solid evidence proving that these rumors were deliberately fabricated and disseminated by someone. MOU's gaze landed once more on Zhao Gang, who felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat, rendering him breathless. This individual is none other than Zhao Gang, the sales department manager. MOU unflinchingly revealed the identity of the mastermind behind the scheme. The revelation sent shockwaves through the conference room, triggering gasps of disbelief. Employees turned to Zhao Gang, their expressions filled with astonishment, anger, and contempt. Zhao Gang's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, and while he opened his mouth to protest, no words escaped his lips. He understood that any attempt at justification at this moment would be futile. His meticulously orchestrated scheme had been thoroughly exposed. MOU continued, stating that Zhao Gang, in pursuit of his own objectives and personal desires, had resorted to fabricating rumors, tarnishing both his and General Manager Su's reputations, in a bid to destabilize the company. Such actions had grievously harmed the company's interests and inflicted pain upon every colleague who had diligently strived for its success. Suli seized the opportunity to speak, her tone grave. Zhao Gang, do you have anything to say for yourself? Zhao Gang lowered his head, remaining silent, his body trembling ever so slightly, akin to a leaf on the verge of falling in an autumn breeze. At that moment, his heart was consumed by regret and fear, tumultuous as a raging sea. He reproached himself repeatedly, questioning why he had made such a foolish decision in pursuit of the vice presidential position, only to find himself in such a humiliating predicament. Yet, the intense desire to survive and the unwillingness to accept defeat propelled him to a decision. He could not surrender so easily. To admit guilt would mean the complete loss of everything. Thus, he slowly raised his head, adopting an expression of righteous indignation, and exclaimed, General Manager Su, you cannot unjustly accuse me without reason. One cannot speak of matters devoid of evidence. His voice intentionally rose, seeking to mask the turmoil within with a day of indignation. Upon hearing this, Suli and MOU's expressions darkened considerably. They indeed lacked concrete evidence. Fully aware that Zhao Gang was the one orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes, yet those who spread the rumors had been bribed by him, adamantly denying any connection, leaving them momentarily at a disadvantage. Zhao Gang astutely noted the shift in their expressions and felt a surge of secret delight. Observing the situation, his inner satisfaction began to spread as he feigned grievance and continued, General Manager Su, someone must be framing me. I have always worked diligently for the company. How could I possibly slander General Mo? My loyalty to the company is evident to all. As he spoke, he surveyed the room, seeking affirmation from his colleagues through their expressions. The atmosphere in the conference room had become palpably tense. Whispers began to circulate among some employees, engaged in hushed discussions. Suli took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She recognized that losing her footing at this moment would play directly into Zhao Gang's hands. Fixing her gaze upon him, she stated sternly, "Zhao Gang, your actions have led to turmoil within the company, resulting in extremely adverse effects. Our accusation against you is not baseless speculation. You may believe your deeds are flawlessly concealed, but ultimately, the truth cannot remain hidden forever." Mou added, "Zhao Gang, it would be wise for you to admit your mistakes voluntarily. Perhaps you might still secure a lighter sentence. You must understand that we will not overlook anyone who endangers the stability of the company." His eyes conveyed unwavering determination and resolute authority. Zhao Gang, however, remained obstinately silent. His neck stiffened as he declared, "Mr. Su, Mr. Mo, I am truly wronged. Your accusations chill my heart. Without evidence, you cannot indiscriminately label me with such a crime." Though his tone was assertive, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed the anxiety that lay beneath. Just as the impasse continued, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and a young man hurriedly entered. He was an ordinary employee of the company, previously enticed by Zhao Gang to disseminate rumors. Confronted by the pangs of conscience and after a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to step forward and unveil the truth. Approaching Suli and Mou, he spoke nervously, "Mr. Su, Mr. Mo, I have something to say." He then turned to face Zhao Gang. Summoning his courage to declare, "Manager Zhao, it was you who instructed us to spread rumors about Mr. Mo and Mr. Su within the company. You promised us benefits and threatened us with dismissal if we did not comply." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's complexion drained of color. Utterly unprepared for the chaos that this employee's defection would unleash upon his meticulously orchestrated scheme. Chapter 49. Unveiling the puppet master, he furiously pointed at the employee, stammering, You are speaking nonsense. You are framing me." However, at that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the employee, who retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket and declared, "This is the evidence I secretly recorded of you instructing us." With that, he pressed the play button, and the unmistakable sound of Zhao Gang urging them to spread rumors emanated from the device. Upon hearing the recording, the conference room erupted in chaos. Employees cast furious and scornful glances at Zhao Gang, their disbelief palpable. They had not anticipated such treachery from him. For the sake of his own interests, he had committed such an act. He was utterly unworthy of remaining in the company. Accusations flew thick and fast. A hint of satisfaction finally graced the faces of Suli and Mou. Suli turned her gaze upon Zhao Gang and coldly remarked, "Zhao Gang, what do you have to say now?" Deflated like a punctured balloon, he slumped in his chair, acutely aware that he was utterly finished. Bowing his head, he fell silent, his heart heavy with despair and regret for his past actions, lamenting his stubbornness until the bitter end and attempting to justify himself. Suli solemnly announced, "Zhao Gang, in light of your severe violation of company regulations and your malicious disruption of the company's order and reputation, we have decided to terminate your employment immediately. Furthermore, we will pursue your legal liabilities according to the law. Let this serve as a cautionary tale for all, as we strive to maintain the harmony and stability of our company." With that, Suli and Mou, accompanied by the others, exited the conference room, leaving Zhao Gang alone, as if abandoned by the entire world. "Damn you, Mou, and Suli, I will not let you off so easily." Zhao Gang's eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At that moment, he was consumed by anger and resentment. The humiliation of his dismissal piercing his heart like a sharp blade. The vice-presidential position he had aspired to had evaporated into thin air, and he felt utterly shamed before his peers. All his bitterness was now directed at Mou and Suli, seated in the desolate conference room. His mind raced with vengeful schemes. Suddenly, he recalled the olive branch extended by a rival company, which had persistently dangled lucrative offers before him, attempting to lure him away. At the time, he had been solely focused on advancing within his own company and had dismissed their overtures. Now, however, that seemed to present the perfect opportunity for him to exact revenge on Mou and Suli. Since you have acted unkindly, do not blame me for being unjust," Zhao Gang muttered through clenched teeth, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. He stood up, tidied his slightly disheveled attire, and his gaze revealed a newfound resolution. He decided to contact the rival company immediately and accept their invitation. After leaving the company, Zhao Gang eagerly dialed the number of the rival company's manager. On the other end of the line, a warm voice greeted him, seemingly anticipating his call. "Mr. Zhao, we have always admired your capabilities. Have you made up your mind to join us?" The tone was filled with eager expectation. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound as composed as possible. "I am willing to join your ranks. But I have one condition. I require your unwavering support in my actions against Su Li and MOU's company." After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a light chuckle was heard. "Mr. Zhao, rest assured, we share a common goal. As long as you can bring value to us, we will wholeheartedly cooperate." Elated by the affirmative response, Zhao Gang felt a surge of delight in his heart. He envisioned MOU and Su Li's company ensnared in turmoil under his machinations, while he stood by, relishing their expressions of anguish and despair. Soon, Zhao Gang completed the onboarding procedures and officially became a member of the rival company. The new organization offered him generous compensation and extensive authority, further solidifying his resolve for vengeance. He began to leverage the connections and experience he had accumulated over the years within the industry, meticulously devising schemes against Su Li and MOU's enterprise. His first course of action was to gather Su Li's company's trade secrets, attempting to undermine their operations by leaking this confidential information. He bribed several employees from Su Li's firm to furnish critical internal documents and insights. Concurrently, he disseminated negative rumors about Su Li's company in the market, aiming to tarnish its reputation and erode customer trust. In terms of products, he utilized the resources of his new company to launch offerings akin to those of Su Li's, albeit at a lower price, with the intention of seizing market share. Fully aware of Su Li's advantage in the jade business, he strategically planned a series of marketing campaigns to diminish Su Li's standing in the jade market. Moreover, Zhao Gang endeavored to instigate chaos within Su Li's company. He arranged for individuals to masquerade as job seekers, infiltrating the interview process, and then deliberately igniting discord within the organization, undermining teamwork and disrupting normal operations. However, Zhao Gang's actions did not escape the notice of MOU and Su Li. They quickly became aware of the series of anomalies confronting their company and initiated an investigation. As the inquiry deepened, they gradually uncovered Zhao Gang's involvement. Indeed, it was him. MOU's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the evidence he had collected. Su Li furrowed her brow tightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of anger. "This Zhao Gang is truly obstinate. We cannot allow this to persist. We must take action." MOU nodded and replied, "Su, I believe we should enhance our internal management and information security to prevent further leaks, while also gathering evidence of Zhao Gang's illegal activities to prepare for our counterattack." Su Li concurred, "Indeed, we must also intensify our marketing efforts and elevate product quality to showcase our company's strength, ensuring that our clients are not swayed by baseless rumors." Thus, MOU and Su Li swiftly devised a response strategy. They fortified the company's security measures and conducted comprehensive background checks on employees to eliminate any potential internal threats. On the other hand, they actively gathered evidence of Zhao Gang's malicious competition and illegal operations, preparing to employ legal means to safeguard the company's interests. In the marketplace, Su Li Company intensified its promotional investments, hosting a series of product showcase events to exhibit the superior quality of its offerings and its formidable strength. Simultaneously, they emphasized the quality and uniqueness of their products in response to the low-priced items launched by Zhao Gang's company, thereby garnering considerable recognition and support from customers. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang, under the illusion that his scheme was progressing unnoticed, reveled in his presumed success. Oblivious to the fact that MOU and Su Li had already woven an intricate web, poised to ensnare him. Chapter 50. The grand opening of the jewelry store. On this splendid day, the sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky, as if even the heavens were bestowing blessings upon MOU and Su Li for their newly inaugurated jewelry store. Nestled in the heart of the city's most bustling commercial street, the establishment boasted a luxurious and elegant decor, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that sparkled with clarity. Through the glass, one could behold an array of exquisite jewelry displays, shimmering with enchanting brilliance under the lights. The grand opening was a lively affair. Meticulously orchestrated by MOU and Su Li, numerous renowned streamers were invited to promote the event. Armed with their live streaming equipment, these influencers traversed the store's corners, showcasing breathtaking pieces of jewelry to their online followers while enthusiastically narrating the unique designs, high-quality materials, and the captivating stories behind the brand. Comments and virtual gifts from fans cascaded across the screen like a flurry of snowflakes, sending the online excitement soaring. Outside the store, a throng of onlookers gathered, irresistibly drawn by the festive atmosphere, pausing to admire the spectacle and occasionally expressing their awe. Inside, customers eagerly selected their desired pieces of jewelry, while cheerful sales associates attended to them with warm smiles, creating an ambience of harmony and joy. However, beneath this seemingly idyllic surface, a nefarious plot was quietly unfolding. Ever since Zhao Gang had joined a rival company, he harbored deep-seated resentment towards Mou and Su Li, incessantly plotting his revenge. Upon learning of their new jewelry venture, he perceived an opportunity. With great cunning, he assembled a group of unscrupulous individuals, intent on causing a disturbance during the opening day to undermine Mou and Su Li's celebration. Among those Zhao Gang had bribed was a man posing as an ordinary customer, who strode into the store with an air of confidence. Dressed in seemingly unremarkable yet clean attire and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he appeared to be a typical office worker at first glance. He meandered through the store, feigning casual interest while his eyes swiftly scanned the jewelry, as if searching for something specific. At last, his gaze settled upon a jade pendant. The piece was smooth to the touch, boasting a vibrant green hue and remarkable transparency, clearly a rare gem. Approaching the display case, he pretended to scrutinize the pendant closely. Observing this, a sales associate promptly approached him, enthusiastically detailing the pendant's origin, quality, and design philosophy. As he listened intently, nodding in approval with a satisfied smile, he seemed genuinely captivated by the piece. Yet, at the moment the sales associate turned to retrieve additional pendants for comparison, his demeanor shifted. With swift precision, he discreetly extracted a counterfeit jade pendant from his pocket and expertly swapped it with the genuine article, his actions so deft that they went unnoticed. When the associate returned, he resumed his composed faade, continuing to examine the pendant in his hand. After a brief interval, he lifted his head and, with a charming smile, inquired of the sales associate, "Is it true that your store offers a tenfold compensation for any counterfeit jewelry?" The beautiful shop assistant was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded confidently, "Sir, our store has always upheld the principle of integrity in business. All our jewelry undergoes professional authentication, and we guarantee that if any item is found to be counterfeit, we will compensate you tenfold. You can purchase with peace of mind." "Oh, that does not instill confidence in me," the man retorted, lifting the pendant in his hand. "It appears to me that this pendant is indeed a fake. Are you trying to deceive customers with inferior products?" His voice rose deliberately, instantly capturing the attention of nearby customers and streamers. Noticing the commotion, Mou and Su Li, who were busy attending to other customers in the store, hurried over. Mou furrowed her brow and inquired, "Sir, is there a problem?" "The quality of our jewelry is guaranteed." "Guaranteed?" The man scoffed. "Just look at this pendant. Its color is so unnatural, and the texture is quite rough. How can this possibly be genuine? You claim to have a tenfold compensation policy, but this appears to be consumer fraud." Upon hearing this, the surrounding customers began to murmur amongst themselves, and some who had initially intended to purchase jewelry paused in their actions, displaying visible hesitation. The atmosphere in the live stream room shifted from lively to tense, as viewers left comments questioning the situation. Su Li stepped forward with a smile. "Sir, please do not be hasty. All our jewelry comes with professional authentication certificates, and our reputation is paramount to our business. If you have any doubts about this pendant, we can arrange for a professional authentication service on the spot. If it turns out we are at fault, we will certainly honor our tenfold compensation promise." "Authentication?" The man sneered. "How can I trust that you won't collude with the authentication agency? I see through your facade. This pendant is undoubtedly a fake." He raised the pendant higher, ensuring that everyone around could see it. Mou recognized that this individual was clearly intent on causing trouble, yet she maintained her composure. "Sir, if you firmly believe this pendant is counterfeit, we can involve the authorities to investigate. I trust that, under their impartial scrutiny, we will be vindicated and you will receive a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing Mou mention calling the police, the man's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Internally, he hesitated. He was merely acting on Zhao Gang's orders to create a scene, and if the police got involved, he could find himself in a precarious situation. However, if he backed down too easily, he feared he would forfeit the promised reward from Zhao Gang. After weighing his options, he convinced himself that his entire scheme had been flawlessly executed, and Mou could not possibly uncover his switch of the genuine jade pendant. Moreover, he felt that, in front of so many witnesses, even if Mou had her suspicions, she would be unable to produce concrete evidence. Thus, emboldened, he coldly declared, "You are selling counterfeit goods. and I am not allowed to voice my opinion? This jade pendant is a fake. He deliberately raised his voice, his face adorned with an expression of righteous indignation, attempting to divert the attention of the crowd towards the so-called counterfeit, thereby placing MOU and Suli in a precarious position. MOU's countenance was icy, his gaze piercing as he cast a cold glance at the jade in the man's hand. In that instant, he activated his vision of perception. With the extraordinary power of this ability, he discerned with clarity that the so-called problematic jade was not the one originally displayed in their shop, but rather a counterfeit that the man had secretly substituted. Subsequently, he focused his perceptive vision on the individual. There, within the inner pocket of the man's clothing, lay the genuine jade pendant, its familiar hue and texture unmistakably characteristic of the merchandise sold in the store. Chapter 51. The swapped genuine jade pendant. MOU had already discerned the truth within his heart, and without hesitation, he proclaimed loudly, "Brother, you have swapped our genuine jade pendant. What a skillful trick." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, shattering the previously noisy atmosphere of the store, leaving everyone stunned by this unexpected accusation. The instigator, who had just moments ago been brimming with arrogance, felt a sudden chill at MOU's words. The smile on his face instantly froze, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Yet, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he attempted to defend himself, stammering, "Why, you can't just throw around such baseless accusations. I've been standing right here. How could I have swapped anything? You're merely trying to divert attention and evade responsibility." His voice trembled slightly, lacking conviction, and his gaze began to dart nervously. MOU chose to disregard his feeble attempts at denial and continued, "You believe you have acted unnoticed, but the net of justice is vast and unyielding. The pendant concealed on your person is indeed our store's authentic piece. Shall I retrieve it now for all to see?" MOU's gaze was steadfast and piercing, as if he could penetrate the very thoughts of the troublemaker. The surrounding customers, upon hearing MOU's unwavering assertions, began to cast skeptical glances toward the instigator. Those who had harbored doubts about the jewelry store's credibility now began to shift their perspectives. The streamers, ever perceptive, sensed the tide turning and swiftly directed their cameras toward the troublemaker. The audience in the live broadcast erupted with fervor, their comments flooding in as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Sweat beads began to form on the troublemaker's forehead. He had not anticipated that MOU would see through his ruse. Panic began to set in, yet he feigned composure as he retorted, "You are slandering me. You have no evidence. Can you simply accuse someone based on mere words?" As he spoke, he instinctively covered the pocket concealing the genuine pendant, an action that only heightened his sense of guilt. Suli stepped forward, her demeanor serious as she addressed him. "Sir, we have always operated with integrity and do not sell counterfeit goods. Your actions today are indeed suspicious. If you refuse to cooperate in resolving this matter, we will have no choice but to contact the authorities to investigate. Rest assured, the police will uncover the truth, and you will find it impossible to deny your wrongdoing." Her words, imbued with an undeniable authority, left no room for doubt. The troublemaker was torn within. He understood that once the police were involved, he could not evade the clutches of the law. Although the reward promised by Zhao Gang was tempting, the prospect of incarceration now loomed larger in his mind. However, he recognized that admitting to the swap would subject him to severe legal repercussions and potential vengeance from Zhao Gang. So he maintained his facade and declared firmly, "I did not swap anything. You are wronging me." Despite his heart racing like a trapped bird, he endeavored to make his voice sound resolute and powerful, donning an expression of profound injustice, hoping to deceive those around him. "How about we conduct a search?" MOU calmly suggested, his gaze fixed intently on the troublemaker, as if to unveil the very layers of his deception. MOU was resolute in his heart, fully aware through his perceptive vision that the authentic pendant was indeed concealed on this individual. With a mere search, the truth would be laid bare for all to see. His tone remained calm and composed, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. "On what grounds do you believe you can search me?" the man bellowed, his voice piercing and shrill. Attempting to mask his inner trepidation with such an exaggerated reaction, he placed his hands on his hips, feigning righteous indignation as he continued to protest. "You are infringing upon my human rights. Just because you harbor suspicions, you intend to lay hands on me? What kind of reasoning is this?" As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, hoping to garner some support from the onlookers, his eyes betraying a hint of panic and urgency. Upon hearing the commotion, the surrounding customers displayed expressions of hesitation. A portion of them trusted MOU and Suli, believing they would not make baseless accusations. However, A small faction was swayed by the ruckus created by the troublemaker, beginning to murmur among themselves, questioning the appropriateness of the search. Observing this, MOU stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Dear friends, we fully appreciate your cautious stance regarding the act of searching. However, I implore you to consider this. If we did not possess absolute certainty, would we dare to make such a request? This gentleman adamantly asserts that our jewelry is counterfeit. Yet we are well aware that each item in our store has undergone rigorous authentication. It was only after I perceived some suspicious behavior on his part that I proposed the search, which serves to vindicate our establishment and provide clarity to all of you. MOU's voice was gentle yet firm, his reasoning clear, prompting several customers to nod in agreement. The troublemaker, upon hearing MOU's words, felt an intensifying sense of panic. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing his argument. You are merely grasping at straws. You claim to have assurance, but where's the evidence? Present it. Otherwise, cease your slander against me. He attempted to shift the focus to the evidence, hoping that MOU would be unable to produce substantial proof, thus reversing the situation. MOU let out a cold chuckle, responding, Evidence? The genuine jade pendant concealed on your person is the evidence. You may believe your sleight of hand to be flawless, but every move you make is within my sight. Initially, you feigned interest in the pendant, and while the staff turned away, you substituted the genuine article with a counterfeit hidden in your pocket. Your technique may have been adept, yet it ultimately revealed its flaws. MOU recounted the details of the troublemaker's substitution with precision, each nuance articulated as if he had witnessed the act firsthand. Upon hearing MOU's elaborate account, the troublemaker's complexion instantly drained of color, yet he stubbornly resisted. You are fabricating a story. Such a thing never occurred. You seek merely to find an excuse to search me and subsequently fabricate evidence. His voice trembled, the facade of composure gradually crumbling. At that moment, a loyal patron of Sue Lee's establishment stepped forward, declaring, I trust in Sue's integrity. They have operated their business for so long without any issues of quality. Sir, I suggest you cooperate. If this is truly a misunderstanding, a search will clear your name. However, if you have truly committed a wrongdoing, do not harbor the illusion of evading the consequences. The words of the longtime customers resonated with many as they urged the troublemaker to cooperate. Increasingly anxious, the instigator recognized that failing to act would render his situation exceedingly precarious. With a sudden glint in his eye, he shouted, You are all conspiring to bully me alone. I assure you, I will not allow you to succeed. With that, he turned to dash towards the exit, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. Yet, MOU had anticipated this move. She swiftly stepped forward, blocking his path and declared, Do you truly believe you can walk away? Since you have acted, you must face the repercussions. Chapter 52. You are selling counterfeits. As the instigator realized escape was futile, fury consumed him, and he swung his fist towards MOU. With a deft sidestep, MOU evaded the blow effortlessly, seizing the instigator's arm and executing a swift twist, causing the assailant to wince in pain and become immobile. Do you still wish to deny it? MOU inquired coldly. The instigator retaliated in anger. Witnessing the commotion, the surrounding customers began to denounce the instigator's reprehensible behavior. Sully promptly dialed the police, and before long, officers arrived at the scene. MOU recounted the incident in detail to the police, highlighting that the instigator had concealed a genuine jade pendant. The officers proceeded to search the instigator in accordance with the law, while the onlookers held their breath. Their gazes fixed on the unfolding drama. The silence in the jewelry store was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. However, after a meticulous search, the officers found no trace of the authentic jade pendant on the instigator. What? The searching officer paused, a look of astonishment and confusion etched on his face. He re-examined the instigator's pockets, sleeves, and even the collar of his shirt, yet to no avail. This unexpected turn of events rendered the previously clear situation shrouded in ambiguity. I told you they were framing me. The instigator exclaimed triumphantly, his face alight with self-satisfaction, as if he were indeed an innocent victim of baseless accusations. Look. There is no genuine pendant. They are merely attempting to defame me to divert attention from their own sale of counterfeit goods. As he spoke, he animatedly waved his arms, trying to incite the emotions of those around him. Yet, MOU's keen vision discerned that, during the police search, the jade pendant concealed on the instigator seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly shifting within his garments. It appeared to evade the officer's every touch as if guided by invisible hands. MOU understood that the instigator had come prepared, likely employing some mechanism or special technique to elude detection so artfully. The officer's expression grew increasingly grim, and he began to scrutinize Mou and Su Li with skepticism. After all, in his years of law enforcement, accusing someone of substitution without concrete evidence often stemmed from merchants attempting to extricate themselves from suspicion of selling counterfeit items. Are you certain this individual substituted the jade pendant? We have not found anything. The officer's tone carried a hint of doubt as his gaze flitted between Mou and Su Li. The jade pendant is indeed on him. Allow me to search him, and I shall uncover it. Mou declared, his voice resolute, undeterred by the officer's skepticism. He was confident in his ability to see the truth. The genuine pendant was indeed with the instigator, and he was determined to unveil the reality to vindicate himself in Su Li's jewelry store. Thus, Mou stepped forward and addressed the officer. Officer, we fully appreciate your caution, but I can guarantee, with the reputation of our jewelry store, that this pendant has indeed been substituted by him. Just moments ago, I distinctly witnessed the perpetrator's act of substitution, and our establishment has consistently operated with integrity, never engaging in any fraudulent behavior. Mou's voice was earnest and resolute, striving to convince the officer of his account. However, the troublemaker persisted. How convenient your words are. What evidence do you possess? Is it merely your word against mine? Officer, you must not be easily swayed. Perhaps they intend to take this opportunity to lay hands on me and malign my character once more. As he spoke, the troublemaker feigned fear, retreating a few steps while donning a pitiable expression. Surrounding customers began to murmur among themselves, debating the unfolding scenario. A segment of them chose to stand by Mou and Su Li, believing that the jewelry store had a reputable history and would not wrongfully accuse anyone. Yet, another faction was beguiled by the troublemaker's theatrics, beginning to doubt Mou and Su Li, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The officer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. He sensed that a hasty conclusion would be imprudent. Although no pendant had been found, Mou and Su Li's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Very well, since you insist on a search, we shall conduct it once more, but it must be under our supervision to ensure the process remains lawful and proper. The officer ultimately decreed. Mou nodded in agreement, stepping forward to confront the troublemaker. The latter, though internally unsettled, maintained a facade of composure. You better not act recklessly. Mou disregarded the outburst, his gaze fixed intently on the troublemaker's body, utilizing his keen perception to closely monitor the pendant's location. Mou extended his hand and commenced a search of the troublemaker. As his hand neared the area where the pendant was concealed, the troublemaker visibly stiffened, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Mou smirked inwardly, seizing the moment to swiftly grasp the pendant that the troublemaker was attempting to stealthily remove from his clothing. Found it! Mou proclaimed loudly, raising the jade pendant triumphantly. Gasps erupted from the onlookers as they beheld the pendant in Mou's hand. The troublemaker's face drained of color, fully aware that his scheme had unraveled. The officer approached, taking the pendant from Mou and scrutinizing it carefully, confirming that it was indeed the authentic jade pendant originally displayed in the jewelry store. What do you have to say now? The officer asked sternly, fixing a gaze upon the troublemaker. Bowing his head in defeat, the troublemaker could utter no more, his shoulders sagging, resembling a deflated balloon. The truth was finally unveiled, exonerating Mou and Su Li's jewelry store, and a chorus of admonishments arose against the troublemaker. Who invited you to ensnare us? Mou's eyes pierced like those of a hawk, coldly fixing on the troublemaker, as if his gaze could penetrate the depths of his soul, discerning every hidden secret. At this moment, Mou was consumed by fury. The troublemaker had chosen to disrupt their meticulously planned jewelry store opening, seeking to tarnish their hard work and reputation. Until the mastermind behind this scheme was exposed, the resentment in his heart would not dissipate. The individual lowered his head, unable to meet Mou's gaze, his heart in a tumultuous state of confusion. He was acutely aware that, following the exposure of his actions, he would face the repercussions of the law. At this moment, he grappled with the decision to reveal the mastermind behind it all, yet feared the possibility of retaliation. His hands instinctively clenched, trembling slightly, as a fierce internal struggle ensued. Weighing the pros and cons. To confess brings leniency, while to resist incurs severity. The police officer's expression was stern, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Having encountered many who attempted to deny or conceal the truth, the officer understood that during such critical moments, a firm approach was essential to compel the instigator to disclose the facts. He recognized that this was not merely a simple case of fraud involving a switch. It likely concealed a more sinister conspiracy. Failure to investigate further could result in more innocent merchants falling victim to similar schemes. Under the relentless scrutiny of MOU and the police officer's imposing presence, the instigator's defenses began to crumble. Chapter 53. The police take away the disturber. Beads of perspiration dotted his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks and dampening his collar. He parted his lips, intending to utter something, but hesitated and fell silent instead. After a moment, he seemed to muster an immense amount of courage and, with a trembling voice, confessed, It was Zhao Gang who sent me." At this revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. MOU and Su Li exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and indignation. They had long suspected Zhao Gang's involvement in this matter. The man who harbored resentment towards them was indeed resorting to unscrupulous means to undermine their endeavors. The patrons and streamers present began to murmur among themselves, expressing their disdain for Zhao Gang's actions. "Continue. How did he instruct you? Provide a detailed account." The police pressed on, their tone serious. The disturber took a deep breath, realizing he had no alternative but to confess everything. "Zhao Gang approached me, offering a sum of money to create a scene on the day of your jewelry store's grand opening. He said as long as I pretended to be a customer and switched your jade pendant, then falsely accused you of selling counterfeit goods, he would reward me handsomely. He even assured me that if I got caught, I needn't worry. He would find a way to protect me." As he spoke, regret washed over him. It dawned on him that he had been used as a pawn by Zhao Gang. Now that the truth was out, Zhao Gang had likely vanished, indifferent to his fate. "How did you manage to keep the pendant hidden during the search?" MOU inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity about the disturber's peculiar method. He hesitated momentarily before revealing a small remote control device from his pocket. "This was given to me by Zhao Gang." The pendant was equipped with a miniature magnetic control device. By pressing the button on this remote, I could maneuver the pendant inside my clothing to evade detection. The police took the remote device, examining it closely. It appears that Zhao Gang was thoroughly prepared. "You must disclose every means of communication and relevant information regarding Zhao Gang." In hopes of leniency, the disturber reluctantly nodded, providing the police with Zhao Gang's contact number and meeting locations. MOU regarded the disturber coldly, saying, "You chose to aid in this wrongdoing for a mere pittance, committing an act that harms others without any benefit to yourself. It is truly lamentable. Zhao Gang believes he can topple us with such despicable tactics. He is sorely mistaken." Su Li added, "This matter will not be brushed aside. We will pursue this to the end, ensuring Zhao Gang faces the consequences of his actions. Moreover, we want everyone to understand that our jewelry store upholds integrity in its operations and will not be brought down by malicious tactics." Surrounding customers expressed their support for MOU and Su Li, condemning the actions of the disturber and Zhao Gang. The police also promised to swiftly initiate an investigation into Zhao Gang based on the clues provided by the disturber, ensuring he would be brought to justice. This tumult surrounding the grand opening gradually subsided with the unveiling of the truth. Yet MOU and Su Li knew that their struggle against Zhao Gang was perhaps just beginning. The police escorted the troublemaker away, and the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere finally dissipated like wisps of smoke. Inside the jewelry store, soft lighting once again cascaded over exquisite pieces, reflecting a captivating brilliance. Customers appeared to emerge from the recent turmoil, their faces returning to a state of ease as they resumed their leisurely browsing, meticulously examining various jewels while occasionally engaging in hushed conversations with their companions, their admiration for certain pieces punctuating the air. Some patrons had already selected their desired treasures and were joyfully processing their purchases at the checkout, while the staff, regaining their customary enthusiasm, served the customers with diligence and grace, restoring the store's vibrant ambience. However, MOU's heart remained unsettled, although his gaze wandered among the patrons and the jewels. His thoughts were ensnared by the name Zhao Gang. He was acutely aware that Zhao Gang harbored a vengeful spirit. For him, today's incident was merely a failed endeavor. Unless Zhao Gang was dealt with decisively, it was akin to planting a ticking time bomb beside him, one that would inevitably lead to further troubles, as Zhao Gang would resort to various underhanded tactics to undermine the jewelry store's business, potentially jeopardizing both his and Su Li's livelihood. MOU furrowed his brow, pondering that since Zhao Gang had dared to orchestrate such a scheme, he must have been well prepared, proceeding with utmost caution. Currently, he knew nothing of Zhao Gang's whereabouts. Akin to groping in the dark, struggling to catch even a glimpse of the adversary. To take proactive measures would not be a simple task. He endeavored to recall every detail associated with Zhao Gang, seeking a thread of insight, but aside from some past grievances and the vague information provided by the instigator, he found himself at an impasse. He understood that in such a scenario, blindly searching for Zhao Gang would be ill-advised, likely alarming him and prompting greater vigilance, leading to deeper concealment. Moreover, with the jewelry store having just opened, it was crucial to devote himself entirely to its operation. This establishment embodied the fruits of his and Su Li's labor, housing their dreams, and could not afford to be neglected due to Zhao Gang's interference. Thus, Mou resolved to focus his attention on the jewelry store. He suppressed his anxieties and anger towards Zhao Gang, striving to regain his composure and warmly greet customers as usual, patiently elucidating the characteristics and value of the jewels. Whenever a customer expressed a keen interest in a particular piece, Mou would elaborate on its materials, craftsmanship, and the cultural significance behind it, earning their trust and appreciation through his expertise and sincerity. In the interludes of customer interactions, he exchanged glances with Su Li, both understanding the unspoken thoughts between them. Su Li would respond with an encouraging gaze, reassuring him of her steadfast support. In turn, Mou would nod slightly, signaling Su Li to rest assured that he would handle everything. As the day's business came to a close, Mou and Su Li gazed at the gradually quieting shop, feeling both exhausted and gratified. Though this day was fraught with challenges, the outcome proved to be fortuitous. The jewelry store's reputation remained largely unscathed and, indeed, garnered greater attention due to the recent turmoil. However, Mou was acutely aware that this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. As long as Zhao Gang's issues remained unresolved, he could not find true solace. Upon returning to Su Li's residence, Mou sank into the couch, once again lost in contemplation. He resolved to devise a long-term strategy. On one hand, he would remain vigilant to Zhao Gang's movements, leaving no potential lead overlooked. On the other hand, he would dedicate himself to enhancing the jewelry store's operations, augmenting its strength and influence, thereby rendering Zhao Gang's machinations futile. He understood that this would be a protracted and arduous contest, yet he had prepared himself thoroughly, determined to deliver a robust counterstrike, regardless of the magnitude of the challenges he might face. Chapter 54. Should anything happen to you, do not implicate me. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Zhao Gang learned that his meticulously orchestrated scheme had failed to disrupt the grand opening of Mou and Su Li's jewelry store, and the individuals he had sent to create chaos had been apprehended by the police. This news struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him restless and agitated. He paced back and forth in his room, the muscles in his face twitching with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The fire of fury within him surged like a molten lava, threatening to burst forth. How could this happen? How could he fail? Zhao Gang muttered through gritted teeth, utterly unable to accept this reality. He had meticulously planned for a long time to sabotage Mou and Su Li's jewelry store opening, believing it to be foolproof, only to see it all come crashing down. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zhao Gang ultimately resolved to seek out the president of his current company, Zhou Tao. He understood that confronting the potential troubles ahead alone would be futile. He needed Zhou Tao's support and assistance. Zhao Gang hurried to Zhou Tao's office, not even pausing to knock before bursting in. At that moment, Zhou Tao sat behind his expansive desk, leisurely perusing documents. Upon witnessing Zhao Gang's frantic entrance, he raised an eyebrow but refrained from expressing anger. "President Zhou, I have failed," Zhao Gang exclaimed, his face etched with despair, a hint of hopelessness lacing his voice. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Zhou Tao's eyes, overwhelmed by guilt and trepidation. Zhou Tao set down the papers in his hands, leaning back in his chair to quietly observe Zhao Gang. His eyes were deep and calm, concealing the thoughts that churned within. After a brief silence, Zhou Tao offered a slight smile, comfortingly saying, "It is nothing more than a failure. There will always be another opportunity. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Success rarely comes without encountering setbacks." His voice was low and soothing, imbued with a reassuring charm. "President Zhou, I fear that Su Li and Mou will not let this go. What should I do?" Zhao Gang raised his head. Worry etched across his face as he gazed at Zhou Tao. He was acutely aware of Mou and Su Li's characters. Following this incident, they would undoubtedly initiate an investigation, and should the inquiry lead back to him, the consequences would be dire. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment, his gaze steady upon Zhao Gang as he spoke slowly. "Do not fear. Continue to observe them closely. Take your time. While Mou and Su Li may be formidable adversaries, if we proceed with caution, we will inevitably discover their vulnerabilities. For now, maintain your composure and do not act rashly." "But, President Zhou, I worry they may already suspect me. What if the person taken by the police implicates me?" Zhao Gang spoke anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Humph. If he dares to implicate you, I have my own methods to silence him. Your task is to remain in the shadows, closely monitoring Mou and Su Li's every move. Once an opportunity arises, deliver a decisive blow, Zhou Tao replied coldly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, President Zhou, I shall not disappoint you. But how should I continue to observe them? Zhao Gang hastily spoke, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tao replied, you could leverage your connections to place informants around them, or delve into their business partners to glean insights into their commercial plans and movements. In any case, you must explore every avenue to ascertain their situation. Understood, Director Zhou. I will take immediate action. Zhao Gang nodded, vowing silently to adhere to Zhou Tao's directives, regain his dignity, and ensure that Mou and Su Li paid for their actions. Remember, this must be executed discreetly, without any errors. Otherwise, not only you, but I too shall be implicated, Zhou Tao stated sternly, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Gang. Rest assured, Director Zhou, I will exercise utmost caution. Zhao Gang promptly assured him. Very well, you may go now. Report any developments to me in a timely manner. Zhou Tao gestured for Zhao Gang to leave. As Zhao Gang exited Zhou Tao's office, a tumult of emotion swirled within him. He realized that there was no turning back. He must follow Zhou Tao's instructions to the letter. To achieve his objectives, he would spare no effort. Zhao Gang paced the corridor, his mind racing with thoughts on how to deliver a fatal blow to Mou and Su Li, restore his own reputation, and simultaneously prove his worth to Zhou Tao. After much contemplation, he resolved to make a call to deal with Mou and Su Li. He understood that his own strength was insufficient. He needed to enlist a more formidable power. Thus, he retrieved his phone, scouring his contacts until he lingered on a number marked Brother Hu. Brother Hu was a notorious figure in the underground realm, well-respected and commanding a ruthless gang of subordinates adept at handling unsavory tasks for others. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gang pressed the call button. A deep, slightly hoarse voice answered promptly. Hello? Who is this? Brother Hu, it's me, Zhao Gang. How have you been lately? Zhao Gang quickly adopted a sycophantic tone. Oh, it's little Zhao. What can I do for you? Brother Hu's voice remained leisurely, though Zhao Gang detected an undercurrent of caution. Brother Hu, I've encountered some troubles and would like to request your assistance. I assure you, the reward will be substantial. Zhao Gang hastily added, fearing a refusal. Oh, what kind of trouble? Brother Hu seemed intrigued, his tone taking on a hint of amusement. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and recounted the grievances he had with Mou and Su Li in detail, concluding with a fierce declaration. Brother Hu, I want you to teach Mou a lesson, break his legs, and intimidate Su Li, so they understand my power and dare not oppose me again. Money is no object if we can achieve this goal. Brother Hu fell silent on the other end, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Zhao Gang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that Brother Hu might decline his request. After a considerable pause, Brother Hu finally spoke. Xiao Zhao, this matter of yours is quite serious. Breaking someone's legs is no trivial affair and could lead to significant trouble. Rest assured, Brother Hu, as long as you take action, I shall bear all consequences, Zhao Gang replied, gritting his teeth and resolutely stating the figure. I am willing to offer 500,000. Hoping you can handle this matter with finesse. 500,000? Very well. In light of your earnestness, I shall take on this task. However, let me make one thing clear. If anything goes awry, do not implicate me, Brother Hu remarked after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 55, You have provoked my wrath. None of you shall depart today, Brother Hu. What are you saying? Am I, Zhao Gang, the kind of person to cause you trouble? Rest assured, I will never implicate you, Zhao Gang replied, his heart swelling with joy as he quickly inquired, when can this matter be resolved? I will make the necessary arrangements on my end. We shall act in 3 days. You need to ascertain the movements of Mou and Su Li and report to me at any given moment, Brother Hu instructed. Understood, Brother Hu. I will attend to this immediately. Await my good news. Zhao Gang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting Mou and Su Li. After hanging up, a smug smile spread across Zhao Gang's face. With Brother Hu's assistance, he was convinced that Mou and Su Li were doomed this time. In the following days, he diligently sought information about their whereabouts, even bribing an employee at a jewelry store to keep him updated on their movements. 3 days soon passed, and Zhao Gang contacted Brother Hu early to inform him that Mou and Su Li would be attending a jewelry industry exchange meeting that day, followed by dinner at a nearby restaurant. Brother Hu assured him that he had already arranged for personnel, instructing Zhao Gang to simply wait and enjoy the spectacle. As evening descended, Mou and Su Li, as usual, concluded their attendance at the jewelry exchange and arrived at the designated restaurant, oblivious to the impending crisis. They walked in without a care. Brother whose subordinates had already taken up strategic positions nearby, and once Mou and Su Li entered the restaurant, they stealthily followed suit. The bustling atmosphere of the restaurant masked the presence of these unwelcome guests, who quickly dispersed to await their opportunity. Before long, after finishing their meal, Mou and Su Li prepared to leave. As they exited the restaurant and ventured into a secluded alley, Brother whose minions pounced upon them like ravenous wolves, encircling them completely. "Who are you? What do you want?" Mou demanded, his voice resonating with an unwavering authority that echoed through the narrow alley as he regarded the assailants with suspicion. His piercing gaze swiftly scanned the menacing faces surrounding him, his mind racing to discern their intentions. "Humph, so you are Mou? Today marks your unfortunate day." One of Brother whose lackeys, Zhang Wei, stepped forward with an icy demeanor, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he relished the certainty of Mou's entrapment. Clad in a tight black t-shirt that accentuated his muscular build, the grotesque tattoos adorning his arms appeared particularly sinister under the dim light. "What do you want from us?" Su Li stammered, her complexion paling as she clutched Mou's arm tightly. Her body trembled slightly, her voice betraying an unmistakable fear. She never anticipated encountering such a horrifying ordeal on what seemed to be an ordinary evening. She glanced at Mou, her eyes filled with a desperate plea for help and reliance. "What do we want?" "Merely to teach you a lesson," Zhang Wei spoke as he waved his hand. And two of his underlings immediately lunged toward Mou. These two men, akin to ravenous wolves, moved with agility and purpose, targeting Mou's vital areas. One of them raised his right fist and struck fiercely towards Mou's face, the wind from the punch whistling ominously. The other bent low, attempting to grasp Mou's legs in a bid to bring him down. Mou's eyes turned icy, regardless of who had sent them, now that they had arrived. They would not leave unscathed today. At this moment, his heart brimmed with fury, yet he understood the necessity of remaining composed in such a perilous situation. He was acutely aware of his and Su Li's isolation and knew he could only rely on his own strength to protect her and repel these ruffians. Subsequently, Mou activated his X-ray vision, calmly surveying Zhang Wei and the other thugs. Instantly, everything around him seemed to slow down, their every movement appearing as if in slow motion before his eyes. He observed the two assailants with clarity, witnessing each muscle contraction and the trajectory of their fists and feet as if it were a cinematic scene. Mou reacted swiftly, his figure flickering as he effortlessly evaded the oncoming fist aimed at his face. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the arm of one underling and twisted with force. A sharp crack echoed through the alley, a clear sound of bone fracturing as the thug let out a pained scream, his arm dangling uselessly, rendered incapable of further combat. Simultaneously, Mou lifted his leg and executed a precise kick to the chest of the other underling attempting to tackle his legs. The force of the blow sent the thug flying several meters backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to rise for an extended period, Zhang Wei, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of shock. He had not anticipated Mou's prowess, dispatching his two henchmen so swiftly. Yet, he was undeterred and waved his hand again, sending three more underlings charging towards Mou. These three advanced in a triangular formation, attacking from different directions, seeking to overwhelm him. Mou, however, displayed no signs of fear. Leveraging the advantage bestowed by his X-ray vision, he navigated through their assaults with ease. He sidestepped the attack from the left, kicked away the fist of the thug on the right, all while seeking opportunities to counterattack. At the opportune moment, he unleashed a punch that struck the abdomen of the thug directly in front of him. The thug felt an immense force, as if struck by a hammer. Bending over and gasping for air, Zhang Wei, observing the situation, personally joined the fray. He drew a dagger from his waist, lunging it toward Mou's throat. The blade glinted ominously under the dim light, racing toward him with lethal intent. Mou's heart tightened. He recognized Zhang Wei's murderous intent. He swiftly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Meanwhile, Su Li stood anxiously to the side, though she saw Mou temporarily gaining the upper hand against the multitude of adversaries. She feared that, given enough time, his stamina would inevitably wane. She scanned her surroundings, searching for anything that might aid Mou. Suddenly, she noticed a wooden stick not far away and hurriedly ran over to pick it up, charging towards Zhang Wei. "You villains, let him go," Su Li shouted, raising the stick and aiming a strike at Zhang Wei's back. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhang Wei swiftly sidestepped, evading Su Li's assault. He turned to face her, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. You audacious woman, dare to meddle? Do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, he brandished his dagger and advanced towards Suli. Mou, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of urgency. Ignoring the attacks from the enemies surrounding him, he charged towards Zhang Wei. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Suli in a moment of desperation, Mou arrived and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Wei's wrist. In pain, Zhang Wei dropped the dagger with a clang. Mou shielded Suli behind him, coldly gazing at Zhang Wei and the remaining henchmen. You have angered me. None of you shall leave today. Chapter 56. Brothers, seize this woman first in this moment. Mou emanated an aura of immense power, instilling a flicker of trepidation within his adversaries. Enough with the theatrics. Brothers, apprehend this woman. Zhang Wei's eyes bulged like brass bells, his face a canvas of rage and humiliation as he bellowed, his voice echoing through the desolate alley, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. The abilities displayed by Mou ignited an inexplicable fear within him. Yet he could not afford to show weakness before his subordinates. He swiftly formulated a strategy, intending to capture Suli first, using her as leverage against Mou. He could not fathom that Mou would remain indifferent while his beloved faced peril. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's command, the remaining subordinates, though still wary of Mou, were compelled by years of ingrained obedience to spring into action. They charged towards Suli like famished wolves, their mouths spewing vile curses. Among them, a burly thug dashed ahead, extending his large hand in a futile attempt to grasp Suli's arm. Seeing the group advance towards her, Suli's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling involuntarily. Instinctively, she sought refuge behind Mou, clutching the hem of his garment with white-knuckled desperation, her eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. Mou, I am so scared. Suli's voice quivered, laced with sobs. Sensing her fear, Mou was engulfed by a fierce protective instinct. He shielded Suli with his body, glaring at the approaching thugs, his voice booming, Dare you? Should anyone lay a finger on her? I will ensure they meet a fate worse than death. His gaze blazed with fury, threatening to incinerate his foes with its intensity. Zhang Wei regarded Mou with a disdainful smirk. Do you truly believe you can protect her? You would be wise to surrender quietly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, he drew a dagger from his waist, toying with it as it glinted ominously in the dim light, heightening the sense of menace. Mou paid no heed to Zhang Wei's threats. He understood that panic was not an option and that he must remain composed, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Vigilantly watching the advancing thugs, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The alley was cluttered with various debris, old wooden crates, and discarded metal barrels, any of which could serve as a weapon. Just as the burly thug's hand was about to touch Suli, Mou swiftly bent down, picking up a brick from the ground and hurling it towards the foremost lackey. The brick whistled through the air like a cannonball, striking him squarely on the head. The lackey let out a yelp, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Wei, witnessing his underlings falter one after another, felt his anger reach a boiling point. You useless bunch, you can't even capture a woman. All of you, go after her, ensure she is seized. He brandished a dagger and personally joined the fray. Mou shielded Suli behind him, engaging in a fierce battle with Zhang Wei and his crew. With agility and unwavering determination, he momentarily held his ground against the onslaught. However, the sheer number of opponents, coupled with Zhang Wei wielding a dagger, rendered the situation perilous for Mou. Mou, watch out behind you. Suli suddenly shouted. Startled, Mou sensed a gust of wind approaching from behind. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a dagger that grazed his back and tore through his clothing. A lackey had stealthily maneuvered behind him during the scuffle, attempting a sneak attack. Enraged by the near miss, Mou pivoted, seizing the assailant's arm and twisting it forcefully. A sharp cry echoed as the lackey's arm dislocated, causing the dagger to tumble to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mou picked up the dagger and confronted Zhang Wei and his men. I advise you to take your people and leave swiftly. Otherwise, when the police arrive, none of you will escape. Mou declared loudly, the dagger glinting ominously in the light, his gaze unwavering and fierce as he stared down Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei hesitated, taken aback by Mou's resilience. He had not anticipated that such a small number could withstand his larger group. Moreover, he feared the police might indeed show up, leaving them with no way out. Yet, the thought of retreating in such a cowardly manner filled him with bitterness. Brothers, let us end this quickly, subdue them. Zhang Wei's eyes blazed like those of an enraged beast as he bellowed orders to his subordinates to capture Mou and Suli. He understood that if they did not resolve this matter swiftly, delays could lead to unforeseen complications, such as a passerby calling the police or Mou's allies arriving. jeopardizing their entire plan. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's command, the previously restless lackeys surged forward like ferocious hounds unleashed, rallying their courage to charge at Mou and Su Li once more. They spread out, encircling from various directions, aiming to corner Mou and Su Li. Some swung their fists, creating a fierce wind, while others brandished clubs, their eyes gleaming with malice and greed. Mou, observing the tide of enemies rushing towards him, took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He knew that at this moment, he bore the vital responsibility of protecting Su Li and could not afford to panic. As he kept Su Li securely behind him, he began to stretch his body, bracing himself for the impending battle. Su Li clutched the hem of Mou's garment tightly, her body trembling slightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. Yet, upon witnessing Mou's unwavering silhouette, she felt a surge of reliance within her heart. The first to charge was a young thug with dyed yellow hair. Brandishing a short stick high above his head, he aimed a vicious strike towards Mou's skull. Mou's gaze sharpened as he swiftly sidestepped this fierce assault. The stick grazed his shoulder, crashing against the adjacent wall and scattering debris. Seizing the opportunity while the yellow-haired thug was momentarily off guard, Mou unleashed a powerful punch that struck squarely at his abdomen. The thug was overwhelmed by an immense force, akin to being struck by a speeding automobile, and he could not suppress a gasp as he expelled a mouthful of foul air, his body hurtling backwards and crashing heavily onto the ground, the stick flying from his grasp. However, just as Mou dispatched one adversary, two more thugs advanced simultaneously from either side. Chapter 57. Who instructed you to come here? On the left, a thug swung a punch towards Mou's face, while the one on the right lifted his leg to kick at his waist. Mou remained calm, leaning back slightly to evade the attack aimed at his face, and then twisting his body to block the kick aimed at his waist with his arm. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the assailant's ankle and forcefully hurled him away, sending the thug spinning like a top and crashing into several of his rushing companions. At this moment, Zhang Wei, witnessing his subordinate's inability to prevail, felt an increasing sense of urgency. He personally picked up an iron rod and charged towards Mou, shouting angrily, "Kid, let's see how long you can hold out." Upon seeing Zhang Wei join the fray, Mou recognized him as a formidable opponent and dared not let his guard down. He instinctively shielded Su Li behind him, focusing intently on Zhang Wei. As Zhang Wei approached, he thrust the iron rod towards Mou's chest like a bolt of lightning. Mou quickly grabbed the rod and pulled with all his strength, attempting to seize it. However, Zhang Wei was no pushover. He exerted force to yank the rod back, causing the two to become locked in a stalemate. At that moment, several more thugs surrounded them, preparing to launch an attack on Mou. Su Li, anxiously watching from behind, felt a surge of panic as she saw Mou in peril while trying to protect her. Suddenly, she noticed a stone the size of a fist nearby and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed over to retrieve it, hurling it at the nearest thug. The stone struck him squarely on the head. The thug yelped in pain, clutching his head and crouching down in agony. Su Li's bold action successfully diverted the attention of the other thugs, allowing Mou to twist forcefully and wrest the iron rod from Zhang Wei's grasp. Now wielding the rod, Mou resembled a war deity, swinging it amidst the crowd. The rod cut through the air with a whooshing sound, each swing landing heavily upon his adversaries, producing a dull thud. In an instant, the thugs began to falter, cries of anguish echoing as they were struck. Some were hit on the arms, leaving them limp and powerless, while others were struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Zhang Wei, observing the tide turning against his side, was filled with both fury and dread. He glared at Mou, bellowing, "Charge at him. Don't back down. If we can't subdue them today, none of you will have it easy." Under Zhang Wei's coercion, although the thugs were filled with fear, they mustered their courage and continued to charge at Mou. He swung the iron rod while keeping a vigilant eye on Su Li's position, ensuring her safety. He understood that he could not afford to be the slightest bit complacent. Any lapse in vigilance could plunge Su Li into danger. As the battle raged on, Mou's stamina began to wane, yet his heart was resolute, driven by a singular conviction: he must protect Su Li at all costs. In this narrow alley, the cacophony of shouts and screams intertwined, weaving a chaotic symphony imbued with bloodshed and violence. The dimly lit streetlights swayed gently in the breeze, casting the silhouettes of passers-by upon the damp walls, their forms shifting in and out of focus like phantoms. Mou wielded an iron rod with the ferocity of a divine warrior, emanating an aura that instilled dread in all who beheld him. Each swing of the rod was imbued with tremendous force, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, striking down upon the hapless minions with precision. The thuds echoed ominously as they fell, akin to leaves swept away by a tempest, their anguished cries piercing the night. One particularly burly minion, undeterred by the chaos, charged at MOU, fueled by brute strength and a misguided bravado, seeking to deliver a crushing blow with his fist, which resembled a giant's. MOU's gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly discerning the man's intent. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded the powerful strike, and with a fluid motion, brought the iron rod crashing down upon the minion's back. The burly thug let out a muffled grunt, staggering forward like a wounded bear before collapsing face-first onto the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. Another lanky minion, seizing the opportunity amidst the fray, stealthily approached from the side, his dagger glinting menacingly as he aimed for MOU's waist. Suli, witnessing the imminent danger, could not contain her alarm. MOU, be careful. Upon hearing her warning, MOU reacted swiftly. Pivoting with the grace of a striking serpent, his iron rod slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning, intercepting the lanky assailant. The minion was unable to evade in time. The rod struck his arm with a sickening crack, the sound of bone fracturing resonating in the stillness. The dagger clattered to the ground as he doubled over in agony, clutching his arm, his face drained of color. Thus, MOU danced through the throng of adversaries, the iron rod in his grasp whirling with a fierce wind, rendering one after another powerless against his onslaught. The ground lay strewn with the defeated, some groaned in pain, nursing their injuries, while others lay unconscious, the scene a chaotic tableau of despair. Eventually, in the narrow alley, only Zhang Wei remained standing, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Observing his once mighty minions sprawled on the ground like lost souls, a chill coursed through his veins. He had never anticipated that what he thought would be an easy victory would devolve into such turmoil. MOU's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Clutching the iron rod tightly, his hands trembled slightly from anxiety. He understood he had no retreat. If he did not fight with all his might, he would face humiliation, or worse, death. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he contemplated how he might triumph over MOU. "Why you? Don't come any closer," he stammered, his voice echoing hollowly in the now quiet alley. "Do you know who I am? Dare to lay a hand on me, and you will regret it." MOU regarded Zhang Wei coldly, his expression laced with disdain. He advanced step by step towards Zhang Wei, the iron rod in his hand rhythmically striking the ground, producing a sound that echoed like the footsteps of death, each thud reverberating heavily in Zhang Wei's heart. "Now you know fear? Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant." MOU's voice was low and icy, addressing the group. "You lawless scoundrels, today is your reckoning." Zhang Wei observed MOU closing in, an overwhelming tide of terror surging within him. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Suddenly, he erupted in a furious roar, brandishing the iron rod as he charged at MOU, attempting to make a final stand. Noticing this, MOU's lips curled into a slight, cold smirk. He stood his ground, awaiting Zhang Wei's approach. Just as Zhang Wei lunged forward, the iron rod poised to strike, MOU swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. Then, he took the opportunity to sweep the iron rod across Zhang Wei's legs. Zhang Wei was engulfed by a sharp pain in his legs, causing him to topple forward onto the ground. MOU stepped closer, pressing the iron rod against Zhang Wei's neck, and coldly demanded, "Speak, who orchestrated your arrival?" Chapter 58. I am Brother Tiger's man. What can you do to me? Zhang Wei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, each inhalation accompanied by the violent rise and fall of his chest, as if he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes as he weighed the consequences of revealing the mastermind behind the scenes. On one hand, he was acutely aware that betraying Zhao Gang could lead to dire retaliation. On the other, the cold, threatening gaze of MOU, coupled with the suffocating pressure of the iron rod pressing against his neck, instilled a profound fear within him. MOU, noticing Zhang Wei's indecision, felt his impatience intensify. He tightened his grip, the iron rod resembling the scythe of death, pressing down firmly on Zhang Wei's throat, making each breath increasingly laborious. Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging slightly from oxygen deprivation, while his hands instinctively sought to push MOU away, though he lacked the strength to do so. "If you don't speak, I shall not be gentle," MOU threatened, his voice low and icy, reminiscent of a chilling decree from the depths of hell, exuding an undeniable authority. His sole desire was to swiftly uncover the puppet master behind this trouble, thereby safeguarding Suli from further threats. "I am Brother Tiger's man. What can you do to me? Brother Tiger will not spare you." Zhang Wei, consumed by fear and defiance, spat out fierce words. He attempted to invoke Brother Tiger's name as a means to intimidate Mou, hoping it would help him extricate himself from this perilous predicament. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes at the mention of Brother Tiger, as if merely invoking his name would instill caution in Mou. Who is Brother Tiger? Do I have a vendetta against him? Mou pondered, perplexed. He had maintained a low profile and had not crossed paths with the so-called Brother Tiger. Furrowing his brow, he found himself filled with skepticism towards this sudden mention of Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger will not let you off. Zhang Wei sneered, a hint of arrogance and provocation in his smirk. He presumed that Mou would cower at the mention of Brother Tiger, yet he gravely underestimated Mou's resolve. Zhang Wei's defiant demeanor in the face of imminent danger ignited Mou's fury. A surge of rage coursed through him, his eyes widening as they blazed with an intense fire of indignation. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Zhang Wei's left hand like a heavy hammer. Zhang Wei emitted a wretched scream, shrill and agonizing, as if it could shatter the silence of the alley. His body contorted in pain. His left hand firmly pinned down by Mou's foot. The excruciating agony caused beads of cold sweat to pour from him, dissipating the bravado he had tried to maintain. Will you speak? Who is behind your actions? Stop using the Brother Tiger to intimidate me. If you do not clarify today, I shall make you experience something far worse. Mou bellowed, his voice resonating through the alley, imbued with an irresistible force. His foot remained steadfast, showing no sign of easing the pressure, as if declaring to Zhang Wei that he would tolerate no concealment. It was Zhao Gang. Zhang Wei could no longer endure the excruciating pain and, with a quivering voice, uttered that name. He provided us with money, instructing us to teach you and Su Li a lesson. He said that as long as we broke your legs and intimidated Su Li, we would receive a substantial reward. As Zhang Wei spoke, he wept uncontrollably, having lost all his previous bravado, entirely consumed by fear and agony. Mou's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Zhao Gang was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The mere mention of that name rekindled memories of their previous conflicts, igniting a fiercer flame of anger within him. However, he understood that this was not the time for rash actions. Clarity of the situation was paramount. Why would Zhao Gang resort to such measures? What was the connection between you and Brother Hu? Mou pressed on, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Wei, searching for further clues in his expression. Yao Gang. He has always envied your position as the company's vice president, wishing to teach you a lesson. Brother Hu is our boss. A ruthless figure in this territory, Zhao Gang approached us through Brother Hu to carry out his bidding. Zhang Wei stammered, trembling as he spoke, desperate to escape Mou's torment and disclose everything he knew. Mou released his foot from Zhang Wei's hand, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon him, eyes glinting like sharp blades, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of Zhang Wei's thoughts. Call Zhao Gang and Brother Hu now, and inform them that you have captured us. Mou's voice was low and frigid, akin to the chilling winds of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhang Wei's heart quaked. He comprehended Mou's intent all too well. He was to lure Brother Hu and Zhao Gang into a trap. Fear and hesitation enveloped him, on one hand. He dared not defy Mou's orders. The display of power and ruthlessness he had just witnessed left him in trepidation. On the other hand, if he truly deceived Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, he could not fathom the dire consequences. Brother Hu was known for his merciless nature in this region. And once he discovered the deceit, Zhang Wei would not be spared. I can't. Zhang Wei stuttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Filled with desperation, hoping Mou might reconsider. Can't? Mou scoffed, his gaze growing even colder. Did you not just use Brother Hu to intimidate me? Why the fear now? Let me assure you, if you do not comply today, I will make your life a living hell. With that, Mou raised the iron rod in his hand again, feigning a strike toward Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's face turned as pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. He understood that Mou was not jesting. Having already tasted the bitterness of his wrath, he could only imagine the catastrophic outcome if provoked further. Don't strike. I will call. Zhang Wei hastily replied, his voice high-pitched with fear. Trembling, he extracted his phone from his pocket, locating Zhao Gang and Brother Hu's contact information. As he stared at the numbers on the screen, his hand felt as though it were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Hesitating to press the dial key, Mou, growing impatient, urged him on. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth, steeling himself as he dialed Zhao Gang's number. The sound of the ringing echoed distinctly in the silent alley, each tone resonating as if striking against Zhang Wei's heart. Hello. Zhang Wei, how is it? Have you dealt with that kid? Zhao Gang's voice crackled through the receiver, laced with urgency and excitement. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, striving to infuse steadiness into his voice. Brother Gang, we have captured MOU and Su Li. Please hurry over. Really? Well done. Where are you? Zhao Gang replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhang Wei glanced at MOU, who signaled him to provide the location. With a hint of reluctance, Zhang Wei responded, I will send you the location. Please come quickly. We will be waiting for you. All right, I will be there shortly. Zhao Gang exclaimed before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 59. Do you think this will frighten me? You're done for today. Zhang Wei dialed Brother Hu's number once more. Hello, Brother Hu. His voice trembled slightly. Zhang Wei, what is it? Brother Hu's voice was deep and authoritative, exuding an aura that commanded obedience. Be Brother Hu, we have captured MOU and Su Li. Zhao Gang is aware and is hurrying this way. You should come as well. Zhang Wei spoke cautiously. Oh, well done. I shall head over immediately. Ensure they do not escape. Brother Hu concluded the call abruptly. Zhang Wei set down his phone, anxiety etched on his face as he gazed at MOU. Uncertain of what would transpire next, MOU regarded Zhang Wei with a cold expression, stating, You have some sense. When they arrive, if you dare to play any tricks, you shall be the first to suffer. Zhang Wei nodded vigorously, replying, I wouldn't dare. At this moment, he could only hope for a miracle upon the arrival of Brother Hu and Zhao Gang to extricate him from his current predicament. In contrast, MOU silently contemplated, resolving that upon Zhao Gang and Brother Hu's arrival, they would pay dearly for their actions. He fully understood that this would be a fierce battle. Yet he felt no fear. For the sake of protecting Su Li, he was prepared to confront any challenge. Su Li observed the unfolding situation with a mixture of concern and trepidation. She tugged at MOU's sleeve and whispered, MOU, could it be dangerous when they arrive? Perhaps we should call the police. MOU looked at Su Li with gentle reassurance, saying, Do not fear. I am here. If we alert the authorities, they will surely take precautions, making it difficult to apprehend them. I am confident in handling this. Trust me. Seeing the resolute gleam in MOU's eyes, Su Li's anxiety eased slightly. She nodded, affirming, I believe in you, MOU. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the alley. MOU sensed that Zhao Gang or Brother Hu was approaching. Clutching the iron rod tightly, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Zhao Gang hurried towards the alley, his face brimming with barely contained excitement, as if he were on the brink of a grand celebration. The exhilaration within him surged like an unstoppable tide, as he mentally plotted how to deal with MOU and Su Li. As he walked, he whispered to himself in fervent anticipation, as though this would make the impending retribution more tangible. MOU, aren't you quite capable? Let me show you how I will deal with you today. Teaching you a lesson for vying with me, Zhao Gang, for the vice presidential position. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, his features contorted with a blend of rage and excitement. In his mind's eye, MOU ought to be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, firmly under the control of Zhang Wei and others, at his mercy. And that Su Li, she should have been compliant with me, yet chose to associate with this fellow. Today, she too shall taste suffering. And we shall see if she dares to reject me again in the future. Zhao Gang continued to mutter to himself, his eyes glinting with a malevolent light. He believed he held a certain influence in this realm, yet Su Li regarded him with disdain, instead growing closer to MOU. This deeply wounded his pride, igniting within him an insatiable desire to reclaim his dignity through MOU and Su Li. Zhao Gang quickened his pace, longing to confront MOU and Su Li immediately, relishing the prospect of revenge. Imagining the scene where MOU lay beneath his feet, begging for mercy, a sinister smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. First, I shall deliver a sound thrashing to MOU, leaving him battered and bruised, so he understands that before me, Zhao Gang, he is nothing. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, his steps growing increasingly urgent, even causing him to breathe heavily with excitement. Then, I will humiliate Su Li thoroughly, making her regret ever rejecting me. She thinks herself so noble, yet she will ultimately have to obey my commands. Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed with a blend of desire and malice, as if he could already envision Su Li, pitiable and submissive, at his mercy. Before long, Zhao Gang arrived at the alley's entrance. He adjusted his clothing slightly, striving to present himself as more imposing. Taking a deep breath, he strode boldly into the alley, his heart brimming with the thrill of impending vengeance and confidence. Zhang Wei, I have arrived. Where are you? Zhao Gang shouted, his voice echoing through the silent alley, tinged with impatience. However, as he ventured deeper into the alley, he sensed that something was amiss. Zhang Wei stood there, visibly anxious, and there was no sign of MOU and Su Li being subdued. Only Mou regarded him coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhao Gang, you finally made it. Mou's voice was deep and chilling, as though it emanated from the depths of the underworld, sending a shiver down Zhao Gang's spine. Startled, Zhao Gang quickly regained his composure, convinced that his numbers would deter Mou from taking action against him. Mou, do you think this will frighten me? Today, you are finished. Zhang Wei, what are you all waiting for? Seize him and hold him down, Zhao Gang bellowed, attempting to overwhelm Mou with bravado. Yet, Zhang Wei and his cohorts remained motionless, fully aware of Mou's formidable nature. Having recently suffered at his hands, they had no desire to provoke him again. Infuriated by their inaction, Zhao Gang seethed, "You useless bunch, I've wasted my efforts on you. Just watch how I deal with you today." As he fumed, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Zhao Gang, what are you doing?" Turning to see Brother Hu approaching, Zhao Gang was taken aback. Brother Hu regarded Zhao Gang with a grim expression, having not anticipated such a situation. "Brother Hu, you've arrived. This brat is insufferably arrogant, daring to disregard us. I must teach him a lesson today." Upon seeing Brother Hu, Zhao Gang felt as though he had found a savior and spoke hastily. Brother Hu glanced at Mou, then back at Zhao Gang, contemplating silently. He understood that Mou was not to be trifled with, having heard from Zhang Wei that Mou was captured. He had rushed over, only to find this unexpected scenario. "Zhao Gang, hold your horses. We must plan carefully. This fellow appears to be quite formidable." Brother Hu remarked that he did not wish to be entangled in trouble due to Zhao Gang's impulsiveness. "Brother Hu, do not fear him. With so many of us, how could we possibly be intimidated by just one?" Zhao Gang urged eagerly, unwilling to miss this opportunity for vengeance against Mou. Brother Hu furrowed his brow, acknowledging that Zhao Gang had a point. If they were to let this slide, their reputation would undoubtedly suffer in the future. "Very well, since you are so resolute. Let us confront him together. But everyone, be cautious. This lad possesses some skill," Brother Hu instructed, leading his subordinates towards Mou. As Mou observed the encroaching crowd, he felt not a trace of fear. Firmly gripping the iron rod in his hand, he fixed his determined gaze upon them, ready to embrace the impending clash. Chapter 60. Brothers, kill him, but spare the woman. Brothers, kill him, but spare the woman. Brother Hu stood to the side, his gaze menacing as he issued commands to his subordinates in a booming voice. With arms crossed, he exuded an air of confidence, seemingly convinced that Mou would be unable to escape their overwhelming assault. In his mind, Mou was merely an arrogant youth, daring to oppose him. And today, he would exact a painful price for such audacity. Instantly, upon receiving the order, all his men surged towards Mou and Su Li like rabid dogs. Their faces twisted in ferocity, their eyes glinting with malice. They shouted a cacophony of vile insults, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves that had spotted their prey. Upon witnessing this, Mou's expression transformed into one of unwavering determination and calm. He gripped the iron rod tightly, as if it had fused with his very being. He understood that he bore the crucial responsibility of protecting Su Li and could not afford to retreat even an inch. He carefully shielded Su Li behind him, embodying the fierce guardian lion, fearlessly facing the oncoming throng. Su Li, cowering behind Mou, was enveloped in fear. She clutched his shirt tightly, her body trembling slightly. Yet, upon seeing Mou's resolute silhouette, a flicker of reassurance blossomed within her heart. She knew that as long as Mou stood beside her, she would be safe from harm. Without a moment's hesitation, as the mob closed in, Mou surged forward like a flash of black lightning. The iron rod he wielded sliced through the air with a fierce momentum, tracing sharp arcs above him. The sound of dull thuds echoed as the foremost thugs were struck by the rod, their bodies flying backward like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground with agonized cries. However, the others were undeterred by Mou's ferocity. In fact, they became even more frenzied, launching themselves at him from all directions in an attempt to subdue him. Mou weaved through the throng, the iron rod dancing in his grasp, each swing finding its mark on the vital points of his adversaries. Yet, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, like an unrelenting tide. And Mou began to feel the strain. Brother Hu and Zhao Gang stood by, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Zhao Gang wore a smirk of satisfaction, reveling in the sight of Mou struggling against the crowd, his heart swelling with the thrill of vengeance. Mou, look at you now. Let's see how long you can hold out. Zhao Gang spat through clenched teeth. Brother Hu furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by Mou's tenacity. He had anticipated such resilience amidst such numbers. Yet, he remained unfazed, believing Mou's resistance to be a futile struggle, destined to be crushed beneath their might. Keep pressing forward. Do not give him a moment's respite. We must capture him today. Brother who commanded his men. As Mou fought valiantly, he pondered his next move. He recognized that merely defending and counterattacking would not suffice. He needed to devise a strategy to break free. Suddenly, he discerned a relative weakness in the defense on the left flank of the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated his strength and charged toward the left. Wielding the iron rod as if traversing uncharted territory, he scattered the enemies to disarray. Just as Mou was about to break through the encirclement, Hugo recognized his intent. Block him. Do not let him escape. Hugo shouted. Instantly, another group surged toward Mou, obstructing his path. A weight settled in Mou's heart as he realized his attempt to break free had failed. Yet he did not surrender. He readied himself once more, bracing for a new wave of attacks. At this juncture, Mou bore several wounds, his clothes drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of fear. Come on, you bunch of bastards. Even if I have to give my life today, I will not let you have it easy. Mou bellowed, his voice echoing through the night sky, infused with indomitable spirit. Su Li, watching from behind, felt both moved and pained by Mou's desperate attempts to protect her. Mou, be careful. Su Li shouted anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. The battle intensified, an air of tension enveloping the surroundings. Mou found himself encircled by a pack of ravenous wolves, enduring a tempest of relentless assaults. His body was now adorned with numerous wounds, sweat and blood mingling and cascading down his cheeks and arms, soaking his attire. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, gripping the iron rod as though it were the last vestige of hope, resolutely shielding Su Li behind him. With every incoming attack, Mou exerted every ounce of his strength to fend them off. Although fatigue rendered his movements somewhat sluggish, his unwavering ferocity remained undiminished. The iron rod, wielded with vigor, sliced through the air, striking the advancing foes with a resounding thud and eliciting pained grunts from them. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. They surged forth like an unrelenting tide, and Mou gradually felt his strength waning, his breath growing labored and heavy. Hugo and Zhao Gang stood by, coldly observing the chaos. Their faces bore expressions of smugness and anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment of Mou's downfall. Zhao Gang crossed his arms, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision Mou crumpling to the ground, pleading for mercy. Oof, Mou. I wonder how much longer you see. A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes as he gripped the stick tightly, embodying a spirit of desperation as he charged towards Mou. The others swiftly followed suit, joining the fray against Mou. This sudden influx of adversaries rendered Mou's predicament increasingly dire. Confronted by a tide of enemies surging forth once more, Mou took a deep breath, steadying his composure. He understood that panic was not an option. He had to remain calm and collected. His gaze swiftly scanned the surrounding foes, seeking out any potential weaknesses. At the forefront, Zhang Wei brandished his stick high, bringing it down with force towards Mou's head. Chapter 61. No one shall escape today. Mou deftly sidestepped, skillfully evading the fierce strike aimed at him. In one fluid motion, he swung his iron rod towards Zhang Wei's arm. A sharp crack echoed as Zhang Wei's arm was met with excruciating pain, causing the weapon in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Zhang Wei let out a piercing cry, his body involuntarily stumbling backwards several paces. However, before Mou could catch his breath, other adversaries had already closed in around him. They launched their assault from various directions, fists and weapons raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Mou ducked and weaved, striving to avoid critical blows. Yet several punches and kicks landed heavily upon him, eliciting muffled groans of discomfort. Su Li stood behind Mou, her heart racing as she witnessed his arduous struggle against the onslaught. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, fearful that any sound of alarm might distract Mou from his fight. Mou, you must hold on, she silently prayed, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Hu Good and Zhao Gang reveled in the sight of Mou's escalating predicament, their hearts soaring with delight. Ha ha, Mou, just wait for your demise, Zhao Gang exclaimed with exuberance. Hugo nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as if victory was already within his grasp. Just as Mou reached the brink of collapse, a distant wail of police sirens suddenly pierced the tense and bloody night. The sound grew louder, slicing through the chaos. The assailants, upon hearing the sirens, were struck by panic, their movements faltering. The expressions of Hugo and Zhao Gang darkened in an instant. They had not anticipated the police's timely arrival. This is bad, The police are here. Run, Huga shouted, pivoting to flee. Zhao Gang, disregarding Mou, hastily followed suit. The other henchmen, witnessing their leader's retreat, discarded their weapons and scattered in every direction. Mou watched as the enemies fled in disarray. And the tension in his body finally slackened. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Su Li rushed forward to support him, her eyes filled with concern and compassion. Mou, are you all right? She asked anxiously. Mou gazed at Su Li, offering a faint, weary smile. I'm fine, as long as I'm here. You have nothing to fear. At that moment, the wail of sirens grew increasingly near, and the silhouettes of police officers appeared in the distance. Mou understood that they were finally safe. Su, you and the police should leave. I will pursue them, Mou declared, his gaze resolute, ignited by a fervor of anger and determination. Having just endured a fierce battle for survival, though wounded, the desire for vengeance eclipsed his pain. He recognized that as long as Hu Ge and Zhao Gang remained at large, peace would elude them. Su Li looked at Mou with deep worry, her eyes reflecting both concern and fear. Mou, it's too dangerous. You mustn't go. Leave it to the police. Her voice trembled, the recent trauma having instilled in her a profound awareness of the brutality of those men. Mou gently grasped Su Li's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, Miss Su, I am confident. They have harmed us and wish to escape so easily. That is simply impossible. He watched as Su Li was cautiously escorted away by the police, their figures gradually fading from view before he turned away. Taking a deep breath, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he activated his X-ray vision. Instantly, everything around him appeared transparent, allowing him to clearly discern the direction in which Brother Hu and Zhao Gang were fleeing. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively pursued their retreating figures. While protecting Su Li, he had held back, unable to unleash his full potential. The relentless attacks that shadowed him forced him to divide his focus, ensuring Su Li's safety. Each counterattack was restrained, as any lapse could place her in jeopardy. Now, with Su Li safely away under police protection, he felt unburdened and ready to unleash his full might. His steps were swift and resolute, akin to a nimble leopard. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he effortlessly navigated around various obstacles and the lingering crowd of onlookers. As he continued his pursuit, Mou eventually arrived outside a bar. The establishment's sign flickered with suggestive lights, and the din of raucous music and laughter spilled forth, starkly contrasting the recent violent clash. Without a moment's pause, he inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed the bar's door open. The moment the door swung wide, a wave of warmth infused with the scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume enveloped him. Inside, the lighting was dim, and patrons swayed wildly on the dance floor, drinks shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Unfazed by the murky illumination, Mou's activated X-ray vision immediately located Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, who were huddled in a corner with a few of their underlings. Upon noticing Mou's sudden entrance, their faces drained of color. How did he find us? Zhao Gang stammered, his voice quivering with fear. Brother Hu feigned composure, gritting his teeth as he declared, What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. If he comes, he won't leave. Mou's gaze was icy and unyielding as he advanced step by step towards the corner. His eyes resembled piercing blades, seemingly capable of penetrating Brother Hu and Zhao Gang's very souls. The surrounding patrons sensed the shift in atmosphere and halted their activities. The music continued to play, yet the bar's ambience grew palpably tense. Mou, don't be reckless. This is a public place. If you dare to make a move, the police will apprehend you instantly. Brother Hu attempted to intimidate Mou with the threat of law enforcement while discreetly signaling his underlings to prepare for a confrontation. Mou scoffed coldly. Do you think hiding here makes you safe? Today, none of you will escape. With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly closing the distance to Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. Seeing this, Brother Hu's underlings surged forward, attempting to block Mou's advance. Mou's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he struck. His body glided effortlessly through the crowd, employing both fists and feet with remarkable precision. Each strike landed flawlessly on its intended target, causing the minions to crumple to the ground, emitting anguished cries. Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, witnessing Mou's formidable prowess, felt their fear intensify. They had not anticipated that Mou would recklessly engage in combat within the confines of the bar. Let us take him on, Brother Hu shouted, drawing a knife from his waist and lunging toward Mou. Zhao Gang seized a beer bottle, hurling it at Mou's head. Yet, Mou displayed no hint of trepidation. He deftly sidestepped Brother Hu's knife while delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Chapter 62, Let Us Go All Out. Striking to death, Tiger Brother flew through the air like a tattered sack, crashing heavily onto the table. Meanwhile, the beer bottle in Zhao Gang's hand was effortlessly evaded by Mou, who seized Zhao Gang's arm and twisted it forcefully. The beer bottle clattered to the ground, and Zhao Gang let out a pain scream. At that moment, chaos erupted in the bar. People screamed and fled in all directions. Tables and chairs overturned in disarray. Mou regarded Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang coldly and declared, "Now, it is time for you to pay for your actions." Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang glared at Mou in fury. "Kill him!" Tiger Brother roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage, the sound reverberating through the bar like thunder, causing the very air around to tremble. His previously sullen visage twisted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead like squirming earthworms, and the fire in his eyes seemed poised to engulf Mou. Instantaneously, the patrons of the bar, responding to Tiger Brother's command as if injected with a stimulant, surged forward with menacing glares, intent on attacking Mou. They were frenzied, seizing nearby beer bottles and raising them high, the glass glinting with a chilling light. Some hefted heavy stools, gripping the legs tightly, raising them above their heads as if they were the mightiest of weapons. Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang were undeterred, each grabbing a beer bottle from the table. With gritted teeth and eyes filled with malice, Tiger Brother hurled the beer bottle at Mou. The bottle traced an arc through the air, slicing through the wind like a cannonball, aimed directly at Mou. Zhao Gang followed suit, throwing his beer bottle while shouting, "Mou, you're done for today." Mou stood his ground, his gaze calm and focused, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. As the barrage of beer bottles rained down upon him, he reacted swiftly, moving like a shadow through the bar. He deftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding a flying beer bottle that whizzed past him and smashed against the wall with a resounding crash, scattering glass everywhere. He then pivoted to the right, dodging yet another bottle, which shattered on the ground with a crisp sound. While evading the onslaught, Mou remained acutely aware, searching for an opportunity to strike. He understood that in this scenario of overwhelming numbers, seizing every fleeting chance was crucial to dismantling his opponents one by one. Finally, a small thug, too eager in his charge, inadvertently created a brief opening between himself and his companion. Seizing the moment, Mou lunged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. He leaped high, executing a swift turn in midair, and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's chest. The thug felt an immense force crash into him. His body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, the beer bottle in his hand slipping free and shattering into a shower of glass shards. Immediately, Mou charged toward another adversary armed with a stool. The foe raised the stool, poised to strike Mou with it. However, Mou remained unfazed. At the very moment the stool was about to descend, he swiftly extended his hands, firmly grasping the legs of the stool and twisting with force. The enemy felt a sudden looseness in his grip, and the stool was wrested from him by Mou. Without a moment's hesitation, Mou lifted the stool high and brought it crashing down upon the enemy's head. The adversary hastily shielded himself with his arm, but with a resounding crack. Pain surged through his limb, and he let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Mou's ferocity, Brother Tiger felt a mix of astonishment and fury. "Stop dawdling. Everyone, attack together. Beat him to a pulp," he bellowed once more, grabbing a beer bottle in preparation to hurl it at Mou. The surrounding foes, responding to Brother Tiger's command, closed in again, brandishing their beer bottles and stools, launching a renewed assault on Mou. Surrounded by adversaries, Mou exhibited no fear. He gripped the stool tightly, resembling a valiant warrior with a shield and weapon. As attacks rained upon him from all directions, he pivoted his body, using the stool to deflect the incoming beer bottles. The sound of shattering glass intermingled with the shouts of his opponents, echoing throughout the bar. Amidst the fierce combat, Mou seized an opening from one enemy's lapse in defense, forcefully swinging the stool toward him. The foe, unable to evade in time, was struck and fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mou dashed forward, planting a foot on the enemy's chest, ensuring he could rise no more. He then swiftly turned to engage with other adversaries. As the battle raged on, Mou began to feel the toll of exertion. Sweat drenched his clothing, cascading down his cheeks. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fueled by a singular conviction: he must bring all these foes to their knees, compelling Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang to face the repercussions of their actions. The bar was in disarray, tables and chairs strewn haphazardly, the floor littered with shattered beer bottles and fallen adversaries. Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang watched as Mou valiantly resisted the throng, their resolve wavering. They had not anticipated him to be such a formidable opponent. "You block them," Brother Tiger, witnessing the situation spiral further out of control, felt a tide of fear wash over him as MOU, even under relentless assault, seemed to grow more formidable. He suddenly let out a hoarse, piercing cry, reminiscent of a cornered beast howling in desperation. In that moment, his previous composure and ruthlessness dissipated, replaced by an urgent desire to escape this terrifying place. As he shouted, he exchanged a glance with Zhao Gang, signaling for both to prepare to slip out through the back door of the bar. Upon hearing Brother Tiger's command, despite their fear of MOU, the subordinates, conditioned by years of obedience to Brother Tiger, gritted their teeth and surged toward MOU, desperately attempting to impede him. These subordinates resembled a flock of sheep driven to slaughter. Though they feared the lurking wolf ahead, they pressed on, steeling themselves against their own trepidation. They brandished their crude weapons, beer bottles, stools, and shouted words to embolden themselves, yet the tremor of fear was unmistakable in their voices. MOU was engaged in a fierce struggle with the adversary before him when he heard Tiger Brother's resounding shout, instantly grasping his intent. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger and disdain flashing in his eyes. Attempting to flee? It would not be so simple. MOU murmured to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. Yet it resonated with unwavering determination. He understood well that if he allowed Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang to escape, they would inevitably return, continuing their nefarious deeds, leaving both himself and Su Li in perpetual unrest. At that moment, a small thug, leading the charge, had already approached MOU. He raised the beer bottle high, summoning all his strength to bring it crashing down upon MOU's head. Chapter 63. I shall see where you can escape. MOU exhibited not a trace of panic as he swiftly sidestepped the formidable strike aimed at him. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the thug's arm and executed a forceful twist. A sharp crack echoed as the thug's arm succumbed to fracture, causing the beer bottle in his grasp to clatter to the ground, shattering into pieces. The thug emitted a cry of agony. His visage contorted in pain as his body involuntarily recoiled backward. Yet, MOU did not relent. Like an enraged lion, he surged toward the remaining adversaries. Another henchman, brandishing a stool, felt a surge of trepidation but summoned his courage to hurl the stool at MOU. With remarkable agility, MOU bent low, allowing the stool to whisk past him, colliding with the wall behind with a resounding crash. Seizing the fleeting moment of his opponent's vulnerability, MOU lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the adversary's abdomen. The force of the blow sent the enemy spiraling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. Under MOU's fierce onslaught, the encircling foes began to falter. Nevertheless, Tiger Brother's minions pressed on, determined to obstruct MOU's pursuit of Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang. While valiantly resisting, MOU kept a vigilant eye on the movements of his targets. He observed Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang cautiously navigating towards the bar's rear exit, their expressions fraught with anxiety, frequently glancing back at MOU, fearful of his impending breakthrough. I cannot allow them to escape. A sense of urgency gripped MOU. He understood the necessity of swiftly overcoming these adversaries. Thus, he intensified his assault, wielding a broken stool leg as if it were a sharp blade, deftly maneuvering through the throng of enemies. Each swing elicited cries of distress as foes fell before him. Yet, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, surging toward him like a relentless tide. Injuries marred MOU's body, sweat mingling with blood, staining his garments. Nevertheless, his gaze remained resolute. Driven by a singular conviction, he must catch up to Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang. At last, MOU discerned a vulnerability in the enemy's defenses. Summoning all his strength, he charged toward that chink in their armor, wielding the stool leg to repel those who obstructed his path. With his relentless advance, he finally tore a significant gap in the encircling adversaries. Without hesitation, MOU pursued the direction in which Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang fled. At that moment, Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang were nearing the bar's rear exit. Zhao Gang, catching sight of MOU gaining on them, was struck with alarm. Tiger Brother. He is closing in. Zhao Gang stammered, his face a mask of terror. Tiger Brother's heart raced, but he feigned composure. Do not panic. We shall soon be free. Once we are outside, he shall be powerless against us, Tiger Brother declared, quickening his pace. As MOU watched the retreating figures of Brother Hu and Zhao Gang draw nearer, a tempest of rage surged within him. He exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself forward with renewed speed. You cannot escape. MOU bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the bar. Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, like two frightened strays, hastily fled from the rear of the establishment. The night was thick with darkness, and under the dim glow of the lights, a black SUV stood silently, akin to their final lifeline. The duo stumbled towards the vehicle, their hurried footsteps echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. "Quick, get in," Brother Hu shouted. Reaching for the car door, Zhao Gang followed closely behind, his eyes filled with terror and confusion, muttering incessantly, "Let us go. Let us go." They swiftly clambered into the car, slamming the door shut with a loud thud, as if this act could shield them from the dreadful threat posed by MOU. "Accelerate, get us out of this cursed place," Brother Hu yelled at the driver, his voice wavering with fear and fury. The driver, sensing the urgency, wasted no time, flooring the accelerator. The SUV shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, its tires screeching against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, MOU burst forth from the bar like a gust of wind. His gaze, piercing as a hawk's, instantly locked onto the fleeing SUV, activating his enhanced vision. He could clearly discern the disheveled appearances of Brother Hu and Zhao Gang within the vehicle, despite the distance. A cold smirk escaped him, laced with disdain and determination, as he resolutely pursued them. "Let us see how far you can run," he taunted, his laughter echoing in the night. His figure appeared elongated under the moonlight, his strides both swift and steady, each step imbued with an unyielding resolve to not relent until his goal was achieved. Inside the car, Brother Hu gradually regained his composure. Peering through the window with lingering trepidation, he glanced back, reassured momentarily when he confirmed that MOU had not caught up. Yet, he understood that MOU would not let them off easily. They needed to find a safe haven. "To my villa," Brother Hu commanded the driver, his tone imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. He thought to himself, the villa is fortified with stringent security, even if MOU is formidable. It would be implausible for him to breach it effortlessly. The driver acknowledged the command, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel toward the villa. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, each lost in their own thoughts. Brother Hu was consumed by anger and resentment, having initially believed he could easily subdue MOU, only to find himself in such a wretched predicament. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang was beset by fear. The memory of MOU's fierce gaze and formidable prowess sent shivers coursing through him. At that moment, MOU relentlessly pursued them from behind. Although the SUV traveled at great speed, his enhanced vision allowed him to accurately anticipate the vehicle's trajectory. He knew that mere legs would not suffice to catch up. He needed a plan. Just then, he spotted a motorcycle parked by the roadside, the keys still inserted in the ignition. A surge of elation coursed through him as he rushed forward without hesitation, mounting the motorcycle. He revved the engine, and the motorcycle emitted a deep, rumbling growl, akin to a roaring beast as it surged forward with MOU in pursuit of the direction from which the off-road vehicle had vanished. Soon, thanks to the motorcycle's agile maneuverability, MOU spotted the off-road vehicle ahead at a bend. Hu Good and Zhao Gang sat inside, completely oblivious to MOU's approach. A smirk played at the corners of MOU's mouth. "Let us see where you can escape this time." He pressed down on the accelerator, and the motorcycle surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the off-road vehicle. However, just as MOU was about to close the gap, Huga seemed to sense something amiss. He instinctively glanced back, and his expression changed dramatically. "This is bad," he is catching up, Hugo exclaimed in terror. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang hurriedly turned to look, his face paling at the sight of MOU racing towards them on the motorcycle. "Hurry, accelerate faster," Huga shouted at the driver. The driver, now anxious, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the off-road vehicle's speed surged once more, careening wildly down the road. Chapter 64, Patrol Outside. Capture him upon sight. MOU clung tightly to the off-road vehicle, refusing to relent in the slightest. The two vehicles raced down the road, engaged in a heart-pounding chase. As they drew closer to the villa, a glimmer of hope ignited within Brother Hu. He thought to himself, once they reach his villa, they would be safe. "Hold on, we are almost there." Brother Hu encouraged both himself and Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang nodded silently, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. At last, the off-road vehicle arrived at the villa's entrance. The gate slowly swung open, and the vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion. MOU followed closely behind. Coming to a halt at the villa's entrance, he gazed at the firmly shut gate, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Do not think that hiding inside will ensure your safety. I shall make you pay," MOU murmured. Inside the villa, Brother Hu and Zhao Gang exited the vehicle, momentarily relieved as they regarded the closed gate. Yet, they knew that MOU would not easily retreat. "Brother Hu, what now? Will he break in?" Zhao Gang asked anxiously. Brother Hu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. This villa is heavily fortified. He won't gain entry easily, but we must not let our guard down. Brothers, stay alert and be prepared for anything. Outside the villa, Mou began to scrutinize the layout. Standing before the villa's towering 2-meter wall, he furrowed his brow slightly. The top of the wall was entwined with electrified wire, glinting ominously in the moonlight, as if proclaiming to the world that it was an insurmountable barrier. Any ordinary person would likely have been deterred by such an imposing sight. However, Mou was no ordinary individual. His gaze radiated with determination and resolve as he unhesitatingly activated his X-ray vision. His eyes swept across the wall, quickly identifying a concealed weak point. This area, worn by years of wind and rain, exhibited signs of structural looseness, though it appeared no different from the rest of the wall to Mou's keen vision. It revealed itself as a conspicuous flaw. Having pinpointed the location, Mou took a deep breath, slightly crouched his legs, and then, with a sudden burst of power, propelled himself forward like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was astounding, creating a rush of wind. As he approached the wall, he pushed off the ground with force, soaring 2 meters into the air. In midair, he moved with the grace of a swift leopard, firmly planting his feet against the wall surface. Utilizing the reaction force, he continued to ascend higher. Mou felt no trepidation toward the electrified wire above. As he neared it, he expertly gauged the space between 2 wires and, with a deft sideways maneuver, slipped through the barrier with precision. Immediately thereafter, he descended like a feather, landing silently within the villa's interior in a tranquil garden. The garden was infused with a subtle fragrance of blossoms, bathed in moonlight that danced upon the vibrant flowers and verdant leaves, creating a scene both ethereal and dreamlike. However, at this moment, Mou had no heart to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He swiftly concealed himself within the flower bushes, using the foliage as cover, and began to stealthily approach the villa. His movements were light and agile, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid making any noise, fearful of alerting the enemies within the villa. Simultaneously, he activated his X-ray vision, and the interior of the villa became vividly clear before his eyes. He observed the security guards patrolling back and forth inside the villa, their expressions vigilant, grips tight around their batons, completely oblivious to Mou's infiltration. Not far away, Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang hurriedly entered the villa, their figures appearing somewhat flustered yet tinged with a sense of luck. A surge of anger ignited within Mou. He clenched his teeth, silently vowing that these two would pay for their misdeeds. He navigated cautiously through the garden, his eyes constantly monitoring the guards' movements. Whenever a guard turned or approached, he would immediately halt, holding his breath, resuming his advance only after the guard had moved away. Finally, Mou reached the outer wall of the villa. Peering through the window, he saw Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang sitting on the living room sofa. Their faces clouded as they conversed about something. A few security guards stood nearby, seemingly awaiting their orders. Mou realized he had ventured deep into the lion's den. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. Gently pushing the window, he discovered it was unlocked, filling him with elation. He slowly opened the window and carefully climbed inside the villa. As soon as he landed, he heard Tiger Brother's furious voice. That Mou dares to pursue us. We must find a way to eliminate him. Zhao Gang chimed in. Indeed, Tiger Brother, we cannot let him succeed this time. Hidden in the shadows, Mou silently chuckled to himself. He knew that the ensuing actions would be even more perilous, yet he was fully prepared. You go out and patrol. If you see Mou, capture him. Tiger Brother commanded from the sofa in the living room, his expression dark as ink, eyes glinting with ferocity and unease. He issued orders to the nearby security guards with a tone that brooked no dissent, his voice dripping with menace. The guards, upon hearing the command, hastily nodded in unison, responding, "Yes, Tiger Brother." Without a moment's delay, they turned and hurriedly left the living room, dispersing to various corners of the villa to commence their patrol. Soon, only Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang remained in the living room. Meanwhile, Mou concealed himself in the shadows on one side of the room, observing everything with clarity. Seeing the guards depart, he hesitated not for an instant. Like a bolt of black lightning, he sprang from the shadows, charging directly towards Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang, launching an immediate assault on the two. Mou, how did you get in here? Tiger Brother, who had been secretly devising a countermeasure against Mou's pursuit, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Mou, gasping in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with terror and incredulity. I cannot fathom how. Despite the towering walls of this villa, fortified with electric fences and numerous security personnel, MOU managed to infiltrate unnoticed. However, given that brother who has navigated the underworld for many years, his initial shock was fleeting. Without hesitation, he bellowed for security. Someone, hurry, MOU has intruded. His voice pierced the stillness of the villa's living room, echoing as if to awaken every soul within. Upon hearing brother who's urgent call, Zhao Gang was jolted back to reality, his face paling to the color of parchment. In a flurry, he rose to his feet, instinctively searching for something to defend himself with, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over. How did he find us?" Chapter 65. You Can't Escape. Kid MOU did not afford them a moment to breathe, swiftly closing the distance to stand before brother who. Realizing the imminent threat, brother who hastily raised his arm to defend himself while simultaneously launching a kick toward MOU. With a deft sidestep, MOU evaded the assault with ease, following up with a powerful punch that struck brother who squarely in the chest. The impact was akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, forcing a muffled grunt from brother who as he involuntarily staggered backward, collapsing onto the sofa. Before brother who could regain his composure, MOU pivoted and lunged towards Zhao Gang. Panic-stricken, Zhao Gang's eyes widened as he seized an ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at MOU. MOU tilted his head, allowing the ashtray to narrowly miss his cheek before crashing against the wall, shattering into fragments. In an instant, MOU was upon Zhao Gang, seizing his collar and with a vigorous toss, sent him crashing to the floor like a kite severed from its string. Zhao Gang emitted a pained cry, struggling to rise. Yet his body ached with fatigue, rendering him powerless. Seizing the opportunity, brother who rose from the sofa, his gaze falling upon a fruit knife resting on the nearby table, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He dashed over, grasped the knife, and lunged at MOU while shouting, "MOU, if you dare harm my brother, I will fight you to the end." Upon hearing brother who's shout, MOU swiftly turned and delivered a kick to brother who's wrist. The knife clattered to the ground as a searing pain coursed through brother who's arm, contorting his face in agony. Just then, the hurried footsteps of security guards echoed from outside, a cacophony of sound that resembled a relentless drumbeat, reverberating in the air and striking heavily against MOU's heart. In that instant, he understood that the guards had responded to brother who's cries and were rushing to their aid. Yet, MOU had no intention of retreating. In his eyes, both brother who and Zhao Gang, who had committed countless misdeeds, must pay a steep price for their actions. At that moment, he resolved to administer a harsher punishment to Zhao Gang. MOU's expression hardened, emanating a chilling aura, as he resembled a ferocious beast reappearing before Zhao Gang with wild ferocity. Before Zhao Gang could react, MOU lifted his foot high and, channeling all his strength, brought it down forcefully upon Zhao Gang's left leg. A bone-chilling crack resounded, reminiscent of a branch snapping, as Zhao Gang's leg fractured instantaneously. A piercing scream escaped Zhao Gang's lips, reverberating throughout the living room, as if to rend the silence of the night. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, while his body convulsed uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. "MOU, how dare you?" brother who exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and terror. He could hardly fathom that MOU would dare to act so brazenly against Zhao Gang, just as the security guards were nearing. With a thunderous roar, Tiger Brother's voice brimmed with fury and indignation, echoing like a wounded beast's growl. At that moment, he was both astonished and enraged by MOU's reckless actions. While a hint of trepidation loomed over him regarding the impending situation, he was acutely aware of MOU's formidable prowess should the security guards fail to subdue him promptly. Both he and the injured Zhao Gang would find themselves in perilous circumstances. MOU regarded Tiger Brother with a cold stare, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "What is there to fear? The misdeeds you have committed will demand their reckoning today." His voice was frigid and resolute, akin to a decree from the depths of the underworld. Just then, the security guards surged into the living room like a tidal wave. They beheld Zhao Gang writhing in agony on the floor, while MOU stood nearby, his demeanor icy and unyielding. The guards quickly encircled MOU, batons clenched tightly in their hands, their eyes betraying a mix of vigilance and ferocity. "You can't escape now. How dare you wreak havoc on Tiger Brothers' territory? Today, you'll learn your lesson," snarled a seemingly leading security guard. The others echoed his sentiments, glaring at MOU with fury. However, MOU stood undaunted, surveying the surrounding guards with contempt. "Is this all you have?" he scoffed. "Now that I'm here, I have no intention of leaving easily. Come at me all at once." His words dripped with provocation, manifesting his fearless resolve. Seeing the guards encircle MOU, Tiger Brother felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Suppressing his inner fury, he bellowed at the guards. Seize him. Beat him to a pulp. If anything goes awry, I will take full responsibility. The guards, emboldened by Tiger Brother's command, charged towards MOU like a pack of wolves. MOU promptly assumed a fighting stance, ready to confront the onslaught. As the first guard lunged at him, MOU seized the moment, sidestepping the swing of the baton, then delivering a powerful punch to the guard's abdomen. The guard gasped, stumbling backward. Almost immediately, other guards attacked from various angles. MOU weaved through the crowd, evading their strikes with his agility and remarkable strength while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The living room erupted into a cacophony of shouts and cries of pain. Tiger Brother observed from the sidelines, his emotions a tumultuous mix of astonishment and anger as MOU remained fiercely resilient against the guard's assault. He realized that MOU was no ordinary adversary. If he did not act swiftly to subdue him, the situation could spiral out of control. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his wrist and directed the guard's movements, searching for a flaw in MOU's defenses to deliver a decisive blow. The fierce battle raged on within the confines of the small living room, transforming the limited space into a battleground of life and death between MOU and the security guards. Once MOU activated his vision, the world around him seemed to shift into slow motion. Every subtle movement of the guards' muscles tensing, the moment of exertion, and the trajectory of their attacks was laid bare before his eyes. A burly security guard took the initiative to strike, wielding his baton with both hands raised high, descending upon MOU's head with a fierce whoosh. Yet, through MOU's perceptive gaze, this seemingly rapid assault unfolded in a manner akin to slow motion, as if captured within the frames of a cinematic masterpiece. A subtle smirk graced the corners of MOU's lips, exuding an air of confidence. Unhurried, he elegantly sidestepped, tilting his head slightly, allowing the baton to whistle past his scalp, stirring a gentle breeze in its wake. In a seamless motion, MOU extended his hand, gripping the guard's arm with the precision of a vice, twisting with force. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the guard's joint dislocated, the baton clattering to the ground. With a cry of anguish, the guard's body involuntarily recoiled, writhing in agony upon the floor. Chapter 66. I will fight you. Observing the scene, another security guard stealthily approached MOU from the side, intending to launch a surprise attack while MOU was preoccupied with his companion. He cautiously maneuvered his feet, a glint of cunning in his eyes, as he aimed his baton at MOU's waist and thrust it forward. However, all of this was clearly perceived by MOU through his penetrating vision. It was as though he had eyes on the back of his head, at the very moment the baton was about to strike him. He swiftly turned and delivered a precise kick to the guard's chest. The guard was met with an overwhelming force, his body soaring backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the wall of the living room before sliding down to the ground, incapacitated. With the miraculous ability of his X-ray vision, MOU effortlessly thwarted wave after wave of attacks, toppling one security guard after another. The once orderly encirclement of guards in the living room descended into utter chaos under MOU's relentless counterattacks, as they watched their comrades fall one by one. Fear and anger swirled within them, yet they felt utterly helpless against MOU's astonishing evasion techniques and formidable retaliatory strength. Hugo stood nearby, his anxiety palpable. He witnessed the meticulously arranged security line crumbling before MOU as if it were made of paper, and his worry surged like a tide. He knew that if this continued, his guards would be defeated, leaving him and the injured Zhao gang utterly finished. Get it together. Everyone, attack together. Don't let him escape. Hugo shouted hoarsely, attempting to rally the spirits of his men. However, the guards, now gripped by fear of MOU, hesitated, their steps noticeably slowing despite not daring to disobey Hu Ji's command. Seeing Hu Ji's anxious demeanor, MOU felt a surge of disdain. Save your breath. Today marks the end for you and Zhao gang, he declared, continuing to engage with the guards, his gaze resolute and merciless. Under MOU's fierce onslaught, the number of guards dwindled. Some lay on the ground, writhing in pain, while others struggled to rise only to be knocked down again by MOU's precise attacks. The living room was strewn with chaos, tables and chairs overturned, the floor littered with fallen batons and injured guards. As Hugo surveyed the disorder, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his eyes reflected not only urgency but a hint of despair. You useless lot. How can so many of you fail to subdue just one man? His anger surged as he watched his subordinates fall before MOU. His eyes bulging like those of a bell, his features twisted by fury, roaring like a wounded beast. The echo of his roar reverberated through the living room, leaving everyone with ringing ears. With that, Hugo bent down abruptly, picking up a baton from the ground. Gripping it tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He charged at Mou like a crazed bull. At this moment, Brother Hu was devoid of his usual composure and tranquility, replaced entirely by a heart brimming with rage and resentment. He vowed to make Mou pay for his transgressions. Zhao Gang, witnessing Brother Hu charge forward, felt a lingering dread towards Mou. Yet, under Brother Hu's imposing presence, he gritted his teeth and, trembling, picked up a police baton, resolutely following in Brother Hu's wake to launch an assault on Mou. His legs trembled slightly, each step proving excruciatingly arduous. Yet the instinct for survival and his fear of Brother Hu compelled him to press on. Mou regarded the fierce advance of Brother Hu and Zhao Gang with a hint of disdainful amusement. To him, these two were merely cornered beasts fighting in desperation. While adeptly countering the attacks from the surrounding security personnel, he remained unruffled in fending off the onslaught from Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. With the agility of lightning, Mou weaved effortlessly through the throng. Each strike he delivered precise and powerful. One security guard seized an opportunity, swinging his baton down ferociously toward Mou's back. As if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, Mou swiftly sidestepped at the last moment, executing a kick that landed squarely on the guard's chest. The guard emitted a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding down, rendered incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, Brother Hu had already closed the distance, raising his baton high and channeling every ounce of strength into a downward strike aimed at Mou's head. Mou tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Brother Hu's ferocious visage, and a glint of cold resolve flickered in his gaze. Unperturbed, he extended his arm, blocking Brother Hu's fierce blow with his forearm. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and Brother Hu felt a tremendous recoil surge through the baton, numbing his arm. Before Brother Hu could regain his bearings, Mou seized the baton with a deft twist. A jolt of agony shot through Brother Hu's arm as he involuntarily relinquished his grip. Holding the baton now, Mou swung it backhandedly toward Brother Hu's shoulder. Brother Hu hastily sidestepped, the baton grazing his shoulder and eliciting a sharp sting. Seizing the moment while Mou was occupied with Brother Hu, Zhao Gang stealthily approached, raising his baton to strike fiercely at Mou's waist. Sensing the imminent attack, Mou pivoted swiftly, using his baton to intercept Zhao Gang's strike. Zhao Gang's strength paled in comparison to Mou's, and the impact nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. Mou retaliated with a kick to Zhao Gang's leg, causing him to yelp and fall. However, Zhao Gang quickly regained his footing, continuing to flail his baton wildly at Mou. As Mou deftly evaded Zhao Gang's onslaught, he also contended with the encroachment of the other security personnel. Nevertheless, under the relentless counterattack from Mou, the security circle had become riddled with gaps. Seizing the opportune moment, Mou unleashed a flurry of strikes with his baton, akin to a tempest, against the surrounding guards. The air was filled with anguished cries as several more guards fell to the ground, incapacitated by Mou's ferocity. At this moment, the security guards in the living room had dwindled to a mere handful, their hearts brimming with trepidation as they beheld Mou, a figure reminiscent of a war god. Brother Hu, observing the increasingly unfavorable turn of events, felt a surge of both astonishment and fury within him. He realized that if he did not muster his full strength soon, both he and Zhao Gang would likely meet their demise today. With that thought, he lunged once more towards Mou, exclaiming, "Mou, I will fight you to the end." His voice echoed with a wild fervor in his eyes. Mou regarded Brother Hu with not a trace of fear in his gaze. He wielded his baton with impeccable precision, crafting an impenetrable barrier of defense while simultaneously seeking an opening in Brother Hu's assault. Chapter 67. Defeating all opponents, Mou observed Brother Hu, like a rabid dog, charged at him with bloodshot eyes and reckless abandon. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped, raising his right leg with taut muscles, harnessing all his strength for a powerful kick aimed at Brother Hu. The force behind this strike was as if it carried the weight of 1,000 mountains, the air resonating with the sound of rushing wind. Brother Hu felt an overwhelming force barreling towards him, leaving no time for reaction before he was propelled backward like a cannonball. He traced an arc mid-air before crashing to the ground with a thud, reminiscent of a heavy sack of sand hitting the earth. Immediately following, a shrill scream escaped his lips, echoing through the living room, filled with agony and despair. The baton he had clutched tightly flew from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. Brother who curled into a ball, clutching his abdomen with both hands. His body trembling uncontrollably as he emitted cries of pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his face contorted in anguish, rendering it almost unrecognizable. At that moment, the remaining security guards, though gripped by fear of MOU, felt compelled by Brother whose established authority to stand their ground. They exchanged glances, a flicker of resolve crossing their eyes, and then shouted in unison, resembling a pack of startled beasts, summoning the courage to charge at MOU. MOU let out a cold snort, his expression laced with disdain. Gripping the baton firmly, he moved with the swiftness of a specter, faced with the advancing guards. He exhibited an unsettling calmness rather than any sign of panic. He raised the baton high, slicing through the air with a fierce arc, and with a whoosh. He brought it crashing down upon the foremost guard with immense force. The guard attempted to block the blow with his own baton, but the impact was too great. With a crack, his weapon shattered. The shock reverberated through his arm, causing excruciating pain that felt as if his bones were about to splinter. He staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, cradling his arm in agony. Without a moment's pause, MOU seized the opportunity as the other guards remained stunned, charging into their ranks like a tiger among sheep. The baton danced in his hands, rising and falling, each swing accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. Accurately striking the MOU seemed to sense the stirrings behind him. In the fleeting moment before the security guard's strike, he swiftly turned, wielding his baton with the swiftness of lightning. The guard, unable to evade, was pierced directly in the abdomen by the baton. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if a heavy hammer had struck his stomach, leaving him breathless. He gasped and coughed out a cloud of foul air. His body soaring backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, curled up, and rendered powerless. In an instant, the living room was strewn with the fallen figures of security guards. Some writhed in agony on the floor, others clutched their injuries, moaning softly, while some lay unconscious. Standing at the center of the room, MOU held his baton with a slight droop, droplets of blood still clinging to its surface. He breathed heavily, his gaze coldly surveying his surroundings, resembling a war god descended from the heavens. Tiger Brother lay on the ground, eyes wide, witnessing his subordinates being vanquished by MOU with the ease of autumn leaves swept away by the wind. Fear and despair enveloped his heart. He had never anticipated MOU's formidable prowess, single-handedly forcing him and his guards into a desperate predicament. The searing pain in his abdomen clouded his thoughts, leaving him powerless on the ground, gazing at MOU with eyes filled with pleading and terror. In this confrontation, MOU held an undeniable advantage, leaving Tiger Brother and his guards with no hope of recovery. Zhao Gang, witnessing Tiger Brother being kicked away and howling in pain on the ground, felt a tide of fear wash over him, overwhelming his senses as his comrades fell like ants before MOU's might. Instinct for survival drove him to disregard everything else, yearning to escape this hellish battleground. In a state of panic, he glanced around, locking onto the direction leading outside the living room, gritting his teeth before turning to flee. However, MOU's gaze was as keen as that of a hawk. He instantly recognized Zhao Gang's intentions. With a flash, MOU dashed forward, akin to a streak of black lightning. Before Zhao Gang could take more than a few steps, MOU had already closed the distance. Gripping his baton tightly, he raised it high and brought it crashing down with immense force, the sound resonating as the baton struck Zhao Gang's back with a thunderous impact. Zhao Gang felt an overwhelming force propel him forward, collapsing to the ground with a muffled cry of pain. His body became as limp as if its bones had been extracted, struggling to rise but finding all strength drained from him by that single blow. MOU stepped forward, unhesitatingly placing his foot firmly on Zhao Gang's chest. Zhao Gang felt as if a mountain had descended upon him, suffocating his breath and contorting his face in agony and fear. Terror filled his eyes as he looked up at MOU, pleading for mercy. MOU, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhao Gang cried out, his voice laced with desperation and helplessness. He understood that his life and death lay entirely in MOU's hands. If MOU chose not to relent, he might very well meet his end. MOU gazed coldly at Zhao Gang, her eyes devoid of any semblance of compassion. Mistaken? Do you believe that a mere admission of error can atone for the transgressions you have wrought? Did you ever contemplate the consequences of your malevolent actions in the past? Her voice was frigid and stern, akin to a judgment emanating from the depths of the infernal abyss. As Zhao Gang absorbed MOU's words, a profound sense of regret enveloped him. Memories of the misdeeds he and Brother who had inflicted upon MOU and Suli flooded his mind, igniting a deep-seated fear within him. Yet, in that moment, all he yearned for was to survive. and thus he implored desperately, "Mou, I truly recognize my faults. We should never have provoked you. Please, in your magnanimity, grant me this one reprieve. I assure you, I shall not dare transgress again. I am willing to toil endlessly to repay you." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, rendering him a pitiable sight. Chapter 68. Zhao Gang pleads for mercy. Offering compensation of a villa and a nightclub, Mou remained unmoved by Zhao Gang's pleas for mercy. He recalled the myriad of malevolent deeds perpetrated by Zhao Gang and brother Hu against himself and Su Li, and his anger reignited fiercely. "You wretched individuals, who engage in heinous acts for your own selfish gain, today is your reckoning," Mou declared vehemently, applying even more pressure beneath his feet. Zhao Gang felt as though his chest would be crushed under Mou's weight, his breath becoming increasingly labored. His complexion turned ashen, and his lips took on a purplish hue from lack of oxygen. "Mou, I beg you, I have family," Zhao Gang managed to utter, attempting to evoke sympathy through the mention of his family. Mou furrowed his brow slightly, but soon reaffirmed his resolve. Individuals like Zhao Gang, if spared too easily, would undoubtedly resort to their old ways, continuing to inflict harm upon others. "No matter what, you must face the consequences," Mou proclaimed with conviction. Despair enveloped Zhao Gang upon hearing the unwavering determination in Mou's voice. He understood that he was likely facing inevitable doom. The living room was steeped in silence, interrupted only by Zhao Gang's feeble pleas and his labored breaths. Brother Hu lay nearby, helplessly witnessing the scene, filled with dread and resignation. Fully aware that the fate of both himself and Zhao Gang rested in Mou's hands. "Mou, what would it take for you to spare me?" Zhao Gang lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with desperation as he fixated on Mou, his voice trembling like a drowning man grasping at a final lifeline, replete with hopelessness and vulnerability. In that moment, he curled up on the ground, the pain from being bested by Mou still radiating throughout his body. Yet his fear of Mou far surpassed the physical agony he endured. Mou looked down at Zhao Gang with a cold, detached gaze, devoid of any compassion, akin to observing a mere ant. "You have persistently targeted our company, even going so far as to orchestrate false accusations against our jewelry store, alleging that we sell counterfeit goods. What do you propose we do about that?" Mou's voice was icy and piercing, each word seemingly extracted through gritted teeth, laden with profound indignation. The nefarious actions undertaken by Zhao Gang replayed in Mou's mind like scenes from a film, the detrimental impact on the company's operations, the severe blow to the jewelry store's reputation, and the tireless efforts of employees rendered futile, all fueling the flames of Mou's fury. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang involuntarily trembled, his eyes filled with horror. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue if his actions were scrutinized. "I am willing to compensate," he blurted out almost instinctively, as if that declaration might quell Mou's wrath, even if just slightly. "And how do you intend to compensate?" Mou asked coldly, his tone steeped in skepticism. He was eager to witness what kind of reparations this once arrogant and overbearing man could propose to atone for his transgressions. "I can offer you money, 100,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Zhao Gang tentatively spoke, his voice diminishing to a whisper, as he felt the insignificance of the figure he presented before Mou. He discreetly observed Mou's expression, hoping to discern a hint of leniency from his reaction. However, Mou responded without hesitation, his voice resolute and unwavering. 100,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the considerable losses Zhao Gang had incurred, utterly inadequate to compensate for the profound damage inflicted upon the company and the jewelry store. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Gang, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He understood that Mou would not easily relent, and with clenched teeth, he declared, "I possess a villa worth 10 million. Upon uttering these words, he anxiously gazed at Mou, a flicker of hope in his eyes, praying that this villa might serve as his lifeline. Mou furrowed his brow slightly. Although the villa was indeed of substantial value, he sought more than mere material restitution. He desired that Zhao Gang face the consequences of his actions and ensure that such misconduct would never recur. "You must also draft a letter of guarantee." Mou's piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Gang as he spoke with gravity. "A letter of guarantee?" Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a demand. Yet, he dared not hesitate, quickly nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall write it immediately. I am willing to do anything as long as you spare me." Observing Zhao Gang's disheveled demeanor, Mou's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned to retrieve a pen and a sheet of paper from the nearby table, tossing them before Zhao Gang. Write it now, guaranteeing that you will no longer target our company and the jewelry store, nor employ any unscrupulous means of competition or sabotage. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Trembling, Zhao Gang picked up the pen, his hand shaking uncontrollably as he scrawled the letter of guarantee in a haphazard manner. Once completed, he cautiously handed the document to Mou, stating, Mou, I have finished the letter. Is this acceptable? Mou took the letter, scrutinizing its contents with meticulous attention. After confirming its accuracy, he coldly remarked, I trust you will adhere to the commitments you have inscribed. Should there be a next time, I assure you, I will show you no mercy. As for the villa, I shall arrange for its handling. Now, you may leave. Zhao Gang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily rising to his feet and limping away. As he stepped aside, he couldn't resist casting a glance at Mou, his eyes betraying a complex mix of fear, resentment, and a profound relief at having escaped a dire fate. Subsequently, Mou slowly shifted his gaze from Zhao Gang and focused instead on the groaning figure of Brother who lay in a pitiful state after being kicked aside by Mou. The excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered his face pale as parchment. Beads of sweat continuously rolling down his forehead, and his eyes filled with terror and despair. Mou looked down upon Brother who, his gaze as frigid as winter frost, his voice devoid of warmth, akin to the biting winds of a harsh winter. Zhao Gang has compensated. Now it is your turn to pay. These succinct words reverberated through the silent space, striking Brother who's heart like a heavy hammer. Tiger Gu struggled to lift his head, gazing at Mou with eyes filled with desperation. His lips trembled, yearning to articulate something, yet the pain rendered his voice barely audible. He was acutely aware of the misdeeds he had committed alongside Zhao Gang against Mou's company and jewelry store. Now that Mou had come to confront him, he feared he was facing inevitable retribution. Mou, I realize my mistakes. Please, spare me, Tiger Gu finally managed to utter, his voice laced with a sob. At that moment, the arrogance and bravado he once exhibited had vanished without a trace, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Mou scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Spare you? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? Are you unaware of the extensive damage your actions have inflicted upon my company and jewelry store during this period? As Mou spoke with increasing fervor, vivid images of the halted business operations and the tarnished reputation of the jewelry store, consequences of Tiger Gu and Zhao Gang's malevolence, flashed incessantly in his mind. I am willing to compensate, Tiger Gu hastily replied, fully aware that preserving his life was paramount at this moment. Chapter 69. Brother who prepares to hire an assassin to eliminate Mou. What will you offer as compensation? Mou inquired coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on Brother who, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. A sense of panic surged within Brother who as he desperately contemplated the leverage he could provide. I own a nightclub, which has been thriving and is worth several million. I can give it to you. As these words escaped his lips, Brother who felt a profound sense of loss, yet when weighed against his own life, he found himself compelled to make such a choice. Mou furrowed his brow slightly, refraining from an immediate response. Although the nightclub held considerable value, for Mou, the matter transcended mere material compensation. He was far more concerned with the malicious competition and the underhanded tactics employed by Brother who and Zhao Gang, which warranted appropriate retribution. Is that all? A hint of dissatisfaction laced Mou's voice. Do you truly believe that a nightclub can atone for the transgressions you have committed? You maliciously disparaged our jewelry store online, claiming we sold counterfeit goods, which resulted in a drastic decline in our sales, a significant loss of customers, and a catastrophic blow to our brand's reputation. Furthermore, your actions in stealing our commercial secrets have cost us numerous vital partnerships. Such losses cannot simply be rectified by a single nightclub. As Mou articulated these grievances, Brother whose trepidation intensified. He recognized the veracity of Mou's assertions. He and Zhao Gang had indeed inflicted tremendous harm upon him. Mou, I truly possess nothing else of value. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life, Brother who pleaded desperately, his body curling in on itself from fear and pain. Observing Brother whose pitiable state, Mou's fury subsided somewhat. Yet he understood he could not simply let Brother who off the hook. In addition to the nightclub, you must publicly apologize to my company and our jewelry store. Clarify all the rumors, and assure that no further actions will be taken against us. Otherwise, you ought to be well aware of the consequences. Brother Who nodded vigorously. I promise, I will comply. I will arrange for a public apology immediately, ensuring everyone knows we were previously engaged in malicious sabotage. MOU regarded Brother Who with an expression full of warning. I hope you can uphold your word. Should you dare to renege, I will certainly not provide you with another opportunity. Brother Who hastily affirmed, I will do it. MOU, rest assured. MOU inclined his head slightly and added, remember what you have said today. Brother Who felt as though he had received a reprieve, struggling to rise from the ground. Subsequently, under MOU's watchful eye, Zhao Gang and Brother Who, their faces filled with reluctance, proceeded to handle the compensation arrangements alongside him. Throughout the process, the somber expressions of the two men resembled the darkened skies before an impending storm, each movement imbued with palpable resentment. As Brother Who signed the documents for the transfer of the nightclub, he clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Meanwhile, as Zhao Gang filled out the compensation paperwork for the villa, the tip of his pen nearly tore through the sheet, his seething hatred threatening to seep out with each stroke. After completing all the formalities, MOU cast a cold glance at Zhao Gang and Brother Who, calmly yet menacingly warning them once more, let today's events conclude here. Should you dare to undertake any actions against me or my company, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. With that, he turned and departed with measured steps, once MOU's figure had completely vanished from sight. Zhao Gang and Brother Who ignited into a fury, resembling a powder keg ready to explode. They glared at the direction MOU had taken, their eyes ablaze with seething hatred. Is that all we do, Brother Who? Zhao Gang broke the silence first, his voice trembling slightly with anger, his eyes shimmering with venomous light. At that moment, his heart brimmed with animosity towards MOU. The immense compensation they had been forced to pay and the loss of their villa pierced his heart like daggers. Brother Who's expression darkened further. He swung his clenched fist through the air, as if to release the pent-up rage within. No, I cannot swallow this indignation. He has caused us significant losses, and he must pay the price. His voice was low and icy, laced with determination. What shall we do? MOU is incredibly skilled. We are no match for him. Zhao Gang recalled how MOU had effortlessly defeated numerous subordinates in the living room, a wave of fear washing over him. Yet, hatred soon eclipsed his fear, and he eagerly sought to learn of Brother Who's plan. With a cold smirk, Brother Who's eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint. Humph, if we cannot confront him openly, we shall strike from the shadows. I will enlist a top assassin to eliminate MOU and make him understand the consequences of crossing us. A cruel smile played on Brother Who's lips, as if he could already envision MOU lying in a pool of blood. Find an assassin? Will that truly work? What if we are discovered? Zhao Gang hesitated. While he too yearned for revenge against MOU, he was apprehensive about the severe repercussions should their scheme be uncovered. What are you afraid of? As long as we arrange it properly, we will not be detected. I know of an assassin organization. Their skills are unparalleled, and they have never failed. Brother Who spoke with unwavering confidence, as if everything was within his grasp. In truth, he was aware of the risks involved, but at that moment, his vision was clouded by rage, leaving little room for caution. However, hiring an assassin requires a substantial sum of money. We have just compensated MOU so much. Where will we find the funds now? Zhao Gang lamented, acknowledging the stark reality of their situation. They had nearly drained their resources to pay MOU, making it difficult to procure sufficient funds to employ an assassin. Brother Who pondered for a moment, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Money is not an issue. We can first contact the assassin organization and negotiate a partial deposit, promising to pay the remainder upon completion of the task. They should agree, especially since we hold some reputation in the underworld. They won't worry about us defaulting. Upon hearing Brother Who's words, Zhao Gang's apprehensions eased slightly. All right, Brother Who, let us proceed as you suggest. In the hope of successfully eliminating MOU this time, Zhao Gang clenched his fists and spoke through gritted teeth. Rest assured, MOU is as good as dead. The glint in Brother Who's eyes was filled with lethal intent, as if he had already pronounced MOU's death sentence. Subsequently, the two began to reach out to assassin organizations, meticulously orchestrating this covert operation. They conspired in the shadows, akin to two malevolent wolves lurking in the darkness, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to MOU. Meanwhile, MOU remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, fully engrossed in his pursuits, oblivious to the monumental crisis that silently loomed closer. In this contest, who will ultimately emerge victorious remained shrouded in suspense. Chapter 70. I shall go and slay him now. Await my good news. Half an hour later, as night enveloped the surroundings, The moonlight cascaded upon Brother Tiger's opulent villa like frost. In the dimly lit living room, an atmosphere of mystery and suppression pervaded the air. A youth of unremarkable appearance, named Long San, entered the room with a steady gait, quietly making his way to the living area. Of average build and commonplace features, he would hardly draw a second glance in a crowd. Yet, an undercurrent of coldness emanated from him, reminiscent of a blade sheathed in its scabbard, though it remained concealed. The palpable aura of lethal intent was unmistakable. Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang had been waiting anxiously in the living room, their restlessness evident as they intermittently glanced towards the entrance. The instant Long San appeared, Brother Tiger's demeanor transformed as though he had spotted a savior. He sprang from the sofa, a sycophantic smile adorning his face, and respectfully exclaimed, "Mr. Long, you have arrived." A barely perceptible tremor laced his voice, betraying both reverence for Long San's prowess and anticipation for the impending vengeance. Zhao Gang quickly rose to his feet, offering a slight bow, his eyes brimming with trepidation and eagerness. This seemingly ordinary youth represented their greatest hope for retribution. Long San nodded slightly, eschewing pleasantries, and proceeded directly to the sofa to sit down. His movements were succinct and decisive, exuding an undeniable presence. Once settled, he lifted his gaze, his calm eyes locking onto Brother Tiger, and spoke in a low, frosty tone. "Speak. Whom do you wish me to eliminate?" His voice resonated like a whisper from an icy cavern, devoid of emotion, yet sending shivers down the spines of Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang. Taking a deep breath, Brother Tiger endeavored to compose himself, retrieving a file from the coffee table and presenting it to Long San. "His name is MOU. Here are his detailed records." A flicker of malice flashed in Brother Tiger's eyes, as though the mere utterance of MOU's name rekindled the flames of his hatred. Long San accepted the file and slowly opened it, revealing a comprehensive account of MOU's particulars, photographs, daily routines, workplace, and various habits. He scrutinized the information meticulously, leaving no detail overlooked. The living room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the rustling of paper echoing in the air. Upon finishing the review, Long San gently closed the file, raising his gaze, his expression remaining as tranquil as still waters. "This individual presents certain complications." Brother Tiger's heart tightened at this remark, and he hastily replied, "Mr. Long, rest assured, money is not an issue. As long as you can assist us in eliminating him, the reward will be most generous." As he spoke, he produced a bank card from his pocket, placing it on the coffee table and sliding it towards Long San. Long San glanced at the card, a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a barely perceptible cold amusement. "I am known for my success in such endeavors. Having accepted this task, I shall not disappoint you." He casually pocketed the card, as if it were but a trivial piece of paper, exchanging glances filled with fleeting joy. Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang spoke in unison. "Mr. Long, we rely on you. MOU has grown too arrogant. He must be made to pay." Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, his fist clenched as if he wished to rend MOU into 1,000 pieces. Long San, however, remained silent, lost in contemplation. In his mind, he swiftly devised a plan to assassinate MOU, meticulously considering each detail from the approach to the opportune moment for action. After a brief interval, Long San lifted his gaze to Hugo and Zhao Gang, declaring, "I shall go and eliminate him now. Await my triumphant news." Hugo nodded eagerly. "Very well, Mr. Long, we shall await your good tidings." A surge of elation coursed through Hugo's heart. Long San rose, turning with measured steps as he departed the living room. Watching his retreating figure, Hugo and Zhao Gang felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. They envisioned MOU lying in a pool of blood, the flames of vengeance raging fiercely within their hearts. MOU, with Mr. Long taking action, your demise is assured." Hugo's face bore a chilling smirk, reminiscent of a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell, exuding boundless malice and satisfaction. Zhao Gang joined in the laughter, his voice brimming with arrogance and impatience. Once MOU is dead, no one could thwart their ambitions. It seemed to them that with MOU's demise, they could unleash their desires upon this land, clearing away all obstacles in their path. In that moment, they were entirely absorbed in the fantasy of impending revenge. It was as if they could already see MOU falling in a bloodied heap, while they stood by, mocking his fate. Meanwhile, not long after MOU had departed from Huji's villa, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, which displayed Su Li's name. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Su Li's voice came through, laced with urgency and concern, urging him to come to her. MOU nodded in acknowledgement. Ending the call without delay, he turned and headed towards Su Li's villa. The moonlight bathed him, elongating his shadow, rendering him particularly solitary yet resolute upon the quiet street. Before long, Mou arrived at Su Li's villa. Under the moonlight, the villa emanated a unique aura, tranquil yet mysterious. Mou gently pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, the door creaked open to reveal Su Li. She wore a loose silk nightgown, her hair casually gathered at the back. Her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, concern intertwined with anticipation. Mou, please come inside, Su Li softly urged, her voice particularly gentle in the stillness of the night. She stepped aside to allow him entry before closing the door behind them. Mou followed Su Li into the living room, where the lighting was soft, and a faint scent of perfume lingered in the air. Su Li gracefully raised her hand, indicating for Mou to sit on the plush sofa. She glided over to the nearby wine cabinet, meticulously selecting a bottle of red wine. Her slender fingers grasped the corkscrew, deftly uncorking the bottle, gently swirling the decanter with elegance and finesse. Subsequently, she lifted a delicate goblet, gently pouring the ruby-red wine, its translucent liquid swaying gracefully within the glass, exuding an enchanting luster and rich aroma. Holding the glass, Su Li glided effortlessly to Mou's side and took a seat beside him. She extended the goblet towards Mou, her eyes reflecting concern and inquiry. Mou, how have things unfolded? Director Su, I have resolved the situation completely. Zhao Gang will no longer oppose us, Mou replied, a confident smile gracing his face, his tone relaxed. In recent times, he had exerted every ounce of effort to counter Zhao Gang's malicious competition and various underhanded tactics against the company, and now, having finally resolved this predicament, he felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Mou, you are truly remarkable." She had been deeply troubled by the challenges facing the company, and hearing this good news filled her with indescribable joy. Director Su, I should head home now, Mou remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall, which indicated that it was already past midnight. Rubbing his weary eyes, he resolved to return home for a good night's sleep. After dealing with Zhao Gang's matters and hastily coming to Su Li's side, he was indeed feeling quite fatigued. Why not stay at my place tonight? I've had the air conditioning repaired, Su Li said, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of subtle shyness. Chapter 71. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that someone is paying for your life. She had always harbored a special affection for Mou. Upon learning that he had resolved a significant issue for the company that evening, her heart brimmed with gratitude, and she hoped he would stay longer, allowing for more time together. President Su, this may not be appropriate. Mou hesitated, taken aback. Although he and Su Li worked harmoniously, the notion of staying overnight at her home felt rather improper given their differing genders. What is inappropriate? I've already tidied up the bedroom for you. You could stay here indefinitely. Su Li lowered her head shyly, her voice soft yet imbued with determination, summoning her courage to utter these words. She felt both anxious and hopeful, yearning for Mou's agreement. Mou gazed at Su Li, feeling somewhat bewildered. He sensed the affection she held for him, yet he had never envisioned their relationship evolving to this juncture. On one hand, he harbored a certain fondness for Su Li, but on the other, he feared that such an overnight stay might complicate their relationship and disrupt their professional synergy. President Su, consider this. We interact frequently in our work, and such an unexpected overnight stay could inevitably lead to misunderstandings, potentially affecting the company's reputation. Mou attempted to decline Su Li's invitation, striving to maintain a tone that was both sincere and tactful. Upon hearing his words, Su Li felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet she understood that his reasoning was not without merit. However, Mou, I genuinely wish for you to stay. During this time, the company has greatly benefited from your presence, and I am truly grateful to you and wish to take care of you more. Su Li raised her head, her eyes filled with sincerity and anticipation. Mou, observing Su Li's vulnerable demeanor, felt his heart soften. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, President Su, I appreciate your kindness. How about this? I will return home tonight, and if the need arises in the future, I shall consider staying here. Does that sound agreeable? Su Li bit her lips slightly, nodding softly. All right, Mou, please be careful on your way home. Although she felt somewhat disheartened, she did not wish to impose undue pressure on him and reluctantly accepted his suggestion. Very well, President Su, do get some rest early. Mou stood up, preparing to depart. Su Li rose as well, escorting him to the door. Mou, remember to send me a message when you get home, she instructed with concern as she stood at the threshold. Of course, President Su, You need not worry. MOU smiled in response before turning to step into the enveloping night. As Suli watched MOU's figure gradually disappear into the distance, her mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Meanwhile, MOU, on his way home, pondered the delicate dynamics of his relationship with Suli. Just as he bid her farewell and stepped onto the street shrouded in darkness, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Instinctively, he sensed someone was following him, a sensation akin to being watched by unseen eyes, shadowing his every move. On the surface, MOU maintained his steady stride and expression, yet within, he had grown acutely alert. He slightly tilted his head, feigning nonchalance as he cast a sidelong glance behind him. However, the street was bustling with passers-by and shrouded in dim light, making it arduous to discern the identity of his pursuer. Consequently, MOU decided to employ his unique ability of clairvoyance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a mysterious force swiftly coalesced within his gaze, rendering everything around him as if viewed through an invisible veil. Through this extraordinary vision, he discerned a rather unremarkable young man not far behind, trailing him at a leisurely pace. The youth was of average build, clad in an ordinary black casual outfit, and his features were as plain as those of any pedestrian one might encounter on the street. Were it not for MOU's clairvoyance, it would have been exceedingly difficult to detect him amidst the crowd. Yet at this moment, the young man's deliberate attempt to maintain distance while occasionally glancing up to observe MOU's movements unmistakably revealed his identity as a stalker. A sense of vigilance stirred within MOU, and he furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Rather than act hastily and alert the stalker, he swiftly contemplated a strategy in his mind. After a brief moment, an idea formed within him, prompting him to discreetly steer towards a more secluded street. He understood that while crowded areas equipped with surveillance cameras provided relative safety, they hindered his ability to ascertain the stalker's intentions and respond effectively. Only in a place devoid of crowds and cameras could he better control the situation while avoiding collateral damage. MOU's steps appeared casual, yet he gradually veered away from the bustling thoroughfare, making his way toward a narrow, dimly lit alley. This alley was typically deserted, and at the late hour, it took on an eerie silence. MOU could hear his footsteps echoing against the cobblestones, each step resonating like a heartbeat in the stillness of the night. Behind him, the young man followed closely, utterly oblivious to the fact that MOU had already detected his pursuit. As they delved deeper into the alley, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil, allowing MOU to hear not only his own breathing but also the faint footfalls of his follower. He intentionally slowed his pace, awaiting the stalker's approach while quietly gathering his strength, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Finally, when the stalker was merely a few steps away from him, MOU abruptly halted and spun around. This sudden movement caught the pursuer off guard. He hesitated momentarily, surprise flickering across his face before swiftly regaining his composure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Friend, you have followed me for quite a distance. What is your purpose?" MOU's gaze was piercing as he fixed his attention on the youth before him, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the stillness of the alley. The young man's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smirk. "MOU, it seems you possess some skill, managing to detect me." His voice was frosty, imbued with the chill of winter. "Who are you? Why do you stalk me?" MOU inquired once more, his mind swirling with uncertainty regarding the young man's identity and intentions. He regarded his opponent with a vigilant gaze, his entire body taut with tension, poised to confront any impending assault. The young man did not immediately respond to MOU's inquiry. Instead, he took a slow step forward, locking eyes with MOU. "Who I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is that someone has paid a considerable sum for your life." The gleam of murder in the young man's eyes suggested that MOU was merely a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate. A chill ran down MOU's spine as he swiftly comprehended the other's intentions. It appeared that Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, unwilling to accept defeat, had resorted to hiring an assassin to eliminate him. Yet, rather than succumb to fear, this revelation ignited a fierce determination within him. "Is that all you've got?" MOU scoffed, his gaze brimming with confidence and disdain. He was acutely aware that in such a life-and-death scenario, retreat was not an option. One must confront danger with courage. "You'll understand soon enough," the young man declared, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, resembling a shadowy specter as he lunged toward MOU. Chapter 72. Dragonclaw Hand. His speed was extraordinary, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage in the dim light. Simultaneously, a glinting dagger appeared in his hand, aimed directly at MOU's throat, striking with the swiftness of lightning. However, MOU activated his X-ray vision. To him, The dagger in Long San's hand seemed to move in slow motion, every subtle movement and ripple of airflow vividly clear. Mou's expression remained calm, as if the lethal assault before him was merely a child's playful jest. Just as the dagger was about to graze his throat, he gracefully sidestepped, his movements as light and elegant as a dancing butterfly, effortlessly evading Long San's fierce strike. The confident expression on Long San's face shifted instantly, a flicker of surprise and indignation crossing his features. As a renowned assassin within the underworld, his assassination attempts were typically one-hit kills, with few capable of dodging his rapid initial strike. Yet, Mou not only evaded it but did so with such composure that an inexplicable fury surged within Long San. Without a moment's hesitation, Long San shifted his stance, his form once again closing in on Mou like a specter, the dagger angling menacingly as it lunged forward like a viper striking its prey. This time, his attack was even more ferocious, swifter, and executed from an even more cunning angle, the sound of the blade slicing through the air echoing in the silent alley. Nevertheless, Mou remained unperturbed, utilizing his X-ray vision to foresee Long San's trajectory, deftly sidestepping each assault, leaving not a single strike to find its mark. Observing Long San's increasingly frantic demeanor, Mou's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of mockery in his expression. "Is this all the strength you possess?" His voice resonated through the air, laced with derision, as if he held Long San's capabilities in contempt. Long San's fury erupted, igniting a blaze of wrath within him. Having prided himself on his formidable prowess and accomplished numerous arduous tasks throughout his career, he had never faced such disdain. Mou's words pierced deeply, like a sharp blade to his pride. "I will definitely eliminate you." Long San bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage, resembling a frenzied beast. He then unleashed a torrent of frenzied attacks. His figure darted swiftly, the dagger transforming into streaks of cold light, assaulting Mou from every direction. In that moment, the scene was a whirlwind of flashing blades and howling winds. Yet, Mou stood resolute, like a rock at the eye of a storm, unwavering as a mountain. Once again, he relied on his X-ray vision, accurately predicting Long San's every strike, evading each one at the last possible moment. Each dodge seemed effortless, as if this life-and-death duel was merely an intriguing game to him. Long San's onslaught intensified, completely consumed by rage, recklessly seeking Mou's demise. However, he was oblivious to the fact that, with the passage of time, his attacks were losing their precision, and the openings in his defense were becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet Mou remained composed, keenly observing Long San's every move, patiently awaiting the opportune moment for a counterattack. In this fierce confrontation, Long San's frenzied assaults surged like relentless tides, crashing one after another. Mou, however, stood steadfast like an unyielding reef, impervious to the tempestuous waves that sought to overwhelm him, remaining as stable as a mountain. "I shall not play with you any longer." Just as Long San, in a frenzy, unleashed his fervent attacks and Mou effortlessly evaded each one, a sudden cold chuckle escaped Mou's lips. This laughter was jarringly abrupt, akin to a chilling ray of light that shattered the stalemate in an instant. Mou's gaze sharpened, transforming into the piercing intensity of an eagle. The previous mockery vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling severity that instilled fear. No longer content with mere evasion, he resolved to take the initiative and conclude this battle. In a flash, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning towards Long San. Immersed in the rhythm of his own chaotic onslaught, Long San was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding as he heard Mou's chilling laughter. Immediately, he sensed a powerful and fierce aura rushing towards him, as if an invisible giant hand bore down upon him with immense force. A shiver ran down Long San's spine. His keen intuition warned him of an imminent peril approaching rapidly. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but Mou's speed was too formidable, leaving him only enough time to slightly shift his body. Mou's fist, imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, hurtled towards Long San like a cannonball. Long San hastily raised his arm to defend, and a resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of a bell tolling, as the overwhelming impact reverberated through his entire body. Long San felt a sharp agony in his arm, as though his bones might shatter, and he was involuntarily propelled several meters backward, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley. Slumping against the wall, he slowly slid down, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A mix of shock and anger surged within him. As a top-tier assassin who had undertaken countless perilous missions, he had never found himself in such a dire predicament. He could hardly fathom that Mou, who had seemed only capable of evasion, could unleash such a fierce counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, acutely aware that Mou was no ordinary adversary. He had to muster all his strength, for otherwise, he might very well meet his end today. Mou, having landed a decisive blow, did not let his guard down. He approached Long San slowly, each step resonating with a heavy certainty, as though a sledgehammer struck at Long San's heart. You are employed by Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, are you not? With the likes of you. Do you truly believe you can put me to death? Mou's voice was laced with cold disdain. Long San remained silent, understanding that words were futile at this juncture. He bore the searing pain in his arm, secretly gathering his strength, preparing to seize an opportunity for a counterstrike. He knew that Mou would not easily relent. He must capitalize on the moment Mou drew near to launch a lethal attack, if he wished to survive. Just as Mou was but a few steps away from him, Long San suddenly sprang into action. His form became a shadowy blur, and with a dagger in hand, he lunged fiercely towards Mou's chest. With that strike, Long San exerted all his strength, his speed and power far surpassing his previous attacks. A frenzied light flickered in his eyes, consumed by a singular thought: to slay Mou. Mou, observing Long San's desperate assault, momentarily displayed a glimmer of calmness. He remained unperturbed, subtly shifting his stance, his body gliding like a specter. At the same time, he swiftly extended his hand, precisely seizing Long San's wrist. Long San felt as though his wrist had been ensnared by an iron clamp, rendering him immobile. Mou seized the opportunity to twist forcefully, and with a sharp crack, excruciating pain surged through Long San's wrist as the dagger clattered to the ground. Long San's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He realized that he had truly encountered a formidable adversary. Mou regarded Long San with not a trace of pity, inquiring, "Did Tiger Gu and Zhao Gang send you?" His voice was chilling, like the biting winds of a frigid winter, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 73. The Invincible Fist. Dragon 3 gritted his teeth, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth as a fierce fire of resentment burned within him. He could never have anticipated that his once confident assassination attempt would lead him to such a wretched predicament. Confronted by Mou's unexpectedly formidable prowess, he realized he was at a distinct disadvantage. Each of his assaults was effortlessly neutralized by Mou, while the counterattacks sent him reeling. A crushing blow to someone as prideful as Dragon 3. Yet, he was not one to concede defeat easily. A resolute glint sparkled in his eyes, and a fierce determination surged within him, compelling him to fight to the bitter end. As a top-tier assassin, he held on to his pride and obsession. He would not surrender without a final struggle. Dragon Claw, he suddenly roared, his voice echoing through the stillness with a sense of desperation akin to a do-or-die resolve. His hands swiftly transformed, fingers curling into sharp, claw-like shapes, as if he had instantly morphed into a ferocious beast. The air around him seemed to tremble in response to his sudden surge of momentum, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the space. With that, he unleashed the Dragon Claw, lunging at Mou with incredible speed. His figure flickered like a specter, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The glinting claws, imbued with the power to rend asunder, sought Mou's throat. This Dragon Claw was his signature technique, honed through countless brushes with death, each move infused with deadly potency. Mou regarded Dragon 3's frenzied strike with narrowed eyes, aware that he could not afford to be careless. He sensed the resolve and immense power behind this attack. With agile footwork, he moved fluidly, evading Dragon 3's fierce claw with remarkable grace. As Dragon 3's strike missed its mark, he did not falter. Instead, he pivoted seamlessly, his arm sweeping in a fluid motion as the other claw, like a streak of black lightning, aimed for Mou's back. Mou, sensing the impending attack from behind, leaned forward, propelling himself forward like a leopard, darting several meters away. Dragon 3's claws grazed Mou's back, tearing his clothing but inflicting no harm. Noticing this, a glint of ferocity flashed in Dragon 3's eyes as he bellowed once more, pursuing Mou relentlessly, his Dragon Claw assault an unending tide. In an instant, claw shadows danced and the winds howled as Dragon 3's attacks surged towards Mou like a torrential storm. Amidst this tempest of strikes, Mou remained composed, utilizing his keen vision and agile movements to narrowly evade each of Dragon 3's blows. With each dodge, he expertly gauged the timing and distance, ensuring that Dragon 3's assaults never grazed him. However, as Dragon 3's onslaught grew increasingly fierce and frenzied, Mou began to sense a mounting pressure. This is intriguing, he mused, a newfound appreciation for Dragon 3's abilities dawning upon him. No longer merely evading, he began to seek out the vulnerabilities within Dragon 3's relentless barrage. As Mou deftly evaded Long San's attacks, he meticulously observed the variations in his techniques. Finally, amidst a brief lull in Long San's onslaught, Mou seized the fleeting opportunity presented by a momentary flaw. With impeccable timing, he darted forward like a shadow, closing the distance between himself and Long San. Sensing the impending counterattack, Long San was taken aback, attempting to retract his assault and shift to defense, but it was too late. Mou's fist erupted like a cannonball, striking Long San squarely in the chest. He felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily several meters away. Struggling to rise, Long San was met with excruciating pain in his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes brimmed with frustration and despair. He had believed that the Dragon Claw technique could turn the tide, only to find himself bested by Mou's keen insight. Yet, the tenacity within him refused to fade. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he slowly rose, a wild light flickering in his eyes, ready to strike once more. The atmosphere had reached a peak of tension. Though gravely injured, Long San was unwilling to concede. "You are no match for me, it would be wise to confess, and I might let you off lightly." Mou's gaze was as cold as frost, piercing through Long San's internal struggle and defiance. At that moment, Mou stood tall and steady, exuding an unshakable presence akin to an indomitable mountain, radiating formidable intimidation. "Huh, do you think you've won?" Long San scoffed, his laughter laced with disdain and madness. Despite the recent blow from Mou, the sharp pain in his chest, and the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, a relentless fierceness surged within him. As a top-tier assassin, his dignity would never allow him to concede so easily, nor could he accept defeat at the hands of Mou. Before he could finish speaking, Long San launched himself into another attack without hesitation. His eyes, inflamed with fury, resembled two blazing infernos as he charged at Mou with the ferocity of a crazed beast, embodying a spirit of desperation. The Dragon Claw technique unfolded once more. His fingers curled like hooks, glinting ominously with a chilling light, as if intending to rend Mou into shreds. Each swipe of his claws was accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, the air itself seeming to tear apart with invisible rifts. Observing Long San's frenzied actions, Mou felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood that Long San had succumbed to madness, and his attacks would be even more ruthless and reckless. However, Mou felt no fear. Instead, he took a deep breath, allowing his mind to settle swiftly like a serene lake, undisturbed by ripples. In that fleeting moment, a particular martial art form from his inherited knowledge flashed in Mou's mind, the invincible fist. This technique was immensely powerful, imbued with profound martial wisdom. Yet he had never practiced it before. Nonetheless, faced with imminent peril, he resolved on the spot to learn it. Using Long San as a means to hone this formidable skill and transform the crisis into an opportunity for self-improvement, Mou swiftly organized the principles of the invincible fist within his mind, those intricate and nuanced techniques unfurling like clear veins in his consciousness. As Long San's attacks drew ever closer, Mou remained utterly composed. He deftly evaded Long San's razor-sharp claws while attempting to integrate the maneuvers of the invincible fist into his responses. Initially, his movements were somewhat unrefined, as it was his first time employing this technique. However, through his remarkable insight and agile physique, each encounter with Long San deepened his understanding of the invincible fist. Chapter 74. If you continue to be stubborn, I will break your legs. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly maneuvering within the range of Long San's attacks. His arms swung with fervor, fists striking like meteors. Though still somewhat inexperienced, he began to unveil the formidable and domineering essence of the invincible fist. Long San, perceiving Mou's transformation, felt an escalating sense of rage and astonishment. He could hardly fathom that amid such a fierce struggle for survival, Mou still had the presence of mind to learn new martial techniques, and in such a brief period, to wield them with considerable proficiency. This realization instilled in Long San an unprecedented sense of pressure, as a profound fear began to creep into the depths of his heart. Yet, at this juncture, there was no retreat. He could only continue to launch frenzied assaults, attempting to defeat Mou before he fully mastered the invincible fist. As time passed, Mou's command of the invincible fist grew increasingly adept. Each punch seemed to embody immense power, the wind of his fists howling as they collided with Long San's dragon claw, producing a dull thud. The shadows of their fists and claws intertwined, their figures darting swiftly under the dim light, each clash breathtakingly intense. "Huh!" Mou suddenly shouted, his body twisting sharply, spinning like a whirlwind, as both fists rained down upon Long San like a tempest. This was a technique from the invincible fist known as the tornado storm. which Mou executed with remarkable finesse, the overwhelming force resembling an invisible whirlwind surging towards Long San. Long San's eyes widened in an effort to withstand the ferocious onslaught. But Mou was no longer the same. His assault came crashing down like an avalanche, leaving Long San utterly unable to defend himself. With a resounding crash, Long San was struck once more, his body hurtling backward like a cannonball, violently colliding with the wall before gradually sliding down to the ground. Mou slowly retracted his fists, standing resolutely as he regarded the fallen Long San. Though his breath was somewhat labored, his eyes radiated confidence and determination. Through this battle, he had not only successfully mastered the invincible fist, but had also gained a newfound understanding of his own strength. Speak. Was it Zhao Gang and brother who sent you? Mou's gaze was as cold as ice, piercing through the defeated Long San as if he could delve into his soul and discern every hidden thought. In that moment, Mou exuded an aura that was chillingly authoritative, resembling a stark, unyielding iceberg. Lying on the ground, Long San bore a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he stubbornly mustered the strength to respond defiantly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Deep within, he had resolved that as a trained assassin, his professional ethics forbade him from easily betraying his employer, even in the face of immense pain and threats. Seeing Long San's obstinacy, Mou's fury ignited even further. Without uttering another word, he unhesitatingly lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on Long San's left leg. The moment the sole of his shoe made contact with Long San's bone, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if countless steel needles were piercing his very bones. "If you continue to be stubborn, I will break your legs." Mou's voice was deep and menacing, akin to a warning echoing from the depths of hell. His gaze held no trace of compassion as he fixed his eyes on Long San, seemingly declaring that he was not jesting. A cold chuckle escaped Long San's lips. Despite the excruciating pain in his legs causing his body to tremble slightly, he persevered, feigning indifference. In his heart resided the pride and resilience characteristic of a killer. This level of threat was insufficient to compel his submission. He reflected on the countless brutal trainings he had endured, the myriad of sufferings he had withstood. This trivial threat could never induce him to betray his employer. Seeing Long San's stubborn demeanor, Mou grew increasingly irate. He intensified the pressure on Long San's leg, the sound of cracking bones resonating ominously, as if they might fracture at any moment. Beads of sweat cascaded down Long San's forehead, his complexion turned ashen, and his lips quivered slightly from the agony, yet he clenched his jaw tightly, unwilling to utter a single word. "Do you think you can endure this? Cease your futile resistance. Speak, and I can grant you a swift end." Mou pressed on, attempting to breach Long San's psychological defenses. He understood that extracting information about Zhao Gang and brother, who from Long San was paramount, as it might allow him to foresee their next move and seize the initiative. Long San tightly shut his eyes, his facial muscles contorted in pain, yet he mustered a faint but resolute voice. "You think I would betray my employer? Impossible. Even if you kill me, I will not speak." His loyalty to the profession of a killer ran deep. Ingrained as a principle he steadfastly upheld. Mou realized that acquiring information from Long San would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to relinquish his pursuit. He needed to uncover the conspiracy behind Zhao Gang and brother who, for it pertained to his own safety and that of Su Li. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated his next move. "Very well, if you are so obstinate, I shall match your endurance. How long do you believe you can last?" Mou slowly crouched down, locking eyes with Long San, a glimmer of determination in his gaze. He resolved to adopt a different approach, aiming to gradually dismantle Long San's defenses psychologically. Long San, meeting Mou's unwavering stare, felt a chill creep into his heart. He understood that Mou would not let him off easily. What awaited him next could be even grimmer torment. Yet, he remained steadfast in his refusal to betray his employer, for in his career as a killer, reputation and loyalty held more significance than life itself. "Humph, no matter how you torture me, I will not change my mind," Long San declared, his voice somewhat muffled by pain. Mou rose to his feet and began pacing beside Long San, pondering his strategy. He recognized that a killer like Long San possessed unwavering willpower, and ordinary threats would hardly compel him to speak. He needed to devise a method that would not only apply pressure on Long San, but also gradually shake his resolve. "Long San, do you truly believe that serving Zhao Gang and brother who will earn you their favor? You are merely a pawn in their hands, destined to be discarded once your usefulness wanes. Why would you sacrifice your very life for them?" Mou began to emotionally persuade Long San, striving to illuminate his predicament. A flicker of doubt stirred within Long San's heart, yet he quickly regained his resolve. He recalled the countless trials of life and death he had faced since joining the assassin organization, all while steadfastly adhering to his principles. He could not forsake his beliefs merely due to a few words from Mo. "Do not waste your breath. I will not heed your counsel," Long San replied coldly. A glimmer of disdain evident in his gaze. Chapter 75. If you do not speak the truth, I shall render you a eunuch. Mo gazed intently at Long San, fully aware that this contest was far from over. "Very well, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." A flicker of resoluteness flashed in Mo's eyes. He had lost all patience for further parley with Long San. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to compel Long San to divulge the nefarious schemes orchestrated by the shadowy figures Zhao Gang and Brother Hu, thereby eliminating the looming threat to both himself and Su Li. No longer inclined to waste words, he summoned all his strength, focusing every ounce of power into the foot that pressed down upon Long San's left leg, accompanied by a sickening crack. The bone in Long San's left leg shattered mercilessly beneath Mo's forceful tread. In that instant, a searing agony surged through Long San's body like a relentless tide, leaving his visage as pale as parchment. Beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded from his forehead, and his muscles quivered violently from the excruciating pain. Yet, as a seasoned assassin, Long San, driven by sheer willpower, endured the excruciating torment that could easily render another unconscious. He merely emitted a muffled groan, suppressing the urge to scream. "I wonder how long you can withstand this." Mo's gaze burned with intensity, fixated upon Long San as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. His eyes gradually descended, locking onto Long San's right leg, as if poised to inflict the same brutal fate upon it. Mo understood that a man of Long San's caliber would require considerable pressure to elicit any confessions. He must make Long San comprehend that resistance would only culminate in greater suffering. Feeling the weight of Mo's oppressive stare upon his right leg, a chill coursed through Long San's heart. Despite the persistent agony in his left leg, akin to a sharp blade incessantly slicing through his nerves, his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any hint of submission. He silently vowed to himself that no matter the torment inflicted by Mo, he could never betray his employer. This was the last bastion of dignity and principle he held as an assassin. "Humph, even if you were to shatter both my legs, I shall not speak." Long San gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through clenched jaws, his voice trembling with pain, yet unwavering in conviction. He lifted his gaze to meet Mo's, his eyes shimmering with defiance, engaging in a silent battle of wills. Observing Long San's unyielding demeanor, Mo felt a flicker of admiration for his fortitude. Yet this did not alter his determination to extract information from him. "Is that so? Then I shall see just how resolute your tongue truly is." Mo scoffed coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and firmness. With that, Mo slowly raised his foot, once more targeting Long San's right leg. Though his movements appeared languid, they carried an immense weight, each action causing Long San's heart to race with trepidation. He knew that once Mo's foot descended, his right leg would also be doomed. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, unwavering in his resolve. At the very moment when Mo's foot was about to descend, Long San felt a sudden stir within him. He realized he could not passively await his fate. He had to devise a means to extricate himself from this dire predicament, even if it were but a glimmer of hope. Thus, as Mo's foot neared his right leg, Long San summoned the last remnants of his strength and collided fiercely with Mo's lower body. Mo was taken aback by Long San's retaliation. Despite the excruciating pain he was enduring, momentarily caught off guard, his body swayed slightly from the impact, yet, drawing upon his agile reflexes and solid foundation, he quickly regained his balance. However, this brief disruption only fueled Mo's ire. He recognized that Long San was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. "Do you still dare to resist?" Mo bellowed, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his foot down heavily upon Long San's right leg. Another crisp crack echoed through the air as Long San's leg succumbed to the overwhelming force. This time, he could no longer suppress the excruciating agony, and a piercing scream erupted from his lips, reverberating in the stillness around him, sounding particularly mournful. Lying on the ground, the torment coursing through his legs nearly rendered him unconscious. His consciousness began to blur, and the world around him gradually darkened. Yet, even in this state, he clung steadfastly to his loyalty towards his employer, refusing to utter a single word. Mo observed Long San, writhing in pain on the ground, and felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that Long San had reached his limit, yet he still did not yield. He began to contemplate whether a different approach might be necessary to deal with Long San. Perhaps sheer brute force would not yield the desired outcome. At that moment, both Mou and Long San found themselves locked in a stalemate. Long San held firm to his principles amidst the agony, while Mou pondered his next strategy. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Tell me, did Zhao Gang and brother who send you? If you do not speak the truth, I will ensure you become a eunuch. Mou inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the raging inferno of anger within him, his gaze sharp as a poisoned blade, coldly piercing Long San. At that juncture, he resolved that should Long San remain obstinate, he would show no mercy. Simultaneously, Mou slowly raised his foot, which seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, imbued with a chilling intent, as it descended ominously toward Long San's vital area. Long San, lying on the ground, felt the searing pain in his legs crashing against his nerves like a relentless tide, bringing him precariously close to the brink of unconsciousness. However, upon hearing Mou's icy threat, his pupils dilated in an instant, revealing a profound fear for the first time. He understood all too well what becoming a eunuch would signify for a man: a complete collapse of dignity, an irrevocable severance from the ability to engage intimately with women, to experience love and family, and a life destined to be steeped in endless humiliation and suffering. In that moment, Long San's inner turmoil ignited into a fierce struggle. On one hand, there exists a steadfast loyalty and professional integrity cultivated over years in his career as an assassin. He is acutely aware that betraying his employer would subject him to the brutal retribution of the assassin organization, a fate potentially more harrowing than death itself. On the other hand, there lies a profound dread of the grim outcome of becoming a eunuch. This fear manifests like an invisible hand, tightening around his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. So, have you made up your mind? Mou inquired coldly, his foot suspended in midair, poised to descend and deliver a devastating blow to Long San. Observing the complex and tormented expression on Long San's face, he comprehended that Long San was grappling with a momentous decision, one that could very well be his final opportunity to extract information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Chapter 76. What else do they require of you? Are there any other plans? Long San's lips trembled, struggling to articulate thoughts that seemed ensnared in his throat. Memories of his grueling training days within the assassin organization flashed through his mind, a crucible that forged his resilience and loyalty. Simultaneously, he envisioned a future devoid of light, should he truly become a eunuch. These starkly contrasting images collided and intertwined in his mind, plunging him into profound anguish. Long San finally managed to utter a single word, his voice barely a whisper. He lifted his gaze, his eyes pleading as they sought a hint of compassion from Mou. Yet, Mou's expression remained as frigid as frost, devoid of any empathy. Speak. Do not squander my time. Mou urged impatiently, his foot pressing down further, the cold sole nearly making contact with Long San's body. It is Zhao Gang and brother Hu. Long San finally confessed, the words escaping him amidst a tide of fear. In that moment of revelation, it felt as if he had expended every ounce of his strength, collapsing to the ground as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He understood that he had betrayed his employer, embarking on a perilous path fraught with uncertainty. Upon hearing this disclosure, Mou felt no surge of joy. His brow remained furrowed as he pressed further. What else do they require of you? Are there any additional schemes? He was acutely aware that Zhao Gang and brother Hu, having enlisted Long San to assassinate him, must have orchestrated a series of conspiracies behind the scenes. It was imperative to extract every detail from Long San. Long San hesitated momentarily, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing his gaze. Yet, upon meeting Mou's cold, resolute eyes, and feeling the foot poised threateningly at his vulnerable point, he realized there was no escape. They also intend to target Su Li. Long San spoke slowly, his voice faltering with fear and weakness. It became clear that Zhao Gang and brother Hu had not only contracted Long San to eliminate Mou, but also plotted to act against Su Li following Mou's demise. They had even bribed certain executives within Su Li's company, preparing to seize her assets once Mou was out of the way. As Mou listened to Long San's confession, a blaze of fury reignited within him. He had not anticipated the depths of Zhao Gang and brother Hu's treachery, their willingness to employ any means to achieve their ends. You two scoundrels, I shall not let you escape justice, Mou declared through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. At that moment, Long San lay crumpled on the ground, consumed by regret and fear, as if ensnared in an abyss of despair. His gaze was vacant, staring blankly upwards, his thoughts a tangled mess. He lamented his earlier folly in accepting the task to assassinate Mou. Originally believing that with his unparalleled skills as an assassin, completing the task would be a mere trifle, he never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary, plunging him into this perilous predicament. Each recollection felt like a sharp blade ruthlessly slicing through his heart, inflicting unbearable pain. Now, he found himself utterly oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Would he face the cruel wrath of Mou, or be subjected to the consequences of the law? Alternatively, would Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, upon discovering his betrayal, send someone to silence him? Countless terrifying thoughts raced through his mind, each sending shivers down his spine. He felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, lying helplessly on the ground, feebly awaiting Mou's judgment, entirely at his mercy. Were they still at the villa? Mou's voice emerged like a chilling echo from an ice cellar, piercing the suffocating silence. He gazed down at Long San from above, his eyes devoid of any compassion, as if Long San were merely a trivial insect before him. Feeling the icy scrutiny of Mou's gaze, Long San trembled inwardly, not daring to conceal anything. He quivered as he uttered a single word. At. This word seemed to deplete the last vestiges of his strength. Upon receiving the answer, Mou's lips curled slightly, revealing a cruel smile. He leaned down and effortlessly grasped Long San, as one would a chick. Come, we shall go to Brother Hu's villa to settle accounts with him and Zhao Gang. Mou's voice was resolute and unyielding, each word striking Long San's heart like a hammer. Mou understood that since Long San had been dispatched by Brother Hu and Zhao Gang to assassinate him, they were likely still at the villa concocting their next scheme. He had to seize the opportunity before they could react, catching them off guard and making them pay for their transgressions. Conveniently, Long San had driven to the location, and without hesitation, Mou dragged him to the car. Long San, devoid of the energy to resist, succumbed to Mou's will. Mou opened the trunk and unceremoniously tossed Long San inside. He then procured some rope, binding Long San's hands and feet tightly, rendering him immobile, to prevent Long San from calling for help or attempting any tricks. Mou callously removed his foul socks and stuffed them into his mouth. Long San's attempts to struggle were futile, producing only muffled sounds filled with despair and rage. Mou took his seat in the driver's position, starting the engine and speeding toward Brother Hu's villa like a bolt of black lightning. Throughout the journey, his gaze remained steadfast and sharp, fixed on the road ahead, his mind racing with strategies to confront Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, alongside the myriad traps they might have set. He knew this would be an exceptionally arduous battle, yet in the interest of protecting himself and those around him, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Meanwhile, trapped in the confines of the trunk, Long San's fear reached its zenith. He curled up in the cramped space, his bound limbs aching, the stench of the socks threatening to induce his nausea. He was uncertain of what awaited him, whether it would be Mou tormenting him to death in front of Hu Gu and Zhao Gang, or if even more terrifying events would unfold. The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The vehicle sped along the highway, the scenery blurring past him. Mou was drawing ever closer to Hu Ji's villa, where a breathtaking confrontation was on the verge of unfolding. Simultaneously, within the opulent confines of Hu Ji's lavish residence, the atmosphere was vibrant and resplendent. Hu Gu, Zhao Gang, and a cadre of henchmen were gathered in the spacious living room, where the table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, the air thick with the rich aroma of spirits and the exuberance of celebration. They were all convinced that Long San would strike, sealing Mou's fate, and had already begun to celebrate in anticipation of his demise. Chapter 77. Mou is doomed. Long San is a top assassin. Mou is undoubtedly doomed. Long San is a premier assassin. Brother Hu wore a triumphant expression, reclining on a plush sofa, cradling a glass of exquisite red wine, which he swirled gently, the liquid resembling a burning flame that illuminated his self-satisfied visage. He surveyed his subordinates, his gaze radiating an unwavering confidence, convinced of victory. In his mind, Long San's prowess was indisputable. With Long San on the job, Mou had no chance of survival. Zhao Gang echoed in agreement, of course. Long San is renowned in the assassin world. Mou has truly met his match. As he spoke, he raised his glass and drained its contents, a broad smile illuminating his face. The surrounding subordinates nodded in fervent agreement, unwavering in their belief in Brother Hu and Zhao Gang's assertions. They perceived that having a top-tier assassin like Long San deal with Mou would be as effortless as an eagle capturing a chick. The living room was soon filled with laughter and merriment, as everyone engaged in animated conversation, as if Mou's demise was a foregone conclusion. When Long San returns, we must treat him well and reward him handsomely, Brother Hu remarked enthusiastically. In his eyes, Long San's successful completion of the task was merely a matter of time, and his current focus was on preparing a generous reward to showcase his magnanimity and appreciation for Long San. Indeed, Long San's significant contribution must be duly acknowledged. Perhaps when he returns, he will even bring us Mou's head, one subordinate chuckled, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if envisioning the scene of Long San entering with Mou's severed head. This provoked another round of hearty laughter among them. In their eyes, Mou was already a corpse, and what awaited them was a celebration of victory. As they sipped their drinks, they conjured images of the splendid aftermath of Mou's demise, as if they could already see their influence expanding, with wealth and power pouring in abundantly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, danger was silently approaching. Mou was racing toward them with Long San, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation. If Mou dies, we must divide his and Su Li's assets among ourselves, Zhao Gang said, narrowing his eyes, a hint of greed flickering across his face. He had begun to calculate the benefits he could reap from Mou's death. In his mind, the assets of Mou and Su Li resembled a large, succulent piece of meat, awaiting their division. Naturally, with so many of us, we will surely consume Su Li's assets entirely, Brother Hu chuckled with pride, as if those assets had already found their way into his pocket. He fantasized about wielding Su Li's wealth and power, envisioning himself commanding the city with influence, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Just as they were lost in their splendid daydreams of the future, a sudden roar of speeding cars echoed from outside the villa. However, the crowd, immersed in joy, paid no heed, believing it to be merely passing vehicles. Yet, the sound grew increasingly closer, ultimately halting abruptly at the entrance of the villa. Mou parked the car at the villa's threshold, his gaze cold and resolute, akin to a sharp blade poised to penetrate the very walls of the villa, striking directly at Hu Ge, Zhao Gang, and their companions. He opened the car door and stepped out, emanating an overwhelming aura, as if intending to envelop the entire villa in his wrath. In the trunk, Long San was consumed by fear, fully aware that the nightmare for him, Hu Ge, Zhao Gang, and the others was about to commence. Meanwhile, Hu Ge and Zhao Gang remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, their laughter echoing within the villa. Mou approached the villa entrance without hesitation, flinging open the trunk and seizing Long San as one would a mere chick. Bound and gagged with a foul sock, Long San could only emit muffled whimpers, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. Mou held Long San firmly, as if he were a weightless object, striding steadily towards the villa. The security personnel, initially languidly guarding their posts, their eyes betraying a hint of lethargy and drowsiness, widened their eyes in shock at the sight of Mou's austere visage and the captive in his grasp. Their expressions morphed from surprise to sheer horror, for they understood Long San's formidable reputation. In their eyes, he was akin to a harbinger of death, yet now he was effortlessly subdued by Mou, whose prowess surpassed all imagination. One guard, pale as a ghost, stammered, "What is happening? How did he capture Long San?" Before he could finish, another guard, paralyzed by fear, turned and fled, shouting in terror, "This is bad. Something has happened." His voice was sharp and tremulous, as if he had encountered the most terrifying of monsters. The remaining guards, witnessing this, dared not linger a moment longer, frantically fleeing with such disarray that they nearly stumbled. They comprehended that the figure before them, Mou, was far from benign. Should he seize them, their fate would likely be more dire than Long San's. Observing the guards' panic-stricken retreat, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Mou's lips. He did not pursue them, but instead continued to drag Long San step by step towards the villa's grand hall, each stride resonating with a firm and deliberate cadence, as if to announce his arrival to those within. Mou's silhouette, cast long by the villa's illumination, resembled a judge emerging from the shadows. An aura of formidable chill radiated from him, seemingly freezing the very air around. Long San struggled futilely in his grasp, yet Mou's grip was like iron, resolutely preventing any escape. As Mou approached the grand hall, the sounds of laughter and merriment grew increasingly distinct. Hu Ge and Zhao Gang remained enraptured in their celebratory reverie, utterly oblivious to the silent arrival of danger. Listening to the laughter emanating from the hall, a flicker of furious flame ignited in Mou's eyes. He quickened his pace, the fire of anger within him burning ever more fiercely. At last, Mou arrived at the entrance of the villa's grand hall. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully kicked open the hall's door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open violently, its sound instantly drowning out the joyful laughter within. The sudden noise startled everyone, causing them to turn their heads towards the entrance. When they beheld Mou standing there, dragging Long San behind him, their previously beaming faces froze in an instant, their eyes filled with shock and terror. The wine glass in Brother Tiger's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces, and red wine splattered everywhere. Chapter 78. Do you really think sending assassins can kill me? Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as though he had witnessed something utterly astonishing. How are you still alive? Brother Hu stammered, his voice trembling, the smugness on his face evaporating, replaced instead by profound terror. He could not fathom that Mou would appear here, and moreover, that he had brought Long San back with him. Mou cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon Brother Hu, Zhao Gang, and the others, an aura of inexorable malice emanating from him. You think dispatching an assassin could eliminate me? How navi? His voice was frigid and cutting, akin to the biting winds of winter, sending shivers down the spines of those present. At that moment, Long San, observing the horror-stricken expressions on Brother Hu and Zhao Gang's faces, was engulfed by despair. He understood that he had utterly botched the mission, not only failing but also inadvertently leading Mou to this place. He could only dread how Brother Hu and Zhao Gang would deal with him, and was equally uncertain of what Mou might do next. The atmosphere in the villa's hall instantly thickened with tension, taut as a string poised to snap at any moment. Without mercy, Mou hurled Long San to the ground as one might discard refuse, and then, raising his foot, he delivered a forceful kick to Long San's abdomen. This blow encapsulated Mou's pin-up fury. A dull thud echoed through the air as Long San was struck, hurling into a ball, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Having dealt with Long San, Mou did not spare him another glance, striding forward with fierce determination towards Zhao Gang and Brother Hu. Each step he took resonated with an assertive power, causing the ground to tremble beneath him, while a commanding presence enveloped him, saturating the space with an oppressive, lethal atmosphere. What are you waiting for? Stop him. Brother Hu, witnessing the scene, widened his eyes in terror and screamed, his voice hoarse. The earlier elation and arrogance had vanished from his face, replaced by a deep-seated fear and panic. He had never imagined that Mou could overcome such formidable obstacles to find this place, let alone bring Long San back with him. In his mind, Mou resembled a vengeful specter from the depths of hell, instilling dread within him. Upon hearing Brother Hu's frantic call, the previously stunned onlookers snapped back to reality. In a flurry, they grabbed their glasses and hurled them at Mou with reckless abandon. The sound of shattering glass filled the air as the cups rained down upon him. Simultaneously, many seized whatever objects could serve as weapons, some wielding baseball bats, others brandishing daggers, and still others hefting iron rods, charging towards Mou in a frenzied attempt to subdue him through sheer numbers. How foolish. Mou regarded the swarm rushing toward him with a slight smirk, a trace of disdain evident in his cold smile. To him, their resistance was nothing more than futile struggle, incapable of posing any real threat. Mou's figure darted like lightning, swiftly weaving through the flurry of flying wine glasses. Those that were hurled at him were deftly evaded, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. In the blink of an eye, a burly man at the forefront swung a baseball bat towards Mou. He raised the bat high, channeling all his strength to deliver a vicious blow aimed at Mou's head, as if intent on reducing him to a mere pulp. Yet, Mou remained unfazed. At the very moment the bat was about to descend, he sidestepped with ease, evading the ferocious strike. In an instant, Mou lunged forward, his hand resembling an eagle's claw as he firmly grasped the man's arm and twisted with force. A sharp crack echoed as the man's arm succumbed to the pressure, eliciting a pained scream from him as the bat clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mou delivered a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling several meters away, where he landed heavily, writhing in agony. The onlookers shuddered at the sight, but under the intimidation of Brother Hu and the instinct for survival, they steeled themselves and pressed on towards Mou. Undeterred, Mou's gaze remained resolute as he surveyed his adversaries, akin to a sovereign surveying his domain. His form flickered, a streak of black lightning weaving effortlessly among the throng. Each of his strikes was accompanied by the cries of the fallen and the clattering of weapons. Taking advantage of Mou's distraction with the burly man, a subordinate wielding a dagger stealthily approached from the side and lunged to stab Mou in the back. However, Mou seemed to sense the impending threat, He swiftly turned and delivered a kick to the subordinate's wrist. With a cry of pain, the dagger slipped from the subordinate's grasp, and the searing agony in his wrist compelled him to scream. Before he could react further, Mou's fist connected with his face, causing his nose to collapse and blood to erupt like a geyser, sending him careening backward to the ground, unconscious. "All of you attack. Don't let him get closer." Brother Who shouted hoarsely from the rear, his voice sharp and piercing with fear. He cowered behind the crowd, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness, clutching a wine bottle tightly as if it could bolster his courage. Amidst the fray, Mou advanced steadily towards Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. His fury intensified with each adversary he felled, bringing him ever closer to those who had orchestrated the conspiracy against him. He was determined to make them pay dearly for their transgressions. However, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, waves upon waves surging toward Mou. Despite his formidable strength, the prolonged battle began to take its toll. Sweat drenched his attire, and his breaths grew labored. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. He knew he must persevere, that he had to ensure Brother Hu and Zhao Gang faced the consequences for their actions. "Mou, do you truly intend to annihilate us? We can discuss this," Brother Hu shouted, his voice trembling with evident fear and trepidation. At this moment, he felt his legs weaken, nearly unable to maintain his footing. As he gazed upon Mou, who approached like a war god, instilling a growing fear within him that surged like an overwhelming tide. "There is nothing more to discuss. I have already afforded you your chances." Mou's voice was as frigid as ice, echoing as though it emerged from a frozen abyss, imbued with an unending chill. As he spoke, his form moved with the swiftness of lightning, shadows of his fists flickering, and yet another individual attempting to impede him was forcefully struck down, letting out a cry of anguish. Mou's gaze was resolute and unwavering. Each determined step he took resonated as if treading upon the hearts of Hu Gu and Zhao Gang. "You have crippled Long San. The assassin organization behind him will not spare you. Are you not afraid?" Hu Gu, suppressing his inner terror, inhaled deeply, attempting to wield the threat of the assassin organization to instill caution in Mou. Chapter 79. Do you think you can still escape? He understood in his heart that his only hope at this moment lay in leveraging the formidable reputation of the assassin organization to instill some trepidation in Mou. "Huh. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come." Mou scoffed, his laughter brimming with disdain and audacity. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if to declare to Brother Hu that the threat of the assassin organization was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With that, Mou launched himself forward once more, akin to an enraged lion pouncing on its prey. His fists cut through the air with a howling rush, each strike imbued with immense force, sending enemies sprawling to the ground. Another burly man, wielding an iron rod, swung it fiercely towards Mou's head. Without a glance, Mou sidestepped, simultaneously seizing the man's arm and twisting it with force. With a resounding crack, the man's arm dislocated and the iron rod clattered to the ground. Following this, Mou delivered a powerful kick, sending the man flying several meters away, where he crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. The onlookers felt their fear intensify, gazing at Mou as if he were a demon from the depths of hell, and none dared to advance any further. Yet, under Brother Hu's coercion, they had no choice but to steel themselves and close in on Mou. "You useless fools, all of you get him. Stop him." Brother Hu shouted hoarsely, his voice tinged with desperation. He knew that if Mou truly reached him, he would suffer dire consequences. Mou, however, remained unfazed, weaving effortlessly through the crowd as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Each of his strikes landed with pinpoint accuracy on his foe's vital points, causing them to fall like leaves in an autumn breeze. "Mou, do not push your luck. Do you think that by killing us, you can remain unscathed?" Zhao Gang shouted from the side, attempting to overpower Mou with sheer force of will. Yet, his voice lacked conviction, and a hint of panic shone in his eyes. Ignoring Zhao Gang, Mou continued to advance towards Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, with a singular intent in his heart, to make these schemers pay dearly. To him, their threats were merely desperate flailings. At that moment, Brother Hu was consumed by regret and fear. He lamented having provoked Mou, now finding himself in such dire straits. As Mou drew ever closer, he realized there was no escape left. "Mou, I will fight you." A subordinate, eyes reddened, charged towards Mou brandishing a dagger. Mou snorted coldly, and as the henchman approached, he delivered a swift kick to the man's chest. The subordinate flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the wall before sliding down, unconscious. "Brother Hu, Zhao Gang, do you think you can still escape?" Mou finally stood before Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. Gazing coldly at Brother Hu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brother Hu, upon meeting Mou's gaze, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mou, I implore you, spare us. We are willing to compensate you, to offer you a substantial sum. Hu Gu lamented, his voice tinged with desperation. Having lost the previous air of authority he once held. Money? Do you believe that wealth can atone for your transgressions? Mou retorted fiercely. You dispatched assassins to eliminate me, and even sought to harm those close to me. This debt must be settled today. With that, Mou raised his fist, preparing to strike Hu Gu. In terror, Hu Gu shut his eyes, bracing for the fatal blow. However, just as Mou's fist was about to descend, a cacophony erupted from outside. Startled, Mou halted his movement and turned towards the entrance. A group of individuals clad in black surged into the villa, weapons in hand. The leader cast a cold glance at Mou and declared, So, you're Mou? How audacious to lay hands on Long San. It turned out that Hu Gu had discreetly informed the assassin organization behind Long San the moment Mou arrived. Upon learning that Long San had been gravely injured by Mou, the organization promptly dispatched individuals to seek vengeance. Observing the uninvited guests, a slight smirk crept across Mou's lips, a glimmer of cold amusement in his expression. He recognized that a far more intense battle was on the horizon. Yet, he stood unflinching. Upon witnessing the skilled assassins infiltrating the villa like phantoms, Hu Ji's previously desolate eyes flickered with a glimmer of frantic joy. It was as though he had seized a lifeline, scrambling to his feet and shouting hoarsely, Kill him now. In that moment, Hu Gu was devoid of his usual bravado. His hair disheveled and his face etched with fear and urgency. The assassins, however, merely cast him a disdainful glance, their eyes filled with contempt. Their gaze then shifted slowly to the unconscious Long San on the floor, revealing a complex mix of emotions, anger intertwined with a hint of lethal intent. In an instant, their focus sharpened, locking onto Mou with an icy, penetrating malice, as if the very air around them had solidified with tension. Mou felt the palpable menace emanating from the assassins, yet fear did not take hold of him. He stood tall, his gaze resolute and piercing. Meeting the cold stares of his adversaries, like two flames clashing, igniting invisible sparks in the air. He understood that these assassins were no ordinary foes. They were undoubtedly rigorously trained, possessing exceptional skills in lethality and formidable combat prowess. Nevertheless, he would not waver. For he knew that retreating would not only jeopardize his own life but also allow Hu Gu and Zhao Gang, the true instigators, to evade justice. As the assassins began to move with deliberate stealth, their footsteps light and silent, they fanned out within the villa, encircling Mou from all directions. Calmly, he observed their maneuvers, his mind racing to analyze each assassin's position and potential tactics. He was acutely aware that in the face of such formidable adversaries, he must maintain unwavering vigilance. A single misstep could plunge him into irrevocable peril. Suddenly, a killer surged towards Mou like a bolt of black lightning, the dagger in hand glinting ominously as it aimed directly for Mou's throat. Anticipating the attack, Mou deftly sidestepped at the very moment the assailant drew near, swiftly grasping the killer's wrist and twisting with considerable force. The assassin, however, reacted with remarkable agility, executing a mid-air flip to escape Mou's grasp, and then launched a swift kick aimed at Mou's chest. In response, Mou leaped backward, effortlessly dodging the fierce strike, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick towards the killer's head. The assassin quickly raised an arm to block, but was met with a resounding thud, as Mou's formidable strength compelled him to stagger back several paces. Chapter 80. He is terrifying. We must flee upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. The other assassins sprang into action. Some wielded long knives, launching fierce slashes towards Mou, while others attempted stealthy assaults from behind, aiming for a lethal strike. In the midst of this onslaught, Mou moved with a ghostly agility, deftly evading their attacks while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Each of his strikes was imbued with formidable power, compelling the assassins to regard him with newfound respect. Onlookers Hu Gu and Zhao Gang stood anxiously to the side, their eyes riveted on the fierce confrontation. Hu Gu inwardly rejoiced at the arrival of the assassin group, hoping for Mou's demise to extricate himself from this perilous situation. Conversely, Zhao Gang's gaze flickered with conflicting emotions. He wished for Mou's downfall, yet felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the ruthless assassins, uncertain of how they might treat him, and Hu Gu after eliminating Mou. During the fray, one assassin seized the moment while Mou was entangled with another adversary, stealthily closing in from behind with a dagger poised to strike at Mou's back. Sensing the movement behind him, Mou had no time to turn and evade. In that critical instant, he lunged forward, grasping the arm of the assassin in front of him and yanking him back as a shield. A muffled groan echoed as the dagger plunged into the body of the assassin behind him, who collapsed in agony. Mou swiftly pivoted to face the remaining assassins. Despite sustaining several wounds, his garments stained with blood, his resolve grew ever more steadfast. The assassins, now gazing upon this indomitable foe, felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet their mission compelled them to press on without hesitation, launching yet another assault on Mou. Within the villa's grand hall, the cacophony of battle cries and clanging weapons intertwined. Mou found himself besieged by the relentless tide of assassins, the situation growing increasingly dire. With unwavering focus, he scanned for an opening amidst the chaos, and at the opportune moment, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards one assassin. The assassin swung his dagger menacingly. But rather than retreating, Mou advanced with astonishing speed. He extended his hand, seizing the assassin's wrist with the precision of an eagle's talon, twisting ruthlessly. The assassin cried out in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, Mou grasped the fallen dagger and swiftly turned to parry the onslaught of incoming weapons. In an instant, the sound of clashing metal filled the air as Mou adeptly wielded the dagger, transforming it into a glimmering arc of cold steel, engaging fiercely with the assassin's arsenal. His gaze remained calm and focused, each block executed with impeccable timing, deftly dissipating the force behind their strikes. Amidst this intense struggle, Mou astutely perceived a flaw in one assassin's defense. Without a moment's hesitation, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he thrust the dagger forward with the swiftness of a striking serpent. This strike encapsulated all of Mou's strength and precise judgment, as the dagger pierced directly into the assassin's heart, causing blood to erupt forth in an instant. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief and terror, as if he could hardly fathom how easily he had been struck at his most vulnerable point by Mou. His body swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless and unblinking. Mou showed no sign of hesitation. He drew his dagger, and droplets of blood trickled down its tip. With one hand firmly gripping the bloodied blade, he clenched his other fist and unleashed his invincible punch, charging fiercely towards the other assassins. The moment his punch was executed, a powerful current seemed to ripple through the air. Each of his blows, accompanied by a whooshing sound, contained immense force, compelling the assassins to evade his path. One assassin attempted a stealthy attack from the side, brandishing a long knife as he crept closer, then suddenly swung at Mou's back. However, Mou seemed to sense the movement behind him, and the instant the knife was about to strike, he vanished from sight like a specter. The assassin's strike missed, and before he could comprehend what had transpired, Mou had already appeared behind him. With a heavy punch, Mou struck the assassin's back with tremendous force. There was a sickening crack, as if the assassin's spine had shattered, causing him to topple forward, blood gushing from his mouth, never to rise again. The remaining assassins felt a chill creep into their hearts. They had initially believed that their numbers would ensure victory over Mou, but they were taken aback by his ferocity, as he retaliated fiercely even when surrounded. Yet, as trained assassins, they did not waver. Instead, they launched themselves at Mou with renewed fervor. Unfazed, Mou parried the frontal assaults with his dagger while countering the flanking and rear attacks with his invincible punch. He moved gracefully among the assassins, like a harbinger of death, each strike accompanied by their anguished cries. Another assassin swung an iron rod toward Mou's head. Mou deftly sidestepped, simultaneously thrusting his dagger upward, precisely piercing the assassin's arm. The assassin, in pain, dropped the iron rod. Mou followed up with a powerful kick, sending the assassin flying several meters away. Amidst the ferocious battle, Mou's stamina gradually waned, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He knew he could not fall. Should he do so, his demise would be certain. Gritting his teeth, he continued to fight valiantly against the assassins. At that moment, Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang hid nearby. Watching in horror, they had hoped the assassins would swiftly eliminate Mou, but they were astonished by his tenacity. Tiger Brother's face turned pale, regretting having provoked such a formidable foe. Zhao Gang's gaze flickered, calculating how he might escape amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Mou, amidst the tumultuous scene, continued to battle the assassins with his dagger and invincible punch. "Let us run, Tiger Brother," Zhao Gang suddenly urged, his voice trembling noticeably as he beheld Mou valiantly fighting like a warrior among the assassins. The fear within him surged like a tidal wave. MOU's fearless gaze and fierce assault made Zhao Gang acutely aware that this conflict had escalated far beyond their control. Remaining here would undoubtedly place him in a perilous situation. He could no longer endure the constant fear of imminent death and yearned to flee this dreadful locale as swiftly as possible. Just a moment longer. Brother Hu gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed intently on MOU, revealing a hint of reluctance. He found it exceedingly difficult to accept that his meticulously devised plans had spiraled to such an extent. He was determined to witness MOU's demise at the hands of the assassins, thereby alleviating his own resentment. In his perspective, the prowess of the assassin organization was formidable. No matter how exceptional MOU was, it was inconceivable that he could escape unscathed amidst the assault of numerous assassins. If he could just wait a little longer, MOU would inevitably be subdued by the assassins, and at that moment, he would relish in tormenting MOU, restoring his own dignity. Chapter 81. Everyone advance. Do not let fear immobilize you. Very well, let us wait a little longer. Zhao Gang, feeling a sense of helplessness, took a deep breath. Attempting to calm his racing heart, yet the specter of fear lingered closely. His hands instinctively clenched, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks. He was acutely aware of Tiger Brother's temperament. Once a decision was made, it was nearly impossible to alter it. Additionally, he harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps the assassin would indeed fulfill Tiger Brother's wishes and eliminate MOU. At this moment, MOU was entangled in a fierce battle with the assassins. They encircled him, forming a tight phalanx, their weapons glimmering ominously, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Relentlessly seeking any vulnerability in MOU's defenses, launching wave after wave of fierce assaults. Yet MOU, akin to a cornered beast, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, his eyes blazed with indomitable spirit. The dagger in his hand wove expertly through the jungle of weapons, each parry deftly dissipating the force of his adversaries while he sought opportunities to counterattack. His invincible fists were a force to be reckoned with. Each strike echoed with a howling wind, dissuading the surrounding assassins from approaching carelessly. One assassin, seizing an opportunity during a brief moment of MOU's defense against a side attack, stealthily approached from behind, thrusting a sharp blade toward MOU's back. Seemingly sensing the impending danger, MOU leaped forward at the crucial moment, executing a swift turn and slashing with his dagger in one fluid motion. The assassin, unable to evade in time, suffered a deep gash on his arm, blood gushing forth, accompanied by a pained scream as his weapon clattered to the ground. However, before MOU could catch his breath, two more assassins launched simultaneous attacks from either side. The assassin on the left, wielding a long knife, aimed for MOU's throat, while the one on the right swung a short club directly at his waist. MOU's gaze sharpened, his body twisting like a specter. His dagger deflected the long knife while he executed a swift kick towards the right assassin. The kick landed squarely in the abdomen, sending the assassin hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Yet the remaining assassins did not falter in the face of their comrade's injury. Rather, they intensified their assault. They were acutely aware that failure would invite brutal retribution. Thus, they recklessly hurled themselves towards MOU without regard for their own safety. Under the relentless tide of attacks, MOU gradually felt the strain. Sweat soaked through his clothing, and his breath became increasingly labored. Nevertheless, his resolve remained as steadfast as steel. He continuously reminded himself to persevere and ensure that Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang would pay for their transgressions. Tiger Brother, it appears that MOU is nearing his limits. Zhao Gang observed MOU's signs of fatigue, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He seemed to envision hope. Once MOU faltered, they would be liberated from this dreadful crisis. Let us wait and see. Do not celebrate too soon. Although Tiger Brother noted MOU's condition, he was well aware of MOU's prowess and dared not grow complacent. He fixated on MOU, awaiting the moment when the assassins would deliver a fatal blow. As the situation grew increasingly tense, and MOU appeared to show signs of fatigue under the relentless assault of the assassins, he suddenly unleashed an astonishing surge of power. His gaze sharpened to that of an eagle, and his figure darted through the crowd of killers like lightning. The dagger in his hand glimmered with a chilling light under the dim glow, complementing his unmatched, formidable punches, as if transforming into the scythe of death, reaping the lives of his adversaries. Seizing a fleeting opening in the defense of one assassin as he launched an attack, MOU lunged forward. His right fist akin to a cannonball, imbued with tremendous force, striking fiercely at the assassin's face with the might of his invincible punch. The assassin felt a powerful gust of air rushing towards him, and by the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. With a resounding thud, MOU's fist crashed into the assassin's face, the sound of shattering bones echoing in the air. The assassin's head was struck as if by lightning, sending him flying several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, lifeless on the spot. Witnessing this, the remaining assassins were gripped by a wave of dread, yet years of experience in their brutal profession left no room for retreat. Instead, they surged forward with greater ferocity, attempting to overwhelm MOU with sheer numbers. However, MOU remained undaunted by their aggressive advance. Taking advantage of the brief chaos following the death of one of their own, he swiftly counterattacked. Like a specter, he wove through the assassins, his dagger transforming into a streak of light. He targeted an assassin wielding a long knife, who was poised to strike again, and with a swift leap, closed the distance. The assassin, sensing MOU's approach, quickly turned, bringing his long knife down with force. Yet, MOU remained unperturbed, slightly shifting his body to deftly evade the lethal blow. In a seamless motion, he thrust his dagger upward, precisely piercing the assassin's throat. The assassin's eyes widened in horror, desperate to scream but unable to produce a sound. Instinctively, he clutched his throat, blood streaming through his fingers. His body swayed for a moment before collapsing with a thud, convulsing briefly before falling still. These two swift and decisive kills intensified the fear among the assassins present. They had initially believed MOU to be on the brink of exhaustion after a prolonged battle, expecting victory to be within their grasp, only to be met with his fierce counterattack in such perilous circumstances, claiming 2 more lives. In that moment, MOU stood amidst a splatter of enemy blood, his eyes radiating an unsettling determination. He resembled a war deity proudly standing among the assassins, instilling a sense of trepidation that kept them at bay. "All of you advance. Do not let fear paralyze you," shouted a seemingly leading assassin, attempting to rally the spirits of his comrades. Under his urging, the assassins mustered their courage once more, encircling MOU. Yet this time, their movements bore a palpable caution. No longer the blind frenzy of before. MOU coldly regarded the encroaching assassins, acutely aware that the ensuing battle would be far more arduous. Yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. He was acutely aware that any moment of laxity would usher in his demise. While Tiger and Zhao Gang would continue to remain unscathed, drawing a deep breath, he steadied his breath, gripping the dagger firmly in his hand, ready to confront the impending wave of attacks. At that moment, hidden nearby, Tiger and Zhao Gang observed with incredulity as MOU once again dispatched 2 assailants, their expressions morphing into a complex tapestry of emotions. A flicker of fear flashed in Tiger's eyes, overshadowed by a profound sense of unwillingness. He never anticipated that MOU, amidst the onslaught of numerous assassins, would not only withstand their assault but also manage to retaliate and eliminate 2 of them. "How is this brat so extraordinarily formidable?" Tiger exclaimed through gritted teeth. Chapter 82. Run. The assassins cannot match him. Zhao Gang appeared increasingly flustered, his legs trembling slightly, his eyes filled with dread. "Brother Hu, we should leave quickly. If we don't, it will be too late," Zhao Gang urged, utterly intimidated by MOU's ferocity, desperate to escape this terrifying place. "No, we must wait." Brother Hu, though somewhat fearful himself, clung to a sliver of hope that the assassins would subdue MOU at the last moment. Meanwhile, the battle between MOU and the assassins reignited. After losing several comrades in quick succession, the assassins finally realized that MOU was not to be underestimated. They ceased their reckless charge and swiftly adjusted their tactics. The assassins scattered like phantoms, approaching MOU from various angles with silent, graceful steps, akin to a group of vigilant owls poised to strike. Their eyes glinted with a chilling light, closely monitoring MOU, searching for any sign of weakness to exploit and deliver a lethal blow. MOU found himself ensnared in this predatory circle, yet remained unfazed. He observed every movement around him with the alertness of a watchful leopard. The dim light flickered in the living room, elongating the shadows of the assassins on the wall, adding an air of palpable tension. MOU's mind raced, formulating a strategy. He understood that these assassins were seasoned, and their tactical shifts signified that the upcoming confrontation would be increasingly arduous. A single misstep could spell disaster. Every assassin's gaze and movement fell under MOU's scrutiny. He keenly detected the slightest shifts in their bodies, from the tremor of their fingers to the fleeting glint of murderous intent in their eyes. In this perilous situation, MOU recognized that any oversight could become a fatal flaw. Just then, one assassin believed he had found MOU's vulnerability. He crouched low, resembling a poised black panther, and suddenly lunged at MOU, his blade gleaming ominously as it aimed for MOU's throat. A subtle smile curled at the corners of MOU's mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. He had already discerned the assassin's intent. In the instant the assassin lunged forward, MOU evaded to the left with ghostly agility, while his dagger struck like a venomous serpent, precisely piercing the assassin's chest. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as his body swayed, before collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood pooling beneath him. However, MOU had no time to catch his breath, for another assassin charged from his right. This one wielded a short staff, leaping high and swinging it down towards MOU's head with force. MOU swiftly pivoted, his right fist launching forward like a cannonball. Imbued with tremendous power, this was his formidable invincible punch. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the staff, sending a shockwave through the assassin's arm, causing the staff to fly from his grasp. The assassin, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled backwards several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Observing this, the remaining assassins displayed no signs of retreat. Rather, they charged at MOU with even greater ferocity. They were acutely aware that failure would lead to brutal retribution. Thus, they surged towards MOU like a relentless tide, their weapons glinting with a chilling light, intent on overwhelming him amidst the chaos of blades. Unfazed, MOU stood resolutely among the attackers, embodying the essence of a war deity. The dagger in his hand shimmered under the lights, harmoniously complementing his formidable punches. Each strike was accompanied by the agonized cries of the assassins. One assassin, wielding a long knife, approached from the front, aiming a lethal blow at MOU. With a deft sidestep, MOU evaded the attack, the blade crashing onto a nearby table, sending wood shavings flying. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to the assassin's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back. Without hesitation, MOU lunged forward, his dagger slicing across the assassin's throat. The assassin clutched his neck, blood gushing through his fingers as he slowly collapsed. However, the onslaught from the assassins was relentless, and as the battle continued, MOU's strength began to wane. Sweat soaked his garments, and his breath grew labored. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. He understood that he had to persevere. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Hugo and Zhao Gang watched in a mix of fear and resentment as MOU fought valiantly against the assassins. Hu Ji's complexion turned pale, regretting having provoked such a formidable opponent. Zhao Gang's eyes flickered as he contemplated how to escape amidst the turmoil. Hugo, we must flee. They cannot overcome MOU, Zhao Gang exclaimed, his face etched with terror and despair as he witnessed the assassins falling like ants before MOU's prowess. He realized that these trained killers were utterly ineffectual against him, their chances of victory non-existent. At that moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed his composure, and he suggested to Hugo in a trembling voice. Hu Ji's face was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He beheld MOU, who navigated the throng of assassins as if in a realm of his own, and a wave of intense fear surged within him. Just moments ago, he had hoped the assassins would eliminate MOU, but it now appeared to be a foolish dream. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to steady his trembling body, daring not to hesitate any longer. All right, let's go, he urged. The two, seizing the moment while the assassins were wholly focused on MOU's fierce resistance, cautiously maneuvered like two mice caught in the act, quietly slipping away from the living room. Outside the villa, the night was as dark as ink, the heavy shadows serving as their best concealment. They crouched low, swiftly traversing the courtyard, avoiding the scattered debris and signs of the struggle. Upon exiting the villa, they found the street eerily deserted, the silence almost unnerving. A cold wind howled past, sending shivers down their spines. At that moment, their minds were consumed by a singular thought: to escape this terrifying place as swiftly as possible. Hugo and Zhao Gang exchanged a glance, devoid of excessive words, and swiftly parted ways to flee in different directions. In this critical moment of life and death, they understood that separating would enhance their chances of escape. MOU was engaged in a fierce struggle with the assassins when he caught a glimpse of Hugo and Zhao Gang stealthily slipping away from the corner of his eye. Causing his heart to tighten, he realized that if these two culprits were to evade capture, all the injuries he had sustained and the dangers he had faced would be in vain, and they would undoubtedly continue their nefarious deeds in the future. Anxious and desperate, MOU yearned to pursue and apprehend them immediately. However, the assassins would not easily relinquish their hold on MOU. Sensing his intentions, they intensified their assault. One assassin brandished a long knife, lunging at MOU's back like a rabid dog. Feeling the rush of wind behind him, Mou swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blade that grazed his clothing. Chapter 83. The counterattack against the assassins. Meanwhile, another assassin launched a side attack, aiming a dagger directly at Mou's waist. Mou promptly leaped backward, narrowly evading the strike. However, this maneuver ensnared him completely, preventing any chance to pursue Hu Ge and Zhao Gang. His heart surged with a mix of fury and helplessness as he fought fiercely against the assassins, his gaze fixed on the fading figures of Hu Ge and Zhao Gang. Swallowed by the night, he understood that he must first eliminate the present threats before he could chase after the two fleeing figures. Taking a deep breath, Mou unleashed the full might of his invincible fist and the dagger in his hand. He moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly through the sea of assassins. Each punch he delivered with his invincible fist carried the force of a tidal wave, sending the assassins reeling as they cried out in agony. The dagger transformed into a flickering beam of cold light in the darkness, each precise thrust targeting the vital points of his foes. Suddenly, an assassin wielding an iron rod swung at Mou's head. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Mou swiftly reached out, grasping the iron rod and twisting it with great force. The assassin felt an overwhelming power surge through the rod, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Mou executed a powerful kick, sending the assassin flying several meters away. The assassin crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise again, but utterly spent. Despite Mou's unparalleled valor, the sheer number of assassins was daunting, and they charged at him relentlessly, undeterred by the losses. As the battles continued, Mou's stamina waned. His body now adorned with wounds, his clothes soaked in blood. Die! The assassins cried, witnessing Mou's extraordinary prowess as one by one, their comrades fell. They realized that if they did not unleash their full strength, not only would their mission fail, but their very lives would also be at stake. Thus, the well-trained assassins swiftly regrouped, forming a peculiar formation and began to exchange attacks against Mou. In the living room, the previously scattered assassins moved as if drawn by an invisible force, springing into coordinated action. Their teamwork resembled a finely tuned machine. Two assassins charged forward, one wielding a long knife that glinted ominously, aimed viciously at Mou's upper body, while the other, agile and ghost-like, brandished a short dagger, attempting to assault his lower half. Though their attacks appeared straightforward, they concealed a cunning strategy, synchronizing their strikes to make evasion difficult for Mou. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he sensed the unusual nature of this coordinated assault, unlike the previous chaotic skirmishes. Yet, Mou remained composed, responding swiftly. As the long knife descended, he shifted his form like a shadow, darting to the side. Simultaneously, he lifted his leg, delivering a precise kick toward the assassin with the short dagger. Taken by surprise, the assassin was struck on the arm, sending the dagger flying from his grasp. However, before Mou could regain his balance, two more assassins from the formation closed in. A figure swung a heavy iron rod, striking down fiercely towards Mou's head from behind. Another assailant brandished a long sword, aiming directly at Mou's chest from the front. Sensing the gust of wind approaching from behind, Mou had no time to turn around and could only lunge forward. The sword grazed his back while the iron rod crashed heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Mou rolled on the ground and quickly sprang to his feet. At that moment, the assassins within the formation shifted positions again, with two more attackers approaching from different directions. This relentless cycle of assault left Mou overwhelmed, each attack crashing upon him like relentless waves, offering no respite. Mou understood that such passive defense was not a sustainable strategy. He needed to identify the formation's flaws and take the initiative. As he deftly dodged the assassin's fierce onslaughts, he meticulously observed the formation's dynamics. He discovered that during the brief intervals between the assassin's attacks, there existed fleeting openings. Though these opportunities were ephemeral, seizing them might allow him to disrupt the formation. Just then, another wave of attacks surged forth. An assassin wielding nunchaku swung them menacingly towards Mou. Instead of evading, Mou seized the moment and charged directly at the nunchaku. The assassin, overjoyed, assumed Mou had fallen into his trap. However, at the critical moment when the nunchaku was about to strike, Mou abruptly sidestepped, the weapon brushing past him. Simultaneously, he capitalized on the brief vulnerability exposed by the assassin's missed attack, thrusting his dagger like a bolt of lightning into the assassin's shoulder. The assassin let out a piercing scream, dropping the nunchaku to the ground. This strike caused a momentary disarray within the assassin's formation. Mou seized the opportunity, pouncing into the throng of assassins like a tiger descending from the mountain. He unleashed his invincible fists, each blow imbued with tremendous force, crashing down upon the assassins. Caught off guard by this sudden counterattack, the once tightly knit formation crumbled into chaos. One assassin attempted to regroup, loudly calling to his comrades to re-establish their coordination. But MOU would not grant him that chance. He swiftly charged at that assassin, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. The assassin's nose collapsed, blood spraying forth as he was hurled backwards several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining assassins, witnessing this, were gripped by fear. They had not anticipated that MOU could find a flaw and successfully retaliate amidst such a formidable onslaught. Yet, the assassin's professional resolve prevented them from retreating. Instead, they charged at MOU with renewed ferocity. In the living room, the sounds of battle and screams intertwined. MOU fought valiantly among the assassins, sustaining several injuries. Yet his gaze grew increasingly confident. He knew that only by eliminating these assassins could he pursue Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang. With a dull yet chilling sound, MOU's fist struck like a cannonball, delivering tremendous force against one assassin's head. In an instant, it was as if a watermelon had been smashed open. The assassin's head erupted violently, with blood and brain matter splattering across the surrounding walls and onto the other assassins. This gruesome and brutal scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. Before the other assassins could recover from their shock, MOU moved like lightning, launching another attack. He descended upon them like the Grim Reaper, his dagger transforming into a streak of cold light, aimed directly at another assassin. The assassin's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to raise his weapon in defense. But MOU's speed was simply too swift. The dagger effortlessly pierced through his throat. The assassin instinctively clutched at his neck, blood gushing through his fingers. His body swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a thud, convulsing a few times before falling still. Chapter 84. Fabricating an accident to assassinate Zhao Gang. At nearly the same moment, MOU zeroed in on another assassin preparing to flee. He leaped forward with the grace of a cheetah pouncing on its prey, delivering an unstoppable punch. This strike landed squarely on the assassin's back, and with a sickening crack, the assassin's spine shattered instantly. The man soared forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing several meters away, lifeless upon impact. In the blink of an eye, MOU had dispatched two more adversaries. At this juncture, the remaining assassins were gripped by sheer terror. Their faces, once fierce, twisted into expressions of despair and pallor. These cold-blooded killers, so accustomed to death, now appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter in MOU's presence. They instinctively began to retreat, increasing the distance between one another. Their previously coordinated formation, now in ruins. They understood all too well that MOU was a force beyond their reckoning. To remain was to court inevitable death. One assassin, trembling and voice quivering with fear, exclaimed, "Is this man a demon? We stand no chance against him. Run for your lives." Without a second thought for his comrades, he turned and dashed towards the exit. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, scattering like headless chickens in various directions. MOU observed the fleeing assassins with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He recognized that they could not be allowed to escape, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, he momentarily disregarded his own pain and pursued the nearest assassin. The fleeing assassin, hearing footsteps behind him, glanced back to see MOU in relentless pursuit, causing him to panic and hasten his pace. Yet, he could not outrun MOU within mere strides. MOU caught up, seizing the man by the collar and lifting him off the ground. The assassin flailed desperately, his feet thrashing as he emitted cries of despair. With a disdainful huff, MOU swung his arm, crashing the assassin down onto the ground with a thud, rendering him unconscious. Having dealt with this assassin, MOU turned his attention to others who were still fleeing. The living room was a scene of chaos, strewn with the bodies and blood of the fallen assassins. MOU navigated this bloody battlefield, continuing to reap lives. However, as he pursued the assassins, his thoughts turned anxiously to Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang. They had been one of the assassins, alerted by a whisper of wind behind him, instinctively turned around, only to be met by MOU's gaze, cold as death. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, MOU's fist shot forth like a cannonball, striking him squarely in the face, accompanied by a sharp crack. The assassin's nose collapsed instantly, sending him flying several meters backward, where he landed heavily on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, another assassin was filled with terror and attempted to hasten his escape from this horrifying nightmare. However, MOU was not one to let him slip away easily. With a swift leap forward, he seized the assassin by the back of his collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The assassin struggled desperately, flailing his legs and emitting cries of despair. With a disdainful snort, MOU swung his arm, slamming the assassin down onto the ground. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and silence enveloped the scene. After dispatching these two assassins, MOU refrained from pursuing the others who had already fled. He understood that his immediate priority was to capture Zhao Gang and Tiger Brother, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Taking a deep breath to calm his rapid pulse, he activated his X-ray vision, his gaze piercing through the surroundings. Under the influence of this vision, everything around him appeared transparent. It wasn't long before he spotted Zhao Gang speeding away in a car. Zhao Gang, seated in the driver's seat, looked as pale as a ghost, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. He furiously pressed the accelerator, the car racing down the road like a wild stallion, desperate to escape this dreadful place. MOU silently resolved that he could not allow Zhao Gang to elude him. After a moment's contemplation, he pursued Zhao Gang without hesitation. MOU's speed was remarkable, his feet dancing across the ground like a gust of wind. With his agile physique and X-ray vision, he navigated effortlessly through the streets and alleys, maintaining a safe distance from Zhao Gang's vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang periodically glanced in the rearview mirror, his heart pounding with fear. He felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated on him from the shadows. Yet every time he looked back, he saw nothing amiss. This unknown dread only heightened his panic, causing him to accelerate. MOU trailed behind Zhao Gang, akin to a predator lurking in the dark, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. He understood that Zhao Gang's escape on the busy road, surrounded by pedestrians, posed the risk of collateral damage if he acted recklessly. Moreover, Zhao Gang was undoubtedly on high alert. A moment's carelessness could allow him to slip away. As Zhao Gang's car gradually departed the bustling city center and ventured onto a more secluded road, MOU recognized that the moment had come. He quickened his pace, gliding towards Zhao Gang's vehicle like a specter. Sensing the impending danger, Zhao Gang caught a glimpse of a shadow approaching rapidly through the reflection in his car window. His heart plummeting with fright. Who is that? How could anyone catch up to my car? Zhao Gang muttered to himself in terror, his hands trembling slightly from overwhelming anxiety. He instinctively pressed the accelerator once more, the car emitting a deafening roar as its speed surged anew. Yet, MOU's pace was equally astonishing. Drawing upon his formidable physical prowess and unwavering determination, he gradually closed the gap between himself and the vehicle. At last, MOU reached the side of the car. Seizing the moment, he forcefully yanked open the door. Zhao Gang, witnessing this, let out a terrified scream, attempting to push MOU away with his hands. However, MOU remained undeterred, firmly grasping Zhao Gang's arm and twisting it with force. Zhao Gang was instantly engulfed by excruciating pain in his arm, unable to suppress a cry of agony. MOU, taking advantage of the momentum, dragged Zhao Gang out of the car, and with a resounding thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 85. Your pleas are futile. Zhao Gang struggled to rise and flee, but MOU pressed a foot firmly against his back, rendering him immobile. What do you intend to do? Zhao Gang stammered, his voice trembling with fear and despair. MOU regarded him coldly, his eyes glinting with an inexorable murderous intent. What do you think? Today marks the time for you and Tiger to atone for the misdeeds you have committed. MOU's voice was low and frigid, echoing like a sentence from the underworld. At that moment, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for Zhao Gang's hurried breaths and MOU's steady tone. Zhao Gang lay on the ground in terror, his body shaking violently as if caught in a tempest. Beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and soaking the earth beneath him. He gazed up at MOU with a near-pleading look, his voice quavering. MOU, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I truly recognize my errors. I should never have conspired with Tiger against you, nor sought to have you killed. Please grant me another chance. I swear I will not dare again. Zhao Gang's words tumbled out in a frantic stream, each syllable laced with dread and hopelessness. Yet, MOU remained unmoved. He surveyed Zhao Gang with an icy stare, devoid of any compassion. In MOU's heart, the actions of Zhao Gang and Tiger were utterly unforgivable. Their orchestrated schemes had not only placed themselves in mortal peril, but also posed a potential threat to Su Li. MOU understood that showing mercy to such individuals would be an act of cruelty towards himself. Slowly, MOU's gaze shifted from Zhao Gang to the vehicle nearby, still idling with its engine's roar echoing in the stillness of the night, amplifying the tension of this life and death standoff. His mind raced, contemplating how to fabricate the illusion of an accident that would lead to Zhao Gang's demise, all while remaining undetected. MOU recognized that while directly ending Zhao Gang's life might satiate his thirst for vengeance, it could also invite unnecessary complications. If he could craft a scenario where Zhao Gang's death appeared accidental, it would ensure justice while evading excessive scrutiny from the authorities. Surveying the desolate road, he noted that one side was bordered by a steep hillside and the other by a deep ravine. An idea took shape in his mind. If he could cause Zhao Gang's vehicle to careen down the slope or plunge into the gorge, a seemingly fortuitous accident could be flawlessly executed. Once more, MOU's gaze fell upon Zhao Gang, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. Zhao Gang, your pleas are utterly meaningless. The sins you have committed must be repaid in blood, MOU declared coldly. With that, he seized Zhao Gang and lifted him effortlessly as one might a mere chick. Directing him towards the car, Zhao Gang thrashed desperately, his feet scrambling against the ground in a futile attempt to escape MOU's grip. No, please. MOU. You can't do this. I don't want to die. Zhao Gang's voice echoed in the vastness of the night sky, a lament that seemed profoundly tragic. Yet, MOU's hand clamped down like an iron vice, leaving no room for escape. MOU opened the car door and unceremoniously hurled Zhao Gang into the driver's seat. Zhao Gang stared at him in horror, his eyes brimming with supplication. MOU, I beseech you, spare me. I am willing to do anything. Zhao Gang continued to plead desperately. Ignoring Zhao Gang's entreaties, MOU swiftly circled to the rear of the vehicle, picking up a sizable stone from the roadside, and forcefully struck the rear tire. With a thunderous bang, the tire burst instantly, causing the vehicle to tilt precariously. Afterwards, MOU returned to the driver's seat, forcibly pressing Zhao Gang's hands onto the steering wheel while simultaneously pressing the accelerator with his foot. Zhao Gang's eyes widened in terror as he realized MOU's intentions. Struggling desperately to break free, yet MOU's strength was overwhelming, rendering him powerless to resist. No, please. Zhao Gang cried out in despair. MOU regarded him coldly, stating, "This is the fate you deserve." With that, he released Zhao Gang's hands and forcefully pushed the vehicle towards the slope. The car, now uncontrollable due to the flat tire and MOU's force, began to careen down the slope. Inside, Zhao Gang frantically turned the steering wheel, attempting to halt the vehicle. But it was too late. The car surged down the hill like a wild stallion, crashing with a deafening roar, igniting into a towering inferno. MOU stood atop the slope, observing the burning car below, his heart unperturbed. He was certain that Zhao Gang would not survive this calamity. With Zhao Gang dealt with, MOU's next target was Hu Ge, standing on the slope. He utilized his extraordinary vision to silently watch as Zhao Gang struggled amidst the roaring flames until his life flickered out. The raging fire seemed to serve as a judgment of justice, gradually consuming Zhao Gang's sins. MOU's gaze held no trace of compassion. This inferno was the inevitable consequence of Zhao Gang's own making. Once he confirmed that Zhao Gang had perished in the blaze, he slowly turned away, his imposing figure gradually merging with the darkness of the night, like a harbinger of the night, resuming his pursuit of Hu Ge. The night was as dark as ink, the oppressive gloom seemingly intent on devouring all. MOU hastened through the shadows, his hatred for Hu Ge intensifying. However, as he followed the trail, he discovered that Hu Ge had seemingly evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind. MOU understood well that Hu Ge was exceedingly cunning and had likely sensed the impending danger, fleeing at the earliest opportunity. Yet, undeterred, MOU pondered for a moment and decided to return to Hu Ge's villa, hoping to uncover clues that might lead him in the continued pursuit of Hu Ge. MOU moved like a wraith through the streets, soon arriving back at Hu Ge's villa. The villa appeared particularly eerie in the night, resembling a slumbering giant. He gently pushed open the grand door, a wave of eerie stillness washing over him. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that the previously scattered corpses of assassins had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Moreover, the entire villa had been meticulously cleaned, spotless, as though it had just undergone a thorough cleansing. MOU pondered inwardly, convinced that this was the work of Brother Tiger or the assassin organization, their intent to obliterate all evidence, leaving the police and MOU with no leads. He activated his X-ray vision, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with piercing intensity. Under the influence of this extraordinary ability, every corner of the villa lay bare, devoid of concealment. Yet, the villa was utterly deserted. Apart from the pristine environment, there was no trace of anything suspicious. MOU furrowed his brow, sinking into contemplation. He paced within the villa, meticulously recalling every detail of the events that had transpired here. Suddenly, a thought struck him. he remembered the living room. Most of the previous skirmishes had occurred there, and it was likely that some clues remained. Chapter 86. Ambushed by assassins, Mo hastened towards the living room, where the door stood ajar, allowing a sliver of faint light to seep through. Gently, he pushed the door open, revealing a room that had been meticulously tidied. Yet Mo remained undeterred. Utilizing his keen perception, he discerned subtle traces in the corners of the living space. Faint footprints, seemingly left by a multitude of hurried movements, caught his attention. Kneeling down, he scrutinized the prints, endeavoring to unearth clues. Among them, one set stood out distinctly. The tread patterns differed from ordinary footwear, resembling a specially crafted sole. A flicker of realization sparked within him. These might be the marks left by the assassin's shoes. Following the direction of the footprints, Mo continued his search and stumbled upon some bloodstains. Though they had been hastily wiped away, his perceptive eye revealed faint remnants. He surmised that this locale could very well be where the assassin organization had dealt with the aftermath of their own. At that moment, while Mo was deeply engrossed in his investigation within the villa's living room, an inconspicuous flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. A surveillance camera mounted on the adjacent wall. Initially stationary, it suddenly pivoted without warning, its dark lens now fixated upon him. A chill washed over Mo. Experience told him this was an ominous sign. An unsettling premonition surged within him, and he realized he might have exposed himself to the enemy's gaze. Soon after, a subtle yet distinctly clear sound of footsteps reached his ears. The cadence was chaotic and dense, as if a throng of individuals were swiftly approaching the villa. Mo dared not linger. He activated his enhanced perception. Through the walls and shadows, he beheld a swarm of assassins materializing like phantoms outside the villa. Clad in black, they moved with agility and silence, wielding an array of glinting weapons. It was evident that they had pinpointed his location through the rotating camera and were poised to infiltrate the villa quietly, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Mo pondered. These assassins must have been lying in wait, anticipating his arrival to ensnare him within their trap. He recognized the perilous nature of his situation. Any hesitation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Drawing a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure. His mind raced as he formulated a strategy. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that rather than succumbing to despair, it would be far wiser to take the initiative. Being confined within the villa would only invite encirclement by the assassins. His only chance for survival lay in breaking free, where he could better showcase his skills. With resolve taking root, Mo surged forth from the living room like a bolt of black lightning. The moment he burst out, he collided head-on with several leading assassins. Clearly taken aback by his unexpected aggression, they found themselves momentarily unprepared. However, their rigorous training allowed them to quickly react, brandishing their weapons and charging towards Mo. With keen eyes resembling those of a vigilant leopard, he swiftly assessed the direction of their assault. In a flash, he evaded a dagger thrust from one of the assassins and, in a fluid motion, delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's chest, sending him hurtling backwards. Observing this, the other assassins immediately closed in, encircling Mo. Undeterred, he unleashed his signature techniques, engaging in a fierce melee with his attackers. Each strike he executed was imbued with strength and speed, his fists slicing through the air and his feet delivering potent blows. One assassin swung a club fiercely toward Mo's head. With remarkable agility, Mo crouched down, narrowly escaping the lethal strike as the club grazed his scalp. In a swift motion, he rose and landed a punch squarely in the assassin's abdomen, causing the attacker to double over in anguish. Yet, the sheer number of assassins continued to surge forth from the shadows. Realizing that remaining in this predicament was untenable, Mo resolved to break free. He pinpointed a direction and concentrated his strength to launch a vigorous assault against the nearest adversary. With relentless determination, Mo forced the surrounding assassins to retreat, finally tearing a gap in their encirclement. Without hesitation, he surged toward the opening, but just as he was about to escape, a live assassin sprang from the shadows, thrusting a dagger menacingly towards his throat. Startled, Mo swiftly sidestepped, yet the blade grazed his arm, causing blood to flow. Ignoring the pain, he pressed on. More assassins emerged, their eyes alight with murderous intent, as if vowing to eliminate Mo at all costs. While evading their attacks, Mo contemplated how to extricate himself from this formidable group. Invincible fist, he roared, his voice echoing through the night like a resounding bell. Imbued with undeniable authority and determination. Clenching his fists, his aura surged, reminiscent of an enraged lion. He unleashed the invincible fist, charging at the surrounding assassins, who were well-trained and reacted instantaneously, moving like phantoms to seal off all exits in the blink of an eye. They encircled MOU tightly, forming an impenetrable ring, each pair of eyes glinting with cold malice. At that moment, MOU resembled a beast trapped in an iron cage, besieged from all sides, with no escape route available. The only path before him was one of combat. Fearlessly, he stood resolute, his gaze sharp and unwavering, akin to a sword piercing through the darkness, fixed upon his foes. As he wielded the invincible fist, its power was staggering. Each blow carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, the air howling as if it were being torn apart. One assassin, armed with a long knife, was the first to launch an attack at MOU's chest with a swift and deadly motion. MOU's eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated, evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, his right fist shot forth like lightning, striking the assassin squarely in the face. With a sharp crack, the assassin's nose bridge collapsed instantaneously, propelling him backward several meters before he landed heavily on the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth as he lost consciousness on the spot. Witnessing this, the other assassins did not retreat. Instead, they charged at MOU with even greater fervor. They launched their attacks from various directions, their weapons glinting ominously: long knives, daggers, iron rods, and more, each assault surging toward MOU like an unstoppable tide. However, MOU moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly weaving through the throng of assassins, his invincible fist striking like a formidable tempest, relentlessly repelling any assailants who dared to approach. Chapter 87. Kill him. A relentless assassin brandished an iron rod, launching a surprise attack from behind MOU. The weapon slicing through the air with a fierce whistle aimed at the back of his head. Sensing the impending danger, MOU swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a powerful backhand strike to the assassin's arm. A piercing scream echoed as the assassin's arm went limp, clearly broken, and the iron rod clattered to the ground. Yet, the number of assassins was overwhelming, continuously pouring in from all directions, seemingly inexhaustible. Despite MOU's remarkable valor, his stamina began to wane from the prolonged combat. Several wounds marred his body, blood staining his garments. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Each evasive maneuver and retaliatory punch grew increasingly arduous. Yet a singular conviction fueled him. He must carve a bloody path to survive. At that moment, an assassin leader outside the encirclement coldly observed MOU. A flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "We'll see how long you can hold out. Today is your day of reckoning." He gestured for his subordinates to intensify their assault. Following his command, the assassins surged forth with renewed ferocity, descending upon MOU like ravenous wolves. Fully aware of the perilous nature of his situation, MOU understood he must devise a means to break free from the encirclement. As he battled fiercely, he keenly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a slight weakness in the defense of one side of the encirclement, a potential breakthrough. A spark ignited within him, and he resolved to concentrate his efforts toward that direction for a final charge. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed the full force of his invincible fists. His figure darted through the throng of assassins like a streak of black lightning, fists raining down upon them with tremendous impact, sending them reeling. Under MOU's relentless onslaught, the assassins on one side of the encirclement began to falter, creating a momentary opening. Seizing this opportunity, he surged forward like a rampaging bull, crashing through the assassins that obstructed his path. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking free, several more assassins rushed in from the side, intent on blocking his escape. Undeterred, MOU unleashed his invincible fist once more, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the new adversaries. "Kill him." The assassin leader, standing at the periphery, had his eyes wide with fury, his features contorted with rage and urgency. He bellowed with a voice that echoed through the still night, reminiscent of a haunting owl's cry, radiating an undeniable ferocity. With this command, a swarm of assassins sprang into action with ghostly swiftness, expertly coordinating their attacks on MOU. These assassins, akin to sharks sensing blood, bore glimmering eyes filled with greed and malice, converging upon MOU from all angles, unleashing wave after wave of relentless onslaught. MOU, positioned at the heart of the encirclement, found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. His forehead was adorned with beads of sweat, cascading down his cheeks and soaking his collar. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast as iron, devoid of any hint of fear. Confronted by a relentless tide of assassins, MOU unleashed his invincible fist with all his might, each strike carrying the force of a mountain, the wind of his punches howling, the air tearing apart with a resounding roar. One assassin, brandishing a long knife, darted towards MOU's throat with blinding speed, his movements sharp and lethal. MOU's eyes sharpened. He swiftly retreated, lowering his body slightly to artfully evade this deadly blow. In the next instant, his right fist shot forth like a cannonball, striking the assassin squarely in the chest. With a muffled grunt, the assassin flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth, his long knife clattering away from his grasp. However, this was merely the beginning. Almost simultaneously, another assassin swung a metal rod, launching a surprise attack from MOU's left side, the rod whistling through the air as it aimed for his temple. Sensing the gust of wind from the left, MOU deftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a counterstrike with his left fist to the assassin's arm. A sharp crack echoed as the assassin's arm bent at an unnatural angle. Clearly fractured, he let out a scream, the metal rod clattering to the ground. Yet, the assault from the assassins was relentless, a continuous onslaught. Although MOU valiantly countered with his invincible fists, 2 hands are no match for 4, the relentless barrage from the assassins made it increasingly difficult for him to withstand. 2 more assassins attacked simultaneously, one wielding a dagger aimed at his abdomen, while the other struck at his legs with a short baton. Unable to evade in time, MOU felt the dagger slice through his abdomen, blood instantly staining his garments. Simultaneously, the baton struck his leg with tremendous force, a surge of pain coursing through him, causing him to stagger. MOU understood that if this continued, he would surely meet his demise here. Despite the bitterness swelling within him, he resolved to preserve his strength and seek an opportunity to counterattack. He had no choice but to retreat into the villa. He spun around abruptly, like a wounded yet fierce beast, charging recklessly towards the villa. The assassins, witnessing his flight, pursued him with shouts of bloodlust echoing behind. Upon entering the villa, MOU quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for advantageous terrain to fend off the assassin's pursuit. The interior was dimly lit and cluttered with furniture. In this chaotic environment, he needed to make a swift decision. He knew the assassins would not grant him much respite and could follow him in at any moment. Dragging his injured body, MOU sprinted through the corridors of the villa, his mind racing with strategies while his eyes darted around, assessing the environment. Suddenly, he spotted a narrow staircase ahead, leading to the second floor of the villa. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He realized that the confined staircase would limit the number of attackers, providing him a relative advantage. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the staircase. Just as MOU set foot on the stairs, the assassins burst into the villa. They observed MOU sprinting towards the staircase, immediately pursuing him with relentless fervor. The leading assassin bellowed menacingly, "Do not let him escape. Catch up and ensure his demise." MOU halted on the staircase, turning to face the approaching assassins with resolute determination in his gaze. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the agony from his wounds, and once more readied his invincible fist. At that moment, he had no retreat left. It was a fight to the death. The assassins surged forward like a tide, and a more intense battle was about to unfold in the narrow confines of the staircase. "Kill!" the first assassin roared, charging at MOU. Chapter 88. Humph. Let us see how long you can endure. MOU's expression remained tranquil, his gaze steady as it fell upon the first assassin who lunged at him like a ravenous wolf. This assassin, lithe and agile, brandished a dagger that glinted with a chilling light, resembling a streak of black lightning aimed directly at MOU's throat. Unfazed, MOU summoned his strength at the very moment the assassin closed in, unleashing his invincible fist. His right fist clenched tightly, seemingly harnessing the entirety of his power. And with a low, rumbling roar, the force of his punch surged forth like a cannonball, striking the assassin squarely in the chest. A crisp crack echoed as the assassin's ribcage shattered, sending him hurtling backward several meters like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. However, before MOU could catch his breath, the other assassins, far from retreating, surged forward with renewed fervor under the command of their leader. They encircled him from various angles, weapons of all kinds in hand, long knives, iron rods, and daggers, gleaming with a murderous intent in the dim light, resembling a pack of well-trained wolves determined to tear MOU to shreds. Fully aware that he could not afford a moment's negligence, MOU swiftly adjusted his stance, his gaze darting like lightning over the surrounding foes. And he maximized the potency of his invincible fist, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. An assassin wielding a long knife was the first to attack, the blade slicing through the air with a fierce whistle as it aimed for MOU's neck. MOU's eyes sharpened, and he abruptly stepped back, evading the lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, he lifted his leg and struck the assassin's wrist. The assassin yelped in pain as the long knife clattered to the ground. Mou pressed the attack, delivering a powerful punch that struck the assassin squarely in the face, blood spraying as the assassin staggered backward. Almost simultaneously, another assassin wielding an iron rod launched a surprise attack from behind Mou. Sensing the rush of wind at his back, he swiftly sidestepped, the iron rod narrowly missing him. He turned to seize the rod, twisting it with force. The assassin felt an overwhelming power surge through the weapon, causing him to involuntarily release it. Mou took advantage of the moment, snatching the iron rod and sweeping it towards the assassin. The strike was tremendous, and the assassin had no time to evade, letting out a cry as he fell to the ground, injured. Yet, the assassins continued to pour in like an unending tide, and Mou gradually felt his stamina waning amidst the fierce battle. Several wounds marred his body, blood staining his garments, but he gritted his teeth, persisting resolutely. Each evasion of an attack and every counterstrike grew increasingly arduous, yet a singular belief burned within him. He must carve a bloody path to safety, protecting himself at all costs. At this moment, the leader of the assassins stood aside, seething with rage and urgency as he watched Mou's indomitable resistance. With a fierce glare fixed upon Mou, he bellowed, "All of you, attack. Do not let him escape. Anyone who falters today will face my wrath." Under the leader's intimidation, the assassins, though filled with trepidation, steeled themselves to continue their relentless assault on Mou. As Mou engaged in a fierce battle against the assassins, he sought an opportunity to break free. He was acutely aware that if he continued to exhaust himself in this manner, he would inevitably succumb to the assassin's relentless onslaught and perish in this place. He needed to devise a strategy to escape his predicament swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed a slight weakness in the defenses of the assassins on one side of the encirclement, which appeared to be a potential breakthrough. A spark ignited within Mou, prompting him to concentrate his strength and launch a final assault in that direction. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the full power of his invincible fist. His figure darted through the crowd of assassins like a bolt of black lightning, moving with remarkable speed. His fist struck relentlessly against the assassins, each blow imbued with tremendous force, sending them reeling. Under the ferocity of Mou's assault, the assassins on one side of the encirclement gradually found themselves unable to withstand the pressure, showing signs of yielding. Seizing this opportunity, Mou charged forward with unbridled determination. He resembled a stampeding buffalo, crashing through the assassins that stood in his way. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking through the encirclement, several assassins surged in from the side, attempting to thwart his escape. Mou showed no signs of retreat. He once again employed his invincible fist, engaging in a desperate struggle with these attackers. Die! With a furious roar, the leader of the assassins could no longer contain himself and intervened personally. Like a spectral shadow, he advanced with lightning speed, launching a frenzied assault on Mou. His hands, resembling the claws of an eagle, glimmered with a metallic sheen as he struck, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Mou's vital points. A chill ran down Mou's spine. He dared not underestimate this opponent. From the leader's attacks, he sensed a formidable and fierce aura, clearly indicating that he was a true master of combat. Mou understood that a moment's carelessness could lead him to an irreversible doom. He quickly adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength into a defense with his invincible fist. The clash of fists and claws echoed with resounding thuds, and the air seemed to crackle with sparks. The leader's assault was relentless, each strike vicious and unforgiving, leaving Mou no room to breathe. Despite the sheer might of the invincible fist allowing him to hold his ground, he gradually found himself being pushed back under the leader's vigorous onslaught. One step, two steps. Mou's feet carved marks upon the ground, his expression grave, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The other assassins, witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with excitement. They seized the moment, akin to a pack of wolves catching the scent of blood, and charged in, shouting in unison, attempting to capitalize on the chaos of Mou's duel with the leader. They aimed to attack him from all directions, seeking to take him down in one fell swoop. In an instant, the air was filled with the clamor of battle cries, and the weapons in the assassins' hands gleamed with a chilling light as they targeted Mou's vital points. Despite the perilous situation, Mou remained composed. He deftly evaded the leader's attacks while keeping a vigilant eye on the movements of the other assassins surrounding him. With agility, he maneuvered however. The number of assassins was overwhelming, and their onslaught grew increasingly fierce, leaving Mou feeling somewhat powerless. One assassin seized the opportunity when Mou was preoccupied with fending off the leader's attack, wielding a long knife that he lunged towards Mou's waist with ferocity. Mou sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, But it was too late. He could only slightly turn his body. The blade grazed his form, leaving a deep, crimson gash along his side. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, staining his garments a vivid red. Let us see how much longer you can endure. The assassin leader, witnessing MOU's injury, wore a smug, chilling smile, intensifying his assault. With a swift movement, he closed the distance once more, his claws darting toward MOU's throat like a phantom. Chapter 89. Unmatched Fist versus Eagle Claw Technique. MOU felt an ominous sense of foreboding. He was caught in a perilous situation, needing to evade the lethal strike from the assassin leader while simultaneously guarding against the ambushes of other assassins surrounding him. In this moment of utmost urgency, he suppressed the excruciating pain in his waist and unleashed the ultimate move of the unmatched fist. His body surged with formidable strength, and his right fist, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, shot forth like a cannonball towards the assassin leader. The assassin leader, taken aback by MOU's powerful counterattack despite the dire circumstances, hurriedly withdrew his claws to defend himself. With a resounding crash, their strikes collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from their point of contact. The surrounding assassins were sent stumbling backward by the force of this energy. The assassin leader felt his arm go numb from the impact of MOU's punch, forcing him to retreat a few steps involuntarily. Seizing this opportunity, MOU swiftly adjusted his stance, his gaze piercing as he scanned the surrounding assassins. He understood that he must break through quickly, otherwise, once the assassin leader regained his composure, he would find himself in an even more perilous predicament. Taking a deep breath, MOU harnessed the full power of the unmatched fist and charged towards the direction where the assassin's defenses were weakest. Seeing MOU launch another attack, the assassins converged around him, attempting to thwart his advance. Undeterred, MOU maneuvered through the throng, delivering powerful blows that sent the encroaching assassins reeling. Yet, the assassins pressed on relentlessly, like an unyielding tide, making his path to escape fraught with challenges. You cannot escape. The assassin leader's eyes locked onto MOU. A cold snort escaping his lips, reminiscent of a night owl's eerie call, brimming with chilling ferocity. Before his words faded, he dashed forward like a bolt of black lightning, exclaiming, "Behold my eagle claw technique." In an instant, the assassin leader's hands morphed into claw-like shapes, fingers curling with nails glistening ominously, as if they could effortlessly rend through any obstruction. He traced a strange arc through the air, closing the distance towards MOU in the blink of an eye. His claws slicing through the air with a razor-sharp wind, targeting MOU's throat and chest with an attack that promised instant demise. Faced with this fierce assault, MOU dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. He was acutely aware that the assassin leader's eagle claw technique was not merely a title. A moment's negligence could lead to his demise. MOU swiftly regulated his breathing, channeling all his strength into his fists, preparing to counter with the full might of the unmatched fist. With his right fist raised high, it seemed to gather the essence of his entire being, exuding an overwhelming force as he met the assassin leader's claws head-on. With a thunderous bang, their strikes collided, the tremendous impact causing the surrounding air to erupt violently, producing a deep, resonant boom. An invisible shockwave emanated from the point of their clash, stirring up dust that swirled in the air. Both MOU and the assassin leader staggered slightly but quickly regained their balance. The assassin leader, having failed to land his strike, was momentarily overtaken by a flicker of surprise and anger in his eyes. He did not anticipate the formidable strength of MOU's invincible fist, capable of directly countering his eagle claw technique. Yet, this revelation did not deter him. Rather, it ignited an even fiercer intent to kill within him. With a powerful stomp, he cracked the ground beneath him, and like a specter, he surged toward MOU once more, his claws dancing like phantoms, targeting MOU's vital points from various angles. This time, his assault was swifter and more unpredictable, leaving no room for defense. MOU gritted his teeth, focusing all his mental faculties to counter the attacks of the assassin leader. His gaze was resolute and sharp, akin to a glimmering sword, piercing through the dazzling barrage of strikes to identify every flaw. The invincible fist unfolded around him, transforming into a series of afterimages, engaging in a fierce counteroffensive against the assassin leader's eagle claw technique. The clash of fists and claws reverberated through the air, each impact resonating with immense force. In the midst of this intense melee, MOU, employing the ferocity of his invincible fist along with his agile footwork, managed to temporarily withstand the onslaught from the assassin leader. However, the assassin leader, a seasoned warrior, unleashed his eagle claw technique with increasing ferocity, each strike embodying a lethal threat. Mou bore several wounds from the sharp claws, blood seeping slowly and staining his garments. Yet, he remained undaunted, driven by a singular conviction to overcome his adversary and carve a bloody path to victory. Around them, the other assassins encircled the scene, their eyes glued to the fierce battle unfolding. They were acutely aware of the assassin leader's prowess and had witnessed Mou's resilience. The outcome of this confrontation would determine the success or failure of their mission. They harbored a dual anticipation, a hope for the assassin leader to swiftly vanquish Mou, coupled with an underlying trepidation regarding Mou's capabilities. Mou, today marks your demise. No matter how you struggle, it is futile. The assassin leader bellowed, his face contorted in a savage expression, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Mou offered no retort, channeling his invincible fist with even greater intensity. He understood that in this life-and-death struggle, words were superfluous. Only relentless effort could yield a glimmer of hope for survival. Seizing the moment of the assassin leader's attack, he lunged forward, his right fist striking like a cannonball directly toward the assassin leader's chest. The assassin leader, taken aback, attempted to evade, yet was still grazed by the force of Mou's punch, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. Surprised and enraged, the assassin leader had not anticipated that Mou could find an opportunity to counterattack amidst such fierce combat, and with such formidable strength. Resolute, he decided to unleash his full prowess, executing the ultimate move of his eagle claw technique. He crouched slightly, his claws weaving rapidly before him to form a barrier of claw shadows, before lunging forward with lightning speed, aiming directly for Mou's throat. This strike was executed with astonishing speed and immense power, rendering evasion impossible. Mou sensed the overwhelming force of this attack. He knew he had no retreat left. He took a deep breath, channeling the full force of his invincible punch. His muscles tensed with intensity as his right fist, imbued with the might of 1,000 pounds, surged toward the assassin leader's dual claws. This was the ultimate confrontation of strength, a life-and-death struggle between Mou and the assassin chief. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided once more, the immense shockwave seemingly tearing through the surrounding air and producing a piercing sound. Both Mou and the assassin leader were propelled backward by this overwhelming force, crashing to the ground several meters away.